Section 1 of Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland and the Search for the Poles. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sonja. The World's Story. A History of the World in Story, Song and Art. Volume 8. Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland and the Search for the Poles. Edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 1. The humiliating entry of Sonnavater and Knut into Stockholm. By C. G. Hallquist. Swedish artist, 1851 to 1890. Frontispiece. Early in the 16th century, the Scandinavian kingdoms were united and ruled by King Christian of Denmark. Sweden was not happy in this union, and to force its obedience, Christian seized and carried away to Denmark Gustavus and other young nobles as hostages. Gustavus escaped, returned to Sweden, and aroused the people to revolt. In 1523, Sweden won its freedom from Denmark, and Gustavus was made king. In his new kingdom he found much to reform. The nobles and clergy were rich and powerful, the peasants were poor and oppressed, and the laws were not observed. When Gustavus attempted to improve matters, the nobles and clergy grew rebellious. Two bishops, Peter Sonnavater and Master Knut, were leaders of a revolt, and after it failed, in 1526, they fled to Drontheim to Archbishop Olaf. The archbishop, however, proved false to their trust, and betrayed them to some servants of the king. These servants dressed them in rags, put a crown of straw upon Sonnavater's head, and a mitre of birch bark on Knut's, mounted them, face to the tail, on two raw-boned steeds, and led them through Uppsala to Stockholm, in a shrove-tide procession among the scoffs and insults of the people. When the market-place was reached, they were made to drink the health of the executioner, and were then broken on the wheel. End of Section 1. This recording is in the public domain. Section 2 of Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland and the Search for the Poles. Read for LibriVox.org by Sonja. Norway Part I. Stories from Scandinavian Mythology. Historical note. There are two old Icelandic books called the Eddas, which are famous the world over. The first, known as the Elder Edda, consists of poems and songs of heroic and mythical import, collected probably from oral tradition about the middle of the 13th century, but composed at different periods between this century and the 9th. It was partly from these poems that the Völsunga Saga, the northern version of the Nibelungenlied, was derived, probably in the 12th century. The Younger Edda is in prose. This is ascribed to Snorre Sturluson, who lived in the first half of the 13th century. Here are found many stories of the myths of northern lands. According to this book, the principal deities were the powerful Odin, the great All-Father, his wife Frigga, their son Balder the Beautiful, the friend of everyone and beloved by everyone, Thor the Thunderer, who defended Asgard, the home of the gods, from the giants, and the treacherous Loki, full of malicious mischief and hatred. Heroes who fell in battle were borne by the battle maidens, the Valkyries, straight to Valhalla, where they joyed in fighting through the day and feasting through the night. It was believed that at some time in the future, gods and men would be destroyed, the sun would become pale, the earth would sink into the sea, and the stars would drop from the heavens. After this destruction had taken place, a new heaven and a new earth would be created. Misery and wrongdoing would vanish, and the gods and men would live in the utmost harmony together for unknown ages. End of Section 2. This recording is in the public domain. Section 3 of Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland and the Search for the Poles. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sonja. The World's Story, Volume 8. Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland and the Search for the Poles. Edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 3. The wolf Fenris, from the Younger Edda. The father of Fenris was Loki, the personification of evil. Tyr was one of the sons of Odin. The Editor. Then said Har, "The wolf Fenris was bred up among the gods, but Tyr alone had the daring to go and feed him. Nevertheless, when the gods perceived that he every day increased prodigiously in size, and that the oracles warned them that he would one day become fatal to them, they determined to make a very strong iron fetter for him, which they called Leding. Taking this fetter to the wolf, they bade him try his strength on it. Fenris, perceiving that the enterprise would not be very difficult for him, let them do what they pleased, and then, by great muscular exertion, burst the chain and set himself at liberty. The gods, having seen this, made another fetter, half as strong again as the former, which they called Dromi, and prevailed on the wolf to put it on, assuring him that by breaking this he would give an undeniable proof of his vigour. The wolf saw well enough that it would not be so easy to break this fetter, but finding at the same time that his strength had increased since he broke Leding, and thinking that he could never become famous without running some risk, voluntarily submitted to be chained. When the gods told him that they had finished their task, Fenris shook himself violently, stretched his limbs, rolled on the ground, and at last burst his chains, which flew in pieces all around him. He thus freed himself from Dromi, which gave rise to the proverb, to get loose out of Leding, or to dash out of Dromi, when anything is to be accomplished by strong efforts. After this the gods despaired of ever being able to bind the wolf, wherefore Allfather sent Skilnir, the messenger of Frey, into the country of the dark elves to engage certain dwarfs to make the fetter called Sleipnir. It was fashioned out of 6 things, to wit, the noise made by the footfall of a cat, the beards of women, the roots of stones, the sinews of bears, the breath of fish, and the spittle of birds. Though thou mayest not have heard of these things before, thou mayest easily convince thyself that we have not been telling thee lies. Thou must have seen that women have no beards, that cats make no noise when they run, and that there are no roots on the stones. Now I know what has been told thee to be equally true, although there may be some things thou art not able to furnish a proof of. I believe what thou hast told me to be true, replied Gangler, for what thou hast adduced in corroboration of thy statement is conceivable. But how was the fetter smithied? This I can tell thee, replied Har, that the fetter was as smooth and soft as a silken string, and yet, as thou wilt presently hear, of very great strength. When it was brought to the gods, they were profuse in their thanks to the messenger for the trouble he had given himself, and taking the wolf with them to the island called Lyngvi, in the lake Amsvartnir, they showed him the cord, and expressed their wish that he would try to break it, assuring him at the same time that it was somewhat stronger than its thinness would warrant a person in supposing it to be. They took it themselves, one after another, in their hands, and after attempting in vain to break it, said, "Thou alone, Fenris, art able to accomplish such a feat." "Methinks," replied the wolf, "that I shall acquire no fame in breaking such a slender cord, but if any artifice has been employed in making it, slender though it seems, it shall never come on my feet." The gods assured him that he would easily break a limber silken cord, since he had already burst asunder iron fetters of the most solid construction. "But if thou shouldst not succeed in breaking it," they added, "thou wilt show that thou art too weak to cause the gods any fear, and we will not hesitate to set thee at liberty without delay." "I fear me much," replied the wolf, "that if ye once bind me so fast that I shall be unable to free myself by my own efforts, ye will be in no haste to unloose me. Loath I am, therefore, to have this cord wound round me. But in order that ye may not doubt my courage, I will consent, provided one of you put his hand into my mouth, as a pledge that ye intend me no deceit." The gods wistfully looked at each other, and found that they had only the choice of 2 evils, until Tyr stepped forward and intrepidly put his right hand between the monster's jaws. Hereupon, the gods having tied up the wolf, he forcibly stretched himself as he had formerly done, and used all his might to disengage himself, but the more efforts he made, the tighter became the cord, until all the gods, except Tyr, who lost his hand, burst into laughter at the sight. When the gods saw that the wolf was effectually bound, they took the chain called Gelgia, which was fixed to the fetter, and drew it through the middle of a large rock named Gjöll, which they sank very deep into the earth. Afterwards, to make it still more secure, they fastened the end of the cord to a massive stone called Thwiti, which they sank still deeper. The wolf made in vain the most violent efforts to break loose, and opening his tremendous jaws, endeavored to bite them. The gods, seeing this, thrust a sword into his mouth, which pierced his under jaw up to the hilt, so that the point touched the palate. He then began to howl horribly, and since that time the foam flows continually from his mouth in such abundance that it forms the river called Von. There will he remain until Ragnarok. Footnote: the destruction of the world. End of footnote. Verily, said Gangler, an evil progeny is that of Loki, yet most mighty and powerful. But since the gods have so much to fear from the wolf, why did they not slay him? The gods have so much respect for the sanctity of their peace steads, replied Har, that they would not stain them with the blood of the wolf, although prophecy had intimated to them that he must one day become the bane of Odin. End of section 3. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 4 of Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland, and the Search for the Poles. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Devorah Allen. The World Story, Volume 8. Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland, and the Search for the Poles. Edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 4. The Horse Sleipnir, from the Younger Edda. Thou madest mention, said Gangler, of the horse Sleipnir. To whom does he belong, and what is there to say respecting him? Thou seemest to know nothing either about Sleipnir or his origin, replied Har, but thou wilt no doubt find what thou wilt hear worthy of thy notice. Once upon a time, when the gods were constructing their abodes, and had already finished Midgard and Valhalla, a certain artificer came and offered to build them, in the space of 3½ years, a residence so well fortified that they should be perfectly safe from the incursion of the frost giants and the giants of the mountains, even although they should have penetrated within Midgard. But he demanded for his reward the goddess Freyja, together with the sun and moon. After long deliberation, the Aesir agreed to his terms, provided he would finish the whole work himself without anyone's assistance, and all within the space of 1 winter. But if anything remained unfinished on the first day of summer, he should forfeit the recompense agreed on. On being told these terms, the artificer stipulated that he should be allowed the use of his horse, called Svadilfari, and this, by the advice of Loki, was granted to him. He accordingly set to work on the first day of winter, and during the night let his horse draw stone for the building. The enormous size of the stones struck the Aesir with astonishment, and they saw clearly that the horse did 1/2 more of the toilsome work than his master. Their bargain, however, had been concluded in the presence of witnesses, and confirmed by solemn oaths, for without these precautions, a giant would not have thought himself safe among the Aesir, especially when Thor returned from an expedition he had then undertaken towards the east against evil demons. As the winter drew to a close, the building was far advanced, and the bulwarks were sufficiently high and massive to render this residence impregnable. In short, when it wanted but 3 days to summer, the only part that remained to be finished was the gateway. Then sat the gods on their seats of justice, and entered into consultation, inquiring of one another who among them could have advised to give Freyja away to Jotunheim, or to plunge the heavens in darkness by permitting the giant to carry away the sun and moon. They all agreed that no one but Loki, the son of Laufey, and the author of so many evil deeds, could have given such bad counsel, and that he should be put to a cruel death if he did not contrive some way or other to prevent the artificer from completing his task and obtaining the stipulated recompense. They immediately proceeded to lay hands on Loki, who, in his fright, promised upon oath that let it cost him what it would, he would so manage matters that the man should lose his reward. That very night, when the artificer went with Svadilfari for building stone, a mare suddenly ran out of a forest and began to neigh. The horse, being thus excited, broke loose and ran after the mare into the forest, which obliged the man also to run after his horse, and thus between one and the other the night was lost, so that at dawn the work had not made the usual progress. The man, seeing that he had no other means of completing his task, resumed his own gigantic stature, and the gods now clearly perceived that it was in reality a mountain giant who had come amongst them. No longer regarding their oaths, they therefore called on Thor, who immediately ran to their assistance, and lifting up his mallet Mjolnir, paid the workman his wages, not with the sun and moon, and not even by sending him back to Jotunheim, for with the first blow he shattered the giant's skull to pieces, and hurled him headlong into Niflhel. But shortly after, the mare bore a grey foal with 8 legs. This is the horse Sleipnir, which excels all horses ever possessed by gods or men. End of section 4.
Section 5 of Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland, and the Search for the Poles. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Thomas Peter. The World Story Volume 8, Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland, and the Search for the Poles, edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 5, Thor fishes for the Midgard Serpent, from the Younger Edda. According to Scandinavian mythology, Midgard, the earth, was held together by the Midgard Serpent, which lay at the bottom of the ocean with its tail between its jaws. Across the ocean was the land of giants, with whom the gods were perpetually at war. The Editor. He, Thor, went out of Midgard under the semblance of a young man, and came at dusk to the dwelling of a giant called Hjalmar. Here Thor passed the night, but at break of day, when he perceived that Hjalmar was making his boat ready for fishing, he arose and dressed himself, and begged the giant would let him row out to sea with him. Hjalmar answered that a puny stripling like him could be of no great use to him. Besides, he added, thou wilt catch thy death of cold if I go so far out, and remain so long as I am accustomed to do. Thor said that, for all that, he would row as far from the land as Hjalmar had a mind, and was not sure which of them would be the first who might wish to row back again. At the same time he was so enraged that he felt sorely inclined to let his mallet ring on the giant's skull without further delay, but intending to try his strength elsewhere, he stifled his wrath, and asked Hjalmar what he meant to bait with. Hjalmar told him to look out for a bait himself. Thor instantly went up to a herd of oxen that belonged to the giant, and seizing the largest bull, that bore the name of Himinbrjot, wrung off his head, and returning with it to the boat, put out to sea with Hjalmar. Thor rowed aft with 2 oars, and with such force that Hjalmar, who rowed at the prow, saw with surprise how swiftly the boat was driven forward. He then observed that they were come to the place where he was wont to angle for flatfish, but Thor assured him that they had better go on a good way further. They accordingly continued to ply their oars, until Hjalmar cried out that if they did not stop, they would be in danger from the great Midgard Serpent. Notwithstanding this, Thor persisted in rowing farther, and in spite of Hjalmar's remonstrances was a great while before he would lay down his oars. He then took out a fishing line, extremely strong, furnished with an equally strong hook, on which he fixed the bull's head, and cast his line into the sea. The bait soon reached the bottom, and it may be truly said that Thor then deceived the Midgard Serpent not a whit less than Utgard Loki had deceived Thor when he obliged him to lift up the serpent in his hand. For the monster greedily caught at the bait, and the hook stuck fast in his palate. Stung with the pain, the serpent tugged at the hook so violently that Thor was obliged to hold fast with both hands by the pegs that bear against the oars. But his wrath now waxed high, and assuming all his divine power, he pulled so hard at the line that his feet forced their way through the boat, and went down to the bottom of the sea, whilst with his hands he drew up the serpent to the side of the vessel. It is impossible to express by words the dreadful scene that now took place. Thor on one hand, darting looks of ire on the serpent, whilst the monster, rearing his head, spouted out floods of venom upon him. It is said that when the giant Hymir beheld the serpent, he turned pale and trembled with fright, and seeing, moreover, that the water was entering his boat on all sides, he took out his knife, just as Thor raised his mallet aloft, and cut the line on which the serpent sunk again under water. Thor, however, launched his mallet at him, and there are some who say that it struck off the monster's head at the bottom of the sea, but one may assert with more certainty that he still lives and lies in the ocean. Thor then struck Hymir such a blow with his fist, nigh the ear, that the giant fell headlong into the water, and Thor, wading with rapid strides, soon came to the land again. End of section 5. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 6 of Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland, and the Search for the Poles. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Philip Watson. The World's Story, Volume 8, Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland, and the Search for the Poles. Edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 6, Thor Among the Giants, from the Younger Edda. Thor and his companions went their way and continued their journey until noon. Then they saw a berg standing on a plain, and it was so high that they had to bend their necks clear back before they could look over it. They drew nearer and came to the berg gate, which was closed. Thor, finding himself unable to open it, and being anxious to get within the berg, they crept between the bars and so came in. They discovered a large hall and went to it. Finding the door open, they entered, and saw there many men, the most of whom were immensely large, sitting on 2 benches. Thereupon they approached the king, Utgard-Loki, and greeted him. He scarcely deigned to look at them, smiled scornfully, and showed his teeth, saying, "It is late to ask for tidings of a long journey. But if I am not mistaken, this stripling is Oku Thor, is it not? It may be, however, that you are really bigger than you look. For what feats are you and your companions prepared? No one can stay with us here unless he is skilled in some craft or accomplishment beyond the most of men." Then answered he who came in last, namely Loki, "I know the feat of which I am prepared to give proof, that there is no one present who can eat his food faster than I." Then said Utgard-Loki, "That is a feat indeed, if you can keep your word, and you shall try it immediately." He then summoned from the bench a man by name Loge, and requested him to come out on the floor and try his strength against Loki. They took a trough full of meat and set it on the floor, whereupon Loki seated himself at one end and Logi at the other. Both ate as fast as they could and met at the middle of the trough. Loki had eaten all the flesh off from the bones, but Loge had consumed both the flesh and the bones, and the trough too. All agreed that Loki had lost the wager. Then Utgard-Loki asked what game that young man knew. Thjalfi answered that he would try to run a race with anyone that Utgard-Loki might designate. Utgard-Loki said this was a good feat, and added that it was to be hoped that he excelled in swiftness if he expected to win in this game, but he would soon have the matter decided. He arose and went out. There was an excellent racecourse along the flat plain. Utgard-Loki then summoned a young man whose name was Hugi, and bade him run a race with Thjalfi. Then they took the first heat, and Hugi was so much ahead that when he turned at the goal, he met Thjalfi. Said Utgard-Loki, "You must lay yourself more forward, Thjalfi, if you want to win the race. But this I confess, that there has never before come anyone hither who was swifter of foot than you." Then they took a second heat, and when Hugi came to the goal and turned, there was a long bolt shot to Thjalfi. Then said Utgard-Loki, "Thjalfi seems to me to run well. Still, I scarcely think he will win the race, but this will be proven when they run the third heat." Then they took one more heat. Hugi ran to the goal and turned back, but Thjalfi had not yet gotten to the middle of the course. Then all said that this game had been tried sufficiently. Utgard-Loki now asked Thor what feats there were that he would be willing to exhibit before them, corresponding to the tales that men tell of his great works. Thor replied that he preferred to compete with someone in drinking. Utgard-Loki said there would be no objection to this. He went into the hall, called his cupbearer, and requested him to take the sconce horn that his thanes were wont to drink from. The cupbearer immediately brought forward the horn and handed it to Thor. Said Utgard-Loki, "From this horn it is thought to be well drunk if it is emptied in one draught. Some men empty it in 2 draughts, but there is no drinker so wretched that he cannot exhaust it in 3. Thor looked at the horn and did not think it was very large, though it seemed pretty long, but he was very thirsty. He put it to his lips and swallowed with all his might, thinking that he should not have to bend over the horn a second time. But when his breath gave out, and he looked into the horn to see how it had gone with his drinking, it seemed to him difficult to determine whether there was less in it than before. Then said Utgard-Loki, "That is well drunk. Still it is not very much. I could never have believed it if anyone had told me that Asa Thor could not drink more, but I know you will be able to empty it in a second draught." Thor did not answer, but set the horn to his lips, thinking that he would now take a larger draught. He drank as long as he could, and drank deep, as he was wont, but still he could not make the tip of the horn come up as he would like. And when he set the horn away and looked into it, it seemed to him that he had drunk less than the first time, but the horn could now be borne without spilling. Then said Utgard-Loki, "How now, Thor? Are you not leaving more for the third draught than befits your skill? It seems to me that if you are to empty the horn with the third draught, then this will be the greatest. You will not be deemed so great a man here among us as the Asas, gods, call you, if you do not distinguish yourself more in other feats than you seem to me to have done in this." Then Thor became wroth, set the horn to his mouth, and drank with all his might, and kept on as long as he could, and when he looked into it, its contents had indeed visibly diminished, but he gave back the horn, and would not drink any more. Said Utgard-Loki, "It is clear that your might is not so great as we thought. Would you like to try other games? It is evident that you gain nothing by the first." Answered Thor, "I should like to try other games, but I should be surprised if such a drink at home among the Asas would be called small. What game will you now offer me?" Answered Utgard-Loki, "Young lads here think it nothing but play to lift my cat up from the ground, and I should never have dared to offer such a thing to Asa Thor, had I not already seen that you are much less of a man than I thought." Then there sprang forth on the floor a grey cat, and it was rather large. Thor went over to it, put his hand under the middle of its body, and tried to lift it up, but the cat bent its back in the same degree as Thor raised his hands, and when he had stretched them up as far as he was able, the cat lifted 1 foot, and Thor did not carry the game any further. Then said Utgard-Loki, "This game ended as I expected. The cat is rather large, and Thor is small, and little compared with the great men that are here with us." Said Thor, "Little as you call me, let anyone who likes come hither and wrestle with me, for I am now wroth." Answered Utgard-Loki, looking about him on the benches, "I do not see anyone here who would not think it a trifle to wrestle with you." And again he said, "Let me see first. Call hither that old woman, El, my foster mother, and let Thor wrestle with her if he wants to. She has thrown to the ground men who have seemed to me no less strong than Thor." Then there came into the hall an old woman. Utgard Loki bade her take a wrestle with Asa Thor. The tale is not long. The result of the grapple was that the more Thor tightened his grasp, the firmer she stood. Then the woman began to bestir herself, and Thor lost his footing. They had some very hard tussles, and before long Thor was brought down on one knee. Then Utgard Loki stepped forward, bade them cease the wrestling, and added that Thor did not need to challenge anybody else to wrestle with him in his hall. Besides, it was now getting late. He showed Thor and his companions to seats, and they spent the night there enjoying the best of hospitality. At daybreak the next day, Thor and his companions arose, dressed themselves, and were ready to depart. Then came Utgard Loki, and had the table spread for them, and there was no lack of feasting both in food and in drink. When they had breakfasted, they immediately departed from the burg. Utgard Loki went with them out of the burg, but at parting he spoke to Thor, and asked him how he thought his journey had turned out, or whether he had ever met a mightier man than himself. Thor answered that he could not deny that he had been greatly disgraced in this meeting. "And this I know," he added, "that you will call me a man of little account, whereat I am much mortified." Then said Utgard Loki, "Now I will tell you the truth, since you have come out of the burg, that if I live and may have my way, you shall never enter it again. And this I know, forsooth, that you should never have come into it, had I before known that you were so strong and that you had come so near bringing us into great misfortune. Know then that I have deceived you with illusions. In regard to the first contest, in which Loki took part, the facts were as follows. He was very hungry and ate fast, but he whose name was Loge was wildfire, and he burned the trough no less rapidly than the meat. When Thjalfi ran a race with him whose name was Huge, that was my thought, and it was impossible for him to keep pace with its swiftness. When you drank from the horn and thought it diminished so little, then, by my troth, it was a great wonder which I could never have deemed possible. One end of the horn stood in the sea. That you did not see. When you came to the seashore, you will discover how much the sea has sunk by your drinking. That is now called the ebb. Furthermore, he said, nor did it seem less wonderful to me that you lifted up the cat. And to tell you the truth, all who saw it were frightened when they saw that you raised one of its feet from the ground, for it was not such a cat as you thought. It was in reality the Midgard Serpent, which surrounds all lands. It was scarcely long enough to touch the earth with its tail and head, and you raised it so high that your hand nearly reached to heaven. It was also a most astonishing feat when you wrestled with El, for none has ever been, and none shall ever be, that Eld, old age, will not be able to get the better of him, though he gets to be old enough to abide her coming. And now the truth is that we must part, and it will be better for both of us that you do not visit me again. I will again defend my burg with similar or other delusions, so that you will get no power over me." When Thor heard this tale, he seized his hammer and lifted it into the air, but when he was about to strike, he saw Utgard Loki nowhere, and when he turned back to the burg and was going to dash that to pieces, he saw a beautiful and large plain, but no burg, so he turned and went his way back to Thrudvang. End of section 6. This recording is in the public domain. Section 7 of Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland, and the Search for the Poles. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Philip Watson. The World Story, Volume 8, Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland, and the Search for the Poles, edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 7, The Death of Balder, from the Younger Edda. The beginning of this tale is that Balder dreamed dreams great and dangerous to his life. When he told these dreams to the Asas, gods, they took counsel together, and it was decided that they should seek peace for Balder against all kinds of harm. So Frigg, mother of Balder, exacted an oath from fire, water, iron, and all kinds of metal, stones, earth, trees, sicknesses, beasts, birds, and creeping things, that they should not hurt Balder. When this was done and made known, it became the pastime of Balder and the Asas that he should stand up at their meetings, while some of them should shoot at him, others should hew at him, while others should throw stones at him. But no matter what they did, no harm came to him, and this seemed to all a great honor. When Loki, Laufey's son, saw this, it displeased him very much that Balder was not scathed. So he went to Frigg in Fensal, having taken on himself the likeness of a woman. Frigg asked this woman whether she knew what the Asas were doing at their meeting. She answered that all were shooting at Balder, but that he was not scathed thereby. Then said Frigg, "Neither weapon nor tree can hurt Balder. I have taken an oath from them all." Then asked the woman, "Have all things taken an oath to spare Balder?" Frigg answered, "West of Valhalla there grows a little shrub that is called the mistletoe. That seemed to me too young to exact an oath from." Then the woman suddenly disappeared. Loki went and pulled up the mistletoe and proceeded to the meeting. Hoder stood far to one side in the ring of men because he was blind. Loki addressed himself to him and asked, "Why do you not shoot at Balder?" He answered, "Because I do not see where he is, and furthermore, I have no weapons." Then said Loki, "Do like the others and show honor to Balder. I will show you where he stands. Shoot at him with this wand." Hoder took the mistletoe and shot at Balder under the guidance of Loki. The dart pierced him, and he fell dead to the ground. This is the greatest misfortune that has ever happened to gods and men. When Balder had fallen, the Asas were struck speechless with horror, and their hands failed them to lay hold of the corpse. One looked at the other, and all were of one mind toward him who had done the deed. But being assembled in a holy peace stead, no one could take vengeance. When the Asas at length tried to speak, the wailing so choked their voices that one could not describe to the other his sorrow. Odin took this misfortune most to heart, since he best comprehended how great a loss and injury the fall of Balder was to the Asas. When the gods came to their senses, Frigg spoke and asked who there might be among the Asas who desired to win all her love and goodwill by riding the way to Hel and trying to find Balder, and offering Hel a ransom if she would allow Balder to return home again to Asgard. But he is called Hermod the Nimble, Odin's swain, who undertook this journey. Odin's steed, Sleipnir, was led forth. Hermod mounted him and galloped away. The Asas took the corpse of Balder and brought it to the seashore. Hringhorn was the name of Balder's ship, and it was the largest of all ships. The gods wanted to launch it and make Balder's balefire thereon, but they could not move it. Then they sent to Jotunheim after the giantess whose name is Hyrroken. She came riding on a wolf and had twisted serpents for reins. When she alighted, Odin appointed 4 berserks to take care of her steed, but they were unable to hold him except by throwing him down to the ground. Hyrroken went to the prow and launched the ship with one single push, but the motion was so violent that fire sprang from the underlaid rollers, and all the earth shook. Then Thor became wroth, grasped his hammer, and would forthwith have crushed her skull, had not all the gods asked peace for her. Balder's corpse was borne out on the ship, and when his wife Nanna, daughter of Nep, saw this, her heart was broken with grief, and she died. She was borne to the funeral pile and cast on the fire. Thor stood by and hallowed the pile with Mjolnir. Before his feet ran a dwarf, whose name is Lit. Him Thor kicked with his foot and dashed into the fire, and he too was burned. But this funeral pile was attended by many kinds of folk. First of all came Odin, accompanied by Frigg and the Valkyries and his ravens. Frey came riding in his chariot, drawn by the boar called Gullinburste, or Slidrugtane. Heimdall rode his steed Gulltop, and Freya drove her cats. There was a large number of frost giants and mountain giants. Odin laid on the funeral pile his gold ring Draupnir, which had the property of producing every 9th night 8 gold rings of equal weight. Baldur's horse, fully caparisoned, was led to his master's pile. But of Hermod it is to be told that he rode 9 nights through deep and dark valleys, and did not see light until he came to the Gjallar river and rode on the Gjallar bridge, which is thatched with shining gold. Moldgud is the name of the man who guards the bridge. She asked him for his name, and of what kin he was, saying that the day before there rode 5 Fjalkis, kingdoms' bands, of dead men over the bridge. But, she added, it does not shake less under you alone, and you do not have the hue of dead men. Why do you ride the way to hell? He answered, I am to ride to hell to find Balder. Have you seen him pass this way? She answered that Balder had ridden over the Gjallar bridge, adding, but downward and northward lies the way to hell. Then Hermod rode on till he came to Hell's gate. He alighted from his horse, drew the girths tighter, remounted him, clapped the spurs into him, and the horse leaped over the gate with so much force that he never touched it. Thereupon Hermod proceeded to the hall and alighted from his steed. He went in and saw there sitting on the foremost seat his brother Balder. He tarried there overnight. In the morning he asked Hel whether Balder might ride home with him, and told how great weeping there was among the Asas. But Hel replied that it should now be tried whether Balder was so much beloved as was said. If all things, said she, both quick and dead, will weep for him, then he shall go back to the Asas. But if anything refuses to shed tears, then he shall remain with Hel. Hermod arose, and Balder accompanied him out of the hall. He took the ring Draupnir, and sent it as a keepsake to Odin. Nanna sent Frigg a kerchief and other gifts, and to Fulla she sent a ring. Thereupon Hermod rode back and came to Asgard, where he reported the tidings he had seen and heard. Then the Asas sent messengers all over the world, praying that Balder might be wept out of Hel's power. All things did so, men and beasts, the earth, stones, trees, and all metals, just as you must have seen that these things weep when they come out of frost and into heat. When the messengers returned home and had done their errand well, they found a certain cave wherein sat a giantess whose name was Thok. They requested her to weep Balder from Hel, but she answered, Thok will weep with dry tears, for Balder's burial, neither in life nor in death, gave he to me gladness. Let Hel keep what she has. It is generally believed that this Thok was Loki, Laufey's son, who has wrought most evil among the Asas. He was repaid for this in a way that he will long remember. The gods became exceedingly wroth, as might be expected, so he ran away and hid himself in a rock. Here he built a house with 4 doors, so that he might keep an outlook on all sides. Oftentimes in the daytime he took on him the likeness of a salmon, and concealed himself in Franingr Force. Then he thought to himself what stratagems the Asas might have recourse to in order to catch him. Now, as he was sitting in his house, he took flax and yarn and worked them into meshes, in the manner that nets have since been made. But a fire was burning before him. Then he saw that the Asas were not far distant. Odin had been seen from Hlidskjalf, where Loki kept himself. Loki immediately sprang up, cast the net on the fire, and leaped into the river. When the Asas came to the house, he entered first, who was wisest of them all, and whose name was Kvasir. And when he saw in the fire the ashes of the net that had been burned, he understood that this must be a contrivance for catching fish, and this he told to the Asas. Thereupon they took flax and made themselves a net after the pattern of that which they saw in the ashes, and which Loki had made. When the net was made, the Asas went to the river and cast it into the force. Thor held one end of the net, and all the other Asas laid hold of the other, thus jointly drawing it along the stream. Loki went before it and laid himself down between 2 stones, so that they drew the net over him. Although they perceived that some living thing touched the meshes, they went up to the force again and cast out the net a second time. This time they hung a great weight to it, making it so heavy that nothing could possibly pass under it. Loki swam before the net, and when he saw that he was near the sea, he sprang over the top of the net and hastened back to the force. When the Asas saw whither he went, they proceeded up to the force, dividing themselves into 2 bands, but Thor waded in the middle of the stream, and so they dragged the net along to the sea. Loki saw that he now had only 2 chances of escape, either to risk his life and swim out to sea, or to leap again over the net. He chose the latter and made a tremendous leap over the top line of the net. Thor grasped after him and caught him, but he slipped in his hand so that Thor did not get a firm hold before he got to the tail, and that is the reason why the salmon has so slim a tail. Now Loki was taken without truce and was brought to a cave. The gods took 3 rocks and set them up on edge and bored a hole through each rock. Then they took Loki's sons, Vale and Nare or Narfe. Vale they changed into the likeness of a wolf, whereupon he tore his brother Narfe to pieces, with whose intestines the Asas bound Loki over the 3 rocks. One stood under his shoulders, another under his loins, and the third under his hams, and the fetters became iron. Skade took a serpent and fastened up over him, so that the venom should drop from the serpent into his face. But Sigyn, his wife, stands by him and holds a dish under the venom drops. Whenever the dish becomes full, she goes and pours away the venom, and meanwhile the venom drops upon Loki's face. Then he twists his body so violently that the whole earth shakes, and this you call earthquakes. There he will lie bound until Ragnarok. End of section 7. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 8 of Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland, and the Search for the Poles. Read for LibriVox.org by Sonia. Proverbs from the Eddas. He who travelleth hath need of wisdom. The more the drunkard swallows, the less is his wisdom, till he loses his reason. No one ought to laugh at another until he is free from faults himself. One's own home is the best home, though never so small. Love both your friends and your friends' friends, but do not favour the friend of your enemies. Riches pass away like the twinkling of an eye. Of all friends, they are the most inconstant. Praise the fineness of the day when it is ended. Praise a woman when she is buried, a sword when you have proved it, a maiden after she is married, the ice when once you have crossed it, and the liquor after it is drunk. Trust not to the ice of one day's freezing. Be not the first to break with your friend. Sorrow gnaws the heart of him who hath no one to advise with but himself. End of section 8. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 9 of Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland, and the Search for the Poles, Boinnis Glacier and River, photograph, page 28. The scenery of Norway is most thrilling. The mountains are dignified and somber and vast. There are many lakes, thousands of feet above the sea. There are broad spreading fields of perpetual snow, and there are deep valleys overhung by enormous glaciers, which, forming in the heights, slide slowly down, huge rivers of ice cutting their own channels, growling and grumbling as they go, and marching resistlessly onward to the sea, or to the line of warmth which forbids farther advance. The Norwegian rivers dash swiftly to the sea, filling the land with furious waterfalls of strange, weird beauty, which plunge from heights of 1,000 feet or more, or leap from rock to rock in a wild abandon of delight. Most fascinating of all Norwegian scenes are the fjords, deep, narrow channels by which the water pierces its way far up into the land. Each of these has at least one waterfall, but they afford also a glorious panorama of rugged mountains, sunlit fields, valleys, and homesteads, of fresh green meadows and gloomy forests. Of these fjords, Harriet Martineau has well said, "It is difficult to say whether these fjords are the most beautiful in summer or in winter. In summer they glitter with golden sunshine, and purple and green shadows from the mountain and forest lie on them, and these may be more lovely than the faint light of the winter moons of those latitudes, and the snowy pictures of frozen peaks, which then show themselves on the surface. But before the day is half over, out come the stars, the glorious stars, which shine like nothing that we have ever seen. There the planets cast a faint shadow, as the young moon does with us. And these planets and the constellations of the sky, as they silently glide over from peak to peak of these rocky passes, are imaged on the waters." End of section 9. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 10 of Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland, and the Search for the Poles. Read for LibriVox.org by April 6090, California, United States of America. Norway, Part II, Tales of the Sea-rovers. Historical note. Our first knowledge of the history of Norway comes from the sagas, or hero stories, handed down from one generation to another by word of mouth until the time came when they were put into writing. Far less is known than might be wished, for little that can be trusted goes back to the 9th century. The tiny kingdoms which were scattered over the land were then united by Harald Fairhair, and a rude feudal system was introduced. A great number of the jarls or nobles, unwilling to submit to any authority, set out in their stout ships to conquer homes for themselves in other lands. From Archangel to Constantinople, these Viking sea-rovers roamed in their dragon-prowed galleys, thirsting for battle and for plunder, until their name grew terrible throughout Western Europe. During the 11th century, Christianity was introduced by King Olaf Tryggvason, 996 to 1000, and Olaf the Saint, 1015 to 1030. Royal missionaries who relied not on argument but on the sword for the conversion of their subjects. The last of these kings was driven from his throne by Knut, King of Denmark and England. But the rule of Denmark passed with the life of Knut, and for 300 years Norwegian sovereigns wore the Norwegian crown. In the middle of the 12th century, a civil war broke out which devastated the country, until the accession in 1217 of Hakon IV, an energetic monarch who restored the county's prosperity and conquered Iceland. End of section 10. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 11 of Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland, and the Search for the Poles. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nemo. The World Story Volume 8. Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland, and the Search for the Poles. Edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 11. The Discoverer of the North Cape, about 890, by Henry Wadsworth Longfellow. This story of the discovery of the North Cape was told to Alfred the Great by the old sea captain, Ohthere. Longfellow, in his poem, has followed closely the account set down by Alfred in his notebook. The Editor. Ohthere, the old sea captain, who dwelt in Helgoland, to King Alfred, the lover of truth, brought a snow-white walrus tooth, which he held in his brown right hand. His figure was tall and stately, like a boy's his eye appeared. His hair was yellow as hay, but threads of a silvery gray gleamed in his tawny beard. Hearty and hale was Ohthere, his cheek had the color of oak, with a kind of laugh in his speech, like the sea tide on a beach, as unto the king he spoke. And Alfred, king of the Saxons, had a book upon his knees, and wrote down the wondrous tale of him who was first to sail into the Arctic seas. So far I lived to the northward, no man lives north of me. To the east are wild mountain chains, and beyond them meres and plains. To the westward all is sea. So far I lived to the northward, from the harbor of Scaringhishale. If you only sail by day, with a fair wind all the way, more than a month would you sail. I own 600 reindeer, with sheep and swine beside. I have tribute from the Finns, whalebone and reindeer skins, and ropes of walrus hide. I plowed the land with horses, but my heart was ill at ease, for the old seafaring men came to me now and then with their sagas of the seas, of Iceland and of Greenland, and the stormy Hebrides, and the undiscovered deep. Oh, I could not eat nor sleep for thinking of those seas. To the northward stretched the desert, how far I fain would know. So at last I sallied forth, and 3 days sailed due north, as far as the whale ships go. To the west of me was the ocean, to the right the desolate shore, but I did not slacken sail for the walrus or the whale, till after 3 days more. The days grew longer and longer, till they became as one, and northward through the haze I saw the sullen blaze of the red midnight sun. And then uprose before me, upon the water's edge, the huge and haggard shape of that unknown North Cape, whose form is like a wedge. The sea was rough and stormy, the tempest howled and wailed, and the sea fog, like a ghost, haunted that dreary coast. But onward still I sailed. 4 days I steered to eastward, 4 days without a night. Round in a fiery ring went the great sun, O King, with red and lurid light. Here Alfred, king of the Saxons, ceased writing for a while, and raised his eyes from his book with a strange and puzzled look, and an incredulous smile. But Othir, the old sea captain, he neither paused nor stirred, till the king listened, and then once more took up his pen, and wrote down every word. And now the land, said Othir, bent southward suddenly, and I followed the curving shore, and ever southward bore, into a nameless sea. And there we hunted the walrus, the narwhal, and the seal. Ha! 'Twas a noble game, and like the lightning's flame flew our harpoons of steel. There were 6 of us altogether, Norsemen of Helgoland. In 2 days and no more we killed of them 80, and dragged them to the strand. Here Alfred the truth-teller suddenly closed his book, and lifted his blue eyes, with doubt and strange surmise depicted in their look. And Othir, the old sea captain, stared at him wild and weird, then smiled till his shining teeth gleamed white from underneath his tawny, quivering beard. And to the king of the Saxons, in witness of the truth, raising his noble head, he stretched his brown hand and said, Behold this walrus tooth. End of section 11.
Section 12 of Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland, and the Search for the Poles. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World Story, Volume 8, Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland, and the Search for the Poles, edited by Eva March Tappan, Section 12. The Story of Hakon the Good, 934 to 961, from the Heimskringla. The Heimskringla is the history of the kings of Norway. It was written early in the 13th century by the Icelander Snorri Sturluson. Thing is an assembly or public meeting. Bonders are peasants or farmers. The Editor. Ketil Jemta, a son of Earl Onund of Sparbo, went eastward across the mountain ridge, and with him a great multitude, who took all their farm stock and goods with them. They cleared the woods and established large farms and settled the country afterwards called Jemtaland. Thorir Helsing, Ketil's grandson, on account of a murder, ran away from Jemtland and fled eastward through the forest and settled there. Many people followed, and that country which extends eastward down to the sea coast was called Helsingland, and its eastern parts are inhabited by Swedes. Now when Hakon Harfager took possession of the whole country, many people fled before him, both people of Drontheim and of Numedal districts, and thus new settlers came to Jemtland, and some all the way to Helsingland. The Helsingland people traveled into Sweden for their merchandise, and thus became altogether subjects of that country. The Jemtland people, again, were in a manner between the two countries, and nobody cared about them until Hakon entered into friendly intercourse with Jemtland and made friends of the more powerful people. Then they resorted to him and promised him obedience and payment of taxes, and became his subjects, for they saw nothing but what was good in him, and being of Norwegian race, they would rather stand under his royal authority than under the king of Sweden. And he gave them laws and rights to their land. All the people of Helsingland did the same, that is, all who were of Norwegian race, from the other side of the great mountain ridge. King Hakon was a good Christian when he came to Norway, but as the whole country was heathen, with much heathenish sacrifice, and as many great people, as well as the favor of the common people, were to be conciliated, he resolved to practice his Christianity in private. But he kept Sundays and the Friday fasts, and some token of the greatest holy days. He made a law that the festival of Yule should begin at the same time as Christian people held it, and that every man under penalty should brew a meal, that is, a measure of grain, of malt, into ale, and therewith keep the Yule holy as long as it lasted. Before him the beginning of Yule, or the slaughter night, was the night of midwinter, and Yule was kept for 3 days thereafter. It was his intent, as soon as he had set himself fast in the land and had subjected the whole to his power, to introduce Christianity. He went to work first by enticing to Christianity the men who were dearest to him, and many, out of friendship to him, allowed themselves to be baptized, and some laid aside sacrifices. He dwelt long in the Drontheim district, for the strength of the country lay there, and when he thought that by the support of some powerful people there he could set up Christianity, he sent a message to England for a bishop and other teachers, and when they arrived in Norway, Hakon made it known that he would proclaim Christianity over all the land. The people of Mora and Ramsdal referred the matter to the people of Drontheim. King Hakon then had several churches consecrated and put priests into them, and when he came to Drontheim, he summoned the Bonders to a thing and invited them to accept Christianity. They gave an answer to the effect that they would defer the matter until the frost of thing, at which there would be men from every district of the Drontheim country, and then they would give their determination upon this difficult matter. Sigurd, Earl of Lade, was one of the greatest men for sacrifices, and so had Hakon his father been, and Sigurd always presided, on account of the king, at all the festivals of sacrifice in the Drontheim country. It was an old custom that when there was to be sacrifice, all the Bonders should come to the spot where the temple stood and bring with them all that they required while the festival lasted. To this festival all the men brought ale with them, and all kinds of cattle, as well as horses, were slaughtered, and all the blood that came from them was called laut, and the vessels in which it was collected were called laut vessels. Laut staves were made like sprinkling brushes, with which the whole of the altars and the temple walls, both outside and inside, were sprinkled over, and also the people were sprinkled with the blood. But the flesh was boiled into savory meat for those present. The fire was in the middle of the floor of the temple, and over it hung the kettles, and the full goblets were handed across the fire. And he who made the feast, and was a chief, blessed the full goblets, and all the meat of the sacrifice. At first Odin's goblet was emptied for victory and power to his king. Thereafter Njord's and Freya's goblets for peace and a good season. Then it was the custom of many to empty the Braga goblet, *, over which vows were made, end of footnote. And then the guests emptied a goblet to the memory of departed friends, called the Remembrance Goblet. Sigurd the Earl was an open-handed man who did what was very much celebrated, namely, he made a great sacrifice festival at Lade, of which he paid all the expenses. Cormac Agmundsson sings of it in his Ballad of Sigurd. Of cup or platter need has none, the guest who seeks the generous one. Sigurd the generous, who can trace his lineage from the giant race. For Sigurd's hand his bounty is free, the guardian of the temple he loves the gods, his liberal hand scatters his sword's gains o'er the land. King Hakon came to the Frostathing, at which a vast multitude of people were assembled. And when the thing was seated, the king spoke to the people, and began his speech with saying it was his message and entreaty to the bonders and householding men, both great and small, and to the whole public in general, young and old, rich and poor, women as well as men, that they should all allow themselves to be baptized, and should believe in one God and in Christ the Son of Mary, and refrain from all sacrifices and heathen gods, and should keep holy the seventh day, and abstain from work on it, and keep a fast on the seventh day. As soon as the king had proposed this to the bonders, great was the murmur and noise among the crowd. They complained that the king wanted to take their labor and their old faith from them, and the land could not be cultivated in that way. The laboring men and slaves thought that they could not work if they did not get meat, and they said it was the character of King Hakon and his father and all the family to be generous enough with their money, but sparing with their diet. Asbjorn of Middlehouse in the Galardal stood up and answered thus to the king's proposal. We bonders, King Hakon, when we elected thee to be our king, and got back our Udal rights at the thing held in Drontheim, thought we had got into heaven. But now we don't know whether we have really got back our freedom, or whether thou wishest to make vassals of us again by this extraordinary proposal, that we should abandon the ancient faith which our fathers and forefathers have held from the oldest times, in the times when the dead were burnt, as well as since that they are laid under mounds, and which, although they were braver than the people of our days, has served us as a faith to the present time. We have also held thee so dear that we have allowed thee to rule and give law and right to all the country, and even now we bonders will unanimously hold by the law which thou givest us here in the Frostathing, and to which we have also given our assent, and we will follow thee and have thee for our king as long as there is a living man among us bonders here in this thing assembled. But thou, king, must use some moderation towards us, and only require from us such things as we can obey thee in, and as are not impossible for us. If, however, thou wilt take up this matter with a high hand, and wilt try thy power and strength against us, we bonders have resolved among ourselves to part with thee, and to take to ourselves some other chief, who will so conduct himself towards us that we can freely and safely enjoy that faith that suits our own inclinations. Now, king, thou must choose one or other of these conditions before the thing is ended. The bonders gave loud applause to this speech, and said it expressed their will, and that they would stand or fall by what had been spoken. When silence was again restored, Earl Sigurd said, "It is King Hakon's will to give way to you, the bonders, and never to separate himself from your friendship." The bonders replied that it was their desire that the king should offer a sacrifice for peace and a good year, as his father was wont to do, and thereupon the noise and tumult ceased, and the thing was concluded. Earl Sigurd spoke to the king afterwards, and advised him not to refuse altogether to do as the people desired, saying there was nothing else for it but to give way to the will of the bonders. For it is, as thou hast heard thyself, the will and earnest desire of the head people as well as of the multitude. Hereafter we may find a good way to manage it, and in this resolution the king and earl agreed. The harvest thereafter, towards the winter season, there was a festival of sacrifice at Lade, and the king came to it. It had always been his custom before, when he was present at a place where there was sacrifice, to take his meals in a little house by himself or with some few of his men. But the Bonders grumbled that he did not seat himself on his throne at these, the most joyous of the meetings of the people. The earl said that the king should do so this time. The king accordingly sat upon his throne. Now when the first goblet was filled, Earl Sigurd spoke some words over it, blessed it in Odin's name, and drank to the king out of the horn. And the king then took it and made the sign of the cross over it. Then said Kara of Gritting, "What does the king mean by doing so? Will he not sacrifice?" Earl Sigurd replies, "The king is doing what all of you do who trust to your power and strength. He is blessing the full goblet in the name of Thor, by making the sign of his hammer over it before he drinks it." On this there was quietness for the evening. The next day, when the people sat down to table, the Bonders pressed the king strongly to eat of horse flesh. Footnote, the special sign of devotion to Odin. End of footnote. And as he would on no account do so, they wanted him to drink of the soup. And as he would not do this, they insisted he should at least taste the gravy. And on his refusal, they were going to lay hands on him. Earl Sigurd came and made peace among them by asking the king to hold his mouth over the handle of the kettle, upon which the fat smoke of the boiled horseflesh had settled itself, and the king first laid a linen cloth over the handle, and then gaped over it, and returned to the throne. But neither party was satisfied with this. The winter thereafter the king prepared a Yule feast in Mora, and 8 chiefs resolved with each other to meet at it. 4 of them were from without the Dramtheim district, namely Kara of Gritting, Asbjorn of Middlehouse, Thorberg of Varnes, and Orm from Lyra, and from the Dramtheim district Blotolf of Albus Hug, Narfa of Staff and Virdal, Thrond Haka from Egge, and Thora Skeg from Husabo in Inderen. These 8 men bound themselves, the 4 first to root out Christianity in Norway, and the 4 others to oblige the king to offer sacrifice to the gods. The 4 first went in 4 ships southwards to Mora, and killed 3 priests and burnt 3 churches, and then they returned. Now when King Hakon and Earl Sigurd came to Mora with their court, the Bonders assembled in great numbers, and immediately on the first day of the feast the Bonders insisted hard with the king that he should offer sacrifice, and threatened him with violence if he refused. Earl Sigurd tried to make peace between them, and brought it so far that the king took some bits of horse liver and emptied all the goblets the Bonders filled for him. But as soon as the feast was over, the king and the earl returned to Lada. The king was very ill pleased, and made himself ready to leave Drontheim forthwith with all his people, saying that the next time he came to Drontheim he would come with such strength of men and arms that he would repay the Bonders for their enmity towards him. Earl Sigurd entreated the king not to take it amiss of the Bonders, adding that it was not wise to threaten them, or to make war upon the people within the country, and especially in the Drontheim district, where the strength of the land lay. But the king was so enraged that he would not listen to a word from anybody. He went out from Drontheim and proceeded south to Mora, where he remained the rest of the winter and on to the spring season. And when summer came, he assembled men, and the report was that he intended with his army to attack the Drontheim people. War arose, however, and instead of King Hakon's attacking the people of Drontheim, he was glad of their help to defend his kingdom. Peace therefore was made, and the enemy was driven from the land. Hakon ruled for many years and won the hearts of his subjects. At length their enemies came upon them again, and the king was sorely wounded. When King Hakon came out to his ship, he had his wound bound up, but the blood ran from it so much and so constantly that it could not be stopped, and when the day was drawing to an end, his strength began to leave him. Then he told his men that he wanted to go northwards to his house at Alreskstad, but when he came north as far as Hakon's hill, they put in towards the land, for by this time the king was almost lifeless. Then he called his friends around him and told them what he wished to be done with regard to his kingdom. He had only one child, a daughter called Thora, and had no son. Now he told them to send a message to Eric's sons that they should be kings over the country, but asked them to hold his friends in respect and honor. And if fate, added he, should prolong my life, I will at any rate leave the country and go to a Christian land, and do penance for what I have done against God. But should I die in heathen land, give me any burial you think fit. Shortly afterwards Hakon expired at the little hill on the shore side at which he was born. So great was the sorrow over Hakon's death that he was lamented both by friends and enemies. and they said that never again would Norway see such a king. His friends removed his body to Seeheim in North Hordaland, and made a great mound, in which they laid the king in full armour, and in his best clothes, but with no other goods. They spoke over his grave as heathen people are used to do, and wished him in Valhalla. Eyvind Skaldespiller composed a poem on the death of King Hakon, and on how well he was received in Valhalla. The poem is called Hakon Armal. In Odin's hall an empty place stands for a king of Yngve's race. Go, my Valkyries, Odin said, go forth, my angels of the dead, Gondel and Skogul to the plain, drenched with the battle's bloody rain, and to the dying Hakon tell, here in Valhalla he shall dwell. At Stord, so late a lonely shore, was heard the battle's wild uproar. The lightning of the flashing sword burned fiercely at the shore of Stord. From levelled halberd and spearhead, lifeblood was dropping fast and red, and the keen arrows biting sleet upon the shore at Stord fast beat. Upon the thundering cloud of shield flashed bright the sword storm o'er the field, and on the plate mail rattled loud the arrow showers rushing cloud. In Odin's tempest weather there, swift whistling through the angry air, and the spear torrent swept away ranks of brave men from light of day. With battered shield and blood-smeared sword sits one beside the shore at Stord, with armor crushed and gashed sits he, a grim and ghastly sight to see, and round about in sorrow stand the warriors of his gallant band, because the king of Durgland's race in Odin's hall must fill a place. Then up spake Gondel, standing near, resting upon her long ash spear, Hakon, the god's cause, prospers well, and thou in Odin's halls shalt dwell. The king beside the shore of Stord the speech of the Valkyrie heard, who sat there on her coal-black steed, with shield on arm and helm on head. Thoughtful said Hakon, tell me why, ruler of battles, victory is so dealt out on Stord's red plain? Have we not well deserved to gain? And is it not as well dealt out? Said Gondel, hearest thou not the shout? The field is cleared, the foemen run, the day is ours, the battle won. Then Skogul said, my coal-black steed, home to the gods, I now must speed to their green home, to tell the tiding that Hakon's self is hither riding. To Hermod and to Braga then, said Odin, here the first of men, brave Hakon comes, the Norsemen's king, go forth, my welcome to him bring. Fresh from the battlefield came in, dripping with blood, the Norsemen's king. Methinks, said he, great Odin's will is harsh, and bodes me further ill. Thy son from off the field today, from victory to snatch away. But Odin said, be thine the joy, Valhalla gives my own brave boy. And Braga said, 8 brothers here welcome thee to Valhalla's cheer, to drain the cup or fights repeat, where Hakon Eric's earls beat. Quoth the stout king, and shall my gear, helm, sword, and mail coat, axe and spear, be still at hand? 'Tis good to hold fast by our trusty friends of old. Well was it seen that Hakon still had saved the temples from all ill. Footnote, although a Christian, Hakon spared the heathen temples. End of footnote. For the whole council of the gods welcomed the king to their abodes. Happy the day when men are born like Hakon, who all base things scorn, win from the brave an honored name, and die amidst an endless fame. Sooner shall Fenris wolf devour the race of man from shore to shore, than such a grace to kingly crown, as gallant Hakon want renown. Life, land, friends, riches, all will fly, and we in slavery shall sigh, but Hakon in the blessed abodes forever lives with the bright gods. End of Section 12. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 13 of Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland, and the Search for the Poles. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Devorah Allen. The World's Story Volume 8. Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland, and the Search for the Poles. Edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 13. Stories of Olaf Tryggvason, King of Norway from 996 to 1000. The father of Olaf Tryggvason, grandson of Harald Fairhair, was an independent chief in Viken. After his murder, his wife Astrida fled to a tiny island in a lake, and there her son Olaf was born. The mother, still in danger from the murderers of her husband, took refuge in Russia with a kinsman. An outline of her son's adventurous career is given in the following pages. In the year 1000, Olaf contended with the Danes in a furious fight at sea. When most of his thanes had been killed, and he himself was sorely wounded, he sprang overboard. His foes tried to capture him, but he threw his shield over his head and sank beneath the blood-reddened waters. The story of this battle is told in the history of Sweden under the title, The Revenge of Sigurd the Haughty. Olaf was never seen in Norway again, but his people could not believe that he was dead, and soon a story arose that he had not been killed, but had dived under the vessel and escaped. Furthermore, he had, according to legend, put upon himself the grey cloak of a pilgrim, had journeyed to Rome in the Holy Land, and had finally become a hermit, dying in the odor of sanctity after much prayer and fasting. The Editor. Olaf's Youthful Adventures by Henry Wheaton. After residing for 9 years at the Russian court, Olaf left in the 19th year of his age, and cruised in the Baltic Sea as a Viking. He afterwards espoused the daughter of a Vend prince, and with his father-in-law joined the final expedition of the Emperor Otho against Denmark. He returned to his wife's country, where he remained 3 years, and on her death resumed his sea-roving life. He cruised for several years on the coasts of England, Scotland, Ireland, and France, and on his arrival at Sealy was converted to Christianity by a solitary monk or hermit in that remote and sequestered island. But he had probably acquired some notions of the Christian religion, as it was understood and practiced in those barbarous times, in Russia, and both the English and Norman chronicles assure us that he was solemnly baptized at London, and at Rouen in Normandy. Probably, like most of the northern adventurers of that age, he might not be unwilling to give repeated proofs in different countries and at different times of his determination to renounce the errors of paganism. The fame of the exploits of Olaf Tryggvason reached the ear of the tyrant of Norway, who heard with terror that there was a youthful hero of the race of Harald Hardruler still surviving, who might challenge his claim to the Norwegian scepter. Hakon sent one of his subtlest agents, Thor Klaka, to Dublin in Ireland, where Olaf had married a Northman princess of that country, to discover and circumvent him with artful wiles. Thor, who had before visited Ireland, both as a merchant and a sea-rover, presented himself to Olaf as one of the victims of Hakon's tyranny, and represented that his countrymen would receive with open arms the descendant of their ancient princes as a deliverer from a yoke which had become insupportable. Encouraged by these solicitations, Olaf set sail for Norway, accompanied by his pretended friend, Thor. On their arrival in that country, they found that the greater part of the chieftains and people had actually risen in arms against Hakon. Thor was confounded at finding what he had deceitfully represented to Olaf actually realized during his absence. He endeavored in vain to find out Hakon, who had fled before the rising storm, and sought a refuge in a distant part of the country with a woman of illustrious birth, named Thora, who provided him a hiding place in a secret grotto, where he remained concealed from his enemies. In the meantime, Thor returned to the ship, and advised Olaf to land and take advantage of the disposition of the people in his favor, intending, however, to lead him into an ambush, and thus consummate his treachery by slaying the young prince. But Olaf anticipated the designs of Thor, and caused him to be put to death before he could accomplish his intentions. There was now a general rising of the Norwegians against Hakon, who was assassinated by one of his own slaves. The bloody head of his enemy was brought to Olaf, who commanded the slave to be instantly put to death. Both their heads were then fixed up at the place of execution for common malefactors, and exposed to the gaze of the multitude, who expressed their hate by covering them with a shower of stones. The people of Norway immediately elected Olaf to fill the vacant throne. He was recommended to their choice not only by his birth, being a lineal descendant of Harald I, and, what was scarcely of less importance with the northern nations, by his manly beauty, but also by his heroic spirit, valor, and reputation for wisdom and knowledge acquired in foreign lands. How Gyda chose Olaf for a husband. From the Heimskringla. While Olaf Tryggvason lay in the Scilly Isles, he heard of a seer, or fortune-teller, on the islands, who could tell beforehand things not yet done, and what he foretold, many believed was really fulfilled. Olaf became curious to try this man's gift of prophecy. He therefore sent one of his men, who was the handsomest and strongest, clothed him magnificently, and bade him say he was the king, for Olaf was known in all countries as handsomer, stronger, and braver than all others, although after he had left Russia he retained no more of his name than that he was called Ola, and was Russian. Now when the messenger came to the fortune-teller, and gave himself out for the king, he got the answer, "Thou art not the king, but I advise thee to be faithful to thy king." And more he would not say to that man. The man returned and told Olaf, and his desire to meet the fortune-teller was increased. And now he had no doubt of his being really a fortune-teller. Olaf repaired himself to him, and entering into conversation, asked him if he could foresee how it would go with him with regard to his kingdom, or of any other fortune he was to have. The hermit replies in a holy spirit of prophecy, "Thou wilt become a renowned king, and do celebrated deeds. Many men wilt thou bring to faith and baptism, and both to thy own and others' good. And that thou mayest have no doubt of the truth of this answer, listen to these tokens. When thou comest to thy ships, many of thy people will conspire against thee, and then a battle will follow in which many of thy men will fall, and thou wilt be wounded almost to death, and carried upon a shield to thy ship. Yet after 7 days thou shalt be well of thy wounds, and immediately thou shalt let thyself be baptized." Soon after, Olaf went down to his ships, where he met some mutineers and people who would destroy him and his men. A fight took place, and the result was what the hermit had predicted, that Olaf was wounded and carried upon a shield to his ship, and that his wound was healed in 7 days. Then Olaf perceived that the man had spoken truth, that he was a true fortune-teller and had the gift of prophecy. Olaf went once more to the hermit, and asked particularly how he came to have such wisdom in foreseeing things to be. The hermit replied that the Christian's God himself let him know all that he desired, and he brought before Olaf many great proofs of the power of the Almighty. In consequence of this encouragement, Olaf agreed to let himself be baptized, and he and all his followers were baptized forthwith. He remained here a long time, took the true faith, and got with him priests and other learned men. In autumn, Olaf sailed from Scilly to England, where he put into a harbour, but proceeded in a friendly way, for England was Christian, and he himself had become a Christian. At this time a summons to a thing went through the country, that all men should come to hold a thing. Now when the thing was assembled, a queen called Gyda came to it, a sister of Olaf Quarren, who was king of Dublin in Ireland. She had been married to a great earl in England, and after his death she was at the head of his dominions. In her territory there was a man called Alfin, who was a great champion and single combat man. He had paid his addresses to her, but she gave for answer that she herself would choose whom of the men in her dominions she would take in marriage, and on that account the thing was assembled, that she might choose a husband. Alfin came there dressed out in his best clothes, and there were many well-dressed men at the meeting. Olaf had come there also, but he had on his bad-weather clothes and a coarse overgarment, and stood with his people apart from the rest of the crowd. Gyda went round and looked at each, to see if any appeared to her a suitable man. Now when she came to where Olaf stood, she looked at him straight in the face, and asked what sort of man he was. He said, "I am called Olaf, and I am a stranger here." Gyda replies, "Wilt thou have me if I choose thee?" "I will not say no to that," answered he, and he asked what her name was, her family and descent. "I am called Gyda," said she, "and am daughter of the King of Ireland, and was married in this country to an earl who ruled over this territory. Since his death I have ruled over it, and many have courted me, but none to whom I would choose to be married." She was a young and handsome woman. They afterwards talked over the matter together and agreed, and Olaf and Gyda were betrothed. Alfin was very ill pleased with this. It was the custom then in England, if two strove for anything, to settle the matter by single combat, and now Alfin challenges Olaf Tryggvason to fight about this business. The time and place for the combat were settled, and that each should have 12 men with him. When they met, Olaf told his men to do exactly as they saw him do. He had a large axe, and when Alfinn was going to cut at him with his sword, he hewed away the sword out of his hand, and with the next blow struck Alfinn himself. He then bound him fast. It went in the same way with all Alfinn's men. They were beaten down, bound, and carried to Olaf's lodging. Thereupon he ordered Alfinn to quit the country and never appear in it again, and Olaf took all his property. Olaf in this way got Gyda in marriage, and lived sometimes in England and sometimes in Ireland. King Olaf orders a poem. From the Heimskringla. As King Olaf one day was walking in the street, some men met him, and he who went the foremost saluted the king. The king asked the man his name, and he called himself Hallfrid. "Art thou the skald?" said the king. "I can compose poetry," replied he. "Wilt thou then adopt Christianity, and come into my service?" asked the king. "If I am baptized," replied he, "it must be on one condition, that thou thyself art my godfather, for no other will I have." The king replied, "That I will do." And Hallfrid was baptized, the king holding him during the baptism. Afterwards the king said, "Wilt thou enter into my service?" Hallfrid replied, "I was formerly in Earl Hakon's court, but now I will neither enter into thine nor into any other service, unless thou promise me it shall never be my lot to be driven away from thee." "It has been reported to me," said the king, "that thou art neither so prudent nor so obedient as to fulfill my commands." "In that case," replied Hallfrid, "put me to death." "Thou art a skald who composes difficulties," said the king. "But into my service, Hallfrid, thou shalt be received." Hallfrid said, "If I am to be named the composer of difficulties, what dost thou give me, king, on my name-day?" The king gave him a sword without a scabbard, and said, "Now compose me a song upon this sword, and let the word sword be in every line of the verses." Hallfrid sang thus: "This sword of swords is my reward, from him who knows to wield a sword. And with his sword to serve his lord, yet wants a sword, his lot is hard. I would I had my good lord's leave, for this good sword's sheath to choose. I'm worth 3 swords where men's swords use, but for the sword sheath now I grieve." Then the king gave him the scabbard, observing that the word sword was wanting in one line of his strophe. "But there are 3 swords in at least 2 other lines," said Hallfrid. "So it is," replied the king. Out of Hallfrid's lays we have taken the most of the true and faithful accounts that are here related about Olaf Tryggvason. End of section 13.
Section 14 of Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland, and the Search for the Poles. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sandra Schmidt. The World Story, Volume 8. Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland, and the Search for the Poles. Edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 14. Ironbeard by Henry Wadsworth Longfellow. Olaf the King, one summer morn, blew a blast on his bugle horn, sending his signal through the land of Drontheim. And to the husting, held at Mere, gathered the farmers far and near, with their war weapons ready to confront him. Ploughing under the morning star, old Ironbeard in Irial heard the summons, chuckling with a low laugh. He wiped the sweat drops from his brow, unharnessed his horses from the plough, and clattering came on horseback to King Olaf. He was the churliest of the churls, little he cared for king or earls, bitter as home-brewed ale were his foaming passions. Hodden grey was the garb he wore, and by the hammer of Thor he swore, he hated the narrow town and all its fashions. But he loved the freedom of his farm, his ale at night by the fireside warm, Gudrun his daughter with her flaxen tresses. He loved his horses and his herds, the smell of the earth and the song of the birds, his well-filled barns, his brook with its watercresses.
Huge and cumbersome was his frame, his beard from which he took his name, frosty and fierce, like that of Hymir the giant. So at the husting he appeared, the farmer of Yrjar, Ironbeard, on horseback, in an attitude defiant. And to King Olaf he cried aloud, out of the middle of the crowd, that tossed about him like a stormy ocean, "Such sacrifices shalt thou bring to Odin and to Thor, O king, as other kings have done in their devotion." King Olaf answered, "I command this land to be a Christian land. Here is my bishop, who the folk baptizes. But if you ask me to restore your sacrifices, stained with gore, then I will offer human sacrifices. Not slaves and peasants shall they be, but men of note and high degree, such men as Orm of Lyra and Kar of Gritting." Then to the temple strode he in, and loud behind him heard the din of his men-at-arms, and the peasants fiercely fighting. There in the temple, carved in wood, the image of great Odin stood, and other gods, with Thor supreme among them. King Olaf smote them with the blade of his huge war-axe, gold inlaid, and downward shattered to the pavement flung them. At the same moment rose without, from the contending crowd, a shout, a mingled sound of triumph and of wailing. And there upon the trampled plain the farmer Ironbeard lay slain, midway between the assailed and the assailing. King Olaf from the doorway spoke, "Choose ye between two things, my folk, to be baptized or given up to slaughter." And seeing their leader stark and dead, the people with a murmur said, "O king, baptize us with thy holy water." So all the Drontheim land became a Christian land in name and fame, in the old gods no more believing and trusting. And as a blood atonement, soon King Olaf wed the fair Gudrun, and thus in peace ended the Drontheim husting. End of section 14. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 15 of Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland, and the Search for the Poles. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World's Story, Volume 8, Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland, and the Search for the Poles, edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 15, Stories of Olaf the Saint, 1015 to 1030. Olaf II was king of Norway from 1015 to 1028. He was sent to sea to cruise and fight when he was only 12 years old. A wise old counselor went with him, but he himself seems really to have been in command when he was hardly more than a boy, and to have had ideas of his own even then. One of the most interesting of his schemes was his plan, which is here described, to capture London Bridge. The Danes were in power in London, and King Ethelred II apparently hired Olaf to come to his aid. Olaf aimed at uniting his kingdom and Christianizing his people. He was overcome by Knut, and in the attempt to regain his throne, he was slain in 1030 by his own subjects. Danish rule under the son of Knut proved to be less desirable than the rebellious chiefs had expected. The good qualities of Olaf returned to their minds, and soon he was looked upon as a saint. The Editor. Saint Olaf captures London Bridge from the Heimskringla. It was then the case that the Danish king, Svend Forked-Beard, was at that time in England with a Danish army, and had been fixed there for some time, and had seized upon King Ethelred's kingdom. The Danes had spread themselves so widely over England that it was come so far that King Ethelred had departed from the country and had gone south to the land. The same autumn that King Olaf came to England, it happened that King Sven died suddenly in the night in his bed, and it is said by Englishmen that Edmund the Saint killed him in the same way that the holy Mercurius had killed the apostate Julian. When Ethelred, the king of the English, heard this in Flanders, he returned directly to England, and no sooner was he come back than he sent an invitation to all the men who would enter into his pay to join him in recovering the country. Then many people flocked to him, and among others came King Olaf with a great troop of Northmen to his aid. They steered first to London and sailed into the Thames with their fleet, but the Danes had a castle within. On the other side of the river is a great trading place, which is called Suderviki. There the Danes had raised a great work, dug large ditches, and within had built a bulwark of stone, timber, and turf, where they had stationed a strong army. King Ethelred ordered a great assault, but the Danes defended themselves bravely, and King Ethelred could make nothing of it. Between the castle and Southwark there was a bridge, so broad that 2 wagons could pass each other upon it. On the bridge were raised barricades, both towers and wooden parapets, in the direction of the river, which were nearly breast high, and under the bridge were piles driven into the bottom of the river. Now when the attack was made, the troops stood on the bridge everywhere and defended themselves. King Ethelred was very anxious to get possession of the bridge, and he called together all the chiefs to consult how they should get the bridge broken down. Then said King Olaf he would attempt to lay his fleet alongside of it, if the other ships would do the same. It was then determined in this council that they should lay their war forces under the bridge, and each made himself ready with ships and men. King Olaf ordered great platforms of floating wood to be tied together with hazel bands, and for this he took down old houses, and with these as a roof he covered over his ship so widely that it reached over the ship's sides. Under this screen he set pillars so high and stout that there both was room for swinging their swords, and the roofs were strong enough to withstand the stones cast down upon them. Now when the fleet and men were ready, they rowed up along the river, but when they came near the bridge, there were cast down upon them so many stones and missile weapons, such as arrows and spears, that neither helmet nor shield could hold out against it, and the ships themselves were so greatly damaged that many retreated out of it. But King Olaf and the Northmen's fleet with him rowed quite up under the bridge, laid their cables around the piles which supported it, and then rowed off with all the ships as hard as they could down the stream. The piles were thus shaken in the bottom and were loosened under the bridge. Now as the armed troops stood thick of men under the bridge, and there were likewise many heaps of stones and other weapons upon it, and the piles under it being loosened and broken, the bridge gave way, and a great part of the men upon it fell into the river, and all the others fled, some into the castle, some into Southwark. Thereafter Southwark was stormed and taken. Now when the people in the castle saw that the river Thames was mastered, and that they could not hinder the passage of ships up into the country, they became afraid, surrendered the tower, and took Ethelred to be their king. So says Otar Swarte. London Bridge is broken down, gold is won, and bright renown, shields resounding, war horns sounding, Hilder shouting in the din, arrows singing, mail coats ringing, Odin makes our Olaf win. Saint Olaf and his little brother from the Heimskringla. This winter his stepfather Sigurd Sir died, and King Olaf went to Ringerike, where his mother Asta made a great feast for him. Olaf alone bore the title of king now in Norway. It is told that when King Olaf was on his visit to his mother Asta, she brought out her children and showed them to him. The king took his brother Guttorm on the one knee and his brother Halfdan on the other. The king looked at Guttorm, made a wry face, and pretended to be angry at them, at which the boys were afraid. Then Asta brought her youngest son, called Harald, who was 3 years old, to him. The king made a wry face at him also, but he looked the king in the face without regarding it. The king took the boy by the hair and plucked it, but the boy seized the king's whiskers and gave them a tug. "Then," said the king, "thou wilt be revengeful, my friend, some day." The following day the king was walking with his mother about the farm, and they came to a playground where Asta's sons, Guttorm and Halfdan, were amusing themselves. They were building great houses and barns in their play, and were supposing them full of cattle and sheep, and close beside them, in a clay pool, Harald was busy with chips of wood, sailing them in his sport along the edge. The king asked him what these were, and he answered these were his ships of war. The king laughed and said, "The time may come, friend, when thou wilt command ships." Then the king called to him Halfdan and Guttorm, and first he asked Guttorm, "What wouldst thou like best to have?" "Cornland," replied he. "And how great wouldst thou like thy cornland to be?" "I would have the whole Ness that goes out into the lake sown with corn every summer. On that Ness there are 10 farms." The king replied, "There would be a great deal of corn there." And turning to Halfdan, he asked, "And what wouldst thou like best to have?" "Cows," he replied. "How many wouldst thou like to have?" "When they went to the lake to be watered, I would have so many that they stood as tight round the lake as they could stand." "That would be a great housekeeping," said the king, "and therein ye take after your father." Then the king says to Harald, "And what wouldst thou like best to have?" "House servants." "And how many wouldst thou have?" "Oh, so many I would like to have as would eat up my brother Halfdan's cows at a single meal." The king laughed and said to Asta, "Here, mother, thou art bringing up a king." And more is not related of them on this occasion. How King Olaf Preached Christianity, by John Fulford Vickery. In the summer of that year King Olaf sailed down to Sondmoor, and leaving his ships in the fjord, went across the fields to Lesja and Gudbrandsdalen. He arrested the chief men in Dovre and elsewhere. They had either to accept Christianity or lose their lives and have their houses burnt. Those who were baptized were forced to give hostages for their future conduct. The result of this strong measure was that men left Norway in large numbers in preference to submitting to what they considered gross tyranny. The king then entered Lomdalen and exclaimed, when he saw its natural beauty and little farmhouses here and there, "What a pity such a pretty place should be laid in ashes." He went down the valley to a farm called Noes, where he remained 5 days, and the room he occupied remained untouched for centuries. The king sent messages to the men in the district to meet him and accept Christianity, with the alternative that they would be visited with fire and sword. Most of them fled to the other end of the Gudbrandsdal, where they considered themselves in safety. The chief man was Dale Gudbrand. He was a herse and had much influence. He sent a boot stick round, which in this case was a stick in the form of a bow, with a piece of cord at one end and the other charred, to signify that they might expect to be hung and their farms burnt. The place of meeting that Gudbrand fixed upon was Hundorp in the Gudbrandsdal. It was a place easily accessible by water as well as by land, and was well chosen for collecting men promptly. Gudbrand made a speech of forcible character to the men he had assembled. "There is come a man called by the name of Olaf. He will give us another faith than we have now, and will break down the images of our gods, because he says that he has a god mightier than our gods. It is a matter of surprise that so unreasonable a man is not swallowed up by the earth, and that our gods have not broken his neck long since. But I hope that when we carry Thor out, who now stands on his pedestal in the temple, he will be to us a comforter and friend. We shall then see this Olaf and his men melt like dew before the sun." At these words the Bonders shouted that if they got hold of Olaf they would kill him, and 700 men were sent under Gudbrand's son, who was then 18 years of age, to Bryden to fight the king. They remained there 3 days, and heard much of King Olaf from the men who had fled from the district which the king had visited. The king sowed priests broadcast, and journeyed towards Bryden, where he had heard the Bonders had collected in large numbers to oppose him. He rested during the night, and early in the morning he placed his men in good order for receiving an attack from the Bonders. He then rode forward and addressed them. They would not hear him, but howled like wolves, and struck their swords on their shields. The king's men advanced slowly, and threw their spears with such effect that the Bonders hesitated, and then fled. A few stood their ground, and were taken prisoners, and amongst them Gudbrand's son. King Olaf remained at Bryden for a few days, and sent Gudbrand's son to his father, with the message that he, the king, was not afraid to pay him a visit, and intended to do so. Gudbrand's son returned and told his father that it was not possible to resist such a man as King Olaf, that he feared nothing, and possessed a will and courage that no one could resist. "What do I hear?" said Gudbrand. "You have been a short way, and lost courage in that little distance." The night after, Gudbrand dreamt that a man appeared to him of bright and shining appearance. "Your son," said the man, "has won little honor in opposing King Olaf, but if you draw the sword against him, you and your people will fall, and the wolves will drag your bodies about, and the ravens hack them." Gudbrand was frightened at this dream, and his fright was not lessened when, on telling his dream to another chief of the Gudbrandsdalen, Thord Isterbelg, the latter told him that he had dreamt precisely the same. A council was called of the Bonders, and Gudbrand advised that, before fighting the man from the north, they had better hear what he had to say respecting his new doctrine. This appears to have been at once assented to, as Gudbrand sent his son to King Olaf with 12 men, and instructions to say that the Bonders wished to discuss the subject with him, and meanwhile that no attempt to attack the king would be made. King Olaf was pleased at this, and moved his force to meet the Bonders at a place agreed upon. This was between a farm called Lid and Hundorp. It was pouring with rain, but the king stood up and explained how Christianity had been accepted at Lesja, Bayog, and Lam, and how that the people there had taken down their heathen temples and believed in the God that had created heaven and earth. When the king sat down, Gudbrand rose and said that he did not understand how faith could be placed in a God that no one saw, whilst they, on the other hand, had a God they could see, and if it had not been raining so hard that they should have had their God present, when the very look of him would inspire fear. "If your God is worth anything, King Olaf, let him give us a cloudy day tomorrow, with no rain, when we can discuss the matter further." King Olaf went to his quarters, where he detained Gudbrand's son as a hostage. Before they went to bed, the king asked Gudbrand's son what the god was that his father had referred to. He replied that it was the image of the god Thor, who was tall and big, with his hammer in his hand, and supposed to be standing on a mountain ridge. The next day the king rose at daybreak. A church service was held, and after an early meal he attended the thing with Bishop Sigurd. The weather was cloudy, without rain, as Gudbrand had suggested. The bishop wore the full dress of a Catholic cleric, and spoke at some length of the advantages of Christianity and the infinite power and goodness of God. Thord Isterbelg rose and said, "The old unicorn who has just spoken has the use of his mouth. He has also a crooked staff in his hand and a ram's horn on his head. But can this God make a sunny day tomorrow, when we will meet him and his king, and either give way or fight, and meanwhile let each man go to his quarters?" The king had amongst his hermines, men of his bodyguard, a man named Kolben Kempe, on account of the great strength of his arms. He had a broad sword belted to his waist, and carried a heavy club. The king told Kolben that he was to stand close to him the next day, and directed holes to be bored in the Bonders' boats that were drawn up on land, and their horses led away so that they could not escape in case of a skirmish on the following day. As before, the king rose early, and after holding a church service he went to the thing, and saw a number of men carrying the wooden image of the god Thor. The Bonders rose and kneeled to their god, which was placed in the middle of the thing. The king and his men sat on one side, and the Bonders on the other. Dale Gudbrand rose and said, "Now, king, where's your god? He is not present, and neither you nor the unicorn, the bishop, appear so cheerful today as you did yesterday. You see the piercing eyes of our God. You seem as if you could not open your eyes, and I advise you to abandon your stiff-neckedness and worship our God, who has the power to destroy you in a moment." King Olaf whispered to Kolben Kempe, "Whilst I am speaking, and you see the Bonders' eyes are turned away from their idol, knock it down with your club." The king then rose and said, "You think we are afraid of your idol, Gudbrand? But there you are mistaken. How can we be afraid of a God who cannot do anything? He is blind and deaf and cannot move from where he is now. You ask where our God is. Look to the east and you will see a part of his works." The Bonders looked at the early sun, and as their heads were turned in that direction, Kolben Kempe smashed the image of the god Thor with his club. A number of lizards, snakes, and rats as large as cats came out of the image. They had grown fat on the offerings of the heathen. The Bonders ran to their boats, but they sank when put into the water on account of the holes which the king had directed to be bored in them. They then ran for their horses, but could not find them. At length they returned slowly to the Thingstead, the place of holding the Thing. King Olaf's clear voice was heard above the tumult. He pointed out the miserable idol they had worshipped, and his forcible speech altered the fortunes of the day. Gudbrand and his son were baptized, and supported the king's efforts to establish Christianity in the Gudbrandsdal. Olaf as a saint from the Heimskringla. King Olaf was slain by his own people at the Battle of Stiklestad in 1030 in his attempt to regain his kingdom, from which he had been driven by the Danes. The Editor. King Olaf fell on Wednesday, the 29th of July. It was near midday when the two armies met, and the battle began before 1:30, and before 3 the king fell. The darkness continued from about 1:30 to 3 also. Sigvat the Skald speaks thus of the result of the battle. The loss was great to England's foes, when their chief fell beneath the blows by his own thoughtless people given. When the king's shield in two was riven, the people's sovereign took the field. The people clove the sovereign's shield. Of all the chiefs that bloody day, Dug only came out of the fray. The Bonders did not spoil the slain upon the field of battle, for immediately after the battle there came upon many of them who had been against the king a kind of dread, as it were. Yet they held by their evil inclination, for they resolved among themselves that none who had fallen with the king should receive the interment which belongs to good men, but reckoned them all robbers and outlaws. But the men who had power and had relations on the field cared little for this, but removed their remains to the churches and took care of their burial. Thorgils Halmason and his son Grim went to the field of battle towards evening, when it was dusk, took King Olaf's corpse up and bore it to a little empty houseman's hut, which stood on the other side of their farm. They had light and water with them. Then they took the clothes off the body, swathed it in a linen cloth, laid it down in the house, and concealed it under some firewood, so that nobody could see it, even if people came into the hut. Thereafter they went home again to the farmhouse. A great many beggars and poor people had followed both armies, who begged for meat, and the evening after the battle many remained there, and sought lodging round about in all the houses, great or small. It is told of a blind man who was poor, that a boy attended him and led him. They went out around the farm to seek a lodging, and came to the same empty house, of which the door was so low that they had almost to creep in. And when the blind man had come in, he fumbled about on the floor, seeking a place where he could lay himself down. He had a hat on his head, which fell down over his face when he stooped down. He felt with his hands that there was moisture on the floor, and he put up his wet hand to raise his hat, and in doing so put his fingers on his eyes. There came immediately such an itching in his eyelids that he wiped the water with his fingers from his eyes, and went out of the hut, saying nobody could lie there, it was so wet. When he came out of the hut he could distinguish his hands and all that was near him, as far as things can be distinguished by sight in the darkness of night. And he went immediately to the farmhouse, into the room, and told all the people he had got his sight again, and could see everything, although many knew he had been blind for a long time, for he had been there before going about among the houses of the neighborhood. He said he first got his sight when he was coming out of a little ruinous hut, which was all wet inside. I groped in the water, said he, and rubbed my eyes with my wet hands. He told where the hut stood. The people who heard him wondered much at this event, and spoke among themselves of what it could be that produced it. But Thorgils, the peasant, and his son Grim thought they knew how this came to pass. And as they were much afraid the king's enemies might go there and search the hut, they went and took the body out of it, and removed it to a garden, where they concealed it, and then returned to the farm, and slept there all night. The 5th day after this, Thorir Hund came down the valley of Virdelen to Stiklestad. and many people, both chiefs and bonders, accompanied him. The field of battle was still being cleared, and people were carrying away the bodies of their friends and relations, and were giving the necessary help to such of the wounded as they wished to save. But many had died since the battle. Thorir Hund went to where the king had fallen, and searched for his body, but not finding it, he inquired if any one could tell him what had become of the corpse, but nobody could tell him where it was. Then he asked the bonder Thorgils, who said, "I was not in the battle, and knew little of what took place there, but many reports are abroad, and among others, that King Olaf has been seen in the night up at Staff, and a troop of people with him. But if he fell in the battle, your men must have concealed him in some hole or under some stone heap." Now, although Thorir Hund knew for certain that the king had fallen, many allowed themselves to believe and to spread abroad the report that the king had escaped from the battle, and would in a short time come again upon them with an army. Then Thorir went to his ships and sailed down the fjord, and the Bonder army dispersed, carrying with them all the wounded men who could bear to be removed. Thorgils Hjalmarsson and his son Grim had King Olaf's body, and were anxious about preserving it from falling into the hands of the king's enemies and being ill-treated, for they heard the Bonders speaking about burning it or sinking it in the sea. The father and son had seen a clear light burning at night over the spot on the battlefield where King Olaf's body lay, and since, while they concealed it, they had always seen at night a light burning over the corpse, therefore they were afraid the king's enemies might seek the body where this signal was visible. They hastened, therefore, to take the body to a place where it would be safe. Thorgils and his son accordingly made a coffin, which they adorned as well as they could, and laid the king's body in it, and afterwards made another coffin in which they laid stone and straw, about as much as the weight of a man, and carefully closed the coffin. As soon as the whole Bonder army had left Stiklestad, Thorgils and his son made themselves ready, got a large rowing boat, and took with them 7 or 8 men, who were all Thorgils' relations or friends, and privately took the coffin with the king's body down to the boat, and set the coffin containing the stones, and placed it in the boat where all could see it, and then went down the fjord with a good opportunity of wind and weather, and arrived in the dusk of the evening at Nidaros, where they brought up at the king's pier. Then Thorgils sent some of his men up to the town to Bishop Sigurd to say that they were come with the king's body. As soon as the bishop heard this news, he sent his men down to the pier, and they took a small rowing boat, came alongside of Thorgils' ship, and demanded the king's body. Thorgils and his people then took the coffin which stood in view, and bore it into the boat, and the bishop's men rowed out into the fjord, and sank the coffin in the sea. It was now quite dark. Thorgils and his people now rowed up into the river past the town, and landed at a place called Sourlid, above the town. Then they carried the king's body to an empty house standing at a distance from other houses, and watched over it for the night, while Thorgils went down to the town, where he spoke with some of the best friends of King Olaf, and asked them if they would dare take charge of the king's body. But none of them dared to do so. Then Thorgils and his men went with the body higher up the river, buried it in a sandhill on the banks, and leveled all around it, so that no one could observe that people had been at work there. They were ready with all this before break of day. When they returned to their vessel, went immediately out of the river, and proceeded on their way home to Stiklestad. In the sandhill where King Olaf's body had lain on the ground, a beautiful spring of water came up, and many human ailments and infirmities were cured by its waters. Things were put in order around it, and the water ever since has been carefully preserved. There was first a chapel built and an altar consecrated where the king's body had lain, but now Christ Church stands upon the spot. Archbishop Eystein had a high altar raised upon the spot where the king's grave had been when he erected the great temple which now stands there. And it is the same spot on which the altar of the old Christ Church had stood. It is said that Olaf's church stands on the spot on which the empty house had stood in which King Olaf's body had been laid for the night. The place over which the holy remains of King Olaf were carried up from the vessel is now called Olaf's Road, and is now in the middle of the town. The bishop adorned King Olaf's holy remains, and cut his nails and hair, for both grew as if he had still been alive. So says Sigvat the skald, "I lie not when I say the king seemed as alive in everything. His nails, his yellow hair still growing, and round his ruddy chin still flowing, as when to please the Russian queen his yellow locks adorned were seen. Or to the blind he cured, he gave a tress, their precious sight to save. End of section 15. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 16 of Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland, and the Search for the Poles. Read for LibriVox.org by phone. The Ancient Church of Gull. Photograph, page 76. The oldest stave or wooden churches of Norway, of which 24 survive, were built about 1100. There is a theory that they were reared by ship carpenters, and certainly they do manifest in many details the methods of shipbuilding. Moreover, their gables are ornamented with dragons' heads in the fashion of the old Viking boats. The decorations are a strange mixture of all sorts of things, for carved on capitals and portals of the doorways are found centaurs, dragons, beasts, birds, saga stories, and mythological legends. Charles Loring Brace says of one of these churches, "The first sensation on coming into view of it, in a solitary mountain valley, is as if suddenly seeing a huge mailed animal with many necks and heads resting on the earth, of something fantastic and living. You cannot in the least understand its structure or shape as a church on approaching." The church of Gull, which is here pictured, was originally at Gull in Hallingdal, but it was carried to Bygdø and set up in the Norwegian National Museum, the famous out-of-door collection which illustrates so perfectly the history and customs of Norway. End of section 16. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 17 of Norway, Sweden, and Denmark, Iceland, Greenland, and the Search for the Pole. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Wanda Wilke. The World's Story, Volume 8, Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland, and the Search for the Poles. Edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 17. King Magnus, who was reformed by a poem, reigned from 1035 to 1047 by Hjalmar H. Boinnis. When he, Magnus, was born, he was so small and feeble that it seemed as if he could not live many hours. It was in the middle of the night, and no one dared to wake the king. His friend, Sigvat Skald, was therefore called, and he assumed the responsibility of naming the child Magnus, after Carolus Magnus, the German emperor. A priest was then found who baptized it. When the king heard of the occurrence, he was very wroth, and chided the Skald. There was no one in his family named Magnus, and perhaps he even suspected that Sigvat had made a mistake in selecting the Latin surname of the emperor, rather than his real name, Karl. It was under these unpropitious circumstances that the boy was born who became the heir to St. Olaf's kingdom, and the love which a repentant people lavished upon his memory. He was not quite 11 years old when he was proclaimed king at the Thing, but well grown and intelligent. He allowed himself, during the first years of his reign, to be guided by the counsel of Einar Tamberskelver and Kalf Arneson, but soon gained sufficient independence of judgment to assert his own will. It was but a short time after the proclamation of Magnus as king that Harthonut prepared to invade Norway. Magnus, who was eager to punish the race of Knut for their insidious plottings against his father, also made warlike preparations, apparently with the intention of invading Denmark. Whether any actual fighting took place is not known. It is not improbable that some insignificant skirmishing may have been done. But before any decisive battle was fought, the chieftains in both countries interfered and persuaded the two youthful combatants to make peace. At a meeting at the Bren Islands at the mouth of the Gutta Elv, An agreement was made in accordance with which each made the other his heir and successor, in case he died without issue, 1038. This might indeed seem to be a remote contingency, but it actually came to pass 4 years later, when Hartenut died and Magnus was without opposition, proclaimed King of Denmark at the Viborgting, and received the allegiance of the people. Thus Norway and Denmark were for the first time united, and the descendants of Harald the Fair-haired were recognized by the Danish branch of Ragnar Lodbrok's race as their equals, as they already had been recognized by the branch governing Sweden. Magnus must have been aware that it was to the sainthood of his father that he owed this recognition, and he lost no opportunity to show his reverence for his memory. He commenced the erection of a church in Nidaros, which was to bear St. Olaf's name, and made him a new sarcophagus adorned with gold and silver and precious stones. It was natural enough that he should take pleasure in the society of those who had been nearest to his father and stood at his side at Stiklestad, but the hostility aroused by the battle and the events that led to it existed in some measure yet, and one party began to fan the smoldering embers of distrust in the king's mind and incite him to vengeance against the other. In spite of the amnesty which he had in Russia given to those who had borne arms against St. Olaf, he began now to punish all the leaders in the rebellion with great harshness. It was the Tronders particularly who had to bear the brunt of his wrath, because it was they who had made common cause with Knut, and had been foremost in driving the sainted king into exile. Kalf Arneson was among the first to experience the changed temper of King Magnus. Jealousies had early arisen between him and Einar Tamberskelver, both of whom called the king their foster son, and prided themselves on possessing his confidence. Once, it is said, Kalf had seated himself in Einar's seat next to the king, whereupon Einar sat down upon Kalf's shoulder, saying, "It behooves an old bull to be stalled before the calf." At a party at the estate Hogue in Verdeland, the king uttered to Einar a desire to visit the field where his father had fallen. "I can give you no information about that," answered Einar, "as I was not present, but let Kalf ride along with you. He can give you full particulars." "Then thou shalt accompany me, Kalf," said the king, and Kalf, though he was very reluctant, was obliged to follow. When they reached the battlefield, the king dismounted and asked to be shown the spot where his father had received his death wound. "He lay here," said Kalf, pointing with his spear. "Where didst thou stand then, Kalf?" asked Magnus. "Here, where I am now standing." "Then thy axe could well reach him," cried the king, flushing violently. "My axe did not reach him," Kalf replied, jumped on his horse, and rode away. He had already given orders to have his ship in readiness, loaded with all his movable goods, and as soon as he reached home he put to sea and sailed for the Orkneys. The great possessions which he left behind were confiscated by Magnus. Thorir Hund escaped punishment by making a pilgrimage to Jerusalem, from which he never returned. Harik of Thota was slain with the king's consent by a private enemy, and many others were deprived of their cattle and otherwise molested. The odious laws which had been given by Sweyn Alfhifason were not repealed, and the king acted as if he regarded himself as the master of everyone's goods, life, and liberty. But the Norsemen were not accustomed to endure arbitrary conduct in their kings. A general dissatisfaction spread through the country, and threatened to break out an open rebellion. In Siegen the peasants were already under arms, and at Trøndelag a largely attended meeting was held at which the bitterest denunciation of the king found utterance. Happily, however, some were present who were yet kindly disposed to Magnus, and these determined to let him know how the people felt toward him. The question then arose as to who was to undertake this hazardous mission, for Magnus was hot-tempered, and had, moreover, made up his mind to inflict exemplary punishment upon the rebellious Sonings. His friends determined to let chance decide. They drew lots, and the lot fell upon Sigvat Skald, who, in a song called the Lay of Candor, took the king earnestly to task for his inconsiderate harshness, warned him of the consequences, and reminded him of his duties to the people, who had of their own accord made him king. The song made a deep impression upon Magnus, and he was from that day a changed man. He gave up all plans of vengeance, became gentle and forgiving, and governed the land in accordance with the law. His kindness and charm of manner made him now so popular that scarcely enough could be said in his praise. The people called him Magnus the Good. Magnus, however, never forgot that he was king, and that it behooved him to rule his kingdom and punish its enemies. Sweyn, one of his earls, was unfaithful to him, and the king pursued him and overcame him in 2 naval battles. He also broke up an old nest of pirates at Jomsburg, on the German coast. In the spring of 1044, when Magnus was 20 years old, he returned to Norway. His fame filled the north, for so great things scarcely any king of his race had achieved at so early an age. In spite of his hot temper, he was well beloved by all his people, for with all his vehemence, he was upright, generous, and noble. A pleasant story is told of him which throws much light upon his character. In Magnus's guard there was a high-born Icelander named Thorstein, son of Sidahall. Like most of his countrymen, he was not amenable to discipline, and offended the king by going to Dublin without his permission. In return for this he was outlawed, but relying upon his friends and family connections, he returned to Norway, paying no heed to the judgment of outlawry. He brought with him some fine stud horses and offered them as a gift to Einar Tamberskelver, whose influence with the king was known to be great. Einar declined them, but his son Eindrida, not knowing of his father's refusal, accepted them with joy. He even invited Thorstein to be his guest for the winter, and had the hardihood to bring him in his company to the king's Yule feast. He was, however, persuaded by his father to return home with the outlaw before the king had seen him. On the 4th day after Christmas, Einar, who was sitting at Magnus's side, ventured to put in a good word for Thorstein, to which the king answered, "Let us talk of something else, for I would not willingly anger thee." 4 days later, Einar again mentioned the Icelander, but the king, with a perfectly friendly manner, dismissed the subject. Then Einar let 5 days pass, and once more asked that the Icelander be forgiven. "We will not speak of that," said Magnus, with some irritation. "I do not understand how thou canst presume to protect a man who has provoked my wrath." "That was my son Eindrid's doing, rather than mine," replied Einar. "But I did think that my prayer for a single man would have some weight with thee, when we in all things have done and will continue to do what will promote thy honor. I, my lord, shall be in an evil plight if you will not accept atonement in money from my son for Thorstein, instead of fighting with him. For I cannot bring it over my heart to carry arms against you. But this will I say, that I do not perceive that you remember how I went to find you east in Russia, became your foster father, and have since supported and strengthened your kingdom, thinking late and early of how I could advance your honor. Now I will depart from the land, and no more aid thee, but there will be those who say that thou wilt not be the gainer by all this." Thus spoke Einar in anger, jumped up from his seat, and went toward the door. But the king arose, hurried after him, and flung his arms about his neck. "Come back, my dear foster father," he cried. "Never shall aught, whatever it be, have the power to break our friendship. Take the man in peace, as it may please thee." End of section number 17. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 18 of Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland, and the Search for the Poles. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World Story, Volume 8, Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland, and the Search for the Poles. Edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 18. How King Harald Hard-Ruler gave his treasure for his life, 1049, by Hjalmar H. Harold's annual summer amusement consisted for some time in surprising the exposed ports on the Danish coast and harrying them with savage cruelty. At last, when both sides grew tired of this aimless destruction, it was agreed that Sven Estridsson should meet Harold at the mouth of the Gotha Elf and that the issue of the battle should decide in regard to the latter's claim to the throne of Denmark. At the time appointed, however, Sweyn failed to make his appearance, and Harold, after having waited for him in vain, sailed southward with his fleet, ravaging the coast of Jutland, burning the great city of Hedeby, Sleswick, and carrying away a number of high-born women, besides an enormous booty. He was far from expecting to be pursued by the Danes, and accordingly allowed his ships to scatter on their homeward way. Headwinds and foggy weather delayed the Norsemen, and one morning when they were laying to under the island of Lesso, they saw a sudden flash through the fog, which caused alarm. The king was called and asked what he supposed it to be. "The Danish fleet is upon us," he said. "That which shines is the golden dragon heads which flash in the morning sun." Resistance was not to be thought of, and flight seemed also hopeless. But the king's presence of mind did not desert him. He ordered the men to the oars, but the ships, which were heavy and swollen from having been long in the water, made little headway, and as the fog lifted, the Danish fleet, counting several hundred galleys, was seen bearing down upon them. Harold then commanded his men to nail bright garments and other precious things to logs and throw them overboard. The Danes, who could not resist the temptation to stop and pick them up, thereby lost time and were rebuked by Sweyn for their folly. Again the pursuit began, and Harold was obliged to throw overboard malt, beer, and pork in order to lighten his ships. Nevertheless, Sweyn was still gaining upon him, and Harold's own dragon ship, which was the hindmost, was in danger of being captured. Then, in sheer desperation, he made rafts out of barrels and boards, put the Danish matrons and maidens upon them, and lowered them into the sea. One after another of these rafts was sent out at intervals, and the pursuers, seeing their wives and daughters stretching out their arms to them, crying to be rescued, and some even struggling in the water, could not forbear to pause and save them. Thus Harold escaped, and Sweyn cursed his ill luck. Nevertheless, when he captured some laggards among the Norse galleys, he refused to take vengeance upon them. During a later expedition to Denmark, Harold displayed again the same presence of mind and daring invention. He had just beaten Sweyn in the battle of de Jursa, and felt perfectly safe in entering the long and narrow Limfjord for purposes of plunder. But Sweyn, hearing that his antagonist had gone into such a trap, hastily gathered what forces he could command, and laid to at Hals, where the fjord is so narrow that a few ships could easily engage a much superior number. Harold, perceiving that he was caught, gave orders to sail in through the fjord to the very end. Here a narrow isthmus separates the fjord from the North Sea. With enormous difficulty he now dragged his ships across the isthmus and sailed gaily northward, while Sweyn lay guarding the empty cage from which he had escaped. End of section 18. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 19 of Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland, and the Search for the Poles. Read for LibriVox.org by Chris Fields. How King Sigurd Smoked Out the Pirates, 1107, from the Heimskringla. In 1103, Magnus Barefoot died, and the kingdom was divided among his 3 sons. 4 years later, the second son, Sigurd, set out on a crusade. On his way, he paid a friendly visit to the English king, Henry I, then sailed to Spain, Italy, and the Holy Land. On the Spanish island of Formentara, one of the Balearic Islands, occurred the smoking out of the pirates, which is here described. The editor. King Sigurd then sailed eastward along the coast of Serkland, footnote, Northern Africa, end of footnote, and came to an island there called Formentara. There a great many heathen Moors had taken up their dwelling in a cave and had built a strong stone wall before its mouth. It was high up to climb to the wall, so that whoever attempted to ascend was driven back with stones or missile weapons. They harried the country all round, and carried all their booty to their cave. King Sigurd landed on this island and went to the cave, but it lay in a precipice, and there was a high winding path to the stone wall, and the precipice above projected over it. The heathens defended the stone wall, and were not afraid of the Northmen's arms, for they could throw stones or shoot down upon the Northmen under their feet. Neither did the Northmen under such circumstances dare to mount up. The heathens took out their clothes and other valuable things, carried them out upon the wall, spread them out before the Northmen, shouted and defied them, and upbraided them as cowards. Then Sigurd fell upon this plan. He had 2 ships' boats, such as we call barks, drawn up the precipice right above the mouth of the cave, and had thick ropes fastened around the stem, stern, and hull of each. In these boats as many men went as could find room, and then the boats were lowered by the ropes down in front of the mouth of the cave, and the men in the boats shot with stones and missiles into the cave, and the heathens were thus driven from the stone wall. Then Sigurd with his troops climbed up to the precipice to the foot of the stone wall, which they succeeded in breaking down, so that they came into the cave. Now the heathens fled within the stone wall that was built across the cave, on which the king ordered large trees to be brought to the cave, made a great pile in the mouth of it, and set fire to the wood. When the fire and smoke got the upper hand, some of the heathens lost their lives in it, some fled, some fell by the hands of the Northmen, and part were killed, part burned, and the Northmen made the greatest booty they had got on all their expeditions. So says Halldor the Skald, "'Twas a feast of renown, the boat lowered down, with the boat's crew brave, in front of the cave, while up the rocks scaling, and comrades up trailing, the Norsemen gain, and the blue men are slain." End of section 19. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 20 of Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland, and the Search for the Poles. Read for LibriVox.org by Sandra Schmidt. Birchlegs Carrying King Hakon by Knut Bergslien, Norwegian painter, born 1827. Painting, page 88. During the 12th century, Norway was torn by the strife of 2 contending factions, a popular or democratic party, the Birkebeiners, Birchlegs, so called because at first their poverty was so great that they were compelled to wear shoes of birch bark, and the church party, or Beglers, crozier men. In 1184, Sverre, the leader of the Birkebeiners, succeeded in gaining the crown and ruled Norway with a firm hand until his death. But in 1205, the line of King Sverre had apparently died out, and Norway was again in a state of confusion and anarchy. There was an heir to the throne, however, a baby of 1.5 years, the child of Sverre's son and the beautiful Inga, daughter of King Inga of Nidaros. The priest who had baptized the child and named him Hakon advised that his birth be concealed, lest in the strife of parties he should come to harm. At length, however, he decided to entrust the secret to one Erlend of Huseby, a faithful friend. Erlend realized, even better perhaps than the priest, the danger in which the child stood, and urged that he be sent to his grandfather, King Inga. In the depth of winter as it was, the boy was carried by the 2 friends through the snowy wilderness to Nidaros. Here he was well cared for, and in 1217 he was made king. End of section 20. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 21 of Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland, and the Search for the Poles. Read for LibriVox.org by phone. Norway Part III. Life in the Far North. Historical Note. In 1397, Denmark, Norway, and Sweden were united by the Union of Kalmar. This was pleasing to Denmark, but Norway and Sweden were by no means contented. In 1523, under the lead of Gustavus Vasa, Sweden became free, but Norway had less strength to resist and remained a province of Denmark. In the readjustment of thrones after the Napoleonic Wars, the powers demanded the union of Norway and Sweden,
but with independence for Norway within her own boundaries. The determination to be entirely free grew stronger, and in 1905 Norway declared that the union with Sweden was dissolved. The Norwegian crown was bestowed upon Prince Charles, the second son of Frederick VIII of Denmark, who ascended the throne as Hakon H. During the union with Denmark, the literature of Norway was much influenced by the writings of that country, but during the last century she has been making a literature of her own. The works of two of her authors, Ibsen and Bjørnson, are known everywhere. Equally famous are the compositions of two of her musicians, Ole Bull and Edvard Grieg. End of section 21. This recording is in a public domain.
Section 22 of Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland, and the Search for the Poles. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World Story, Volume 8, Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland, and the Search for the Poles. Edited by Eva March Tappan, Section 22. Finn Blood, 19th Century, by Jonas Lie. The following story is included both because it illustrates the superstitious fear and dislike of the Finns, and because it was written by one of Norway's best-known novelists. It is said that to this day sailors are unwilling to sail under a Finn captain. The Editor. In Svartfjord, north of Senja, dwelt a lad called Eilert. His neighbors were seafaring Finns, and among their children was a pale little girl, remarkable for her long black hair and her large eyes. They dwelt behind the crag on the other side of the promontory, and fished for a livelihood, as also did Eilert's parents, wherefore there was no particular goodwill between the families, for the nearest fishing ground was but a small one, and each would have liked to row there alone. Nevertheless, though his parents did not like it at all, and even forbade it, Eilert used to sneak regularly down to the Finns. There they had always strange tales to tell, and he heard wondrous things about the recesses of the mountains, where the original home of the Finns was, and where in the olden time dwelt the Finn kings, who were masters among the magicians. There, too, he heard tell of all that was beneath the sea, where the mermen and the draug held sway. The latter are gloomy, evil powers, and many a time his blood stood still in his veins as he sat and listened. They told him that the draug usually showed himself on the strand in the moonlight on those spots which were covered with sea wrack, that he had a bunch of seaweed instead of a head, but shaped so peculiarly that whoever came across him absolutely could not help gazing into his pale and horrible face. They themselves had seen him many a time, and once they had driven him, thwart by thwart, out of the boat where he had sat one morning and turned the oars upside down. When Eilert hastened homewards in the darkness round the headland, along the strand over heaps of seaweed, he dared scarcely look around him, and many a time the sweat absolutely streamed from his forehead. In proportion as hostility increased among the old people, they had a good deal of fault to find with one another, and Eilert heard no end of evil things spoken about the Finns at home. Now it was this, and now it was that. They did not even row like honest folk, for after the Finnish fashion they took high and swift strokes, as if they were womenkind, and they all talked together and made a noise while they rowed, instead of being silent in the boat. But what impressed Eilert most of all was the fact that, in the Finn woman's family, they practiced sorcery and idolatry, or so folks said. He also heard of something beyond all question, and that was the shame of having Finn blood in one's veins, which also was the reason why the Finns were not as good as other honest folk, so that the magistrates gave them their own distinct burial ground in the churchyard, and their own separate Finn pens in church. Eilert had seen this with his own eyes in the church at Berg. All this made him very angry, for he could not help liking the Finn folks down yonder, and especially little Zilla. They two were always together. She knew such a lot about the mermen. Henceforth his conscience always plagued him when he played with her, and whenever she stared at him with her large black eyes while she told him tales, he used to begin to feel a little bit afraid, for at such times he reflected that she and her people belonged to the accursed, and that was why they knew so much about such things. But on the other hand, the thought of it made him so bitterly angry, especially on her account. She, too, was frequently taken aback by his odd behavior towards her, which she could not understand at all, and then, as was her wont, she would begin laughing at and teasing him by making him run after her, while she went and hid herself. One day he found her sitting on a boulder by the seashore. She had in her lap an eider duck, which had been shot, and could only have died quite recently, for it was still warm, and she wept bitterly over it. It was, she sobbed, the same bird which made its nest every year beneath the shelter of their outhouse. She knew it quite well, and she showed him a red-colored feather in its white breast. It had been struck dead by a single shot, and only a single red drop had come out of it. It had tried to reach his nest, but had died on its way on the strand. She wept as if her heart would break, and dried her face with her hair in impetuous Finn fashion. Eilert laughed at her as boys will, but he overdid it, and was very pale the whole time. He dared not tell her that that very day he had taken a random shot with his father's gun from behind the headland at a bird a long way off, which was swimming ashore. One autumn Eilert's father was downright desperate. Day after day, on the fishing grounds, his lines caught next to nothing, while he was forced to look on and see the Finn pull up one rich catch after another. He was sure, too, that he had noticed malicious gestures over in the Finn's boat. After that, his whole house nourished a double bitterness against them, and when they talked it over in the evening, it was agreed as a thing beyond all question that Finnish sorcery had something to do with it. Against this there was only one remedy, and that was to rub corpse mold on the lines, but one must beware of doing so, lest one should thereby offend the dead, and expose oneself to their vengeance, while the sea folk would gain power over one at the same time. Eilert bothered his head a good deal over all this. It almost seemed to him as if he had had a share in the deed, because he was on such a good footing with the Finn folks. On the following Sunday both he and the Finn folks were at Berg Church, and he secretly abstracted a handful of mold from one of the Finns' graves and put it in his pocket. The same evening when they came home, he strewed the mold over his father's lines unobserved, and oddly enough, the very next time his father cast his lines, as many fish were caught as in the good old times. But after this Eilert's anxiety became indescribable. He was especially cautious while they were working of an evening round the fireside, and it was dark in the distant corners of the room. He sat there with a piece of steel in his pocket. To beg forgiveness of the dead is the only helpful means against the consequences of such deeds as his, otherwise one will be dragged off at night by an invisible hand to the churchyard, though one were lashed fast to the bed by a ship's hawser. When Eilert on the following preaching Sunday went to church, he took very good care to go to the grave and beg forgiveness of the dead. As Eilert grew older, he got to understand that the Finn folks must, after all, be pretty much the same sort of people as his own folks at home. But on the other hand, another thought was now uppermost in his mind, the thought, namely, that the Finns must be of an inferior stock, with a taint of disgrace about them. Nevertheless, he could not very well do without zealous society, and they were very much together as before, especially at the time of their confirmation. But when Eilert became a man and mixed more with the people of the parish, he began to fancy that this old companionship lowered him somewhat in the eyes of his neighbors. There was nobody who did not believe as a matter of course that there was something shameful about Finn blood, and he therefore always tried to avoid her in company. The girl understood it all well enough, for latterly she took care to keep out of his way. Nevertheless, one day she came, as had been her wont from childhood, down to their house, and begged for leave to go in their boat when they rowed to church next day. There were lots of strangers present from the village, and so Eilert, lest folks should think that he and she were engaged, answered mockingly, so that every one could hear him, that church cleansing was perhaps a very good thing for Finnish sorcery, but she must find someone else to ferry her across. After that she never spoke to him at all, but Eilert was anything but happy in consequence. Now it happened one winter that Eilert was out all alone fishing for a Greenland shark. A shark suddenly bit. The boat was small and the fish was very big, but Eilert would not give in, and the end of the business was that his boat capsized. All night long he lay on the top of it in the mist and a cruel sea. As now he sat there fainting for drowsiness and dimly conscious that the inn was not far off, and the sooner it came the better, he suddenly saw a man in seaman's clothes sitting astride the other end of the boat's bottom, and glaring savagely at him with a pair of dull reddish eyes. He was so heavy that the boat's bottom began to sink down at the end where he sat. Then he suddenly vanished, but it seemed to Eilert as if the sea fog lifted a bit. The sea had all at once grown quite calm. At least there was now only a gentle swell, and right in front of him lay a little low grey island towards which the boat was slowly drifting. The skerry was red as if the sea had only recently been flowing over it, and on it he saw a pale girl with such lovely eyes. She wore a green kirtle, and round her body a broad silver girdle with figures upon it, such as Finns use. Her bodice was of tar brown skin, and beneath her stay laces, which seemed to be of green seagrass, was a foam white chemise, like the feathery breast of a sea-bird. When the boat came drifting on to the island, she came down to him and said, as if she knew him quite well, "So you're come at last, Eilert. I've been waiting for you so long." It seemed to Eilert as if an icy cold shudder ran through his body when he took the hand which helped him ashore, but it was only for the moment, and he forgot it instantly. In the midst of the island there was an opening, with a brazen flight of steps leading down to a splendid cabin. Whilst he stood there thinking things over a bit, he saw 2 dogfish swimming close by. They were at least 12 to 14 ells long. As they descended, the dogfish sank down too, each on one side of the brazen steps. Oddly enough, it looked as if the island was transparent. When the girl perceived that he was frightened, she told him that they were only 2 of her father's bodyguard, and shortly afterwards they disappeared. She then said that she wanted to take him to her father, who was waiting for them. She added that if he did not find the old gentleman precisely as handsome as he might expect, he had nevertheless no need to be frightened, nor was he to be astonished too much at what he saw. He now perceived that he was under water, but for all that there was no sign of moisture. He was on a white sandy bottom, covered with chalk white, red, blue, and silvery bright shells. He saw meadows of sea grass, mountains thick with woods of bushy seaweed and sea wrack, and the fishes darted about on every side, just as the birds swam about the rocks that sea fowl haunt. As they two were thus walking along together, she explained many things to him. High up he saw something which looked like a black cloud with a white lining, and beneath it moved backwards and forwards a shape resembling one of the dogfish. "What do you see there is a vessel," said she. "There's nasty weather up there now, and beneath the boat goes he who was sitting along with you on the bottom of the boat just now. If it is not wrecked, it will belong to us, and then you will not be able to speak to father to-day." As she said this, there was a wild, rapacious gleam in her eyes, but it was gone again immediately. And in point of fact, it was no easy matter to make out the meaning of her eyes. As a rule, they were unfathomably dark with the luster of a night billow through which the sea fire sparkles. But occasionally, when she laughed, they took a bright sea green glitter, as when the sun shines deep down into the sea. Now and again they passed by a boat or a vessel half buried in the sand, out and in of the cabin doors and windows of which fishes swam to and fro. Close by the wrecks wandered human shapes which seemed to consist of nothing but blue smoke. His conductress explained to him that these were the spirits of drowned men who had not had Christian burial. One must always beware of them, for dead ones of this sort are malignant. They always know when one of their own race is about to be wrecked, and at such times they howl the death warning of the Draug through the wintry night. Then they went farther on their way right across a deep dark valley. In the rocky walls above him he saw a row of 4-cornered white doors, from which a sort of glimmer, as from the northern lights, shot downwards through the darkness. This valley stretched in a northeastwardly direction, right under Denmark, she said, and inside the white doors dwelt the old Finn kings who had perished on the sea. Then she went and opened the nearest of these doors. Here, down in the salt ocean, was the last of the kings, who had capsized in the very breeze that he himself had conjured forth, but could not afterwards quell. There, on a block of stone, sat a wrinkled yellow Finn, with running eyes and a polished dark red crown. His large head rocked backwards and forwards on his withered neck, as if it were in the swirl of an ocean current. Beside him, on the same block, sat a still more shriveled and yellow little woman, who also had a crown on, and her garments were covered with all sorts of colored stones. She was stirring up a brew with a stick. If she only had fire beneath it, the girl told Eilert, she and her husband would very soon have dominion again over the salt sea, for the thing she was stirring about was magic stuff. In the middle of a plain which opened right before them at a turn of the road stood a few houses together like a little town, and a little farther on Eilert saw a church turned upside down, looking with its long pointed tower as if it were mirrored in the water. The girl explained to him that her father dwelt in these houses, and the church was one of the 7 that stood in his realm, which extended all over Helgoland and Finnmark. No service was held in them yet, but it would be held when the drowned bishop, who sat outside in a brown study, could only hit upon the name of the Lord that was to be served, and then all the draugs should go to church. The bishop, she said, had been sitting and pondering the matter over these 800 years, so he would no doubt very soon get to the bottom of it. 100 years ago the bishop had advised them to send up one of the draugs to Røde Church to find out all about it, but every time the word he wanted was mentioned, he could not catch the sound of it. In the mountain Kunen, King Olaf had hung a church bell of pure gold, and it is guarded by the first priest who ever came to Nordland, who stands there in a white chasuble. On the day the priest rings the bell, Kunen will become a big stone church, to which all Nordland, both above and below the sea, will resort. But time flies, and therefore all who come down here below are asked by the bishop if they can tell him that name. At this Eilert felt very queer indeed, and he felt queerer still when he began reflecting and found, to his horror, that he also had forgotten that name. While he stood there in thought, the girl looked at him anxiously. It was almost as if she wanted to help him to find it, and could not. So it is that the strange sights and scenes continued like the weird happenings of a nightmare. After a long, long time, he fancied that the long dark hair of a girl was flung about him like a curtain, and she had eyes that he remembered well. Then she smiled at him and said, "It is I, Eilert." With that he awoke and saw that the sunbeams were running over the wet skerry, and the mermaid was still sitting by his side. But presently the whole thing changed before his eyes. It was the sun shining through the window panes on a bed in the Finn's hut, and by his side sat the Finn girl, supporting his back, for they thought he was about to die. He had lain there delirious for 6 weeks, ever since the Finn had rescued him after capsizing, and this was his first moment of consciousness. After that it seemed to him that he had never heard anything so absurd and presumptuous as the twaddle that would fix a stigma of shame or contempt on Finn blood, and the same spring he and the Finn girl Zilla were betrothed, then in the autumn they were married. There were Finns in the bridal procession, and perhaps many said a little more about that than they need have done, but every one at the wedding agreed that the fiddler, who was also a Finn, was the best fiddler in the whole parish, and the bride the prettiest girl. End of Section 22. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 23 of Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland, and the Search for the Poles. Read for LibriVox.org by phone. A Home in the North. Photograph, page 92. The northern part of Norway is inhabited by Laps, as the Norwegians call them, that is, nomads, but they call themselves Same or Samelats. They are thought to have once ruled all Scandinavia, but there are not more than 30,000 of them now surviving. They have no settled abodes, but wander about as they like, living upon roots and plants and the reindeer milk and flesh. Their custom is to milk the reindeer twice a week and make cheese of the milk. They own from 150,000 to 200,000 of these animals and use them for transportation as well as food. In the summer, the Lapps make tents of skin. In the winter, they live in huts of earth, covered with turf. Their fire is built in the center of the hut on the hard beaten floor, and a hole in the roof allows the smoke to escape. For their beds, they lay twigs and moss on this floor and cover them with reindeer skins. They have triangular faces, high cheekbones, and flat noses. Their eyes are small and black. Their hair is usually black, but sometimes chestnut. They are short, but wonderfully enduring. They can bear extreme cold. They can go for several days without food and drink, and they can make journeys scores of miles in length without any apparent exhaustion. The Lapps do not change their clothing, and they have a horror of water. Therefore it is no wonder that they are of swarthy aspect. The skins of the Lapp babies, however, are said to be fair and white. Beside the Fjeldlaps or land Lapps, there are also sea Lapps. These spend much of their time on the water, carrying on the annual fisheries with the rest of the people. They make their homes in settled villages. End of section 23. This recording is in the public domain. Section 24 of Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland, and the Search for the Poles. Read for LibriVox.org by phone. The Naerodal and Jordalsnut. Photograph, page 100. The Naerodal is thus described by Helen Hunt Jackson. 5 miles down this cleft, called valley, to Gudvangen run the road and the little river, and the narrow strips of meadow, dark, thin, and ghostly. Long months in utter darkness this Naerodal lies, and never, even at summer's best and longest, has it more than a half-day of sun. The mountains rise in sheer black walls on either hand, bare rock in colossal shafts and peaks, 3, 4, and even 5,000 feet high, snow in the rifts at top, patches of gaunt firs here and there, great spaces of tumbled rocks where avalanches have slid, pebbly and sandy channels worn out from side to side of the valley, where torrents have rushed down and torn a way across. Wide streams from top to bottom of the precipices, all foam and quiver, like threads spun out on the sword, more than can be counted. They seem to swing down out of the sky as spider threads swing swift and countless in a dewy morning. Sanna shuddered. Now you see, I could not spend a whole day in Naerodal Valley, she said. It does not wonder me that any people live here. Every spring the mountains do fall and people are killed. The most striking object in this wonderful valley is Jordalsnut, a mountain 3,620 feet high. This peak has the form of a gigantic thimble, and as it is composed of a silvery feldspar, it fairly glitters in the sun or glows resplendent in the evening light, an object never to be forgotten. End of section 24. This recording is in the public domain. Recording by phone.
Section 25 of Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland, and the Search for the Poles. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World Story, Volume 8, Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland, and the Search for the Poles, edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 25, How the Laplanders Live, by A.F. Mockler Ferryman. Although Lapps are occasionally seen in charge of reindeer herds on some of the southern mountain tracts of Norway, the real home is in the far north, not only of Norway, but also of Sweden, Finland, and Russia, and the country which they inhabit is known as Lapland. That portion of it which belongs to Norway covers only some 3,000 or 4,000 square miles, while the whole of the land of the Lapps has an area of something like 35,000 square miles. But statistics show that in Norwegian Lapland there are a great many more inhabitants than there are in Russian, Finnish, and Swedish Lapland put together, and the people, whether they be under the rule of Russia, Sweden, or Norway, are all of the same race, Asiatics and Mongols, totally unlike Europeans in appearance. In the first place, they are dark, and what we consider ugly, though it is quite possible that in their eyes we ourselves are hideous. Then they are short, A 5-foot Lap would be almost a giant, but what they lack in stature they make up in sturdiness. For although spare of body, probably no men in the world could do a longer day's work or survive greater hardships. Dirty they are, certainly, since they never change their clothes and seldom comb their hair, yet for all that they are perfectly healthy and happy. They have gradually split up into 3 groups, known as mountain Laps, sea Laps, and river Laps, the first being nomads or wanderers, and the other 2 settlers by the sea or river, who have abandoned the original mode of life of their race. Mountain Laps are the most restless individual it is possible to imagine. Winter and summer they are always on the move, and 3 days are seldom passed in one place. Time does not enslave them, for they do not trouble about it. Routine is nothing to them. They eat and drink when they feel inclined, and they sleep when a favorable opportunity occurs. In such matters, as well as in many others, they resemble wild animals. But in some respects they are methodical. They work by the seasons, and in their wanderings take the same lines each year. In the summer months they are down by the sea. During the remainder of the year they are on the mountains, though at Christmas time they usually arrange to encamp somewhere in the vicinity of a church, for Christmas is a great event in the lives of the Laps, since they profess Christianity, and if they are able to go to church at no other time of the year, they make a point of doing so at this season. Today these people are law-abiding and peaceable, but they are a strange mixture of good and bad. They are kind and hospitable, and of a cheerful disposition. At the same time they can be cruel, cunning, and selfish, while their love of money is no less than their love of drink, when they can obtain it. For one thing only does the mountain Lap live, his herd of reindeer. They provide all his wants, food, clothing, and the wherewithal to purchase luxuries. They are his wealth. His very existence depends on them, and in consequence his mode of living has to be accommodated to the habits of his reindeer. Whithersoever they choose to graze, their owner has to follow, and he deems it no hardship to pitch his rough tent on the snowy wastes in winter, or even to sleep out under a rock with the thermometer at 70 degrees below zero. It is his life. From earliest childhood he has known no other. He is content with it, and it is not only the men who pass their lives thus, for the Lap family is to some extent a united one, and the women and children thoroughly enjoy the wild, free life, apparently suffering no ill effects from the rigors of the climate. A Lap baby starts life in a very queer way. Until he is able to walk, it is kept in what is called a komsa, a kind of cradle made of strips of wood covered with leather, and just large enough to take the baby. The little creature is rolled up in sheepskin and put into the cradle, which is then stuffed with moss, and the leather covering lays securely all around, so that only the baby's face is seen. To protect its head, the komsa is provided with a wooden hood, like most cradles, and there is generally a shawl, which can be thrown over the whole thing in severe weather. In fact, when the baby has been properly done up in its komsi, it might go by parcel post without coming to much harm. It is a very excellent arrangement, because the family is incessantly moving about, and the mothers have their work to do, so cannot always be bothering about their babies. A thong of leather stretches from head to foot of the komsi, which the mother can thus sling on her shoulder when going about, and by this thong the baby can be hung up to a tent pole or to the branch of a tree if its mother is busy. But as often as not the komsis are just stuck up on end in the snow or against a rock while work is going on. As soon as the child can walk and has finished its cradle existence, it is dressed in clothes similar to those of his or her father or mother, and looks most quaint. The life which these children lead is devoid of much amusement. From the beginning they are helping to pack up and move the tent and to look after the reindeer. They are nothing more than little old men and women. Their toys are miniatures or models of such things as they will have to use later in life: lassos, snowshoes, sleighs, and their games are restricted to learning the use of the same. They are treated by their parents more or less as if they were grown up and allowed to do much as they please. Consequently, they become self-willed and have little respect for their elders. After all, the mode of life of the Lapps does not differ very greatly from that of our own gypsies, though of the two the Lapps are certainly the better people. The wandering spirit is inherent in both, but a portion of each sooner or later shakes it off and leads a more settled life. Some there are, however, who will never be anything but wanderers, so long as there remains a free country wherein they are at liberty to roam. Let us now see the kind of place which the mountain Lapp calls home. It cannot be anything very elaborate or bulky, as it has to be packed up and moved about nearly every day, and it has to be carried on the backs of the reindeer in summer, or drawn by them in sleighs in the winter. So it is nothing more than a most unconventional form of tent, not altogether unlike the wigwam of the Red Indians, or the dwelling of many other nomadic people. A few long poles are stuck up on a circle, with their ends fastened together to form a sort of cone, and over this framework is stretched a covering of coarse woolen material. At one side there is a loose flap forming a door, and the whole of the top part of the tent, round about the ends of the poles, is left open, to admit light and to allow the smoke from the fire to issue forth. The diameter of the tent is about 12 or 15 feet, and the height in the center 8 or 10 feet. This is the kitchen, larder, storeroom, drawing room, dining room, and bedroom of the family. Men, women, boys, girls, babies, dogs, and all. A few branches of trees are spread on the ground, and in the middle, immediately under the opening in the roof, is the fire, which is kept alight day and night. Around it the inmates sit on the ground by day and sleep by night. There is no furniture of any kind, and only a few cooking pots with some wooden bowls and spoons of wood or of horn. Beds and blankets and such like luxuries are also absent, so undressing, dressing, washing, and absurdities of that kind are not indulged in. When the time has come to go to sleep, those who are in the tent just roll themselves close up to the fire and sleep quite comfortably in the clothes which they probably have not taken off for a year or two. The whole family is not likely to be in the tent at the same time. Some members of it must always be looking after the reindeer, as the herd can never be left to its own devices. Consequently, there is generally plenty of room. Meals are free and easy affairs. There is no dinner bell and no fixed time for eating, but food is always ready, hanging in a pot over the fire, and when any one feels inclined to eat, the hand is plunged into the pot and a piece of meat pulled out and devoured. In addition to reindeer meat, of which the Lapps consume a great deal, the food consists of cheese and sometimes a kind of porridge, while for drink they have water, melted snow, reindeer milk, and on occasions coffee. The latter they are very fond of, but few families can afford to drink it often. So also with spirits, which, however, they only manage to obtain in the towns. Thus live the mountain Lapps year in and year out. Today a family is in one place, tomorrow a dozen miles away. Now and again other families are met with and receive hospitality, but for the most part the family and its herd keep to themselves, since to do otherwise might lead to difficulties about grazing. The rain floods their tent, the snow buries it, the wind blows it down, yet they survive and glory in their free life. The sea Lapps, though much more numerous than their brethren of the mountains, are not so interesting. They live by the coast in huts built of wood or of sods, and obtain a livelihood by fishing. The river Lapps, on the other hand, are both herdsmen and fishermen. Residing in small settlements on the banks of the rivers, they keep reindeer as well as a few cows and sheep, and they do a little in the way of farming the land round the settlement. Many of them are even intellectual, and the advantages of having their children properly educated in the schools are gradually becoming appreciated. End of section 25. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 26 of Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland and the Search for the Poles. Read for LibriVox.org by Monica M.C. Market Day in the Far North. Photograph, page 106. The Lapps are a simple folk who love the frozen country. From missionaries and settlers, many have learned to read and write, and have adopted some of the ways of civilization. Most of them are nominally Christians, but the rites of heathenism are not yet forgotten, and some of these are said to be still practiced in secret. The dress of the men consists of a coat or tunic and tight trousers. The former use of leather is giving way to that of the stout Norwegian cloth called vatmal. They wear boots of reindeer skin and woolen caps. The women dress in much the same fashion. Their gowns or tunics are sometimes ornamented with silver trimmings or with bands of some contrasting color, and are confined at the waist by a belt, often adorned with ornaments of either silver or copper, according to the wealth of the wearer. A small knife and a pair of scissors sometimes hang from this belt. The Lapps who live near the sea prefer to make their homes close to the towns. They are rather shrewd at a bargain, and regard summer tourists as being in a commercial way their most valuable friends. In the illustration they are shown bringing reindeer horns, bits of carved bone, in which art they have some skill, bags of reindeer cheese, etc. to be sold to travellers. The faces of these Lapps vary as much as would those of a group of any folk taken at random, from utter stolidity to quiet self-possessed dignity. One or two even manifest a keen sense of humor. Many settlers from surrounding countries have taken up their abode in Lapland, and it is probable that intermarriage will eventually bring about the disappearance of the Lapps as a separate people. End of section 26. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 27 of Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland and the Search for the Poles. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World Story Volume VIII, Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland and the Search for the Poles. Edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 27. The Music of Ole Bull by Henry Wadsworth Longfellow. The scene of Longfellow's Tales of a Wayside Inn, from which the following poem is taken, was the Red Horse Inn in Sudbury, Massachusetts. Here he placed in imagination a group of his friends. The musician is Ole Bull, the Norwegian violinist. The Spanish Jew, Israel Edrehi, the student, Henry Ware Wales, the poet, T.W. Parsons, the Sicilian, Luigi Monti, the theologian, Professor Daniel Treadwell. The assembling of these at the inn is not altogether fancy, for the last three were accustomed to spend the summer at this hostelry. The Editor. Last the musician as he stood, illumined by that fire of wood, fair-haired, blue-eyed, his aspect blithe, his figure tall and straight and lithe, and every feature of his face revealing his Norwegian race. A radiance streaming from within around his eyes and forehead beamed, the angel with the violin, painted by Raphael he seemed. He lived in that ideal world, whose language is not speech but song. Around him evermore the throng of elves and sprites their dances whirled. The Stromkarl sang, the cataract hurled its headlong waters from the height, and mingled in the wild delight the scream of seabirds in their flight, the rumour of the forest trees, the plunge of the implacable seas, the tumult of the wind at night, voices of eld like trumpets blowing, old ballads and wild melodies, through mist and darkness pouring forth, like Elivagar's river flowing out of the glaciers of the north. The instrument on which he played was in Cremona's workshops made, by a great master of the past, ere yet was lost the art divine, fashioned of maple and of pine, that in Tyrolean forests vast had rocked and wrestled with the blast. Exquisite was it in design, perfect in each minutest part, a marvel of the lutist's art, and in its hollow chamber thus, the maker from whose hands it came, had written his unrivalled name, Antonius Stradivarius. And when he played, the atmosphere was filled with magic, and the ear caught echoes of that harp of gold, whose music had so weird a sound the hunted stag forgot to bound, the leaping rivulet backward rolled, the birds came down from bush and tree, the dead came from beneath the sea, the maiden to the harper's knee. The music ceased, the applause was loud, the pleased musicians smiled and bowed. The wood fire clapped its hands of flame, the shadows on the wainscot stirred, and from the harpsichord there came a ghostly murmur of acclaim, a sound like that sent down at night by birds of passage in their flight, from the remotest distance heard. End of section 27. Recording by Alan Mapstone in Oxford, England.
Section 28 of Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland, and the Search for the Poles. Read for LibriVox.org. Sweden, Part I. Stories of Viking Life and Adventure. Historical Note. The Vikings, or Scandinavian and Danish pirates, first came down upon the eastern and southern coasts of England toward the end of the 8th century. In less than 100 years, they had a firm footing there, and in 1014 the Dane Knut became ruler of the land, which did not pass into Saxon hands again until 1042. Charlemagne was able to hold back the Norsemen from his domains, but early in the 10th century they got possession of the greater part of the valley of the Loire. The Vikings plundered the coasts of Spain, Africa, and the Balearic Isles, dashed into the Tyrrhenian Sea, and even ventured as far as Greece. They voyaged to the islands north of Scotland and Ireland, and settled not only in these, but also in Iceland. From Iceland they went to Greenland, and later to Vinland. The Swedish Vikings attacked the eastern shores of the Baltic Sea, and seem to have made their way inland as far as Novgorod. They were driven back, but were soon invited to return and rule the land. A century later, they were sweeping down the Black Sea and threatening Constantinople with their 1,000 boats of warriors. Before this, they had entered the Caspian Sea and had found their way to Persia. Toward the end of the 14th century, King Valdemar Atterdag of Denmark died, and the Danes elected his little grandson Olaf to be their king. His mother, Margaret, Valdemar's daughter, acted as his guardian and ruled in his place. Then Margaret's husband, who was king of Norway, died. The child Olaf was now entitled to a second crown, and his mother became governor of Norway as well as Denmark. But there was trouble in Sweden. The nobles were enraged at their king, and they came to the conclusion that their best course was to offer the crown to this powerful Margaret, who had Norway and Denmark to support her. Albert, the deposed sovereign, led a German army against her, but was completely routed. Through Margaret's influence, the Union of Hjalmar was formed in 1397 between Denmark, Norway, and Sweden. End of section 28. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 29 of Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland, and the Search for the Poles. Read for LibriVox.org by Thomas Peter. The Hall of the Early Chiefs by Henry Morley. The hall is long and wide, say 200 feet by 40, with a high roof and curved gables. There is at each extremity an entrance in the middle of the wall, protected by a porch, that is continued at its farther end to form cellar and pantry. We pass into the hall, a spacious nave with narrow side aisles. Pillars, dividing aisles from naves, support the central roof. The nave is the great hall itself, and down the middle of its floor run the stone hearths, upon which blaze great timber fires. At the upper end is the raised seat of the chief, at a cross-bench, where his wife, who fills the cups of the guests, and his familiar thanes, or those whom he distinguishes, sit with him. On each side of the long hearth there runs a line of tables, flanked with benches and stools, at which sit the people who are the chief's hearth-sharers. At the lower end, in the space corresponding to the dais, is a table for the drinking cups. Between the rows of pillars and the outer walls, spaces are parted off within the narrow aisles to the sleeping benches of the warriors. In some of the spaces are the gilded vats of liquor into which the pails of the cupbearers are dipped. If women sleep in the hall, the recesses of the pillars behind the vats are kept sacred to them, and there are in the aisles, if the hall be the chief's dwelling, distinct enclosures for the occupation of the family. The sleeping space behind the pillars might, perhaps, be parted from the hall by panelling and tapestry. End of section 29. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 30 of Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland, and the Search for the Poles. Read for LibriVox.org by Alan Mapstone. How the Swedes Elected Their King by Neander N. Kronholm. The manner in which the Swedes in olden time elected their king was as follows. The Upper Swedes met at Mora Stone near Uppsala. This was an open space whereon were placed 13 stones, 12 in a circle and 1 in the centre. The lawmen sat on the ring of stones, and the king, when elected, on the centre one. After the bonders at the Alls Hajar Thing had signified the man of their choice, then did the lawman of the upland adjudge him king if he was properly elected. The old law says, the Swedes have a right to elect their king and also to depose him. The most competent man became king. The king's son was often selected to succeed him because such men were competent, having been trained from childhood for their high office. The ceremony was characteristic. After election, the king was placed on a shield resting on the shoulders of stout warriors who marched around and showed him to the people. These proceedings signified first that he was elevated by the people to this high office, and secondly that he could hold it only so long as he was supported by the people. It was an old custom that after the election a herald should blow a blast on the horn or trumpet and then proclaim, "Now is A.B. elected king of the Sver and Gotar, he and none other." Many of these old customs have come down to the present day. End of section 30. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 31 of Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland, and the Search for the Poles. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World's Story, Volume 8, Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland, and the Search for the Poles. Edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 31. How the Swedes Learned of Christianity, 850, by S. Baring Gould. Regardless of the reputation of the Northmen for ferocity, the monk Ansgar went among them to preach Christianity. For some time his work seemed to come to nothing. but at length one Herigar, counselor of the Swedish king, became a Christian, and through his influence Ardgar, one of Ansgar's assistants whom he had sent to Sweden, was allowed to preach as much as he chose. The Editor. That chief, Herigar, was no half-hearted believer, and openly confronted the malice of the pagan party. On one occasion, as they were boasting of the power of their gods and of the many blessings they had received by remaining faithful to their worship, he bade them put the matter to an open and decisive proof. "If there be so much doubt," said he, "concerning the superior might of our respective gods, let us see whose power is greatest, whether that of the many whom ye call gods, or that of my one omnipotent Lord Jesus Christ. Lo, the season of rain is at hand. Do ye call upon the names of your gods, that the rain may be restrained from falling upon you? And I will call upon the name of my Lord Jesus Christ, that no drop may fall upon me. And the God that answereth our prayers, let him be God." The heathen party agreed, and repairing to a neighboring field, took their seats in great numbers on one side, while Herigar, attended only by a little child, sat on the other. In a few moments the rain descended in torrents, drenched the heathens to the skin, and swept away their tents, while on Herigar and the little child no drop fell, and even the ground around them remained dry. "Ye see," he cried, "which is the true God. Bid me not then desert the faith I have adopted, but rather lay aside your errors and come to a knowledge of the truth." On another occasion the town of Berka was attacked by a piratical expedition of Danes and Swedes under the command of a king of Sweden who had been expelled from his realm. The place was closely invested, and there seemed to be no prospect of a successful defense. In their alarm the townspeople offered numerous sacrifices to their gods, and when all other means failed, collected such treasures as they possessed, together with 100 pounds of silver, and succeeded in coming to terms with the hostile chiefs. But their followers, not satisfied with the amount, prepared to storm the town. Again the gods were consulted, the altars raised, the victims offered, but with results equally unpromising. Herigar now interposed, rebuked the people for their obstinate adherence to the worship of gods that could not give aid in trouble, and when they bade him suggest some device and promise to follow his counsel, he urged them to make a solemn vow of obedience to the Lord of the Christians, assuring them that if they turned to him, he, at any rate, would not fail them in the hour of danger. The people took his advice, went forth to an open plain, and there solemnly vowed to keep a fast in honor of the God of the Christians if he would rescue them from their enemies. Help came in an unexpected fashion. The Swedish king, while the army was clamoring for the signal to attack, suggested that the gods should be consulted by lot, whether it was their will that Berka should be destroyed. "There are many great and powerful deities there," said he. "There also formerly a church was built, and even now the worship of the great Christ is observed by many, and he is more powerful than any other god. We ought then to inquire first whether it is the divine will that we attack the place." Accordingly the lots were cast, and it was discovered that the auspices were not favorable for the assault, and thus Berka was spared. The arrival, therefore, of Ardgar was well timed, and he was not only welcomed by Herigar, but the Christians were strengthened in their adherence to the faith by his coming. A little later, Ansgar himself, who had now been made an archbishop, set out for Sweden. The time of his landing was unfortunate. The heathen party had been roused by the native priests, and a crusade was proclaimed against the strange doctrines. Suborning a man who pretended to have received a message from the native deities, the priest announced it to be the will of heaven, that if the people wished for new gods, they should admit into their company the late King Eric, and allow divine honors to be paid to him. This wrought up the feelings of the populace to such a pitch that the retinue of the archbishop pronounced it absolute madness to persevere in his undertaking. But Ansgar was not thus to be thwarted. He invited Olaf to a feast, set before him the present sent by the king of Jutland, and announced the object of his visit. Olaf, on his part, was not indisposed to make the concessions he desired, but as former missionaries had been expelled from the country, he suggested that it would be well to submit the affair, once for all, to the solemn decision of the sacred lots, and consult in an open council the feelings of the people. Ansgar agreed, and a day was fixed for deciding the question. First, the council of the chiefs was formally asked and their opinion requested. They craved the casting of the sacred lots. The lots were accordingly cast, and the result was declared to be favorable to the admission of the archbishop and his retinue. Then a general assembly of the people of Berka was convened, and at the command of the king a herald proclaimed aloud the purport of the archbishop's visit. This was the signal for a great tumult, in the midst of which an aged chief arose and thus addressed the assembly. Hear me, O king and people. The God whom we are invited to worship is not unknown to us, nor the aid he can render to those that put their trust in him. Many of us have already proved this by experience and have felt his assistance in many perils, and especially in the sea. Why then reject what we know to be useful and necessary for us? Not long ago some of us went to Dorstadt, and believing that this new religion could profit us much, willingly professed ourselves its disciples. Now the voyage thither is beset with dangers, and pirates abound on every shore. Why then reject a religion thus brought to our very doors? Why not permit the servants of God, whose protecting aid we have already experienced, to abide amongst us? Listen to my counsel then, O king and people, and reject not what is plainly for our advantage. We see our own deities failing us and unable to aid us in time of danger. Surely it is a good thing to obtain the favor of a God who always can and will aid those that call upon him. His words found favor with the people, and it was unanimously resolved that the archbishop should be permitted to take up his abode in the country and should not be hindered in disseminating the Christian faith. End of section 31. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 32 of Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland, and the Search for the Poles. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sandra Schmidt. The World Story, Volume 8. Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland, and the Search for the Poles. Edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 32. How Ragnar Lodbrok won a wife and the nickname, by Saxo Grammaticus. Ragnar Lodbrok was a half-legendary Viking. According to tradition, he invaded England in the 8th or 9th century. The editor. Herod, the king of the Swedes, happening to go and hunt in the woods, brought home some snakes, found by his escort, for his daughter to rear. She speedily obeyed the instructions of her father, and endured to rear a race of Eddas with her maiden hands. Moreover, she took care that they should daily have a whole ox carcass to gorge upon, not knowing that she was privately feeding and keeping up a public nuisance. The vipers grew up, and scorched the countryside with their pestilential breath, whereupon the king, repenting of his sluggishness, proclaimed that whosoever removed the pest should have his daughter. Many warriors were attracted by courage as much as by desire, but all idly and perilously wasted their pains. Ragnar, learning from men who travelled to and fro how the matter stood, asked his nurse for a woolen mantle, and for some thigh-pieces that were very hairy, with which he could repel the snake-bites. He thought that he ought to use a dress stuffed with hair to protect himself, and also took one that was not unwieldy, that he might move nimbly. And when he had landed in Sweden, he deliberately plunged his body in water, while there was a frost falling, and wetting his dress, to make it the less penetrable, he let the cold freeze it. Thus attired, he took leave of his companions, exhorted them to remain loyal to Fridleif, and went on to the palace alone. When he saw it, he tied his sword to his side, and lashed a spear to his right hand with a thong. As he went on, an enormous snake glided up and met him. Another, equally huge, crawled up, following in the trail of the first. They strove now to buffet the young man with the coils of their tails, and now to spit and belch their venom stubbornly upon him. Meantime the courtiers, betaking themselves to safer hiding, watched the struggle from afar, like affrighted little girls. The king was stricken with equal fear, and fled, with few followers, to a narrow shelter. But Ragnar, trusting in the hardness of his frozen dress, foiled the poisonous assaults not only with his arms, but with his attire, and single-handed, in unweariable combat, stood up against the two gaping creatures who stubbornly poured forth their venom upon him. For their teeth he repelled with his shield, their poison with his dress. At last he cast his spear and drove it against the bodies of the brutes, who were attacking him hard. He pierced both their hearts, and his battle ended in victory. The king scanned his dress closely and saw that he was rough and hairy, but above all he laughed at the shaggy lower portion of his garb, and chiefly the uncouth aspect of his breeches, so that he gave him in jest the nickname of Lodbrog. Footnote: shaggy breech, the epithet for a hawk. End of footnote. Also, he invited him to feast with his friends, to refresh him after his labors. Ragnar said that he would first go back to the witnesses whom he had left behind. He set out and brought them back, splendidly attired for the coming feast. At last, when the banquet was over, he received the prize that was appointed for the victory. By her he begot 2 nobly gifted sons, Radbard and Dunwart. End of section 32. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 33 of Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland, and the Search for the Poles. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World's Story, Volume 8. Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland, and the Search for the Poles. Edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 33. The Defeat of the Jomsburg Vikings, 983. By Neander N. Kronholm. Some of the most daring of the Vikings formed a little community of men near the mouth of the Oder and named it Jomsburg. The leader of this wild and fearless band was Styrbjörn Starke. He was a nephew of King Eric of Sweden, and when only 12 years old, he had demanded of the king a share in the kingdom. The people had voted against him, but his uncle gave him a great fleet, that he might go forth on marauding expeditions. In 983, with the promised support of Harald Bluetooth of Denmark, he swept up the Baltic and into Lake Mälaren. The Editor. Eric the Victorious, who at this time was reigning in Uppsala, was a great and renowned king. Skoglar Toste, a freeholder, celebrated Viking in West Gothland, had a daughter named Sigrid, much famed for her beauty, but very proud and haughty. King Eric chose her for his queen, and gained much support in the country from her relations, particularly from Torgny the Wise, who was judge in Upland. When King Eric heard that Styrbjörn with his great fleet had entered Lake Mälaren, he sent out a summons throughout the kingdom for all the men-at-arms to meet in Uppsala. He then blocked the entrance of Flot Sound so that Styrbjörn could not sail out of the lake toward Uppsala. As soon as the latter had arrived, he made his men go on shore and burned all his ships, to the end that his supporters might fight with more courage, having no hopes of safety by flight. Scarcely was this done when Harald Bluetooth ordered his men on board his ships, put out to sea, and sailed home to Denmark, leaving Styrbjörn in the trap. This proceeding he and his men were obliged to witness from the shore, having no means of preventing or punishing Harald's treachery. He, however, did not lose courage, but made his men cut a broad road through the forest to the great plains of Fyrisvall, near Uppsala. On this plain he marshalled his army, having many brave chiefs in it, amongst others his uncle Jarl Ulf and Bjorn Bredviking, an Icelander. Eric the Victorious marshalled his men on the other side, and Torgny the judge was his chief man, both in word and deed. The battle was violent and long. Torgny had caused chariots to be made with lances projecting in front, and sickles and scythes fastened on either side, which were drawn by condemned criminals into the enemy's ranks and caused great havoc. But Styrbjörn had such superior numbers that in spite of this he was able to make a stout resistance, and so they fought the whole day, without either being able to gain the victory. During the night, many people from the neighborhood joined Eric, so that his army was not less than on the first day. But the Jomsviking were such brave men that they kept up the fight the whole of the second day, and at its conclusion no one could yet determine who would be victorious. The chiefs offered sacrifices during the night to propitiate the gods. Styrbjörn sacrificed to Thor, and it was said that a red-bearded man, who was thought to be Thor, showed himself to Styrbjörn, announcing his defeat. Eric, on his side, went up to the temple in Uppsala and sacrificed to Odin, promising himself to the god at the expiration of 10 years, if he would only this time grant him the victory. It is said that a one-eyed man in blue cloak, with a wide hat on his head, then showed himself to Eric, and gave him a lance which he should hurl against Styrbjörn's troop, saying, "Ye now all belong to Odin." And this man was thought to have been Odin himself. The third day a much severer conflict ensued, numerous reinforcements, as before, having joined King Eric from the neighborhood on the preceding night. But a universal panic presently overtook Styrbjörn's men. They fancied the air was full of light arrows hovering over their heads, which blinded and confused them, and were thought to be sent by Odin. A sand hill in the neighborhood also slid down upon them, causing much confusion. When Styrbjörn at last saw that all was tending to his fall and defeat, in anguish and despair he stuck his banner fast into the ground and shouted with a terrible voice to the remainder of his troops that it was better to die with glory than to fly with shame. He then cast himself wildly among his enemy, and so fell, pierced with many wounds. The greater part of his men followed him, and few fled or surrendered themselves prisoners. When the battle was done, King Eric mounted on one of the mounds and promised a great reward to him who could sing a drapa on this battle. On this, Thorvald Hjaltason, an Icelander, presented himself, and sang for the king and the army a glorious song of victory, and received as a reward 2 precious gold chains. And yet this Thorvald, neither before nor afterwards, ever concerned himself with poetry. After this, Eric's son, who was only 2 years old, was carried before the troops and was proclaimed and received homage as his father's successor and sovereign of the whole kingdom. As he was, on account of his tender age, on this occasion carried in arms, he was called Olaf Skottkonung, or Olaf Lapking. Styrbjörn left a son called Thorkil Sparkalag, whose son was named Ulf, and was the father of Sven Ulfson, from whom a whole line of Danish kings descend. This battle took place in the year 983 AD, and from it King Eric received the surname the Victorious. End of section 33. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 34 of Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland, and the Search for the Poles. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by April 6090, California, United States of America. The World's Story, Volume 8, Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland, and the Search for the Poles. Edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 34, Sigrid the Haughty, about 988 to 1000. The Wooers of Sigrid, from the Heimskringla. Sigrid was a woman of the greatest understanding, and too, very clever in many things. In the morning there was also the most excellent entertainment, but then it went on as usual when people have drunk too much. That next day, they take care not to exceed. The queen was very gay, and she and the king talked of many things. With each other, among other things, she valued her property, and the dominions she had in Sweden, as nothing less than his kingdom and property in Norway. With that observation, the king was nowise pleased, and he found no pleasure in anything after that, but made himself ready for his journey in an ill humor. On the other hand, the queen was remarkably gay, and made him many presents, and followed him out to the road. Now Harald returned about harvest to Norway, and was at home all winter, but was very silent, and cast down. In summer he went once more to the Baltic with his ships, and steered to Sweden. He sent a message to Queen Sigrid that he wished to have a meeting with her, and she rode down to meet him. They talked together, and he soon brought out the proposal that she should marry him. She replied that this was foolish talk for him, who was so well married already that he might think himself well off. Harald says, Asta is a good and clever woman, but she is not so well born as I am. They exchanged but few words more before the queen rode away. King Harald was always dull in apprehension, and prepared himself again to ride up the country to meet Queen Sigrid. Many of his people dissuaded him, but nevertheless he set off with a great attendance, and came to the house in which the queen dwelt. The same evening came another king, called Visavald, from Russia, likewise to pay his addresses to Queen Sigrid. Lodging was given to both the kings and to all their people, in a great old room of an outbuilding, and all the furniture was of the same character. But there was no want of drink in the evening, and that so strong that all were drunk, and the watch both inside and outside fell fast asleep. Then Queen Sigrid ordered an attack on them in the night, both with fire and sword. The house was burnt with all who were in it, and those who slipped out were put to the sword. Sigrid said that she would make these small kings tired of coming to court her. She was afterwards called Sigrid the Haughty. Queen Sigrid and the Ring, by Henry Wadsworth Longfellow. Queen Sigrid in Sweden, who had for surname the Haughty, sat in her mansion, and during the same winter messengers went between King Olaf and Sigrid to propose his courtship to her, and she had no objection, and the matter was fully and fast resolved upon. Thereupon King Olaf sent to Queen Sigrid the great gold ring he had taken from the temple door of Lade, which was considered a distinguished ornament. The meeting for concluding the business was appointed to be in spring on the frontier, at the Gotha River. Now the ring which King Olaf had sent Queen Sigrid was highly prized by all men. Yet the queen's goldsmiths, two brothers, who took the ring in their hands and weighed it, spoke quietly to each other about it, and in a manner that made the queen call them to her and ask what they smiled at. But they would not say a word. She commanded them to say what it was they had discovered. Then they said, "The ring is false." Upon this she ordered the ring to be broken in pieces, and it was found to be copper inside. Then the queen was enraged, and said that Olaf would deceive her in more ways than this one. Early in spring King Olaf went eastwards to Kongel, to the meeting with Queen Sigrid. And when they met, the business was considered about which the winter before they had held communication, namely their marriage, and the business seemed likely to be concluded. But when Olaf insisted that Sigrid should let herself be baptized, she answered thus, "I must not part from the faith which I have held, and my forefathers before me, and on the other hand, I shall make no objection to your believing in the God that pleases you best." Then King Olaf was enraged, and answered in a passion, "Why should I care to have thee, an old faded woman and a heathen jade?" And therewith struck her in the face with his glove which he held in his hand, rose up, and they parted. Sigrid said, "This may some day be thy death." The king sent off to Viken, the queen to Sweden. From the Heimskringla, Queen Sigrid the Haughty sat proud and aloft, in her chamber, that looked over meadow and croft. "Heart's dearest, why dost thou sorrow so?" The floor with tassels of fur was besprent, filling the room with their fragrant scent. She heard the birds sing, she saw the sun shine. The air of summer was sweeter than wine. Like a sword, without scabbard, the bright river lay between her own kingdom and Norway. But Olaf the king had sued for her hand. The sword would be sheathed, the river be spanned. Her maidens were seated around her knee, working bright figures in tapestry, and one was singing the ancient rune of Brynhilda's love and the wrath of Gudrun. And through it, and round it, and over it all, sounded incessant the waterfall. The queen in her hand held a ring of gold, from the door of Lade's temple old. King Olaf had sent her this wedding gift, but her thoughts as arrows were keen and swift. She had given the ring to her goldsmiths twain, who smiled as they handed it back again. And Sigrid the queen, in her haughty way, said, "Why do you smile, my goldsmiths, say?" And they answered, "O queen, if the truth must be told, the ring is of copper and not of gold." The lightning flashed o'er her forehead and cheek, she only murmured, she did not speak. If in his gifts he can be faithless be, there will be no gold in his love for me. A footstep was heard on the outer stair, and in strode King Olaf with royal air. He kissed the queen's hand, and he whispered of love, and swore to be true as the stars are above. But she smiled with contempt as she answered, "O king, will you swear it, as Odin once swore, on the ring?" And the king, "Oh, speak not of Odin to me, the wife of King Olaf a Christian must be." Looking straight at the king with her level brows, she said, "I keep true to my faith and my vows." Then the face of King Olaf was darkened with gloom. He rose in his anger and strode through the room. "Why then should I care to have thee?" he said, "a fated old woman, a heathenish jade." His zeal was stronger than fear or love, and he struck the queen in the face with his glove. Then forth from the chamber in anger he fled, and the wooden stairway shook with his tread. Queen Sigrid the haughty said under her breath, "This insult, King Olaf, shall be thy death." Heart's dearest, why dost thou sorrow so? The Revenge of Sigrid the Haughty, from the Heimskringla. The Danish king, Sven-Fort Beard, was married to Sigrid the Haughty. Sigrid was King Olaf Tryggvason's greatest enemy, the cause of which, as before said, was that King Olaf had broken off with her, and had struck her in the face. She urged King Sven much to give battle to King Olaf Tryggvason, saying that he had reason enough, as Olaf had married his sister Thyri without his leave, and that your predecessors would not have submitted to. Such persuasions Sigrid had often in her mouth, and at last she brought it so far that Sven resolved firmly on doing so. Early in spring King Sven sent messengers eastward into Sweden, to his brother-in-law Olaf, the Swedish king, and to Earl Eric, and informed them that King Olaf of Norway was levying men for an expedition, and intended in summer to go to Vendland. To this news the Danish king added an invitation to the Swedish king and Earl Eric to meet King Sven with an army, so that all together they might make an attack on King Olaf Tryggvason. The Swedish king and Earl Eric were ready enough for this, and immediately assembled a great fleet and an army through all Sweden, with which they sailed southwards to Denmark, and arrived there before King Olaf Tryggvason had sailed to the eastward. Halldor the Unchristian tells of this in his lay on Earl Eric. "The king subduer raised a host of warriors on the Swedish coast. The brave went southwards to the fight, who loved the sword's thorn's gleaming light. The brave who fill the wild wolf's mouth followed bold Eric to the south. The brave who sport in blood, each one with a bold earl to sea is gone." The Swedish king and Earl Eric sailed to meet the Danish king, and they had all went together in immense force. At the same time the Earl Sven sent a message to Sweden for an army. He sent Earl Sigvald to Vendland to spy out King Olaf Tryggvason's proceedings, and to bring it about by cunning devices that King Sven and King Olaf should fall in with each other. So Sigvald sets out to go to Vendland. First he came to Jomsburg, and then he sought out King Olaf Tryggvason. There was much friendship in their conversation, and the earl got himself into favor with the king. Astrid, the earl's wife, King Bruslof's daughter, was a great friend of King Olaf Tryggvason, particularly on account of the connection which had been between them when Olaf was married to her sister Gera. Earl Sigvald was a prudent, ready-minded man, and as he had got a voice in King Olaf's council, he put him off much from sailing homewards, finding various reasons for delay. Olaf's people were in the highest degree dissatisfied with this, for the men were anxious to get home, and they lay ready to sail, waiting only for a wind. At last Earl Sigvald got a secret message from Denmark that the Swedish king's army was arrived from the east, and that Earl Eric's was also ready, and that all these chiefs had resolved to sail eastwards to Vendland, and wait for King Olaf at an island which is called Svald. They also desired the earl to contrive matters so that they should meet King Olaf there. There came first a flying report to Vendland that the Danish king Svend had fitted out an army, and it was soon whispered that he intended to attack King Olaf. But Earl Sigvald says to King Olaf, "It never can be. King Svend's intention to venture with the Danish force alone to give battle to thee with such a powerful army. But if thou hast any suspicion that evil is on foot, I will follow thee with my force. At that time it was considered a great matter to have Johannesburg Vikings with an army, and I will give thee 11 manned ships." The king accepted this offer, and as the light breeze of wind that came from was favorable, he ordered the ships to get under way, and the war horns to sound the departure. The sails were hoisted, and all the small vessels, sailing fastest, got out to sea before the others. The earl, who sailed nearest to the king's ship, called to those on board to tell the king to sail in his keel tracks. "For I know where the water is deepest between the islands and in the sounds, and these large ships require the deepest." Then the earl sailed first, with his 11 ships, and the king followed with his large ships, also 11 in number. But the whole of the rest of the fleet sailed out to sea. Now when Earl Sigvald came sailing close under the island Svald, a skiff rowed out to inform the earl that the Danish king's army was lying in the harbor before them. Then the earl ordered the sails of his vessel to be struck, and they rowed in under the island. Haldor the unchristian says, "From out the south bold Tryggvi's son, with 71 ships came on, to die his sword in bloody fight, against the Danish foeman's might. But the false earl king betrayed, and the treacherous Sigvald, it is said, deserted from King Olaf's fleet, and basely fled the Danes to meet." It is said here that King Olaf and Earl Sigvald had 70 sail of vessels and one more, when they sailed from the south. The Danish king Svend, the Swedish king Olaf, and Earl Eric were there with all their forces, the weather being fine and clear sunshine. All these chiefs with a great suite went out on the isle to see the vessels sailing out at sea, and many of them crowded together, and they saw among them one large and glancing ship. The 2 kings said, "That is a large and very beautiful vessel. That will be the Long Serpent." Earl Eric replied, "That is not the Long Serpent," and he was right, for it was a ship belonging to Endric of Grimsar. Soon after they saw another vessel coming, sailing along much larger than the first. Then says King Svend, "Olaf Tryggvason must be afraid, for he does not venture to sail with the figurehead of the dragon upon his ship." Says Earl Eric, "That is not the king's ship yet, for I know that ship by the colored stripes of cloth in her sail. That is Erling Skidlison. Let him sail, for it is better for us that this ship is away from Olaf's fleet, so well equipped as she is." Soon after they saw and knew Earl Sigvald's ships, which turned in and laid themselves under the island. Then they saw 3 large ships coming along under sail, and one of them very large. King Svend ordered his men to go to their ships, "For there comes the Long Serpent." Earl Eric says, "Many other great and stately vessels have they besides the Long Serpent. Let us wait a little." Then said many, "Earl Eric will not fight and avenge his father, and it is a shame that it should be told that we lay here with so great a force, and allowed King Olaf to sail out to sea before our eyes." But when they had spoken thus for a short time, they saw 4 ships come sailing along, of which one had a large dragon head richly gilt. Then King Sven stood up and said, "That dragon shall carry me this evening high, for I shall steer it." Then said many, "The Serpent is indeed a wonderfully large and beautiful vessel, and it shows great mind to have built such a ship." Earl Eric said so loud that several persons heard him, "If King Olaf had no other vessels but only that one, King Sven would never take it from him with the Danish force alone." Thereafter all the people rushed on board their ships, took down the tents, and in all haste made ready for battle. While the chiefs were speaking among themselves, as above related, they saw 3 very large ships coming sailing along, and at last after them a 4th, and that was the Long Serpent. Of the large ships which had gone before, and which they had taken for the Long Serpent, the first was the Crane, the one after that was the Short Serpent. And when they really saw the Long Serpent, all knew, and nobody had a word to say against it, that it must be Olaf Tryggvason, who was sailing in such a vessel, and they went to their ships to arm for the fight. An agreement had been concluded among the chiefs, King Sven, King Olaf the Swede, and Earl Eric, that they should divide Norway among them in 3 parts, in case they succeeded against Olaf Tryggvason, but that he of the chiefs who should first board the Serpent should have her and all the booty found in her, and each should have the ships he cleared for himself. Earl Eric had a large ship of war, which he used upon his Viking expeditions, and there was an iron beard or comb above on both sides of the stem, and below it a thick iron plate as broad as the combs, which went down quite to the gunwale. When Earl Sigvald with his vessels rode in under the island, Thorkel Drydrill of the Crane and the other ship commanders who sailed with him saw that he turned his ships toward the isle, and thereupon let fall the sails, and rowed after him, calling out and asking why he sailed that way. The earl answered that he was waiting for King Olaf, as he feared there were enemies in the way. They lay upon their oars until Thorkel Nevia came up with the Short Serpent and the 3 ships which followed him. When they told them the same, they too struck sail, and let the ships drive, waiting for King Olaf. But when the king sailed in towards the isle, the whole enemy's fleet came rowing within them out to the sound. When they saw this, they begged the king to hold on his way, and not risk battle with so great a force. The king replied, high on the quarter-deck where he stood, "Strike the sails! Never shall men of mine think of flight. I never fled from battle. Let God dispose of my life, but flight I shall never take." It was done as the king commanded. Alfred tells of it thus: "And far and wide the saying bold of the brave warrior shall be told. The king, in many a fray well tried, to his brave champions round him cried, 'My men shall never learn from me, from the dark weapon cloud to flee.' Nor were the brave words spoken then forgotten by his faithful men. King Olaf ordered the war horns to sound for all his ships to close up to each other. The king's ship lay in the middle of the line, and on one side lay the Short Serpent, and on the other the Crane. And as they made fast the stems together, the Long Serpent's stem and the Short Serpent's were fast together. But when the king saw it, he called out to his men, and ordered them to lay the larger ship more in advance, so that its stern should not lie so far behind in the fleet. Then says Ulf the Red, "If the Long Serpent is to lie as much more ahead of the other ships as she is longer than they, we shall have hard work of it here on the forecastle." The king replies, "I did not think I had a forecastle man afraid as well as red." Footnote: Regan of Rawdon. End of footnote. Says Ulf, "Defend thou the quarter-deck, as I shall the forecastle." The king had a bow in his hands, and laid an arrow on the string, and aimed it at Ulf. Ulf said, "Shoot another way, king, where it is more needful. My work is thy gain." King Olaf stood on the Serpent's quarter-deck, high over the others. He had a gilt shield and a helmet inlaid with gold. Over his armor he had a short red coat, and was easy to be distinguished from other men. When King Olaf saw that the scattered forces of the enemy gathered themselves together under the banners of their ships, he asked, "Who is the chief of the force right opposite to us?" He was answered that it was King Svend with the Danish army. The king replies, "We are not afraid of these soft Danes, for there is no bravery in them. But who are the troops on the right of the Danes?" He was answered that it was King Olaf with the Swedish forces. "Better it were," says King Olaf, "for these Swedes to be sitting at home killing their sacrifices, than to be venturing under our weapons from the Long Serpent. But who owns the large ships on the larboard side of the Dane?" "That is Earl Eric Hakonsson," say they. The king replies, "He, methinks, has good reason for meeting us, and we may expect the sharpest conflict with these men, for they are Norsemen like ourselves." The kings now laid out their oars, and prepared to attack. King Svend laid his ship against the Long Serpent. Outside of him Olaf the Swede laid himself, and set his ship's stem against the outermost ship of King Olaf's line, and on the other side lay Earl Eric. Then a hard combat began. Earl Sigvald held back with the oars on his ships, and did not join the fray. So says Skald Thorstensen, who at that time was with Earl Eric. "I followed Sigvald in my youth, and gallant Eric, and in truth, though now I am growing stiff and old, in the spear song I once was bold. Where arrows whistled on the shore of Swalder Fjord, my shield I bore, and stood amidst the loudest clash, when swords on shields made fearful crash." And Halfred also sings thus, "In truth I think the gallant king, midst such a foeman's gathering, would be the better of some score of his tight draw them lads or more. For many a chief has run away, and left our brave king in the fray. 2 great kings his power to withstand, and 1 great earl's with his small band. The king who dares such mighty deed, a hero for his skald would need." This battle was one of the severest told of, and many were the people slain. The forecastle men of the Long Serpent, the Short Serpent, and the Crane, threw grapplings and stem chains into King Svend's ship, and used their weapons well against the people standing below them, for they cleared the decks of all the ships they could lay fast hold of, and King Svend and all the men who escaped fled to other vessels, and laid themselves out of bowshot. It went with this force just as King Olaf Tryggvason had foreseen. Then King Olaf the Swede laid himself in their place. But when he came near the great ships, it went with him as with them, for he lost many men and some ships, and was obliged to get away. But Earl Eric laid the Iron Beard side by side with the outermost of King Olaf's ships, thinned it of men, cut the cables, and let it drive. Then he lay alongside of the next, and fought until he had cleared it of men also. Now all the people who were in the smaller ships began to run into the larger, and the earl cut them loose as fast as he cleared them of men. The Danes and Swedes laid themselves now out of shooting distance all around Olaf's ship, but Earl Eric lay always close alongside of the ships, and used his swords and battle axes, and as fast as people fell in his vessel others, Danes and Swedes, came in their place. So says Haldor, "Sharp was the clang of shield and sword, and shrill the song of spears on board, and whistling arrows thickly flew against the Serpent's gallant crew, and still fresh foemen, it is said, Earl Eric to her long side led, whole armies of his Danes and Swedes, wielding on high their blue sword blades." Then the fight became most severe, and many people fell. But at last it came to this, that all King Olaf Tryggvason's ships were cleared of men, except the Long Serpent, on board of which all who could still carry their arms were gathered. Then Ironbeard lay side by side with the Serpent, and the fight went on with battle-axe and sword. So says Haldor, "Hard pressed on every side by foes, the Serpent reels beneath the blows. Crash go the shields around the bow, breastplates and breasts pierced through and through. In the sword storm, the holm besides, The Iron-Beard lay alongside. The king's long serpent of the sea, fate gave the earl the victory. Earl Eric was in the forehold of his ship, where a cover of shields had been set up. In the fight both hewing weapons, sword and axe, and the thrust of spears had been used, and all that could be used as weapon for casting was cast. Some used bows, some threw spears with the hand. So many weapons were cast into the serpent, and so thick flew spears and arrows, that the shields could scarcely receive them, for on all sides the serpent was surrounded by warships. Then King Olaf's men became so mad with rage that they ran on board of enemies' ships to get at the people with stroke of sword and kill them. But many did not lay themselves so near the serpent, in order to escape the close encounter with battle-axe or sword, and thus the most of Olaf's men went overboard and sank under their weapons, thinking they were fighting on plain ground. So says Halfred, the daring lads shrink not from death, overboard they leap, and sink beneath. The serpent's keel all armed they leap, and down they sink 5 fathoms deep. The foe was daunted at their cheers, the king, who still the serpent steers, in such a strait beset with foes, wanted but some more lads like those. Einar, Tambar's clever, one of the sharpest of bow-shooters, stood by the mast and shot with his bow. Einar shot an arrow at Earl Eric, which hit the tiller end just above the earl's head so hard that it entered the wood up to the arrow shaft. The earl looked that way and asked if they knew who had shot, and at the same moment another arrow flew between his hand and his side, and into the stuffing of the chief's stool, so that the barb stood far out on the other side. Then said the earl to a man called Finn, but some say he was of Finn, Laplander, race, and was a superior archer, "Shoot that tall man by the mast." Finn shot, and the arrow hit the middle of Einar's bow, just at the moment that Einar was drawing it, and the bow was split in 2 parts. "What is that?" cried King Olaf. "That broke with such a noise?" "Norway, king, from thy hands," cried Einar. "No, not quite so much as that," says the king. "Take my bow and shoot," flinging the bow to him. Einar took the bow and drew it over the head of the arrow. Too weak, he said, "for the bow of a mighty king." And throwing the bow aside, he took sword and shield and fought valiantly. The king stood on the gangways of the long serpent and shot the greater part of the day, sometimes with the bow, sometimes with the spear, and always throwing 2 spears at once. He looked down over the ship's side and saw that his men struck briskly with their swords, and yet wounded but seldom. Then he called aloud, "Why do ye strike so gently that ye seldom cuts?" One among the people answered, "The swords are blunt and full of notches." Then the king went down into the forehold, opened the chest under the throne, and took out many sharp swords, which he handed to his men. But as he stretched down his right hand with them, some observed that blood was running down under his steel glove, but no one knew where he was wounded. Desperate was the defense in the Serpent, and there was the heaviest destruction of men done by the forecastle crew, and those of the forehold, for in both places the men were chosen men, and the ship was highest, but in the middle of the ship the people were thinned. Now when Earl Eric saw there were but few people remaining beside the ship's mast, he determined to board, and he entered the Serpent with 4 others. Then came Harning, the king's brother-in-law, and some others against him, and there was the most severe combat, and at last the earl was forced to leap back on board the Iron Beard again, and some who accompanied him were killed, and others wounded. Thor Kolbestian alludes to this. On Odin's deck, all wet with blood, the helm-adorned hero stood, and gallant Harning honor gained, clearing all round with sword deep-stained. The high-field peaks shall fall, ere men forget this to recall. Now the fight became hot indeed, and many men fell on board the Serpent, and the men on board of her began to be thinned off, and the defense to be weaker. The earl resolved to board the Serpent again, and again he met with a warm reception. When the forecastle men of the Serpent saw what he was doing, they went aft, and made a desperate fight. But so many men of the Serpent had fallen, that the ship's sides were in many places quite bare of defenders, and the earl's men poured in all around into the vessel, and all the men who were still able to defend the ship crowded aft to the king, and arrayed themselves for his defense. So says Haldor the unchristian. Eric cheers on his men, on to the charge again. The gallant few of Olaf's crew must refuge take. On the quarter-deck, around the king, they stand in ring, their shields enclose the king from foes, and the few who still remain fight madly but in vain. Eric cheers on his men, on to the charge again. Kolbiorn, the marshal, who had on clothes and arms like the king's, and was a remarkably stout and handsome man, went up to the king on the quarter-deck. The battle was still going on fiercely, even in the forehold. But as many of the earl's men had now got into the Serpent as could find room, and his ships lay all round her, and few were the people left in the Serpent for defence against so great a force, and in a short time most of the Serpent's men fell, brave and stout though they were. King Olaf and Kolbiorn, the marshal, both sprang overboard, each on his own side of the ship. But the earl's men had laid out boats around the Serpent, and killed those who leaped overboard. Now when the king had sprung overboard, they tried to seize him with their hands, and bring him to Earl Eric. But King Olaf threw his shield over his head, and sank beneath the waters. Kolbiorn held his shield behind him to protect himself from the spears cast at him from the ships which lay round the Serpent. And he fell so upon his shield that it came under him, so that he could not sink so quickly. He was thus taken and brought into a boat, and they supposed he was the king. He was brought before the earl, and when the earl saw it was Kolbiorn, and not the king, he gave him his life. At the same moment all of King Olaf's men who were in life sprang overboard from the Serpent, and Thorkelnivia, the king's brother, was the last of all men who sprang overboard. It is thus told concerning the king by Halfred. The serpent and the crane lay wrecks upon the main. On his sword he cast a glance, with it he saw no chance. To his marshal who of yore many a war chance had come o'er, he spoke a word, then drew in breath, and sprang to his deep-sea death. Earl Sigvald, as before related, came from Vendland in company with King Olaf, with 10 ships, but the 11th ship was manned with the men of Astrid, the king's daughter, the wife of Earl Sigvald. Now when King Olaf sprang overboard, the whole army raised a shout of victory. And then Earl Sigvald and his men put their oars in the water and rowed towards the battle. Haldor the unchristian tells of it thus. Then first the Vendland vessels came into the fight with little fame. The fight still lingered on the wave. The hope was gone with Olaf brave. War, like a full-fed ravenous beast, still oped her grim jaws for the feast. The few who stood now quickly fled, when the shout told, Olaf is dead! But the Vendland cutter, in which Astrid's men were rowed back to Vendland, and the report went immediately abroad, and was told by many that King Olaf had cast off his coat of mail under water, and had swam, diving under the long ships until he came to the Vendland cutter, and that Astrid's men had conveyed him to Vendland. And many tales have been made since about the adventures of Olaf the king. Halfred speaks thus about it. Does Olaf live, or is he dead? Has he the hungry ravens fed? I scarcely know what I should say, for many tell the tale each way. This I can say, nor fear to lie, that he was wounded grievously, so wounded in his bloody strife, he scarce could come away with life. But however this may have been, King Olaf Tryggvason never came back again to his kingdom of Norway. End of section 34. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 35 of Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland, and the Search for the Poles. Read for LibriVox.org. Sweden, Part II. Tales from Swedish History. Historical Note. Sweden was restless under the Union of Hjalmar, and in 1520 the Danish king Christian II invaded the country. The Swedes, under Gustavus Vasa, rose against him, and freed themselves from Denmark. Gustavus was elected king and established the Vasa line of rulers. During the 30 Years' War, Gustavus Adolphus became the leader of the Protestant forces, but was slain at the Battle of Lutzen. He was succeeded by his daughter Christina, who finally resigned the throne and left the country. During the 17th century, one war was hardly concluded before it was followed by another. In 1679, Charles XII came to the throne, and by his extraordinary military genius made Sweden for a time one of the great powers of Europe. His overreaching ambition at length proved his ruin. After draining the country of fighting men and of money to carry on his interminable wars, he was killed in 1710 during an invasion of Norway. His sister succeeded him, but the real sovereignty lay in the hands of the nobles, and their dissensions were constant. In 1810, the Swedish Riksdag, Parliament, chose Bernadotte, one of Napoleon's marshals, as the heir to the throne, and in 1818 he became King of Sweden. In the settlement of the complications that came about through the Napoleonic Wars, Denmark was required to yield Norway to Sweden. Norway was never content under the Union, and in 1905 she forced Sweden to renounce all authority over her, much to the sorrow of the aged king, Oscar II, a descendant of Bernadotte. 2 years later, King Oscar died and was succeeded by his son, Gustavus Adolphus V. End of section 35. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 36 of Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland, and the Search for the Poles. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Hopeforce 1. The World Story, Volume 8. Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland, and the Search for the Poles. Edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 36. The Bloodbath of Stockholm, 1520, by William Widgery Thomas, Jr. To a Swede, the whole province of Dalecarlia is sacred soil, for this was the scene of the wanderings, adventures, and hairbreadth escapes of the great Gustavus Vasa. Here he first induced his countrymen to rise and throw off the Danish yoke, and here he gained his first victories. The brilliant career of Gustavus was preceded by the bloodiest drama in Swedish history. Late in the autumn of 1520, Christian II, the Dane, was crowned King of Sweden in the church of St. Nicolaus at Stockholm. The coronation was followed by festivities of more than usual brilliancy. For 3 days they were feasting and rejoicing without interruption at the palace, and tournaments were ridden by brave knights in the presence of the fair dames of the court. King Christian himself was in especial good humor. He struck hands with many of the guests, embraced and kissed them. On the 4th day, when the festivities were at their height, many of the first nobles of the kingdom, together with the chief burghers of Stockholm and some of the most distinguished prelates of the church, were suddenly summoned into the great hall of the palace. Here, to their utter astonishment, a charge of heresy was raised against them, and, on this flimsy pretext, the nobles and burghers were thrown into the dungeons of the tower, and the clergy imprisoned in a room by themselves. The next morning, Thursday, November 8, the trumpeters made proclamation throughout the city that no one, on pain of death, should go out of his house till the signal was given. Soldiers were drawn up along all the streets, cannon were hauled into position around the palace, and their muzzles pointed down the principal avenues. At noon, the gates of the palace were thrown open, and there marched forth a sorrowful procession, the best men of Sweden, surrounded by soldiers and executioners. First came the bishops, Vincentius and Matthias, clad in the ceremonial robes of the church. Next, senators in the regalia of office, followed by the mayors and council and chief citizens of Stockholm. They were conducted to the great marketplace hard by. Here the soldiers formed a hollow square around the doomed men. A forest of steel spears and halberds glistened above the closed ranks of the troops. Then a Danish councillor calls upon the populace not to be alarmed at what was about to take place, since these prisoners had sinned against the church. At this, Bishop Vincentius raised his voice and cried out, "This is not true. I demand a legal trial. The king is a traitor to the Swedes, and God will punish him." Many others began to speak in the same way, and some prayed piteously that they might at least be permitted to receive the last sacrament, but all in vain. Their voices were drowned in the clamour of the mercenaries. King Christian, who, it is said, saw all that was taking place from a window of the council house, now gave orders that the execution should begin. Bishop Matthias was first led forth. As he knelt with hands pressed together and uplifted as in prayer, his own brother and his chancellor sprang forward to take a last farewell, but at that very moment the headsman swung his broadsword, the bishop's head fell and rolled on the ground toward his friends, while his blood spurted from the headless trunk. Next, Bishop Vincentius was beheaded, and then the blows of the executioner's sword fell thick and fast upon the necks of the kneeling victims. 12 senators and nobles were thus murdered, 3 mayors and 14 of the council of Stockholm, and then, in rapid succession, many of the most respected citizens. One of the bystanders, bursting into tears at the horrid spectacle, was instantly seized, his head cut off, and his body cast upon the great pile of dead. Some citizens were seized at their homes, dragged by the soldiery to the market, and executed. 82 of the first men of the kingdom, the flower of Swedish nobility and of the burgher class, were thus slain on that black Thursday, the 8th of November, 1520. This is the darkest day the beautiful capital of Sweden ever saw. Its streets ran red with the blood of its most loved citizens, and to this hour no Swede can speak without emotion of Stockholm's bloodbath. That night the houses of the murdered men were plundered, and their wives and daughters insulted. During the following days these horrible murders were continued. Some burghers were hung, or suffered a more cruel death in their houses. The heads of the slain were transfixed upon poles, except the head of Bishop Matthias, which was laid between his feet. The bodies were left in the marketplace and torn by dogs. On Saturday the corpses were carried out of the city. An old engraving represents them being hauled away upon low, one-horse sleds, the decapitated trunks being thrown on helter-skelter, and the heads piled in barrels, one of which stands on the forepart of each sled. A great funeral pyre was erected on the rocky height to the south of the city, where now Katarina Kyrka raises its lofty dome, and here, as the victims had been executed on a charge of heresy, their bodies were burned. Furthermore, the corpses of the patriot leaders, Sten Sture and his son, were dragged from their graves and thrown upon the burning pile. Many noble Swedish ladies were carried to Copenhagen, and thrown into the dungeons of the Blue Tower, a melancholy prison house, where numbers sickened and died, among them the mothers and sisters of Gustavus Vasa. The king soon dispatched emissaries into the country, by whom the bloodbath was continued. Even the learned Hemingad, now 80 years of age, was not spared. In December, Christian returned to Denmark, and his way thither across Sweden was stained with blood. At Linköping, he celebrated Christmas by breaking upon the wheel 2 of Sture's trusty servants. In Jönköping, he beheaded Lindorm Ribbing and his 2 little boys, 8 and 6 years of age. The elder son was first decapitated. When the younger saw the flowing blood dye his brother's clothes, he said to the headsman, "Dear man, don't let my shirt get all bloody like brother's, for mother will whip me if you do." This childish prattle touched the heart of even the grim headsman. Flinging away his sword, he cried, "Sooner shall my own shirt be stained with blood than I make bloody yours, my boy." But the barbarous king beckoned to a more hardened butcher, who first cut off the head of the lad, and then that of the executioner who had showed mercy. At Mydala Kloster, on Candlemas Day, the abbot and monks were torn from the altar, where they were administering the sacrament, and, after being well beaten, were bound and cast into the lake. The monks sank at once, but the abbot, having burst his bonds, was able to keep on the surface, whereupon a long spear was thrust into his back, and he was pressed under water till he drowned. Some 600 of the best men in Sweden were thus murdered before the bath of blood came to an end. Little wonder that Christian is always called the tyrant by the Swedes. No sane man acts without some object in view. Christian's object could not have been simply or chiefly the exercise of devilish cruelty, notwithstanding the fiendish ingenuity with which he went about this business. His real purpose was, undoubtedly, to cripple, and if possible, annihilate the patriotic party in Sweden. With this party he had been forced to go to war for the Swedish crown, and in this war he had been humiliated, since, with all his forces by land and sea, he was unable to take Stockholm, within whose walls that brave and noble woman, Christina, widow of Sten Sture, made a most gallant and successful defense. By deceit and lying promises, Christian at last induced the brave defenders to open the gates of Stockholm and receive him as king. To his coronation were purposely invited the chief patriots of Sweden. The charge of heresy against them was trumped up as the most convenient pretext, and the bloodbath arranged that the king might, at one blow, get rid of his chief opponents in the land, and, by the manner of their taking off, intimidate all others from raising hand or voice against his power in Sweden. But this very bloodbath cost Christian his Swedish crown. End of section 36. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 37 of Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland, and the Search for the Poles. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Max Schörlinge. The World's Story, Volume 8. Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland, and the Search for the Poles. Edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 37. Gustavus Vasa, the Savior of Sweden, 1520. By William Widgery Thomas, Jr. Among the noblemen who were beheaded on that bloody November day was one Erik Johansson. He surely was a man stout of heart, for even as he knelt with the executioner behind him, a messenger came offering him pardon. But brave Erik replied, "My comrades are honorable gentlemen. I will, in God's name, die the death with them." The next moment his head fell upon the paving of the marketplace. Erik's son, Gustavus, had also been summoned to attend the coronation, and complete amnesty was promised him. But, wiser than his father, he stayed away. The news of the bloodbath soon reached Gustavus in his hiding place at the castle of Gripsholm, and he instantly crossed the Mälar Lake and fled to the remote province of Dalecarlia. There is no more romantic chapter in Swedish history than that which recounts the adventures of Gustavus in the Dales. Everywhere throughout the province you come upon traces of this patriot leader. Disguising himself in a homespun suit of vadmal, chopping his hair squarely off so that it hung at even lengths all around his head after the manner of the district, donning a round hat and throwing a narrow Swedish axe over his shoulder, young Gustavus started forth one bleak November morning in the year of grace 1520 on his perilous mission. He was but 24 years of age, yet for more than 2 years he had been a prisoner or a fugitive. Now he was an outlaw. A price was set upon his head, and Danish spies and informers were following like bloodhounds on his track. On the southern shore of Lake Runn is still standing the barn of Rankhyttan, its walls built of massive logs roughly squared by the axe. In this barn, Gustavus worked for goodman Arent Persson, threshing grain, till a servant maid discovered the corner of a gold-embroidered collar sticking out above his homespun coat. Youth is not always an advantage, and perhaps, if Gustavus had been older, the girl would not have been sufficiently interested to make the discovery that betrayed him. So Gustavus must continue his wanderings. On the western shore of the lake is a long, low peasant's house built of hewn timber with overhanging second story and low roof. You can see the house plainly from the car window as you speed by, standing on a promontory surrounded by a grove of birches. This is the cottage of Ornas. Here Gustavus had taken refuge, and here the brave woman, Barbro Stigsdotter, in the darkness of night, let our hero down with a towel from a window in the loft to the snow-covered ground outside, whence a trusty servant, standing ready with horse and sleigh, drove him to a place of safety. And when, in the early dawn, her treacherous husband returned with a Danish bailiff and a posse of 20 men, he found his bird had flown. The chronicler sagely adds, "It is said that Arent Persson never forgave his wife this deed, and really there seems to be no good reason why he should." At Isala, on the banks of a river tributary to Lake Runn, the noble outlaw took refuge in the hut of Sven Elfson, the woods ranger. And just as he was warming himself before the oven in which the busy housewife was baking bread, the Danish spies burst into the room. They began to cast suspicious glances at Gustavus, notwithstanding his homespun suit, whereat the good woman struck him smartly over the shoulders with her bread spade, crying out, "What are you standing here and gaping at? Have you never seen folks before? Out with you into the barn." Never could the spies suppose that peasant woman could treat a noble youth like this, so they went their way. Soon the Danes seemed to have completely encompassed Gustavus in their toils. So Sven, the ranger, bedded him into a load of straw and drove him farther into the forest. Quickly they were surrounded by a bailiff's posse. "What have you in that straw?" "Nothing." "We'll see." So the soldiers ran the straw through and through with their spears, but they discovered nothing, and Sven drove on. Now the soldiers came hastening after him again. Drops of blood dyed the December snow all along his route. One of the spears had wounded Gustavus in the leg, but this the quick peasant had seen before the bailiff's gang, and, drawing out his sheath knife, had cut his horse's leg close down to the hoof. So this accounted for the blood on the snow, and Sven drove on again in peace. And so, after many wanderings, being hidden at one time under a fallen pine in the forest, and at another on a wooden height in the midst of a vast swamp, our fugitive at last made his way to Lake Siljan, the Eye of Dalarna, and reached Mora village. Here he was concealed, just outside the little town, in the cottage of Tomte Mats Larsson, and here he was saved once again from his pursuers, this time by the ready wit of good wife Margit. At noon of a Christmas holiday, when the wintry sun shone low and the north wind blew, the good people of the Dales came pouring forth from Mora church after service, as was their wont. But now the noble figure of young Gustavus suddenly appears upon a snow-covered mound by the roadside. Here he spoke to his countrymen, here he recited their wrongs, and here he begged them to rise up like men and free their country. When he spoke of the bloodbath and his father's death, he shed tears. But the people were tired of feuds and strife. They wished to live in peace. So they entreated Gustavus to leave them and seek only to save his own life. These sturdy peasants were Gustavus's last hope. Wherever he had wandered before in Småland and Östergötland, he had consoled himself, amid all reverses, with the thought that here, in the heart of Dalarna, among its brave and liberty-loving people, he could recruit the nucleus of an army to save his fatherland. Hither he had made his way with incredible toil and suffering, hunted like a wild beast and at risk of his life. Now they, too, had failed him. In despair he fastened his long Swedish snow skates to his feet and disappeared in the forest. Day after day he toiled on through the wilderness, up the valley of Östra Dalälv, sad and dejected. But he must hurry on, for a double price had been set on his head, and the hirelings of Denmark were in hot pursuit. Wearily he forces his way north through the vast forest, and at last sees the majestic mountains of the Norwegian fjeld rise before him. For his poor, oppressed, downtrodden native land, he had now no hope, and, outlaw and exile, he will seek an asylum among the eternal hills of Norway. But hark! He hears a sound behind him. Turning, he sees two swift skid runners speeding along his track. Were they Danish minions come to drag him back to an ignominious death when safety was in sight? Here, they speak. "Come back, Gustavus," they cry. "We Dalecarlians have repented. We will fight like men for fatherland. Come back and lead us." Should he return? The fate of Sweden, aye, the outcome of the 30 Years' War, the fate of Europe, the salvation of the Protestant faith, all hung upon the decision of that fair-haired, full-bearded young Swede, as he stood leaning on his staff on that winter's day amid the snow in the northern forest. Yes, he returns joyfully. With his two friends, he hurries back down the valley to Mora. Here, the peasants of the east and west dales chose him lord and chieftain over Dalarna and the whole realm of Sweden. 16 stalwart lads were at once placed around him as a bodyguard, and soon 200 men enrolled themselves under his command. Gustavus himself was everywhere, encouraging the people and gaining recruits, and the old men observed that whenever he spoke, the north wind blew, and this they had of old for a sign that God would give success. Early in February, Gustavus had 400 peasants enrolled under his banner. With this little force, he appears suddenly at Kopparberg, takes prisoner the royal bailiff of the mines, seizes the money that had been paid in rent and taxes, and possesses himself of the goods and wares of the Danish and German merchants. He divides the money and goods among his followers and disappears, as swiftly as he came. In this first expedition, Gustavus showed the instincts of a successful commander. He struck for the sinews of war and dealt them out to his men with ungrudging hand. But he soon returns with an army of 1,500. It was Sunday. He speaks to the people from outside the church, even as he had done at Mora. His words were convincing, his little army potent. The miners of Kopparberg swear him fealty and take the oath of allegiance. Gustavus now leaves his growing army in charge of his lieutenant, Peder Svensson, and travels to the neighboring provinces of Hälsingland and Gästrikland to arouse the populace. But the news of the revolution in Dalarna had reached Stockholm, and the leaders of the Danish party marched forth with an army of 6,000 to quell the insurrection. Svensson met them with 5,000 men of the Dales at Brunbäcks ferry on the Dal River, near the southern border of the province. The leaders of the royal party were surprised at the numbers of the insurgents and at their strength, for the Dalesmen shot arrows clear across the broad river into the Danish camp. "How can so large a force be supplied with provisions from this wild country?" asked one of the Danish commanders. And when some Swedish gentlemen told him that the Dalecarlians were content to drink water and, in case of need, could eat bread made from the bark of trees, he sagely remarked, "A people who eat wood and drink water, the devil himself cannot subdue, much less any other." So the Danish force began to break camp for a retreat. But in the meanwhile, Svensson had secretly crossed Dal River by a ferry 6 miles lower downstream and fell upon the Danish army in the act of evacuating its position. The Dalecarlians were armed only with bows and arrows, axes and clubs, but so fierce was their onset, and so terribly did they use these homemade arms, that they drove a part of the enemy into the river, where they drowned, and put the rest to utter rout, following their flying and shattered columns far down into Westmanland. "So," says the old song, "we drove the Danes out of Sweden." There were yet 2 more years of fighting and sieges, but Gustavus marched on with his patriot army from victory to victory. On June the 6th, in 1523, he was unanimously elected King of Sweden by the Riksdag. Then Stockholm surrendered, and on Midsummer's Eve, June 23rd, in 1523, King Gustavus Vasa, then but 27 years of age, made his triumphal entry into his capital. He rode a horse richly caparisoned and was surrounded by knights and young nobles, all mounted and wearing brilliant armor, and was followed by a vast multitude of the populace. The procession rode first to the cathedral, where Gustavus, kneeling before the high altar, returned thanks to the Almighty God, who had so miraculously led him on and given him and his people the might to complete the deliverance of their country. So was Sweden freed forever from the Danish yoke. So was founded the great Vasa line of kings. End of section 37. This recording is in the public domain. Recording by Max Schörlinge. Section 38 of Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland and the Search for the Poles. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Max Schörlinge. The World's Story, Volume 8. Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland and the Search for the Poles. Edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 38. The Marriage of Gustavus Vasa in 1523 by Wilhelm Jensen. Much sorrow and woe had been poured out over Sweden by the hand of Christian of Denmark. Great joy and consolation had come through Gustav Eriksson and Gustavus Vasa, while the earth had completed its course around the sun, and now autumn was come again. Warm, sunny northern autumn. Beneath the blue sky, the golden balls upon the cathedral spires of Uppsala shone far into the distance. They gleamed above the wild green forest, past rocks and brushwood, past the golden brown tops of the beeches upon the royal mounds of old Uppsala, even to the shining, tranquil sea. Heaven and earth seemed steeped in blue and golden light, and joy shone from the blue eyes of the men, women, and maidens in Uppsala. For half a league beyond the city, the broad highway was lined with eager crowds. From Westmanland and Södermanland they came, from the Svealand, and farther still, from the icy lakes of Norrland and Norrbotten. Expectantly, all eyes gazed southward, for from thence he was to come, he whose name none need mention who spoke of his deeds, no longer now the lord and captain of Sweden, but its king, Gustavus Vasa. For a week past, the Diet had been assembled at Strängnäs, and 2 days ago it had chosen Gustavus Vasa, King of Sweden. And now he appeared. His eyes wore a gentler look than his new subjects had ever seen there. The warmth, the brightness, the sunny joyousness of the autumn day lay upon him. In regal attire, his ermine cloak sweeping the flanks of the horse that bore him so proudly, he rode beside the milk-white palfrey of Carina Stenbock, the royal bride of Sweden. She too bowed graciously to right and left. She wore no ermine cloak, but the jubilant throng was enraptured with her beauty, with the golden hair that streamed from under the circlet on her brow, falling in streams of brightness over her neck and shoulders. Suddenly the smile vanished from Carina's lips, and the thoughtful, strangely serious expression took its place. She lifted her hand. Something was fluttering toward her through the tranquil air, a white butterfly with red spots upon his wings. Fearlessly he rested upon her hand, as upon the edge of a flower, and spread his wings. The women in the crowd saw it, and hailed the happy omen. The royal butterfly had come down from the mountains to greet Sweden's queen. Why does Sweden's queen gaze upon the white butterfly so absently, so lost in dreams, that she fails to see the people's joy at the peaceful omen? Is her ear listening westward, through the still air? Does she hear, faintly in the distance, the roaring of the Trollhätta? No, it is too far. She hears only the rustling in the beech tops on Odin's hill. They, too, send their greeting to Carina's mute eyes. Gently their branches sway against the sky. Carina started. The drums beat a flourish. They were entering Uppsala. The burgomaster of the city, surrounded by its senators and dignitaries, welcomed the King of Sweden in a solemn oration, to which the latter listened with exemplary patience, although he breathed more freely when the speech reached its end. The procession moved on, its destination known to all. The streets through which it passed were converted into a forest, the ground covered with a carpet of rushes and pine boughs. Now, the cathedral, in its gigantic proportions, rose before them. Under the portal, the Archbishop of Uppsala, in full canonicals, and surrounded by his clergy, awaited them. In spite of his trailing ermine, the young king sprang lightly from his horse and lifted Carina from hers. Both bowed before the archbishop, who lifted his hands in blessing, and preceding them, walked toward the altar. The interior of the church was not ornamented. Its marvelous beauty and purity of form, the Gothic pillars, tall and slender, like clustering sheaves, rose to a dizzy height, sustaining the noble arch that hung above the central nave. Through the tinted windows streamed a tender, mellowed light, mingling strangely with the light of innumerable candles that surrounded the altar and gleamed upon its gold-embroidered cloth. The immediate retinue of the royal pair filled a large portion of the vast space. Behind them thronged the multitude, pouring into the church or climbing recklessly to the high windows, hoping to catch, at least from the outside, a glimpse of what was going on within. There, King Gösta and Carina Stenbock were to be married by the Primate of Sweden. Just as the solemn ceremony was about to begin, a man was seen forcing his way through the crowd. He whispered some words to the king, who, with a short excuse, followed the messenger and disappeared. The people gazed after him in astonishment as he left his beautiful bride standing between her father and her blind mother, and an excited hum of voices ran through the church. But in a few moments the king reappeared. With beaming face he approached the archbishop and said, "Permit me, most reverend lord, to speak before you in this holy place. It will not be profaned by my words, for, like yours, they come from God." He rapidly ascended the altar steps and spoke in a voice that rang loud and clear through the vast cathedral arches. "Heaven sends 2 greetings to the people of Sweden. Stockholm is ours. This morning at sunrise, the Danish commander surrendered the keys." Like one great cry of joy, it burst from 1,000 lips. The last, longed-for end was reached. Sweden was free. The stormy rejoicings of the multitude were not to be restrained. Each embraced and kissed his neighbor. From 1,000 voices the cry surged upward and echoed back from the arched roof. "Long live King Gustavus! Sweden is free!" "And so it will continue," Gustav Vasa's voice rang out above the tumult. "For I have another message to deliver to the people of Sweden. The ambassador whom I sent to the Emperor Charles V has returned. The Emperor renounces the cause of his brother-in-law, Christian of Denmark, and offers to Sweden his friendship and recognition. The Danish people have risen against the king and put him under the ban." Carina's eyes shone with a new light when the king clasped her hand, and leading her to the altar, whispered, "And thus the second condition is fulfilled, Carina, before you become mine. Sweden is free." She did not look into his face as she answered, "Yes, all the conditions are fulfilled. Sweden is free. And you are its queen." A quiver ran through the young girl's frame, a feeling at once of pride and awe. Firmly she stepped upon the velvet carpet. "In the name of Almighty God, I greet you, Gustavus, King of Sweden, whom the nobles and commons of the land has chosen as their king. Generations of kings have come and gone. Upon this spot, the priests of another faith placed the crown upon the brow of the Ynglings, who deemed themselves the sons of Odin, the mighty. But they fell, like the leaves in autumn, and their memory has passed away. Here, the proud Folkungs received the crown from the hands of holy men, and were anointed with holy oil from Rome. But, like the foam of the sea, their traces have vanished. Many came after them, with great names and proud hearts. From near and from far, they were anointed and crowned. But where is their record? It is not the drop of oil from human hands that makes small things great and exalts the lowly. It is the Spirit of the living God which must uphold the mightiest among men, lest their memory perish from among the righteous. Thus, I greet you, Gustavus Vasa, in the ancient city of kings, and I joyfully lift up my hands to the great King over us all, and give him thanks." Thus began the venerable Bishop of Uppsala. Solemnly and powerfully, his words rolled over the thousands of bowed heads. As the wind stirs the sails of a ship, so they stirred the heart of each Swedish hero who heard in them the promise of a great and glorious future. Most deeply of all, they moved Carina Stenbock, who looked up with admiration to the majestic figure at her side, to the man she heard praised as an instrument of heaven, whom his people worshipped, and who had chosen her from among all others to help him to complete his work. After the struggle for peace, after the victory by the sword, to establish the supremacy of right and liberty. Yes, proud and happy at last, Karine looked upon the ermine that fell from the shoulders of her royal bridegroom. It seemed as though she heard from above a rustling like that of the beech tops on Odin's hill, to help others and to serve a worthy end. How far otherwise than she had imagined events had shaped themselves? How far more perfectly would a queen succeed in realizing those high endeavors which the sunbeams above the slumbering world had revealed to her soul. And this duty was her choice, her proud and willing choice. And proudly, joyfully, Karine's eyes during the Archbishop's sermon looked on high and at the listening crowd that thronged about the altar. The Almighty God bless you and keep you, King and Queen of Sweden. May he rule your hearts for your own happiness and for the welfare of your country. May he lift up his countenance upon you and give you peace. Like a plain citizen, Gustavus Vasa bent down and kissed his wife. End of section 38. This recording is in the public domain. Recording by Max Schörling.
Section 39 of Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland, and the Search for the Poles. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World Story, Volume 8, Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland, and the Search for the Poles. Edited by Eva March Tappan, Section 39. Gustavus Adolphus at Lutzen, 1632, by Johann Christoph Friedrich von Schiller. During the 30 Years' War in Germany, the Protestants had long hoped that Gustavus Adolphus, King of Sweden, would become their leader, but he felt that he must first care for the needs of his country. At length, however, the time came when he saw that his own land was in danger. Then he led his army into Germany, and there he was joined by the allied forces of the Protestant princes. At Lutzen he met the troops of the Austrian Emperor under Wallenstein. On the outcome of this battle depended the fate of Protestant Germany. The Editor. At last the fateful morning dawned, but an impenetrable fog which spread over the plain delayed the attack till noon. Kneeling in front of his lines, the king offered up his devotions, and the whole army at the same moment, dropping on their knees, burst into a moving hymn, accompanied by the military music. The king then mounted his horse, and clad only in a leathern doublet and surtout, for a wound he had formerly received prevented his wearing armor, rode along the ranks to animate the courage of his troops with a joyful confidence, which, however, the foreboding presentiment of his own bosom contradicted. God with us was the war cry of the Swedes, Jesu Maria that of the Imperialists. About 11 the fog began to disperse, and the enemy became visible. At the same moment Lutzen was seen in flames, having been set on fire by command of the Duke, to prevent his being outflanked on that side. The charge was now sounded, the cavalry rushed upon the enemy, and the infantry advanced against the trenches. Received by a tremendous fire of musketry and heavy artillery, these intrepid battalions maintained the attack with undaunted courage till the enemy's musketeers abandoned their posts. The trenches were passed, the battery carried and turned against the enemy. They pressed forward with irresistible impetuosity. The first of the 5 imperial brigades was immediately routed, the second soon after, and the third put to flight. But here the genius of Wallenstein opposed itself to their progress. With the rapidity of lightning he was on the spot to rally his discomfited troops, and his powerful word was itself sufficient to stop the flight of the fugitives. Supported by 3 regiments of cavalry, the vanquished brigades, forming anew, faced the enemy and pressed vigorously into the broken ranks of the Swedes. A murderous conflict ensued. The nearness of the enemy left no room for firearms, the fury of the attack no time for loading. Man was matched to man, the useless musket exchanged for the sword and pike, and science gave way to desperation. Overpowered by numbers, the wearied Swedes at last retired beyond the trenches, and the captured battery is again lost by the retreat. 1,000 mangled bodies already strewed the plain, and as yet not a single step of ground had been won. In the meantime the king's right wing, led by himself, had fallen upon the enemy's left. The first impetuous shock of the heavy Finland cuirassiers dispersed the lightly mounted Poles and Croats who were posted here, and their disorderly flight spread terror and confusion among the rest of the cavalry. At this moment notice was brought the king that his infantry were retreating over the trenches, and also that his left wing, exposed to a severe fire from the enemy's cannon posted at the windmills, was beginning to give way. With rapid decision he committed to General Horn the pursuit of the enemy's left, while he flew at the head of the regiment of Steinbach to repair the disorder of his right wing. His noble charger bore him with the velocity of lightning across the trenches, but the squadrons that followed could not come on with the same speed. In only a few horsemen, among whom was Francis Albert, Duke of Saxe-Lauenburg, were able to keep up with the king. He rode directly to the place where his infantry were most closely pressed, and while he was reconnoitering the enemy's line for an exposed point of attack, the shortness of his sight unfortunately led him too close to their ranks. An imperial Gefreiter corporal, remarking that every one respectfully made way for him as he rode along, immediately ordered a musketeer to take aim at him. "Fire at him yonder," said he, "that must be a man of consequence." The soldier fired, and the king's left arm was shattered. At that moment his squadron came hurrying up, and a confused cry of "The king bleeds! The king is shot!" spread terror and consternation through all the ranks. "It is nothing. Follow me," cried the king, collecting his whole strength, but overcome by pain and nearly fainting, he requested the Duke of Lauenburg in French to lead him unobserved out of the tumult. While the duke proceeded toward the right wing with the king, making a long circuit to keep this discouraging sight from the disordered infantry, his majesty received a second shot through the back, which deprived him of his remaining strength. "Brother," said he with a dying voice, "I have enough. Look only to your own life." At the same moment he fell from his horse, pierced by several more shots, and abandoned by all his attendants, he breathed his last amid the plundering hands of the Croats. His charger, flying without its rider and covered with blood, soon made known to the Swedish cavalry the fall of their king. They rushed madly forward to rescue his sacred remains from the hands of the enemy. A murderous conflict ensued over the body, till his mangled remains were buried beneath a heap of slain. The mournful tidings soon ran through the Swedish army, but instead of destroying the courage of those brave troops, it but excited it into a new, a wild, a consuming flame. Life had lessened in value. Now that the most sacred life of all was gone, death had no terrors for the lowly, since the anointed head was not spared. With the fury of lions, the Upland, Småland, Finland, East and West Gothland regiments rushed a second time upon the left wing of the enemy, which, already making but feeble resistance to General Horn, was now entirely beaten from the field. Bernard, Duke of Saxe-Weimar, gave to the bereaved Swedes a noble leader in his own person, and the spirit of Gustavus led his victorious squadrons anew. The left wing quickly formed again and vigorously pressed the right of the Imperialists. The artillery at the windmills, which had maintained so murderous a fire upon the Swedes, was captured and turned against the enemy. The center also of the Swedish infantry, commanded by the Duke and Kniphausen, advanced a second time against the trenches, which they successfully passed, and retook the battery of 7 cannons. The attack was now renewed with redoubled fury upon the heavy battalions of the enemy's center. Their resistance became gradually less, and chance conspired with Swedish valor to complete the defeat. The imperial powder wagons took fire, and with a tremendous explosion, grenades and bombs filled the air. The enemy, now in confusion, thought they were attacked in the rear, while the Swedish brigades pressed them in front. Their courage began to fail them. Their left wing was already beaten, their right wavering, and their artillery in the enemy's hands. The battle seemed to be almost decided. Another moment would decide the fate of the day, when Pappenheim appeared on the field. With his cuirassiers and dragoons, all the advantages already gained were lost, and the battle was to be fought anew. The order which recalled that general to Lutzen had reached him in Halle, while his troops were still plundering the town. It was impossible to collect the scattered infantry with that rapidity which the urgency of the order and Pappenheim's impatience required. Without waiting for it, therefore, he ordered 8 regiments of cavalry to mount, and at their head he galloped at full speed for Lutzen to share in the battle. He arrived in time to witness the flight of the imperial right wing, which Gustavus Horn was driving from the field, and to be at first involved in their rout. But with rapid presence of mind he rallied the flying troops and led them once more against the enemy. Carried away by his wild bravery and impatient to encounter the king, who he supposed was at the head of this wing, he burst furiously upon the Swedish ranks, which, exhausted by victory and inferior in numbers, were, after a noble resistance, overpowered by this fresh body of enemies. Pappenheim's unexpected appearance revived the drooping courage of the Imperialists, and the Duke of Friedland quickly availed himself of the favorable moment to reform his line. The closely serried battalions of the Swedes were, after a tremendous conflict, again driven across the trenches, and the battery, which had been twice lost, again rescued from their hands. The whole Yellow Regiment, the finest of all that distinguished themselves in this dreadful day, lay dead on the field, covering the ground almost in the same excellent order which, when alive, they maintained with such unyielding courage. The same fate befell another regiment of Blues, which Count Piccolomini attacked with the imperial cavalry and cut down after a desperate contest. 7 times did this intrepid general renew the attack. 7 horses were shot under him, and he himself was pierced with 6 musket balls. Yet he would not leave the field until he was carried along in the general rout of the whole army. Wallenstein himself was seen riding through his ranks with cool intrepidity amidst a shower of balls, assisting the distressed, encouraging the valiant with praise, and the wavering by his fearful glance. Around and close by him his men were falling thick, and his own mantle was perforated by several shots. But avenging destiny this day protected that breast for which another weapon was reserved. On the same field where the noble Gustavus expired, Wallenstein was not allowed to terminate his guilty career. Less fortunate was Pappenheim, the Telemann of the army, the bravest soldier of Austria and the Church. An ardent desire to encounter the king in person carried this daring leader into the thickest of the fight, where he thought his noble opponent was most surely to be met. Gustavus had also expressed a wish to meet his brave antagonist, but these hostile wishes remained ungratified. Death first brought together these 2 great heroes. 2 musket balls pierced the breast of Pappenheim, and his men forcibly carried him from the field. While they were conveying him to the rear, a murmur reached him that he whom he had sought lay dead upon the plain. When the truth of the report was confirmed to him, his look became brighter, his dying eye sparkled with a last gleam of joy. "Till the Duke of Friedland," said he, "that I lie without hope of life, but that I die happy, since I know that the implacable enemy of my religion has fallen on the same day." With Pappenheim the good fortune of the Imperialists departed. The cavalry of the left wing, already beaten and only rallied by his exertions, no sooner missed their victorious leader than they gave up everything for lost, and abandoned the field of battle in spiritless despair. The right wing fell into the same confusion, with the exception of a few regiments which the bravery of their colonels Gotz, Cerci, Colloredo, and Piccolomini compelled to keep their ground. The Swedish infantry, with prompt determination, profited by the enemy's confusion. To fill up the gaps which death had made in the front line, they formed both lines into one, and with it made the final and decisive charge. A third time they crossed the trenches, and a third time they captured the battery. The sun was setting when the two lines closed. The strife grew hotter as it drew to an end. The last efforts of strength were mutually exerted, and skill and courage did their utmost to repair in these precious moments the fortune of the day. It was in vain. Despair endows every one with superhuman strength. No one can conquer, no one will give way. The art of war seemed to exhaust its powers on one side, only to unfold some new and untried masterpiece of skill on the other. Night and darkness at last put an end to the fight before the fury of the combatants was exhausted, and the contest only ceased when no one could any longer find an antagonist. Both armies separated as if by tacit agreement. The trumpets sounded, and each party claiming the victory quitted the field. The artillery on both sides, as the horses could not be found, remained all night upon the field, at once the reward and the evidence of victory to him who should hold it. Wallenstein, in his haste to leave Leipzig and Saxony, forgot to remove his part. Not long after the battle was ended, Pappenheim's infantry, who had been unable to follow the rapid movements of their general, and who amounted to 6 regiments, marched on the field, but the work was done. A few hours earlier, so considerable a reinforcement would perhaps have decided the day in favor of the Imperialists, and even now, by remaining on the field, they might have saved the Duke's artillery and made a prize of that of the Swedes. But they had received no orders to act, and uncertain as to the issue of the battle, they retired to Leipzig, where they hoped to join the main body. The Duke of Friedland had retreated thither, and was followed on the morrow by the scattered remains of his army, without artillery, without colors, and almost without arms. The Duke of Weimar, it appears, after the toils of this bloody day, allowed the Swedish army some repose. Between Lutzen and Weissenfels, near enough to the field of battle to oppose any attempt the enemy might make to recover it. Of the two armies, more than 9,000 men lay dead, a still greater number were wounded, and among the Imperialists scarcely a man escaped from the field uninjured. The entire plain from Lutzen to the canal was strewed with the wounded, the dying, and the dead. Many of the principal nobility had fallen on both sides. Even the Abbot of Fulda, who had mingled in the combat as a spectator, paid for his curiosity and his ill-timed zeal with his life. History says nothing of prisoners, a further proof of the animosity of the combatants, who neither gave nor took quarter. But it was a dear conquest, a dearer triumph. It was not till the fury of the conquest was over that the full weight of the loss sustained was felt, and the shout of triumph died away into a silent, gloomy despair. He who had led them to the charge returned not with them. There he lies upon the field which he had won, mingled with the dead bodies of the common crowd. After a long and almost fruitless search, the corpse of the king was discovered, not far from the great stone which, for 100 years before, had stood between Lutzen and the canal, and which, from the memorable disaster of that day, still bears the name of the Stone of the Swedes. Covered with blood and wounds, so as scarcely to be recognized, trampled beneath the horses' hoofs, stripped by the rude hands of plunderers of its ornaments and clothes, his body was drawn from beneath a heap of dead, conveyed to Weissenfels, and there delivered up to the lamentations of his soldiers and the last embraces of his queen. The first tribute had been paid to revenge, and blood had atoned for the blood of the monarch, but now affection assumed its rights, and tears of grief must flow for the man. The universal sorrow absorbs all individual woes. The general, still stupefied by the unexpected blow, stood speechless and motionless around his bier, and no one trusted himself enough to contemplate the full extent of their loss. End of section 39. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 40 of Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland, and the Search for the Poles. Read for LibriVox.org by Alan Mapstone. The Battle Song of Gustavus Adolphus by Michael Altenberg. Fear not, O little flock, the foe who madly seeks your overthrow. Dread not his rage and power. What though your courage sometimes faints, his seeming triumph o'er God's saints lasts but a little hour. Be of good cheer, your cause belongs to him who can avenge your wrongs. Leave it to him, our Lord. Though hidden now from all our eyes, he sees the Gideon who shall rise to save us and his word. As true as God's own word is true, not earth or hell with all their crew against us shall prevail. A jest and byword are they grown. God is with us, we are his own, our victory cannot fail. Amen, Lord Jesus, grant our prayer. Great Captain, now thine arm make bare. Fight for us once again. So shall the saints and martyrs raise a mighty chorus to thy praise, world without end. Amen. End of section 40. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 41 of Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, and Greenland, and the Search for the Poles. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World Story, Volume 8, Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland, and the Search for the Poles. Edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 41, The Crossing of the Little Belt, 1658, by Z. Topelius. In 1658, Sweden was at war with Denmark. The Swedish king, Charles X, had captured a fortress on that point of Denmark which is separated from the island of Funen by the Little Belt. Count Bertelskjold has been blamed by the king, and to prove that good fortune still attends him, he has declared that he will ride over the Little Belt, though the ice has broken up and the channel is still open. The Editor. Count, you speak boldly. How will you prove your presumption of good fortune? By riding first over the ice of the belt. The king smiled and turned to Wrangel. That man is of the stock with which to thrash the Jutlanders. I need such men. Foolhardy fellow, muttered Wrangel. Well, Count Bertelskjold, continued the king, I will believe you if tomorrow you ride across the belt and before night bring me a prisoner from Funen. It shall be done, your majesty, answered Bertelskjold in short and measured tones, and undisturbed by Wrangel's sarcastic smile, for nobody was ignorant of the fact that the ice of the eastern part of Little Belt had broken up and the bay near Middelfart consequently rendered impassable. But the king's mind was turned so longingly in that direction that everything which flattered his hopes was seized upon with the greatest eagerness. Perhaps there was also a certain similarity of temperament which moved him to listen to Bertelskjold's boldness with secret pleasure. At least it is certain that he himself, like the spoiled favorite of fortune, was fond of venturing everything on a single card to win or lose. The review was ended. The king rode away, and the troops separated to their quarters to warm their stiffened limbs. The barracks could not contain all at once Fires were kindled in the fields, and the canteen went its rounds amongst the soldiers who for the time could find no roof to cover their heads. Other soldiers came flocking thither. Finally they took possession of the church. War and the cold season respected nothing. The soldiers were seen lying with their bottles in the aisles of the church and around the altar, and wild and ribald songs sounded within the walls, which lately echoed to the tones of sacred hymns. Charles Gustavus had his headquarters in the parsonage, from the windows of which he had an open view over the coast and the ice beyond. From time to time the king interrupted his deliberations with his officers, went impatiently to the window, and looked at the darkening surroundings, where it was still possible to distinguish in the distance the blue open channel near the shore of Funen. The thermometer had not yet been invented, but the cloudy sky and the appearance of the snow sufficiently indicated to him that the thaw still continued to mock his expectations. Suddenly the king broke off a conversation with Dahlberg and sent for Berchtesgaden. "Count," said he, gruffly, "tell me frankly and without fear, are you in league with the devil? Do not be afraid, I will give you absolution." "I do not understand your majesty. I wish to learn from you the art of riding across the open sea to Middelfart." "Nothing is easier. Will your majesty be pleased to cast a glance through the window?" The king looked out. The sky, lately covered with clouds, had quickly cleared, and everything betokened a severe cold, which indeed came the same night. Charles Gustavus clapped Berchtesgaden lightly upon the shoulder. "Count," said he, "the news is worth a parish in Finland, if you accomplish what you have undertaken." "It shall be done, your majesty." When on the following morning the sun rose over the leafless beaches of Funen, the entire little belt glittered with the luster of new ice. The Swedes flocked to the shore to persuade themselves of the power of the winter night to build bridges, and of the favor of fortune in building them at just the right moment. The king was in a good humor. All the three crowns of the north seemed to him to glitter in the horizon. The cold continued to be extremely severe. Already in the morning the ice was strong enough to bear footmen. Toward night Berchtesgaden began his bold attempt. He laid aside his heavy armor and put on a light jacket. Instead of the large brown horse he generally rode, he chose a small and lean but sinewy runner of the Erland breed. Two attendants on skates followed him, each pushing a sledge before him. Then the expedition set off, in view of almost the entire Swedish army. At first, where the ice was stronger, Berchtesgaden rode very slowly, in order not to fatigue his small Erlander. But the nearer he approached to the more dangerous part of the belt, the channel, the more he increased his speed, so that the attendants on their light skates had hard work to keep up with him. Nearer and nearer drew the snow-covered coast of Funen. The ice cracked and bent under the horses' feet. Again and again a hoof struck through the clear, thin ice, spattering the water high into the air, but the audacious soldier dashed onward with quickened speed. A moment more, and Berchtesgaden stood safe on Funen, and at the same instant his horse fell, never to rise again. The sun went down, frosty and yellow, behind the coast of Schleswig, and the early winter twilight began to darken. Time was precious. Berchtesgaden had landed near a village south of Middelfart. A crowd of Danes, men, women, and children, had collected upon the beach, curious to know what the adventurous rider had to tell. Probably they considered him a messenger from the Swedish king. No one divined the real cause of this unusual visit. Berchtesgaden looked behind him. The attendants with the sledges were still a good distance away. He approached the crowd, inquiring here and there for the road to Odense, letting them understand that he was sent to make peace. The news filled all with joy. They crowded innocently around the stranger near the ice. Just then, according to previous orders, one of the attendants arrived, left his sledge and an extra pair of skates which he had carried with him, and immediately started on his return. Berchtesgaden inquired if it were possible to reach Middelfart across the ice, meanwhile fastening on the skates. The peasants, in their joy, offered to lend him a horse in place of the one that had fallen. Everything seemed friendly and well. Then Berchtesgaden suddenly seized a boy of 5 years around the waist, threw him into the sledge, pushed it out before him on the ice, and hastened on his light skates with the speed of the wind, away with his booty. It was all done in a moment. The peasants, amazed and benumbed, scarcely believed their own eyes before they heard the shrieks of the boy, already far out on the ice. A woman rushed forward. She was the mother of the captured boy. She tore her hair and was the first to leap after them on the ice. She slipped, fell, rose again, fell once more, rose for the second time, and leaped after the robber till she sank down fainting. Some young men followed her example. In vain. The robber was already out of sight in the increasing twilight, and it was impossible to overtake him. With rage and curses at the faithlessness of the Swedes, the pursuers returned with the unhappy mother. Meanwhile, Berta Skuld, with the boy in the sledge, reached the opposite shore in safety. The rays of the rising moon had favored his perilous journey. On the Swedish side he was already given up as lost. Darker grew the twilight, and darker grew the king. He repented his foolhardiness. He needed so urgently every brave arm, and what was most important of all, the whole army would foresee its own fate in Berta Skuld's, whether success or defeat, if the proposed expedition were attempted. But Berta Skuld came. "I have ridden across the belt, your majesty, although I have returned on my skates. Here is my living witness from Funen." And the captured boy was brought forward with his nose red from the cold and munching a piece of wheat bread which had been given him to stop his crying. The king unfastened from his neck a gold chain to which was attached a medallion set with jewels and containing the portrait of Queen Christina. "General," said he, "take this as a souvenir of your exploit. Hereafter you shall wear the escutcheon of Funen in your coat of arms, and hereafter," the king added with proud confidence, "we will visit our brother Frederick in Copenhagen." The morning of the 29th of January dawned. The cold was more severe than ever. At daybreak the whole army was at the shore ready for the start. The ice had been tested and found strong, yet the cautious Dahlberg did not trust it fully. On the places which were most dangerous by reason of the current, he had spread straw, poured upon it water, which immediately froze, and laid down planks. The ever memorable expedition, sung 100 years later by Gyllenborg, was begun. The cavalry and the cannon started first from Halse over the small isle of Brandsur toward a bay on the coast of Funen, south of Inverness. Then came the right wing under Wrangel and Tott, next the left wing under the king and Varennes. The infantry marched north of the other forces. It was a strange march over the wide blue ice, silent, earnest, as if crossing an open grave. When they approached the channel, the troops dismounted and led their horses by the reins, a little apart from each other. But once past this dangerous spot, they threw themselves into their saddles and rushed with loud cheers against the enemy waiting on the coast. About 4,000 Danish soldiers, 1,500 peasants at work sawing the ice, and several thousand spectators stood upon the coast of Funen, praying fervently that the Swedish army might sink, like Pharaoh of old, into the depths of the sea. But the Swedes came safely over with their superior force. A sharp attack of the mail-clad horsemen and the disheartened Danish soldiers were overwhelmed, and many of them taken prisoners. Charles Gustavus, who followed, saw the contest, but not the sudden victory of his men. "Follow me," he exclaimed, and with his wing made a detour to the right in order to land at another point and attack the Danes in the rear. The whole wing rushed thither. "Take care, Berta Skuld," cried Dahlberg to the general, who, with his left arm in a sling, hurried by, galloping at the head of his troops. "Go slowly, separate your men. You are riding too close together." But Berta Skuld was conscious only of the distant coast and of new exploits there under the eyes of the king. With closed ranks, the two foremost squadrons dashed forward over the channel, when quickly the frail bridge cracked, burst with a terrible report, and the proud onrushing squadron sank. So suddenly, so unexpectedly, amidst their cheers came their destruction, that horses and men were seen only for a moment struggling with the rising waves before they were all carried away by the current and disappeared in the depths. Both squadrons were lost beyond rescue. The carriages of the king and the French ambassador with their horses shared the fate of the horsemen. Charles Gustavus saw his men perish before his eyes, and he could not help them. The crown of Denmark beckoned again. The king looked away from the open blue grave, made his detour, and reached land in safety with the rest of his wing. Here the battle was already ended. Funen was conquered. Zealand trembled, and King Frederick sent messenger after messenger to ask for peace, for the old kingdom of Denmark tottered under his feet. But the Swedish lion accomplished his leap. Dahlberg strove zealously, therefore, though Wrangel and the traitor Corfitz Ulfeld, at that time cowardly, were eager to oppose it. After some uncertainty, the king resolved to adopt Dahlberg's boldly laid plans. The 6th of February, before daybreak, the cavalry moved forward from Svenborg over the island Taasinge to Langeland. It was a sad and gloomy march, says Fryxell. By the tramping of horses, the snow on the ice was melted, so that the way resembled an open stream. Through this the soldiers were obliged to wade in water almost a foot deep, fearing every moment to feel the frail ice break under their feet. Some lost their way bewildered, and disappeared in the depths. But resistless as an avalanche, the force swept on, from Langeland to Laaland, from Laaland to Falster, from Falster to Zealand. The faithless sea betrayed its own children, the lovely Danish islands, and carried, like another Ulfeld, the enemy willingly on its back. The 12th of February, 1658, the Swedish army landed on the coast of Zealand, near Vordingborg. The heroic achievement was ready to be engraven forever in the memories of the centuries. The peace at Roskilde was its result, Schonen, Holland, and Blekinge its most precious gain. End of section 41. This recording is in the public domain. Section 42 of Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland, and the Search for the Poles. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World Story, Volume 8, Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland, and the Search for the Poles. Edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 42. How the Madman of the North defended himself at Bender, 1713, by François-Marie Arouet Voltaire. When Charles XII was in his 15th year, he became, by the death of his father, King of Sweden. He showed little interest in the affairs of the nation, and when he went to meetings of his council, he sat with his legs crossed on the table, and was evidently dreaming of everything except the question in hand. He was willing to study and to carry on all sorts of out-of-door amusements, but he gave little promise of kingly qualities, and when it was known that Peter the Great of Russia, Augustus II of Poland, and Frederick IV of Denmark were preparing to attack Sweden, the councilors were in despair. Suddenly this boy of 18 started to his feet. "Gentlemen," said he, "I've made up my mind. I intend to attack the first who declares war against me, and when I have conquered him, I hope to strike terror into the rest." From that day he became a soldier, was ready to endure any hardships, and showed himself to have the qualities of a great commander. He promptly invaded Denmark and defeated the Russians at Narva, but was defeated by Peter the Great at Pultowa, and barely escaped into Turkey. There he tried his best to induce the Turks to attack Russia. When this proved impossible, he concluded that they meant to give him up to his enemies. He refused to obey the Sultan's command to leave the country, and set to work to fortify his house. Even Charles could hardly have expected this defense to succeed, and he was taken prisoner. But in 1714 this unwilling and unwelcome guest made his escape. The Editor. Charles, quite convinced that the Khan and the Pasha intended to hand him over to his enemies, ordered Monsieur Funk, his envoy at the Ottoman court, to lay his complaints against them before the Sultan, and to ask for 1,000 purses more. His great generosity and his indifference to money hindered him from seeing the baseness of this proposal. He only did it to get a refusal, so that then he might have a fresh pretext for failing to depart. But a man must be reduced to great straits when he has recourse to such tricks. Savary, his interpreter, a crafty and enterprising character, carried the letter to Adrianople, in spite of the Grand Vizier's care to have the roads guarded. Funk was forced to go and deliver this dangerous message, and all the answer he got was imprisonment. Thoroughly angry, the Sultan called an extraordinary divan and made a speech at it himself. His speech, according to the translation then made of it, was as follows: I hardly knew the King of Sweden, but from his defeat at Pultowa and the request he made to me to grant him sanctuary in my empire, I'm under no obligation to him, nor have I any reason either to love or fear him. Yet thinking only of the hospitality of a Mussulman and my own generosity, which sheds the dew of its favor on small and great alike, I received and aided him, his ministers, officers, and soldiers in every respect, and for 3 years and a half have continually loaded him with presents. I have granted him a considerable guard to take him to his own country. He has asked for 1,000 purses to defray expenses, though I am paying them all, and instead of 1,000 I have granted him 1,200. After getting these from the Seraskier of Bender, he wants 1,000 more, and refuses to go under the pretext that the guard is too small, whereas it is too large to pass through the country of a friend and ally. I ask you then, is it any breach of the laws of hospitality to send this prince away, and whether foreign princes would have any ground for accusing me of cruelty and injustice if I used force to make him go? All the divan answered that the Sultan might lawfully do as he said. The Mufti declared that Mussulmans are not bound to offer hospitality to infidels, much less to the ungrateful, and he granted his festa, a kind of mandate which generally accompanies the Sultan's important orders. These festas are revered as oracles, though the persons who issue them are as much the Sultan's slaves as any others. The order and the festa were taken to Bender by the master of the horse and the first usher. The Pasha of Bender received the order at the Khan's, whence he went at once to the Barnitsa to ask if the king would go away in a friendly way, or would force him to carry out the Sultan's orders. Charles XII, not being used to this threatening language, could not command his temper. "Obey your master if you dare," he said, "and be gone." The Pasha, in indignation, set off at a gallop, an unusual thing with a Turk. On the return journey he met Monsieur Fabricius, and called out to him without stopping, "The king won't listen to reason. You'll see strange doings presently." The same day he cut off the king's supplies and removed the guard of Janissaries. He also sent to the Poles and Cossacks to let them know that if they wanted to get any provisions, they must leave the King of Sweden's camp and come and put themselves under the protection of the port at Bender. They all obeyed and left the king with only the officers of his household and 300 Swedes to cope with 2,000 Tartars and 6,000 Turks. There was now no more provision in the camp for man or beast. The king at once gave orders that the 20 fine Arabian horses they had given him should be shot, saying, "I will have neither their food nor their horses." This made a great feast for the Tartars, who, as everyone knows, think that horseflesh is delicious. In the meantime the Turks and Tartars invested the little camp on all sides. The king, with no signs of panic, appointed his 300 Swedes to make regular fortifications, and worked at them himself. His chancellor, treasurer, secretaries, valets, and all his servants lent a hand to the work. Some barricaded the windows, others took the bars behind the doors and placed them like buttresses. When the house was well barricaded, and the king had reviewed his pretenses at fortifications, he began to play chess unconcernedly with his favorite Grothusen, as if everything had been perfectly safe and secure. It happened very luckily that Fabricius, the envoy of Holstein, did not lodge at Barnitsa, but at a small village between Barnitsa and Bender, where Mr. Jeffreys, the English envoy to the King of Sweden, lived also. These two ministers, seeing that the storm was about to break, undertook to mediate between the Turks and the king. The Khan, and especially the Pasha of Bender, who had no intention of hurting the monarch, were glad of the offers of their services. They had 2 conferences together at Bender, at which the usher of the seraglio and the Grand Master of the horse, who had brought the order from the Sultan, were present. Monsieur Fabricius owned to them that the Swedish king had good reason to believe that they intended to give him up to his enemies in Poland. The Khan, the Pasha, and the rest swore on their heads, calling God to witness that they detested the thought of such a horrible piece of treachery, and would shed the last drop of their blood rather than show the least lack of respect to the king in Poland. They added that they had the Russian and Polish ambassadors in their power, and that their lives should answer for the least affront offered to the King of Sweden. In a word, they complained bitterly of the outrageous suspicions which the king was harboring about people who had received and treated him so well. And though oaths are often the language of treachery, Monsieur Fabricius allowed himself to be persuaded by these barbarians. He thought he saw that air of truth in their protests which falsehood imitates but lamely. He knew that there was a secret correspondence between the Tartar Khan and Augustus, but he remained convinced that the object of this negotiation was only to force Charles to retire from the territories of the Sultan. But whether Fabricius was mistaken or not, he assured them that he would represent to the king the unreasonableness of his jealousies. "But do you intend to force him to go?" he added. "Yes," answered the pasha, "such are our master's orders." Then he desired them to consider again whether that order was to spill the blood of a crowned head. "Yes," answered the Khan with warmth, "if that head disobeys the Sultan in his own dominions." In the meantime everything was ready for the assault, and Charles's death seemed inevitable. But as the Sultan's command was not positively to kill him in case of resistance, the pasha prevailed on the Khan to send a messenger that moment to Adrianople to receive His Highness's final orders. Mr. Jeffreys and Monsieur Fabricius, having got this respite, hurried to acquaint the king with it. They hastened like bearers of good news, and were received very coldly. He called them forward, meddling mediators, and still insisted that the Sultan's order and the Mufti's festa were forged, because they had sent for fresh orders to the Porte. The English minister withdrew, resolving to trouble himself no further with the affairs of so obstinate a prince. Monsieur Fabricius, a favorite of the king, and more accustomed to his whims than the English minister, stayed with him to exhort him not to risk so valuable a life on so futile an occasion. The only reply the king made was to show him his fortifications, and to beg him to mediate so far as to obtain provisions for him. Leave was easily obtained from the Turks to let provisions pass into the king's camp till the couriers should return from Adrianople. The Khan himself had forbidden the Tartars to make any attempt on the Swedes till a new order came, so that Charles went out of his camp, sometimes with 40 horse, and rode through the midst of the Tartar troops, who respectfully left him a free passage. He even marched right up to their lines, and they did not resist, but opened to him. At last the Sultan's order arrived with command to put to the sword all the Swedes who made the least resistance, and not to spare the king's life. The pasha had the civility to show the order to Monsieur Fabricius, that he might make a last effort with Charles. Fabricius went at once to tell him his bad news. "Have you seen the order you refer to?" said the king. "I have," replied Fabricius. "Tell them," said the king, "from me, that this order is a second forgery of theirs, and that I will not go." Fabricius fell at his feet in a transport of rage, and scolded him for his obstinacy. "Go back to your Turks," said the king, smiling at him. "If they attack me, I know how to defend myself." The king's chaplains also fell on their knees before him, beseeching him not to expose the wretched remnant over from Pultowa, and above all his own sacred person, to death, adding besides that resistance in this case was a most unwarrantable deed, and that it was a violation of the laws of hospitality to resolve to stay against their will with strangers who had so long and generously supported him. The king, who had showed no resentment with Fabricius, became angry on this occasion, and told his priests that he employed them to pray for him and not to give him advice. General Hord and General Dardoff, who had always been against venturing a battle which in the result must prove fatal, showed the king their breasts covered with wounds received in his service, and assured him that they were ready to die for him, and begged him that it might be on a more worthy occasion. "I know," said the king, "by my wounds and yours, that we have fought valiantly together. You have hitherto done your duty, do it again now." The only thing remaining was to obey. They were all ashamed not to seek death with their king. He prepared for the assault, secretly gloating over the pleasure and honor of resisting with 300 Swedes the efforts of a whole army. He gave every man his place. His chancellor, Malern, his secretary, Imprius, and the clerks were to defend the Chancery House. Baron Fife, at the head of the officers of the kitchen, was to defend another post. The grooms of the stables and the cooks had another place to guard, for with him every man was a soldier. He rode from his fortifications to his house, promising rewards to every one, creating officers, and declaring that he would make his humblest servant captain if he behaved with valor in the engagement. It was not long before they saw the Turks and Tartars advancing to attack the little fortress with 10 cannon and 2 mortars. The horsetails waved in the air, the clarions brayed, and cries of Allah, Allah were heard on all sides. Baron Grothusen remarked that they were not abusing the king as they shouted, but only calling him de Murbash, that is, Iron Head, so he resolved to go alone and unarmed out of the fort. He advanced to the line of the Janissaries, who had almost all of them received money from him. "What, my friends," he said in their own language, "have you come to massacre 300 defenseless Swedes? You brave Janissaries, who have pardoned 100,000 Russians when they cried, 'Aman!' Pardon to you? Have you forgotten the kindness you have received at our hands? And would you assassinate the King of Sweden, whom you loved so much, and who has been so generous to you? My friends, he asks only 3 days, and the Sultan's orders are not so strict as they would make you believe." These words had an effect which Grothusen himself had not expected. The Janissaries swore on their beards that they would not attack the king, and would give him the 3 days that he demanded. In vain was the signal given for assault. The Janissaries, far from obeying, threatened to turn their arms against their leaders if 3 days were not granted to the King of Sweden. They came to the Pasha of Bender's tent in a band, crying that the Sultan's orders were forged. To this sedition the Pasha could oppose nothing but patience. He pretended to be pleased with the generous resolve of the Janissaries, and ordered them to retreat to Bender. The Khan of Tartary, who was a passionate man, would have made the assault at once with his own troops, but the Pasha, who would not allow the Tartars alone to have the honor of taking the king, while he might perhaps be punished for the disobedience of his Janissaries, persuaded the Khan to wait till next day. The Pasha, returning to Bender, assembled all the officers of the Janissaries and the older soldiers. He read them and showed them the positive command of the Sultan and the mandate of the Mufti. 60 of the oldest of them, with venerable gray beards, who had received innumerable presents from the king, proposed to go to him in person and entreat him to put himself into their hands and permit them to serve him as guards. The Pasha consented, for there was no stone he would leave unturned rather than be forced to kill the king. So these 60 old soldiers went next morning to Varnitsa, having nothing in their hands but long white staves, their only weapon when they intend not to fight, for the Turks consider it a barbarous custom of the Christians to wear swords in time of peace, and to go armed to the churches or the houses of friends. They addressed themselves to Baron Grothusen and Chancellor Malune. They told them that they had come with the intention of serving as faithful guards to the king, and that if he pleased they would conduct him to Adrianople, where he might speak to the Sultan in person. While they were making the proposal, the king read the letters that had come from Constantinople, and that Fabricius, who could not see him again, had sent to him privately by a Janissary. These letters were from Count Poniatowski, who could neither serve him at Bender nor at Adrianople, having been detained at Constantinople by the Tsar's order from the time of the imprudent demand of 1,000 purses. He told the king that the Sultan's order to seize his royal person was only too true, that the Sultan was indeed imposed upon by his ministers, but that the more he was imposed upon in the matter, the more he would be obeyed, that he must submit to the times and yield to necessity, and that he took the liberty of advising him to attempt all that was possible in the way of negotiation with the ministers, not to be inflexible in a case where the gentlest methods would prevail, and to trust to time and diplomacy the healing of an evil which rough handling would aggravate beyond the hope of recovery. But neither the proposal of the old Janissaries nor Poniatowski's letters could in the least convince the king that it was possible for him to give way without injuring his honor. He would rather die by the hands of the Turks than be in any sense their prisoner. He dismissed the Janissaries without seeing them, sending them word that if they did not hurry he would shave their beards for them, which in the East is considered the most provoking affront that can be offered. The old soldiers, in a rage, returned home crying, "Down with this Iron Head! Since he is resolved to die, let him." They gave the Pasha an account of their mission, and told their comrades at Bender of the strange reception they had met with. Then all swore to obey the orders of the pasha without delay, and they were now as eager for the assault as they had been adverse to it the day before. The word was given at once. They marched up to the entrenchments. The Tartars were already waiting for them, and the 10 cannon began to play. The Janissaries on one side and the Tartars on the other forced this little camp in an instant. 20 Swedes had scarcely time to draw their swords. The 300 were surrounded and taken prisoners without resistance. The king was then on horseback between his house and his camp, with Generals Hoord, Dardoff, and Spar. Seeing that all his soldiers had suffered themselves to be taken before his eyes, he said with sang-froid to those 3 officers, "Let us go and defend the house. We'll fight," he added with a smile, "pro aris et phocis." With them he immediately galloped up to the house, where he had placed about 40 servants as sentinels, and which they had fortified as best they could. These generals, though they were accustomed to the obstinate courage of their master, could not but be surprised that in cold blood and with a jest he should propose that they should defend themselves against 10 cannon and a whole army. They followed him with 20 guards and domestics. But when they were at the door, they found it besieged by Janissaries. Besides, nearly 200 Turks and Tartars had already got in at a window and had seized all the rooms except a great hall whither the king's servants had withdrawn. Luckily this hall was near the door at which the king intended entering with his 20 men. He threw himself from his horse, pistol and sword in hand, and his followers did the same. The Janissaries fell on him from all sides, encouraged by the pasha's promise of 8 gold ducats to any who did but touch his coat, in case they could not take him. He wounded and killed all that came near him. A Janissary whom he had wounded stuck his musket in the king's face, and if the arm of a Turk had not jostled him in the crowd, the king would have been killed. The ball grazed his nose and took off a piece of his ear, and then broke the arm of General Hoord, whose fate it was always to be wounded at his master's side. The king stuck his sword into the Janissary's breast, and at the same time his servants, who were shut up in the hall, opened the door to him. He and his little troop slipped in as swiftly as an arrow. They closed the door at once and barricaded it with all they could find. Behold Charles shut up in this hall with all his attendants, about 80 men, officers, secretaries, valets, and servants of all kinds. The Janissaries and the Tartars pillaged the rest of the house and filled the rooms. "Come," said the king, "let us go and drive out these barbarians." Then putting himself at the head of his men, he with his own hands opened the door of the hall, which opened into his bedroom, went in and fired on his plunderers. The Turks, laden with booty, terrified at the sudden appearance of the king, whom they had reverenced, threw down their arms and jumped out of the window or fled to the cellars. The king, taking advantage of their confusion, and his own men being animated with their piece of success, pursued the Turks from room to room, killed or wounded those who had not made their escape, and in a quarter of an hour cleared the house of the enemy. In the heat of the combat, the king saw 2 Janissaries who had hidden themselves under his bed. He thrust one through, but the other asked pardon, saying, "Aman, I grant you your life," said the king, "on condition that you go and give the pasha a faithful account of what you have seen." The Turk readily promised to do as he was told, and was then allowed to leap out of the window like the others. The Swedes were at last masters of the house again, and shut and barricaded the windows. They did not lack arms, for a room on the ground floor, full of muskets and powder, had escaped the tumultuous search of the Janissaries. This they turned to good account, firing close on the Turks through the window, and killing 200 of them in less than a quarter of an hour. The cannon played against the house, but as the stones were very soft, they only made holes in the wall, but demolished nothing. The Khan of Tartary and the pasha, who wanted to take the king alive, ashamed at losing time and men, and employing a whole army against 60 persons, thought it expedient to fire the house in order to force the king to surrender. They had arrows twisted with lighted matches shot onto the roof and against the door and windows. By this means the whole house was soon in flames. The roof, all in flames, was about to fall on the Swedes. The king quietly gave orders for extinguishing the fire, and finding a small barrel full of liquor, he took hold of it himself, and with the help of 2 Swedes threw it on the place where the fire was most violent. Then he found that it was full of brandy. The fire burned more furiously than ever. The king's room was burned, and the great hall, where the Swedes were then, was filled with terrible smoke mingled with tongues of flame. that came in through the doors of the next rooms. Half the roof fell in, and the other had fallen outside the house, cracking among the flames. A guard called Walberg ventured, when things had got to this pass, to say that they must surrender. "What a strange man this is," said the king, "to imagine that it is not more glorious to be burned than to be taken prisoner." Another guard, called Rosen, remarked that the Chancery House, which was only 50 paces away, had a stone roof and was fireproof, that they might well sally out, gain that house, and there stand on the defensive. "A true Swede," cried the king. Then he embraced him and made him a colonel on the spot. "Come on, my friends," he said, "take all the powder and ball you can carry, and let us gain Chancery sword in hand." The Turks, who were all this while round the house, were struck with fear and admiration at seeing that the Swedes were staying inside in spite of the flames. But they were much more astonished when they saw them open the doors and the king and his men fall on them desperately. Charles and his leading officer were armed with sword and pistol. Every one fired 2 pistols at a time at the instant that the door opened, and in a flash, throwing away their pistols and drawing their swords, they drove back the Turks 50 paces, but the next moment the little band was surrounded. The king, booted according to custom, got his spurs entangled and fell. At once 1 in 20 Janissaries fell on him, disarmed him, and took him away to the quarters of the pasha, some holding his arms and others his legs, as a sick man is carried for fear of incommoding him. As soon as the king saw himself in their hands, the violence of his rage and the fury which so long and desperate a fight had naturally inspired gave way to gentleness and calm. Not one impatient word escaped him, not one frown was to be seen. He smiled at the Janissaries, and they carried him, crying Allah, with mingled indignation and respect. His officers were taken at the same time and stripped by the Turks and Tartars. This strange adventure happened on the 12th of February, 1713. It had extraordinary consequences. The Pasha of Bender waited in state in his tent, with a certain Marco for interpreter, expecting the king. He received him with great respect and asked him to rest on a sofa, but the king disregarded his civilities and continued standing. "Blessed be the Almighty," said the Pasha, "that your Majesty is safe. I am grieved that you have forced me to execute the Sultan's orders." The king, on the other hand, was only vexed that his 300 men had allowed themselves to be taken in their entrenchments, and said, "Ah, if they had fought like men, we should have held out these 10 days." "Alas," said the Pasha, "what a pity that so much courage should be misapplied." Then the king was taken on a fine horse with magnificent trappings to Bender. All the Swedes were either killed or taken prisoners. The king's equipage, furniture, and papers, and the most needful of his clothes were pillaged or burned. On the roads the Swedish officers, almost naked and chained in pairs, followed the horses of the Tartars and Janissaries. The chancellor and the general officers were in the same condition, becoming slaves to those of the soldiers to whose share they fell. The Pasha Ismail, having brought the king to his seraglio at Bender, gave him his own room, where he was served in state, but not without a guard of Janissaries at the room door. They prepared a bed for him, but he threw himself down on a sofa in his boots and fell fast asleep. An officer in waiting near by put a cap on his head. The king threw it off directly he awaked, and the Turk was amazed to see a king sleeping on a sofa in his boots and bareheaded. In the morning Ishmael brought Fabricius to the king, and when he saw his prince's clothes all rent, his boots, his hands, and his whole person covered with blood and dust, his eyebrows scorched, yet even in this state smiling, he threw himself on his knees, unable to speak. But soon, reassured by the natural and gentle manner of the king, he resumed his ordinary familiarity, and they began to make sport of the battle. "They tell me," said Fabricius, "that your Majesty killed no fewer than 20 Janissaries." "No, no," said the king. "You know a story always grows in the telling." In the midst of the conversation, the Pasha brought to the king his favorite Grothusen and Colonel Ribbons, whom he had generously ransomed at his own expense. Fabricius undertook to ransom all the other prisoners. Jeffreys, the English ambassador, helped him with money, and La Moitrelle, the French noble who had come to Bender from curiosity to see him, and who has written some account of these matters, gave all he had. These strangers, assisted by the Czar's advice and money, redeemed all the officers and their clothes from the Tartars and Turks. Next morning they took the king in a chariot decked with scarlet to Adrianople, and his treasurer, Grothusen, was with him. The chancellor Malern and some officers followed in another carriage. Many others were on horseback and could not restrain tears at the sight of the king's chariot. The pasha commanded the escort. Fabricius remarked that it was a shame that the king had no sword. God forbid, said the pasha, he would soon be at our throats if he had a sword. End of section 42. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 43 of Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland, and the Search for the Poles. Read for LibriVox.org by Alan Mapstone. Bringing Home the Body of Charles XII by Gustav Olof Cederström, Swedish painter, 1845. Painting, page 208. The military ability of Charles XII of Sweden had given his country a high rank among the nations. He had met the armies of Russia, Poland, and Denmark, and had struck blow after blow. His success, however, was of short duration. He lost much territory to Peter the Great, and while attacking Norway, he came to his death. This took place at Frederiksholm. It was midwinter, and the ground was deep with snow, but his loyal soldiers were determined that his body should rest in his native soil. The illustration shows the sad procession making its way over a mountain pass towards the capital, which he had never seen but as a boy. His body now lies in a sarcophagus of black marble, covered with a lion's skin and surmounted by a crown and sceptre, and as a fitter monument there flutter around hundreds of standards and banners, ensigns of many nations captured in his wars. Sweden was now deep in trouble. All around her were enemies. In the confusion of war, the nobles had regained the unfair powers which they had formerly held, and there was doubt in regard to the succession to the throne. The younger sister of Charles agreed not to challenge the demands of the nobles, and therefore they upheld her claim to the crown. The aristocracy really ruled, but they were divided into two parties, the Hats or French party, and the Caps or Russian party. Disastrous wars followed, and much territory was lost. The nobles remained in control until the reign of Gustavus III, who succeeded in restoring the royal authority. End of section 43. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 44 of Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland, and the Search for the Poles. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Avai in July 2019. The World's Story, Volume 8. Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland, and the Search for the Poles. Edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 44. The Nobel Prize, by Vance Thompson. The most familiar names of persons to whom Nobel Prizes have been awarded since 1905 are William Marconi in physics, Madame Curie in chemistry, Rudyard Kipling, Selma Lagerlöf, Maurice Maeterlinck, Gerhard Hauptmann, and Thomas Hardy in literature, and Theodore Roosevelt and Elihu Root for the promotion of international peace. The Editor. As you go from San Remo toward Tadja and the golf links, you pass the big white villa where Alfred Nobel died in December 1896. The greater part of his life had been spent in inventing explosives and perfecting methods of manifold death. His genius had made it possible to sink a fleet of battleships and obliterate half an army corps in one thoroughgoing moment. In his old age he thought of these things. Then, too, he felt under the influence of a very extraordinary woman, the Baroness von Suttner.
In books and public lectures she has long preached the sane doctrines of peace, and it was her novel, Lay Down Your Arms, which inspired the Tsar to summon the first peace congress at The Hague. "Try and convince me," Nobel wrote her once, "of the justice of your cause, and I will furnish the means of action, that is to say, the funds." In time the Baroness von Suttner succeeded, and when Nobel died he left his huge red fortune to the cause of peace and the advancement of science. It was in its way a grim philanthropic paradox. The income of his 8 millions and more is divided into 5 equal parts and awarded yearly in prizes to those who have done most to benefit humanity. The 5 prizes are for discoveries in physics, chemistry, and medicine, for distinguished work in imaginative literature, and, lastly, for advancing the cause of peace among the nations. The average value of a Nobel Prize is $40,000. It is worthwhile looking for a moment into the life of this strange old man. The race of money-getters is always interesting. Of English origin, he was born in Stockholm in 1833. His father constructed the first practical torpedoes and dabbled for years in explosives. Working together, father and son finally perfected nitroglycerin. The successful experiment was made in their factory in Heleneborg. It resulted in a terrible explosion which killed one of the sons and completely paralyzed the old father. Yet this very catastrophe was a successful demonstration of the value of the new explosive. It spelled out success and fortune. Success came, and the fortune, having blood at the root of it, grew into millions. Alfred Nobel went to Paris to secure financial backing for the invention. He told the French bankers that he had an oil that could blow up the globe. The bankers thought their interests lay in leaving the globe just about as it was, but Napoleon III, being less conservative, provided the necessary funds. A few years later, the new explosive, in German hands, blew him off his throne. The fluid nitroglycerin was ultimately developed into dynamite. When Alfred Nobel had carried his invention to the perfect end, he went to New York. His luggage consisted of a few trunks of dynamite. He used to say that not a hotel would take him in, and that the New Yorkers shunned him as though he had brought the pest in his pocket. So he went to San Francisco, where the first American plant for the manufacture of giant powder was established. Once before he had been in the United States. As a boy he had worked in the shops of John Ericsson, to whom the world owes the modern battleship. His last achievement was the creation of ballastine, the first smokeless powder. 2 inventions he left unfinished. One was the preparation of artificial silk, the other, and this was anxiously awaited in all the industrial world, was the production of artificial rubber. He was a grim old man. During his last illness he bought a sphygmograph and recorded the variations of his pulse. "I don't know whether I have a heart in the figurative sense of the word," he said, "but physiologically I have a heart, and it is a mighty bad one." There was a sentimental side to this old millionaire, whose life was spent in collaborating with violent death. In his youth he loved a young girl, but she died or married someone else. All his days he mourned her, writing endless poems to her memory. In addition to these love verses, he left a Swedish play, Nemesis. Withal he had theories. One of them was welcomed by Mr. Andrew Carnegie. "Experience has taught me," he said, "that no happiness goes with inherited fortunes. They serve merely to deaden the faculties. A man should leave to his heirs enough to start them in life, and no more. Work is not only the law of life, but the source of happiness." A more questionable theory was that his explosives and formidable destroyers really made for peace, since they rendered war so deadly that humanity would be forced to declare against it. Ericsson, when he built the Monitor, said much the same thing. It was his dream so to perfect the art of war that men would not dare to break the peace. Of course it is possible that these two great inventors were right, but if you go to the bottom of their thought, you will discover that it rests upon the assumption that at some fixed point human courage will fail, that the machine will beat the man. There is nothing in history to buttress up this contention, nor in one's knowledge of human nature. Men have never hesitated to go up against any kind of weapon. Bludgeons and poisoned arrows, or steel cartridges and cordite, it has never mattered much. I do not think the cause of peace will gain much by changing weapons. You will have to change the breed of men. And you will have to find, what has never yet been found, the freezing point of human courage. It was not until 5 years after his death that the Nobel Institute was finally established in Stockholm and the first prizes awarded. This was in 1901. The bestowal of the Peace Prize had been entrusted to a committee elected by the Norwegian Parliament, the most notable member of which was Bjørnstjerne Bjørnson. According to the will, no one may apply directly for the prize. He must be proposed by a statesman, by a professor of law and political science, or by some member of the International Peace Commission. The first Peace Prize was divided between Jean-Henri Dunant of Geneva and Frédéric Passy of Paris, two white-haired apostles of peace. To Monsieur Dunant, more than to anyone else, is due the creation of the Red Cross Society. It was at the bloody Battle of Solferino in 1851 that he first realized how little the doctors and nurses could do unless they were given the freedom of the battlefield. Within 4 years he had spread his ideas so far that he was able to convoke in Geneva an international congress, and at the Second Congress in 1864, 16 nations were officially represented. The Cross of Geneva was adopted as the sign of this new neutrality, which covered the physicians, their aides, and their ambulances. In this work Dunant spent all his fortune. By the time the Red Cross was established all the world over, his last penny was gone. Then for years he wandered precariously over Europe, writing and teaching languages in Paris, London, Stuttgart, until in his old age Nobel's $20,000 lifted him from poverty. Now he lives at ease in a little Swiss town in the canton of Appenzell. He is 74 years of age and very feeble. Frédéric Passy, who was honored with him, has written and lectured for the last 50 years in France on economic questions. He is one of the few free traders in that old protected land. His first notable effort in the cause of peace was in 1867, when France and Prussia were at sword's point over the Luxembourg question. He founded the first French Peace Society, and so stirred up public opinion that no responsible statesman dared declare for war. His League of Peace failed to prevent the great Franco-Prussian War of 1870, but it has not been without influence in later days. Lastly, he was one of the creators of the Interparliamentary Union for International Arbitration. The peace propagandists love pompous phrases, which met first in 1889. Probably no one has done more than he to base the dreams of the peace lovers on sound methods of international discussion and concession. The prize was again divided in 1902. 2 Swiss peace propagandists were honored. Élie Ducomin is secretary of the Permanent and International Bureau of Peace of Bern, which serves as a sort of clearing-house for the various peace associations in Europe and America. He is a journalist, and in prose and verse has preached the White Crusade. Dr. Charles Albert Goba is director of the Central Bureau of the Interparliamentary Union at Bern. He holds the threads of all the legislative efforts for peace in the parliaments of the world. Before taking up the work, he gave himself to teaching and politics. None of these men was widely known outside his own little circle of Pacific friends. Nor had the world heard much of William Randall Kramer, the old English radical who was given the prize in 1903. In London he edits the Arbitrator, and was for a number of years a Member of Parliament, sitting for one of the divisions of Shoreditch. With Frederick Passy he founded the Society for Interparliamentary Efforts toward Arbitration, and has been for years the secretary. He was brought most prominently to the front by his agitation in favor of a treaty of arbitration between England and the United States. Twice he visited Washington, presenting memorials, signed by members of Parliament, to the President and to Congress. The prize of 1904 rewarded the anonymous piecework of the Institute of International Law of Ghent in Belgium, and finally, in September 1905, with strict justice, the $40,000 was given to the enthusiastic Bohemian baroness who converted Alfred Nobel to the grandeur of peace. Madame Bertha von Suttner was 37 years old when she wrote her first book. In its way, it was as epoch-making a novel as Uncle Tom's Cabin. Since it appeared in 1884, Lay Down Your Arms has made more friends for peace than all the polysyllabic societies of Europe. The history of modern science might be written without going outside the names of the winners of the Nobel Prizes for beneficent discoveries in physics, chemistry, and medicine. Röntgen was first with the rays that bear his name, then Lorentz of Leiden and Peter Zeeman of Amsterdam for their researches into the effects of magnetism on the phenomena of radiation, then Becquerel and Monsieur and Madame Curie. There was a just order in this distribution of awards. Becquerel had worked for many years on phosphorescence, and to him and his father was due the discovery of uranium, which came after the Röntgen rays, out of which proceeded radium. A great deal of nonsense has been said and written about the famous discovery of Madame Curie and her husband. The properties of radium are not yet wholly known. Of all substances, it is the most costly. If all that has been produced in the world were brought together, it would lie on the point of a knife blade. Nothing is so endowed with radioactivity. Without apparent diminution, it continues to emit light, heat, and various other rays. Of course, the most interesting question is as to the source of this continuous output. The theory that Madame Curie holds today is that radium is an unstable chemical element which does decompose in giving out heat, but with extreme slowness. In fact, she has recently found that where radium is present, there is constantly being formed a little quantity of helium gas. So, in reality, what one sees is the first example of the transformation of a chemical element. Neither Lord Rayleigh's discovery of argon nor the discoveries of Professor Leonard of Kiel, the later prize winners, has such an air of magic as Madame Curie's radium. A Pole by birth, she came to Paris long ago. It was while studying in the schools that she met Professor Curie and married him. He was a quiet, dreamy man who came little before the public. How much he had to do with the discovery of radium no one will ever know. His recent untimely death left his wife to carry on the experiments alone. The works for which the chemists were rewarded interest chiefly their fellow chemists. Van 't Hoff's Laws of Chemical Dynamics, Fischer's work on sugars, that of Arrhenius on electrolysis, and that of Sir William Ramsay on the gaseous elements of the air lack dramatic interest. Of more human significance are the discoveries in the domain of medical science. The first Nobel Prize was rightly awarded to Professor von Behring of Marburg for his discoveries in serum therapeutics and his special use in diphtheria. He placed in the hands of physicians a mighty weapon for combating disease and death. Since he received the Nobel Prize in 1901, he has gone far toward perfecting a cure for tuberculosis. "A little while must elapse," he said the other day, "before I can give it to the public in a practical way. When the next Tuberculosis Congress is held in Washington in 1908, I hope to demonstrate that at last the battle against human phthisis is in the way of being won." Professor Koch was the first to discover the tuberculosis bacillus. It was for this the Nobel Prize of 1905 was awarded him. But if the cure of consumption be indeed found, it is thanks to the serum of von Behring. Of almost equal benefit to humanity was Ronald Ross's discovery of the parasite of malaria. Of course, he merely completed the labor of scores of illustrious men who had worked on the subject since the first Jesuit missionaries found out the specific properties of quinine. Virchow, Pasteur, and Koch were his immediate forerunners. What the young English scientist made clear was the precise manner in which the malarial infection reaches the human blood. Physicians had long recognized a vague connection between malarial fever and stagnant water. It was assumed even that the disease was due to miasmata exhaled from marshes and poisonous soil. This theory has been thrown to the dustbin of science since Ronald Ross proved that the responsible author of malaria is the wicked little spotted-winged mosquito. The Ross method was applied in Havana by Assistant Surgeon General Gorgas of the United States Army. In the first year of his mosquito work, he practically blotted out yellow fever. There were only 5 cases, and the second year there were none. It was Nobel's wish that the literary prize should be awarded to the authors whose writings were of an idealistic tendency. What he had in mind may be gathered from the fact that Shelley was his favorite poet. The honor first went to Sully Prudhomme, who is one of the most delicate poets of the last generation. Sweet and grave and calm, his poetry differs from almost all the hectic verse of modern days. Its quiet beauty was worthy the award. The second year Mommsen's Roman History was chosen, though its idealism is perhaps disputable. In the succeeding years, however, the Swedish committee showed a clearly defined policy to reward those writers who had done most to keep alive the fine feelings of race, of country, of patriotism. Doubtless from an idealistic viewpoint they are quite right, but in honoring patriotism they are bringing into eminence one of the most indefatigable enemies of peace. The preservation of race, of national traditions, is a stumbling block in the way of that internationalism of good feeling toward which the peace propagandists are jogging. The patriot is always a fighting man. Björnson was given the prize in 1903, and he is not so much an author as a flag, the symbol of that young Norway which has finally got itself free of its gentler Swedish sister. And Björnson, with his rather narrow puritanism, his intellectual energy, his vanity, like that of a child, is a fair type of young Norway. You remember his famous remark, "There are 2 men of genius in Europe, I and Ibsen," admitting, that is, that Ibsen is a man of genius. Certainly no man of our day has left a broader mark upon the intellectual life of his own land. As author, orator, statesman, he has done more than any one man to make Norway what it is. The laureates of 1904 were Echegaray and Mistral. The great Spanish dramatist is known in the United States by one play only, I think, El Gran Galeato, which was produced at the end of the last century by one of the short-lived free theatres. But in Spain he is ranked with the masters of the drama, and especially that drama which is essentially Spanish. Oddly enough, he spent a good part of his life as a teacher of mathematics. He wrote on geometry, tunnel building, and sewers. He was 40 when he wrote his first play. Frédéric Mistral, who received the other half of the prize, is a strange old poet, whose fame has gone half around the world, though he writes in a dialect that is dying out even in his native Provence. Few Frenchmen can read Mireille, save in translation. Yet, for a little while at least, Mistral has saved his native land from the businesslike equality that is sweeping away all that is picturesque in Europe. He lives, as he has always lived, in the village of Maillan, near Avignon. It was there, in the old square house, that I saw him shortly after he had received his $20,000. A soldierly old man, with grey moustaches and an imperial, he sat in his huge study, the many windows open on the garden, and beyond the far line of the Alps, and talked of the Provençal Renaissance to which he has given his life. On one occasion, the Emperor of Brazil, Dom Pedro, said to him, "All the languages which are not of the first order, like English and German and French, are in danger of dying out, just as your native Provençal. So, in defending your own historic language, you are defending a crowd of little languages, the Finnish, the Portuguese, the Swedish, the Dutch, the Spanish, and the Norwegian, all of which are menaced by the great commercial languages." Doubtless that is why the Swedes were glad to recompense his work. The greater part of his prize money has been expended in the restoration of the ancient palace of Arles, where he hopes to install a Provençal museum. Not without a little pride in the universality of American interests, I may state that Mistral's readers in the United States have already subscribed $10,000 to help him in carrying out his work. President Roosevelt was one of the subscribers, and Mistral showed me a copy of Mireille, which he was about to send to the White House. Mistral will not, I fear, bring back the owl of old, but he is doing all that can be done to preserve for his countrymen the heritage of art, literature, and legend left by the mighty ancestors. In Sienkiewicz, too, the Swedish Academy honored racial and national patriotism. It was not so much to the author of Quo Vadis that they gave the prize of 1905, as it was to the Polish patriot whose work has kept alive the Polish ideal. It is not very well known that Henryk Sienkiewicz is a practical worker in the cause of Polish freedom, and more than once has felt the snaffle of the law. The author of Quo Vadis passed through Berlin some months ago on his way to Stockholm to receive the $40,000 prize in person. He traveled in state, with a retinue of secretaries and translators, for it is a part of literary history that Quo Vadis in book and play has proved as profitable as the ownership of a mind on the Rand. You have had a word with the various men honored by the Nobel Institute, and what do you think now of the use to which the red fortune has been put? Wreaths have been laid upon the white heads of the stanchest old lovers of peace. Men already famous in the scientific world have been guerdoned with helpful money. Poets who have sung the old racial songs have been lifted into momentary notoriety. Writers who saw a duty in patriotism have been commended in a fine financial way. But is the great white cause to which Alfred Nobel left his millions any further advanced? In Europe alone there are 16 millions of men under arms. The fighting tonnage of the seas is over 4,000 millions. The annual military budgets of the great powers tower up into the billions of money. That is one side of the picture. And in the other you have a dozen amiable old Swedish gentlemen sitting in the library, or on the balcony, of the Nobelstiftelsen in the Norrlandsgatan of Stockholm, dividing the $200,000 a year among the 5 men of idealistic tendencies, who have worked themselves into fame of some sort. There seems to be an inequality between the two forces. It is like fighting a city fire with a gilt-tipped bottle of rose water. End of section 44.
Section 45 of Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland, and the Search for the Poles. Read for LibriVox.org. Denmark, Part I. Tales of the Dark Ages. Historical Note. The Danes like to dream that their history goes back to one Dan, who is fancied to have reigned in their land more than 1,000 years before Christ, and that the name Denmark signifies the marches of the followers of Dan. Unfortunately, the proof is lacking for any such chapter in their history, and for many centuries after Christ, the most that is known of the land and its people comes from the old sagas or hero stories, wherein fact and fiction are poetically mingled. Denmark was governed by a number of chiefs, but about the year 900, one Gorm the Old is said to have subdued so many of these little kings that he may fairly be called the first ruler of the land. There are stories of wild voyages over stormy seas to the south and the west, of the invasion of England, and of increasing power in that country until, in the 11th century, Svend of the Forked Beard, and after him his son Canute, or Knut, became its rulers. It was during the reign of Knut that Denmark was converted to Christianity. Never did a land undergo more abrupt changes than Denmark. In Knut's time, the Danes ruled Norway. After his death, Norway for a time ruled Denmark. In the reign of Valdemar II, 1202 to 1241, Holstein, Pomerania, and other provinces north of the Elbe were under Danish control. But Valdemar was captured by his enemies, and to free himself was obliged to renounce his conquests. His death was followed by a century of anarchy and civil wars. In 1340, Valdemar III came to the throne, and by his vigorous policy restored the ancient boundaries of his kingdom. The greatest struggle of Valdemar III was with the Hansa, or Hanseatic League of German cities, which was determined that commerce should be free in the north of Europe. On the other hand, Denmark controlled the entrance to the Baltic Sea, and was equally determined that merchant vessels should pay toll to her. After varying fortune, Valdemar was at last forced to grant the demands of the Hansa. End of section 45. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 46 of Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland, and the Search for the Poles. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sonia as the narrator.
Alan Mapstone as Bernardo.
Jim Locke as Francisco.
Eva Davis as Horatio.
Thomas Peter as Marcellus.
And Nemo as Hamlet.
The World Story, Volume 8. Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland, and the Search for the Poles. Edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 46. The Ghost of Hamlet's Father, by William Shakespeare. The scene of Hamlet is laid at Elsinore, and the ghost appears on the platform of the castle of Kronborg. Hamlet's grave and Ophelia's brook are shown at Marienlyst, having been invented for anxious inquirers by the complacent inhabitants. The Editor. Elsinore, a platform before the castle. Francisco at his post. Enter to him Bernardo.
Who's there?
Nay, answer me. Stand and unfold yourself.
Long live the king.
Bernardo?
He.
You come most carefully upon your hour.
'Tis now struck 12. Get thee to bed, Francisco.
For this relief much thanks. 'Tis bitter cold, and I am sick at heart.
Have you had quiet guard?
Not a mouse stirring.
Well, good night. If you do meet Horatio and Marcellus, the rivals of my watch, bid them make haste.
I think I hear them. Stand ho! Who's there?
Enter Horatio and Marcellus.
Friends to this ground.
And liegemen to the Dane.
Give you good night.
Oh, farewell, honest soldier. Who hath relieved you?
Bernardo has my place. Give you good night.
Exit.
Holla, Bernardo.
Say, what, is Horatio there?
A piece of him.
Welcome, Horatio. Welcome, good Marcellus.
What, has this thing appeared again tonight?
I have seen nothing.
Horatio says 'tis but our fantasy, and will not let belief take hold of him, touching this dreaded sight, twice seen of us. Therefore I have entreated him along with us to watch the minutes of this night, that if again this apparition come, he may approve our eyes and speak to it.
Tush, tush, 'twill not appear.
Sit down a while, and let us once again assail your ears that are so fortified against our story, what we have 2 nights seen.
Well, sit we down, and let us hear Bernardo speak of this.
Last night of all, when yon same star that westward from the pole had made his course to illume that part of heaven where now it burns, Marcellus and myself, the bell then beating 1.
Enter Ghost.
Peace, break thee off. Look, where it comes again.
In the same figure, like the king that's dead.
Thou art a scholar. Speak to it, Horatio.
Looks it not like the king? Mark it, Horatio.
Most like. It harrows me with fear and wonder.
It would be spoke to.
Question it, Horatio.
What art thou that usurpest this time of night, together with that fair and warlike form in which the majesty of buried Denmark did sometimes march? By heaven I charge thee, speak.
It is offended.
See, it stalks away.
Stay, speak. Speak, I charge thee, speak.
Exit Ghost.
'Tis gone, and will not answer.
How now, Horatio? You tremble and look pale. Is not this something more than fantasy? What think you on't?
Before my God, I might not this believe without the sensible and true avouch of mine own eyes.
Is it not like the king?
As thou art to thyself. Such was the very armour he had on when he the ambitious Norway combated. So frowned he once when in an angry parle he smote the sledded poleaxe on the ice. 'Tis strange.
Thus twice before, and jump at this dead hour, with martial stock hath he gone by our watch.
While Horatio and Marcellus are discussing the ghost, and fearing lest its appearance forebode some disaster to the state, it suddenly appears again.
But soft, behold, lo, where it comes again.
Re-enter Ghost.
I'll cross it, though it blast me. Stay, illusion. If thou hast any sound or use of voice, speak to me. If there be any good thing to be done, that may to thee do ease and grace to me, speak to me.
Cock crows.
If thou art privy to thy country's fate, which happily foreknowing may avoid, oh, speak. Or if thou hast abhorred in thy life extorted treasure in the womb of earth, for which they say you spirits oft walk in death, speak of it. Stay, and speak. Stop it, Marcellus.
Shall I strike at it with my partisan?
Do, if it will not stand.
'Tis here.
'Tis here.
Exit Ghost.
'Tis gone. We do it wrong, being so majestical, to offer it the show of violence. For it is, as the air, invulnerable, and our vain blows malicious mockery.
It was about to speak when the cock crew.
And then it started like a guilty thing upon a fearful summons. I have heard. The cock, that is the trumpet to the morn, doth with his lofty and shrill-sounding throat awake the god of day. And at his warning, whether in sea or fire, in earth or air, the extravagant and erring spirit hies to his confine. And of the truth herein this present object made probation.
It faded on the crowing of the cock. Some say that ever 'gainst that season comes wherein our Saviour's birth is celebrated, the bird of dawning singeth all night long. And then, they say, no spirit dares walk abroad. The nights are wholesome. Then no planet strike, no fairy takes, no witch hath power to charm. So hallowed and so gracious is the time.
So have I heard, and do in part believe it. But look, the morn, in russet mantle clad, walks over the dew of yon high eastern hill. Break we our watch up, and by my advice let us impart what we have seen tonight unto young Hamlet, for upon my life this spirit, dumb to us, will speak to him. Do you consent we shall acquaint him with it as needful in our loves, fitting our duty?
Let's do it, I pray, and I this morning know where we shall find him most conveniently.
Exeunt. Thus it is that they tell the story to Hamlet.
2 nights together had these gentlemen, Marcellus and Bernardo, on their watch, in the dead vast and middle of the night, been thus encountered. A figure like your father, armed at point exactly, cap a pie, appears before them, and with solemn march goes slow and stately by them. Thrice he walked by their oppressed and fear-surprised eyes, within his truncheon's length, whilst they, distilled almost to jelly with the act of fear, stand dumb and speak not to him. This to me in dreadful secrecy impart they did, and I with them the third night kept the watch, whereas they had delivered, both in time, form of the thing, each word made true and good the apparition comes. I knew your father. These hands are not more like.
But where was this?
My lord, upon the platform where we watched.
Did you not speak to it?
My lord, I did, but answer made it none. Yet once methought it lifted up its head and did address itself to motion, like as it would speak. But even then the morning cock grew loud, and at the sound it shrunk in haste away and vanished from her sight.
'Tis very strange.
As I do live, my honoured lord, 'tis true, and we did think it writ down in our duty to let you know of it.
Indeed, indeed, sirs. But this troubles me. Hold you the watch tonight?
We do, my lord.
Armed, say you?
Armed, my lord.
From top to toe?
My lord, from head to foot.
Then saw you not his face?
Oh, yes, my lord, he wore his beaver up.
What? Looked he frowningly?
Countenance more in sorrow than in anger.
Pale or red?
Nay, very pale.
And fixed his eyes upon you?
Most constantly.
I would I had been there.
It would have much amazed you.
Very like, very like. Stayed it long?
Well, one with moderate haste might tell 100.
Longer.
Not when I saw it.
His beard was grisly, no?
It was, as I have seen it in his life, a sable silvered.
I will watch tonight. Perchance it will walk again.
I warrant it will.
If it assume my noble father's person, I'll speak to it, though hell itself should gape and bid me hold my peace. I pray you all, if you have hitherto concealed this sight, let it be tenable in your silence still, and whatsoever else shall hap tonight, give it an understanding, but no tongue. I will requite your loves, so fare you well. Upon the platform, 'twixt 11 and 12, I'll visit you.
Our duty to your honour.
Your loves is mine to you. Farewell.
Exeunt all but Hamlet.
My father's spirit in arms. All is not well. I doubt some foul play would the night were come. Till then, sit still, my soul. Foul deeds will rise, though all the earth o'erwhelm them, to men's eyes.
Exit. When night has come, Hamlet goes out on the platform, and in a few minutes the ghost appears.
Look, my lord, it comes.
Enter Ghost.
Angels and ministers of grace, defend us! Be thou a spirit of health, or goblin damned. Bring with thee airs from heaven, or blast from hell. Be thy intents wicked or charitable? Thou comest in such a questionable shape that I will speak to thee. I'll call thee Hamlet, king, father, royal Dane. Oh, answer me. Let me not burst in ignorance, but tell why thy canonized bones, hearsed in death, have burst their cerements. Why the sepulchre, wherein we saw thee quietly inurned, hath oped his ponderous and marble jaws to cast thee up again. What may this mean, that thou, dead corse, again in complete steel revisits thus the glimpses of the moon, making night hideous, and we fools of nature so horridly to shake our disposition with thoughts beyond the reaches of our souls? Say, why is this? Wherefore? What should we do?
Ghost beckons Hamlet.
It beckons you to go away with it, as if it some impartment did desire to you alone.
Look, with what courteous action it waves you to a more removed ground. But do not go with it.
No, by no means.
It will not speak. Then will I follow it.
Do not, my lord.
Why? What should be the fear? I do not set my life at a pin's fee, and for my soul, what can it do to that, being a thing immortal as itself? It waves me forth again. I'll follow it.
What if it tempt you toward the flood, my lord, or to the dreadful summit of the cliff that beetles o'er his face into the sea, and there assume some other horrible form which might deprive your sovereignty of reason and draw you into madness? Think of it. The very place puts toys of desperation, without more motive, into every brain that looks so many fathoms to the sea and hears it roar beneath.
It waves me still. Go on. I'll follow thee.
You shall not go, my lord.
Hold off your hands.
Be ruled, you shall not go.
My fate cries out and makes each petty artery in this body as hardy as the Nemean lion's nerve. Still am I called. Unhand me, gentlemen. By heaven, I'll make a ghost of him that lets me. I say, away. Go on. I'll follow thee.
Exeunt Ghost and Hamlet. The ghost then reveals the story that Hamlet has already half suspected, namely that his uncle, who has just married his mother, is guilty of his father's death. Upon Hamlet is laid the burden of revenge. End of section 46. This recording is in the public domain. Section 47. Of Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland, and the Search for the Poles. Read for LibriVox.org by Sonia. The Play Scene in Hamlet by Daniel Maclise. Irish painter, 1806 to 1870. Painting, page 234. There is a legend that in the 2nd century before Christ there lived in Jutland a prince by the name of Hamlet, or Amlet. According to the story, his father, the king, was murdered by Hamlet's uncle, who then married the queen. To save his own life, the prince pretended to be insane. Later he succeeded in so terrifying his mother that she aided him in avenging the murder of the king. This story, many times retold and rewritten, fell at last into the hands of Shakespeare, who made of it his famous tragedy of Hamlet. The illustration represents a scene in Hamlet, showing the performance of a play of which Hamlet has said to his friend Horatio, "There is a play tonight before the king. One scene of it comes near the circumstance which I have told thee of my father's death. I prithee, when thou seest that act afoot, even with the very comment of thy soul, observe mine uncle. Give him heedful note, for I mine eyes will rivet to his face." The representation shows the act of murder by pouring poison into the ear, the manner in which Hamlet's father is thought to have come to his death. Hamlet in the front of the stage intently observes the king. On the left sits Ophelia, with Horatio behind her chair. On the right the king and queen are seated. End of section 47. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 48 of Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland, and the Search for the Poles. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Philip Watson. The World Story, Volume 8, Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland, and the Search for the Poles. Edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 48. The Slaying of the Monster Grendel. Retold by Florence Holbrook. From Beowulf, an ancient epic poem of Denmark. Hrothgar, the aged king of Denmark, built a lordly hall where he and his warriors might enjoy music and feasting together after their hard-fought battles. They would have been very happy had it not been for the horrible demon Grendel, who night after night stalked up through the mist and darkness and dragged away many of the thanes to be devoured by the fiend. By and by the story of the terrible slaughter came to the ears of the young hero Beowulf, who dwelt in Sweden, and he set out for Denmark to fight the monster and free the aged king and his men from terror. He is welcomed by Hrothgar and is left in charge of the hall. The Editor. Beowulf then spoke to his men. I do not think myself less in warlike strength than Grendel, so I will not use the sword or shield, but we two shall fight tonight without weapons, and the Lord shall give the glory to whom glory belongs. Around him lay the warriors, little thinking they would ever see their homes across the sea again, for so many before that night had been slain by the cruel Grendel. At last they slept, all but one. The mighty Beowulf, in angry mood, awaited the battle meeting. Now truly it is shown that mighty God rules the race of men. Over the moor came the shadow walker stalking. He strode under the clouds until he saw the golden hall of men. This was not the first time he had come to the hall of Hrothgar. On the door he rushed. He opened the mansion's mouth and trod on the floor. When he saw the men sleeping on the benches, he laughed, thinking how he would take life from the body of everyone there. The shadowy form came nearer and nearer. At last he stretched out his great hand to take Beowulf, but with all his strength the brave warrior seized the arm of the monster. Then did the heart of Grendel fill with fear. Fearful was his mind, but not for that could he escape the sooner. Then stood Beowulf upright and firmly grasped Grendel. Very angry were both. The wonder was that the great hall did not fall to the ground, but it was fast within and without with iron bands, and naught but fire could destroy it. Then the noise grew greater. The Danes who had heard it were terrified. Never had such horrid noise filled the air, for Beowulf, the strength of men, held Grendel fast. Not for anything would he let the dreadful one escape that day. The warriors sought to help their leader, but he would not use any weapon. With his bare hands, he held fast the fearful foe. On the shoulder of Grendel was a horrid wound, and Beowulf tore the arm from the body. Well knew the monster then that his life's end had come. Glad was Beowulf that his strength had aided the Danes, had cleaned the great hall, and had healed the deep sorrow which had been theirs for so many years. There was in the morning many a great warrior in the gift hall. From far and near over distant ways they came to behold the wonder, the arm of Grendel, the joy-killer. Away to the dark water, his home, had he gone with his death wound. All the warriors rode in gladness to the great hall. There was told the bravery of Beowulf. No other was so great, so worthy of honor as he. Hrothgar also they praised as a good king and famous in war. All the Danes and the Goths were happy that the terror of the land had been destroyed. Care was removed from their hearts. They were filled with joy and turned to games and plays. Some let their beautiful horses run in contest over the fair roads. Some who knew the famous stories of heroes told them to eager listeners. Laughter, song, and merry voices were heard once more in the hall. Soon one of the singers began a song in honor of this new deed, the victory of Beowulf. Then over the meadow came the great king with many knights famed for their brave deeds. With them also walked the fair queen and a company of maidens. When Hrothgar entered the gold-crowned hall and saw the great hand and arm of Grendel, he said, "Now let us give to the Almighty thanks. Wonder after wonder can God work. This one brave warrior has, through the Lord's might, performed a deed which the Danes could not. Happy is the mother of such a son. Now, Beowulf, as a dear son, will I hold you in my heart. Nothing shall you want which I have power to give you. You have done a deed which will make your glory live through every age." Then replied Beowulf, "With great good will we fought the fight. I seized the enemy quickly with hard hands and hoped to lay him on his deathbed. But I have his hand and arm, and he will surely die, for pain has him in its deadly grip." Hrothgar now gave the order that the hall should be adorned for the feast of joy. Men and women worked to make all clean and whole. Beautiful banners, a wonder to all who beheld them, decked the walls. When all was ready, the king himself came to the feast in honor of Beowulf. Never had a larger or a nobler company sat in the gift hall. Merry at heart were they all, and they had a merry feast. Then Hrothgar gave to Beowulf a golden banner in reward of victory. A sword, a cup, and a helmet he gave, 4 beautiful and wonderful gifts. These were most precious gifts, of which Beowulf need not be ashamed. Then Hrothgar, the shield of warriors, had 8 warlike steeds, brought into the hall as gifts to Beowulf. On one of the horses was the war seat the king himself used when going to battle. So with steeds and treasures did the king of the Danes reward the brave prince. To every man with the hero did the king give a precious gift. Then the song of praise was heard. The wise God rules all, therefore is understanding everywhere best. Wise forethought is best. When the song was ended, the queen took the mead cup to the king, saying, Accept this cup, my beloved lord. Be thou happy, gold friend of men, and to the Goths speak with kind words, as one should do. Be cheerful to thy guests, and mindful of gifts. The bright hall is made safe. Be happy with thy sons and friends. Then the gracious queen said to Beowulf, Receive as a gift this collar, dear prince. Thou hast done that which men will praise throughout all time. Be noble and happy. Be brave and gentle in deeds. Here in this hall is every man to each other true, and to his lord faithful. The thanes unite to praise thee. Then the queen went to her seat, and all the court united in praise of Beowulf, who had driven Grendel from the great hall. After the merry feast, all left the hall except a few warriors, who slept rejoicing, thinking all their warfare was over. But Grendel's mother did not close her eyes in sleep. When her son came home with his death blow, great was the sorrow and anger in her heart. She would punish the Danes and the Goths for her son's death. In the middle of the night, she crept to the hall where the Danes were sleeping, free from all fear. One she seized, a brave man and dear to the king. Then rose a great cry in the hall when Grendel's mother saw her son's well-known hand and arm. She seized it and bore it away to the dark lake, together with the body of the warrior. Soon Hrothgar was told of the great sorrow, and he grieved at the death of his friend, the brave warrior, whom Grendel's mother had taken away. When Beowulf came to the hall, Hrothgar cried out, Speak not to me of rest or joy. Sorrow has come again. My friend, best in war and peace, is dead. The dread monster has killed him. 2 shadows on the moor have my men seen. One, Grendel, is the figure of a man, and the other is like a woman. They dwell in the secret land where the wolf howls and the winds sweep, where the flood flows under the earth. About a mile away is this lake over which the dark trees bend. Every night can fire be seen over this waste of water. No one knows how deep the lake is. The noisy winds raise the black waves until the air grows gloomy and the heavens shed tears. You know not this dreadful place. If you dare seek it and come back from the strife, I will give you money and treasures of gold. Then the brave Beowulf replied, Better is it for everyone to avenge his friend than that he greatly mourn. Each of us must await the end of his life. Let them who can work high deeds of honor. Let us go quickly to seek Grendel's mother. I promise you she shall not escape. No, not in the sea, nor the bosom of the earth, nor into the mountain wood, nor in the ocean's ground. Then was the heart of the old king glad to hear the brave words. Horses were brought out, and troops of men set forth towards the home of the dreadful shadows. The road was narrow and dark, an unknown way. Soon they saw the mountain trees leaning over the rock, a joyless wood. The water below was dark and gloomy. Many strange creatures could be seen moving in the deep pool. Now Beowulf clad himself in his war gear. The coat of rings was about his breast, so that no gripe could injure his life. On his head he wore a bright helmet, wrought with strength so that no battle-axe could break it. Then a prince of Hrothgar gave him a famous sword named Hrunting. This was one of the old treasures. Never in battle had it failed those who dared to go in ways of terror. This was not the first time that it had done brave deeds. Then said Beowulf, "Now, O king, I am ready for my journey. Bear in mind what you have said. If I, for your need, should lose my life, that you would be to me as a father. If then war takes me off, be a friend to my comrades. Send to Hygelac the treasures you have given to me, so that he may know that I found a good king in you. Now with the good sword Hrunting will I seek out the foe." With these words Beowulf leaped into the sea. All that day he sank into the waves before he beheld the ground bed of the sea. Then he saw the fierce creature who for 100 years had held the floods. Eager she seized him and bore him to her dwelling. Many a sea monster broke through his warlike coat. At last the warrior found himself in a great room where the waters did not enter. Then a fierce light did shine brightly upon him, and by its gleam he saw the sea-wolf. With a loud cry he struck her with his good broadsword, but it would not bite or injure her. This was the first time its power had failed. Beowulf remembered his former deeds of bravery, and threw down his useless sword to use the strength of his hands alone. He seized the sea creature and made her bow to the earth, but fiercely she grasped the brave warrior and overthrew him so that he was about to perish. Him she would have slain, but his good coat withstood her sword. The ruler of the skies was his friend, for he saw on the wall a great sword so heavy that other men could not use it. This sword Beowulf seized gladly. Angrily he struck the sea-wolf, and the sword passed through her neck. Down on the ground she sank. The warrior rejoiced in his work. He looked through the great dwelling and saw Grendel lying lifeless. With a strong blow Beowulf cut off the head of the monster, but the hot blood melted the sword, and nothing was left but the hilt. The blade melted away as ice melts when the Father, who has power over the seasons, unbinds the bands of the frost. The men at the shore, watching, saw the water all colored with blood, and feared their great leader was dead. The king and noble Danes spoke of the brave hero with praise and sorrow. When noon came, they went back to the great hall sadly, thinking Beowulf the daring had been killed by the fearful monster. But the Goths stayed by the shore, though little hoping to see their dear lord again. But soon the water cleared, and they saw their brave leader swimming toward them with the head of Grendel and the hilt of the great sword. Then they went toward him, thanking God. The stout band of thanes rejoiced that their lord had returned. Forth they went on the well-known road rejoicing. 4 of the strong men bore the heavy head of Grendel. Beowulf proudly led his 14 brave men. The prince of the thanes entered the great hall with glory crowned to greet Hrothgar. The warriors bore the great head of Grendel into the hall before the king and his men. "Behold, O king," said Beowulf, "the head of the sea-monster. I hardly with life came from the battle under the water. Had not God helped me, I had not conquered. The good sword Hrunting could not harm my foe, but the ruler of men guided me to see on the wall an old strong sword, and with it I slew her. Then I cut off the head of the monster Grendel. In his hot blood was the good sword melted, and I brought only the hilt away. I now promise thee that in Heorot all may sleep safe from harm, for I have slain thy foes, Grendel and his mother, and I have given peace to thy land and people." Then did Beowulf give the sword hilt to Hrothgar. The king said, "Thy glory is exalted, friend Beowulf, over every nation. Long shalt thou be a comfort to thy people, and a help to the warriors. Now is the flower of thy might. Long may it be before thy strength depart in fire's clutch, or rage of flood, or arrow's flight, or age or blindness take thee. Go now to thy seat at the feast as a guest of honor." Then Beowulf went to the seat of honor in great joy, and all were merry. The helm of night grew dark, and the warriors left their seats. They greeted Beowulf and wished him well to rest. In the gold-roofed hall well slept the prince until the black raven saw the coming of the bright sun. At the first light the Goths hastened to the good ship, eager to be gone to their homes. When all were ready, Beowulf said, "O king, we seafarers wish to seek our homes. Here have we been kindly treated. If there is more that I can do, O Lord of men, I shall always be ready. If when far away I hear that foes surround thee, I shall come to help thee with many warriors. Well I know that my king Hygelac will send me to thy aid." Then Hrothgar spoke, "Into thy mind has the wise Lord sent these kind words. Never have I heard wiser words from one so young. Thou art strong and wise, and I think that if death should take Hygelac, the people would wish thee for their king. So well hast thou borne thyself, and there shall be peace between the Danes and Goths, and many a gift shall I send to thee over the great sea." Then Hrothgar gave to Beowulf rich gifts, and bade him seek his home in safety. The good king wept when he said goodbye, for he loved the noble youth, and was sad to have him go away over the deep sea. End of section 48. This recording is in the public domain. Section 49 of Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland, and the Search for the Poles. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Philip Watson. The World Story Volume 8, Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland, and the Search for the Poles. Edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 49. How King Rorik Regained the Tribute, by Saxo Grammaticus. When Prince Rorik first came to the throne, the subject tribes, Curlanders, Swedes, and Slavs, thought it a favorable time to refuse to pay their regular tribute. They planned a rebellion, brought together their forces, and made ready to attack the young ruler, the editor. Now among them, the Slavs, there was a man of remarkable stature, a wizard by calling. He, when he beheld the squadrons of the Danes, said, "Suffer a private combat to forestall a public slaughter, so that the danger of many may be bought off at the cost of a few. And if any of you shall take heart to fight it out with me, I will not flinch from these terms of conflict. But first of all I demand that you accept the terms I prescribe, the form whereof I have devised as follows. If I conquer, let freedom be granted us from taxes. If I am conquered, let the tribute be paid you as of old. For today I will either free my country from the yoke of slavery by my victory, or bind her under it by my defeat. Accept me as the surety and pledge for either issue." One of the Danes, whose spirit was stouter than his strength, heard this and proceeded to ask Rorik what would be the reward for the man who met the challenger in combat. Rorik chanced to have 6 bracelets which were so intertwined that they could not be parted from one another, the chain of knots being inextricably laced, and he promised them as a reward for the man who would venture on the combat. But the youth, who doubted his fortune, said, "Rorik, if I prove successful, let thy generosity award the prize of the conqueror, do thou decide and allot the palm. But if my enterprise go little to my liking, what prize canst thou owe to the beaten, who will be wrapped either in cruel death or in bitter shame? These things commonly go with feebleness. These are the wages of the defeated, for whom naught remains but utter infamy. What guerdon must be paid, what thanks offered to him who lacks the prize of courage? Who has ever garlanded with ivy the weakling in war, or decked him with a conqueror's wage? Valor wins the prize, not sloth, and failure lacks renown. For one is followed by triumph and honor, the other by an unsightly life or by a stagnant end. I, who know not which way the issue of this duel inclines, dare not boldly anticipate that as a reward of which I know not whether it is rightly mine. For one whose victory is doubtful may not seize the assured reward of the victor. I forbear, while I am not sure of the day, to claim firmly the title to the wreath. I refuse the gain which may be the wages of my death, as much as of my life. It is folly to lay hands on the fruit before it is ripe, and to be fain to pluck that which one is not yet sure is one's due. This hand shall win me the prize, or death. Having thus spoken, he smote the barbarian with his sword. But his fortune was tardier than his spirit, for the other smote him back, and he fell dead under the force of the first blow. Thus he was a sorry sight unto the Danes, but the Slavs granted their triumphant comrade a great procession, and received him with splendid dances. On the morrow, the same man, whether he was elated with the good fortune of his late victory, or was fired with the wish to win another, came close to the enemy, and set to girding at them in the words of his former challenge. For, supposing that he had laid low the bravest of the Danes, he did not think that any of them would have any heart left to fight further with him upon his challenge. Also, trusting that, now one champion had fallen, he had shattered the strength of the whole army, he thought that naught would be hard to achieve upon which his later endeavours were bent. So Rorik was vexed that the general courage should be sapped by the impudence of one man, and that the Danes with their roll of victories should be met presumptuously by those whom they had beaten of old, nay, should be ignominiously spurned, further, that in all that host not one man should be found so quick of spirit or so vigorous of arm that he longed to sacrifice his life for his country. It was the high-hearted Ube who first wiped off this infamous reproach upon the hesitating Danes, for he was of great bodily strength and powerful in incantations. He also purposely asked the prize of the combat, and the king promised him the bracelets. Then said he, How can I trust the promise when thou keepest the pledge in thine own hands, and dost not deposit the gift in the charge of another? Let there be someone to whom thou canst entrust the pledge, that thou mayest not be able to take thy promise back, for the courage of the champion is kindled by the irrevocable certainty of the prize. Of course it was plain that he said this in jest. Sheer courage had armed him to repel the insult to his country. But Rorik thought he was tempted by avarice, and was loath to seem as if, contrary to royal fashion, he meant to take back the gift or revoke his promise. So, being stationed on his vessel, he resolved to shake off the bracelets, and with a mighty swing send them to the asker. But his attempt was balked by the width of the gap between them, for the bracelets fell short of the intended spot, the impulse being too faint and slack, and were reft away by the waters. For this the nickname of Slingebond, swing bracelet, clung to Rorik. But this event testified much to the valor of Ube. For the loss of his drowned prize never turned his mind from his bold venture. He would not seem to let his courage be tempted by the wages of covetousness. So he eagerly went to fight, showing that he was a seeker of honor and not the slave of lucre, and that he set bravery before lust of pelf, and intent to prove that his confidence was based not on hire, but on his own great soul. Not a moment is lost, a ring is made, the course is thronged with soldiers, the champions engage, a din arises, the crowd of onlookers shout in discord, each backing his own. And so the valor of the champions blazes to white heat, falling dead under the wounds dwelt by one another, they end together the combat and their lives. I think that it was a provision of fortune that neither of them should reap joy and honor by the other's death. This event won back to Rorik the hearts of the insurgents and regained him the tribute. End of section 49. This recording is in the public domain. Section 50 of Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland, and the Search for the Poles. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Philip Watson. The World Story Volume 8. Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland, and the Search for the Poles. Edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 50. The Speaking of Prince Uffe the Speechless, by Saxo Grammaticus. The long and leisurely tranquillity of a most prosperous and quiet time flowed by, and Wermund, in undisturbed security, maintained a prolonged and steady peace at home. He had no children during the prime of his life, but in his old age, by a belated gift of fortune, he begat a son, Uffe, though all the years which had glided by had raised him up no offspring. This Uffe surpassed all of his age in stature, but in his early youth was supposed to have so dull and foolish a spirit as to be useless for all affairs, public or private. For from his first years he never used to play or make merry, but was so void of all human pleasure that he kept his lips sealed in a perennial silence, and utterly restrained his austere visage from the business of laughter. But though through the years of his youth he was reputed for an utter fool, he afterwards left that despised estate and became famous, turning out as great a pattern of wisdom and hardihood as he had been a picture of stagnation. His father, seeing him such a simpleton, got him for a wife the daughter of Frauen, the governor of the men of Slesvig, thinking that by his alliance with so famous a man Uffe would receive help, which would serve him well in administrating the realm. Frauen had 2 sons, Ket and Wig, who were youths of most brilliant parts, and their excellence, not less than that of Frauen, Wermund designed to be the future advantage of his son. When Wermund was losing his sight by infirmity of age, the king of Saxony, thinking that Denmark lacked a leader, sent envoys ordering him to surrender to his charge the kingdom which he held beyond the due term of life, lest if he thirsted to hold sway too long, he should strip his country of laws and defence. For how could he be reckoned a king whose spirit was darkened with age, and his eyes with blindness not less black and awful? If he refused, but yet had a son who would dare to accept a challenge and fight with his son, let him agree that the victor should possess the realm. But if he approved neither offer, let him learn that he must be dealt with by weapons, and not by warnings, and in the end he must unwillingly surrender what he was too proud at first to yield uncompelled. Wermund, shaken by deep sighs, answered that it was too insolent to sting him with these taunts upon his years, for he had passed no timorous youth, nor shrunk from battle, that age should bring him to this extreme misery. It was equally unfitting to cast in his teeth the infirmity of his blindness, for it was common for a loss of this kind to accompany such a time of life as his, and it seemed a calamity fitter for sympathy than for taunts. It were juster to fix the blame on the impatience of the king of Saxony, whom it would have beseemed to wait for the old man's death, and not demand his throne. For it was somewhat better to succeed to the dead than to rob the living. Yet, that he might not be thought to make over the honours of his ancient freedom like a madman to the possession of another, he would accept the challenge with his own hand. The envoys answered that they knew that their king would shrink from the mockery of fighting a blind man, for such an absurd mode of combat was thought more shameful than honourable. It would surely be better to settle the affairs by means of their offspring on either side. The Danes were in consternation, and at a sudden loss for a reply, but Uffe, who chanced to be there with the rest, craved his father's leave to answer, and suddenly the dumb, as it were, spake. When Wermund asked who had thus begged leave to speak, and the attendant said that it was Uffe, he declared that it was enough that the insolent foreigner should jeer at the pangs of his misery, without those of his own household vexing him with the same wanton effrontery. But the courtiers persistently averred that this man was Uffe, and the king said, "He is free, whoever he be, to say out what he thinks. Then said Uffe, that it was idle for their king to covet a realm which could rely not only on the service of its own ruler, but also on the arms and wisdom of most valiant nobles. Moreover, the king did not lack a son, nor the kingdom an heir, and they were to know that he had made up his mind to fight not only the son of their king, but also at the same time whatsoever man the prince should elect as his comrade out of the bravest of their nation. The envoys laughed when they heard this, thinking it idle lip courage. Instantly the ground for the battle was agreed on, and a fixed time appointed. But the bystanders were so amazed by the strangeness of Uffe's speaking and challenging that one can scarce say if they were more astonished at his words or at his assurance. But on the departure of the envoys, Wermund praised him who had made the answer, because he had proved his confidence in his own valor by challenging not one only, but two, and said that he would sooner quit his kingdom for him, whoever he was, than for an insolent foe. But when one and all testified that he who with lofty self-confidence had spurned the arrogance of the envoys was his own son, he bade him come nearer to him, wishing to test with his hands what he could not with his eyes. Then he carefully felt his body, and found by the size of his limbs and by his features that he was his son, and then began to believe their assertions, and to ask him why he had taken pains to hide so sweet an eloquence with such careful dissembling, and had borne to live through so long a span of life without utterance or any intercourse of talk, so as to let men think him utterly incapable of speech, and a born mute. He replied that he had been hitherto satisfied with the protection of his father, that he had not needed the use of his voice until he saw the wisdom of his own land hard pressed by the glibness of a foreigner. The king also asked him why he had chosen to challenge two rather than one. He said that he desired this mode of combat in order that the death of King Athasil, which, having been caused by two men, was a standing reproach to the Danes, might be balanced by the exploit of one, and that a new ensample of valor might erase the ancient record of their disgrace. Fresh honor, he said, would thus obliterate the guilt of their old dishonor. Wermund said that his son had judged all things rightly, and bade him first learn the use of arms, since he had been little accustomed to them. When they were offered to Uffe, he split the narrow links of the mail coats by the mighty girth of his chest, nor could any be found large enough to hold him properly, for he was too hugely built to be able to use the arms of any other man. At last, when he was bursting even his father's coat of mail by the violent compression of his body, Wermund ordered it to be cut away on the left side and patched with a buckle, thinking it mattered little if the side guarded by the shield were exposed to the sword. He also told him to be most careful in fixing on a sword which he could use safely. Several were offered him, but Uffe, grasping the hilt, shattered them one after the other into flinders by shaking them, and not a single blade was so hard a temper but, at the first blow, he broke it into many pieces. But the king had a sword of extraordinary sharpness called skrep, which at a single blow of the smiter struck straight through and cleft asunder any obstacle whatsoever, nor would aught be hard enough to check its edge when driven home. The king, loath to leave this for the benefit of posterity, and greatly grudging others the use of it, had buried it deep in the earth, meaning, since he had no hopes of his son's improvement, to debar every one else from using it. But when he was now asked whether he had a sword worthy of the strength of Uffe, he said that he had one which, if he could recognize the lay of the ground and find what he had consigned long ago to earth, he could offer him as worthy of his bodily strength. Then he bade them lead him into a field, and kept questioning his companions over all the ground. At last he recognized the tokens, found the spot where he had buried the sword, drew it out of its hole, and handed it to his son. Uffe saw it was frail with great age and rusted away, and, not daring to strike with it, asked if he might prove this one also like the rest, declaring that he must try its temper before the battle ought to be fought. Wermund replied that if this sword were shattered by mere brandishing, there was nothing left which could serve for such strength as his. He must therefore forbear from the act, whose issue remained so doubtful. So they repaired to the field of battle as agreed. It is fast encompassed by the waters of the river Eider, which roll between and forbid any approach save by ship. Hither Uffe went unattended, while the Prince of Saxony was followed by a champion famous for his strength. Dense crowds on either side, eager to see, thronged each winding bank, and all bent their eyes upon this scene. Wermund planted himself on the end of the bridge, determined to perish in the waters if defeat were the lot of his son. He would rather share the fall of his own flesh and blood than behold, with heart full of anguish, the destruction of his own country. Both the warriors assaulted Uffe, but, distrusting his sword, he parried the blows of both with his shield, being determined to wait patiently and see which of the two he must beware of most heedfully, so that he might reach that one at all events with a single stroke of his blade. Wermund, thinking that his feebleness was at fault, that he took the blows so patiently, dragged himself little by little, in his longing for death, forward to the western edge of the bridge, meaning to fling himself down and perish, should all be over with his son. Fortune shielded the old father who loved so passionately, for Uffe told the prince to engage with him more briskly, and to do some deed of prowess worthy of his famous race, lest the low-born squire should seem braver than the prince. Then, in order to try the bravery of the champion, he bade him not skulk timorously at his master's heels, but requite by noble deeds of combat the trust placed in him by his prince, who had chosen him to be his single partner in the battle. The other complied, and when shame drove him to fight at close quarters, Uffe clove him through with the first stroke of his blade. The sound revived Wermund, who said that he heard the sword of his son, and asked on what particular part he had dealt the blow. Then the retainers answered that he had gone through no one limb, but the man's whole frame, whereat he drew back from the precipice, and came again on the bridge, longing now as passionately to live as he had just wished to die. Then Uffe, wishing to destroy his remaining foe after the fashion of the first, incited the prince with vehement words to offer some sacrifice by way of requital to the shade of the servant slain in his cause. Drawing him by these appeals and warily noting the right spot to plant his blow, he turned the other edge of his sword to the front, fearing that the thin side of his blade was too frail for his strength, and smote with a piercing stroke through the prince's body. When Wermund heard it, he said that the sound of his sword's scrap had reached his ear for the second time. Then, when the judges announced that his son had killed both enemies, he burst into tears from excess of joy. Thus gladness bedewed the cheeks which sorrow could not moisten. So while the Saxons, sad and shamefaced, bore their champions to burial with bitter shame, the Danes welcomed Uffe and bounded for joy. Then no more was heard the disgrace of the murder of Athasil, and there was an end of the taunts of the Saxons. Thus the realm of Saxony was transferred to the Danes, and Uffe, after his father, undertook its government, and he who had not been thought equal to administering a single kingdom properly was now appointed to manage both. Most men have called him Olaf, and he has won the name of the Gentle for his forbearing spirit. His later deeds, lost in antiquity, have lacked formal record, but it may well be supposed that when their beginnings were so notable, their sequel was glorious. End of section 50. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 51 of Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland, and the Search for the Poles. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sonja. The World Story, Volume 8, Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland, and the Search for the Poles. Edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 51. The Letter of King Canute, 1027. In the early part of the 11th century, Canute, King of Denmark, made himself also ruler of England and of Norway. He fought his way to the throne most unscrupulously, but once well established, he showed himself genuinely eager to rule justly and kindly. As the years passed, he began to be troubled, lest his crimes should forbid him entrance to heaven, and in penance he undertook a pilgrimage to Rome. The following extract is part of a letter which he sent home to the people of England. The Editor. Canute, King of all Denmark, England and Norway, and part of Sweden, to Egelnoth the Metropolitan, to Archbishop Alfric, to all the bishops and chiefs, and to all the nation of the English, both nobles and commoners, greeting. I write to inform you that I have lately been at Rome to pray for the remission of my sins, and for the safety of my kingdoms, and for the nations that are subject to my sceptre. It is long since I bound myself by vow to make this pilgrimage, but I had been hitherto prevented by affairs of state, and other impediments. Now, however, I return humble thanks to the Almighty God, that he has allowed me to visit the tombs of the blessed apostles Peter and Paul, and every holy place within and without the city of Rome, and to honor and venerate them in person. And this I have done, because I had learned from my teachers that the apostle St. Peter received from the Lord the great power of binding and loosing, with the keys of the kingdom of heaven. On this account I thought it highly useful to solicit his patronage with God. Be it moreover known to you that there was, at the festival of Easter, a great assemblage of noble personages, with the Lord, the Pope John, and the Emperor Conrad, namely, all the chiefs of the nations from Mount Gargano to the nearest sea, who all received me honourably, and made me valuable presents, but particularly the Emperor, who gave me many gold and silver vases, with rich mantles and garments. I therefore took the opportunity to treat with the Pope, the Emperor, and the princes on the grievances of my people, both English and Danes, that they might enjoy more equal law and more secure safeguard in their way to Rome, nor be detained at so many barriers, nor harassed by unjust exactions. My demands were granted both by the Emperor and by King Rudolf, who rules most of the passages, and it was enacted by all the princes that my men, whether pilgrims or merchants, should for the future go to Rome and return in full security, without detention at the barriers or the payment of unlawful tolls. I next complained to the Pope and expressed my displeasure that such enormous sums should be extorted from my archbishops, when according to custom they visited the apostolic see to obtain the pallium. A decree was made that this grievance should cease. Whatever I demanded for the benefit of my people, either of the Pope or the Emperor or the princes, through whose dominions lies the road to Rome, was granted willingly, and confirmed by their oaths in the presence of 4 archbishops, 20 bishops, and a multitude of dukes and nobles. Wherefore I return sincere thanks to God that I have successfully performed whatever I had intended, and have fully satisfied all my wishes. I am now on my road to Denmark, for the purpose of concluding peace with those nations who, had it been in their power, would have deprived us both of our crown and our life. But God has destroyed their means, and will, I trust, of his goodness preserve us and humble all our enemies. When I shall have concluded peace with the neighbouring nations, and settled the concerns of my eastern dominions, it is my intention to return to England as soon as the fine weather will permit me to sail. But I have sent you this letter beforehand, that all the people of my kingdom may rejoice at my prosperity. For you all know that I never spared, nor will spare myself or my labours, when my object is the welfare of my subjects. End of section 51. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 52 of Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland, and the Search for the Poles. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Colleen McMahon. The World Story, Volume 8, Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland, and the Search for the Poles. Edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 52. Valdemar Atterdag and the Hansa, 1361, by Helen Zimmermann. The Hansa, or Hanseatic League, was a great trading company formed by a union of 70 or 80 cities in northern Germany. It became so powerful that it monopolized the trade of the greater part of Europe. Kings were often obliged to bow to its authority and recognize whatever laws it chose to make. It was especially strong in the lands around the Baltic, and at Visby on the Swedish island of Gotland, it had a great store of wealth. Valdemar was determined to drive away the foreigners and break down their power. The Editor. In the year of Christ, 1361, King Valdemar of Denmark collected a great army, and said to them that he would lead them whither there was gold and silver enough, and where the pigs eat out of silver troughs. And he led them to Gotland, and made many knights in that land, and struck down many people, because the peasants were unarmed and unused to warfare. He set his face at once toward Visby. They came out of the town towards him, and gave themselves up to the mercy of the king, since they well saw that resistance was impossible. In this manner he obtained the land, and took from the burghers of the town great treasures in gold and silver, after which he went his ways. Thus the contemporary chronicler of the Franciscans of St. Catherine at Lübeck. By a skilful coup de main, Valdemar had indeed made himself master of Gotland, then under Swedish suzerainty, and of the wealthy city of Visby. His aim had been booty, and he had it in rich measure in the shape of gold, of fur, and silver vessels. Legend tells that the year previous to the attack, Valdemar had visited Gotland disguised as a merchant, securing the love of a goldsmith's daughter, whose father held an influential position in Visby, and who, in her loving trustfulness, revealed to him the strength and weakness of the island and town, thus helping him to secure the spot that was rightly regarded as the key to the 3 northern realms. The inhabitants, unprepared, unarmed, had been unable to offer much resistance. It was a terribly bloody fight, this, that raged outside the walls of Visby. The site of it is marked to this day by a cross erected on the spot where 1,800 Gotlanders fell. Before the gates of Visby, the Goths fell under the hands of the Danes, runs the inscription. As was the custom among the conquerors of olden days, Valdemar, it is related, entered the city, not by means of the gates that had been forcibly surrendered to him, but by a breach he specially had made for this purpose in the town walls. The gap, too, is shown to this hour. When he had plundered to his heart's content, aided in his finding of the treasure by his lady love, after he had added to his titles of King of the Danes and Slavs that of King of Gotland, Valdemar proceeded to return home in his richly laden ships. But it was decreed that he should not bring his booty to port. A great storm arose in mid-ocean. It was with difficulty that the king escaped with his life. His ships were sunk, his coveted hoards buried in the waves. There are still shown at Visby the 2 fine 12-sectioned rose windows of St. Nicholas's Church, in which, according to tradition, there once burned 2 mighty carbuncles that served as beacons to light the seamen safely into harbor in the days of the town's prosperity. These stones, it is said, were torn from their place and carried off by Valdemar. The Gotland mariner still avers that on certain clear nights he can see the great carbuncles of St. Nicholas's Church gleaming from out the deep. As for Valdemar's lady-love, whom it is said he abandoned as soon as his purpose was attained, she was seized on by the infuriated townspeople and buried alive in one of the turrets of the city walls, known to this day as the Virgin Tower. It is difficult to decide whether Valdemar foresaw the full danger and bearing of his high-handed step, whether he knew what it meant to plunder a city like Visby, one of the strongest arms of the Hansa. He had certainly thrown the gauntlet down to the towns. He was quickly to learn that the power which some years ago had successfully beaten his predecessors had but grown in strength since that date. On the first news of Valdemar's treachery, the Baltic cities laid an embargo on all Danish goods, and then called together a hasty council, in which it was decreed that until further notice all intercourse with Denmark should be forbidden, on pain of death and loss of property. Then they put themselves into communication with Norway and Sweden, in order in the event of a war to secure the alliance of these countries, an assistance that was the more readily promised because their sovereigns were at feud with Valdemar. To defray the war costs, it was determined to levy a poundage tax on all Hanseatic exported goods. A fleet was got ready with all possible speed, and when everything was in order, the towns sent a herald to Valdemar with a formal declaration of war. In May 1362, their ships appeared in the Sound, and brilliant success at first attended their arms. Copenhagen was plundered, and its church bells carried to Lubeck as the victor's booty. At Scania, the cities looked to meet their northern allies in order in conjunction with them to take possession of the Danish strongholds on the mainland. Here, however, disappointment awaited them. Whether lack of money or fear had deterred the northern kings from keeping their word is unknown. At any rate, they did not put in an appearance with their armies. The burgomaster of Lubeck, Johann Wittenborg, who commanded the Hanseatic fleet, saw himself forced to use the men he had on board for the land attack. He held himself the more justified in doing this, since he deemed he had so thoroughly routed the Danes that from the sight of the sea there was nothing to be feared. This decision was rash, and Wittenborg was to atone for it with his life. Already it seemed as if the stronghold Helsingborgs was in his hand. He had been besieging it 16 days with great catapults, when Valdemar suddenly appeared with his fleet upon the Scanian coast, surprised the Hanse vessels that had been left with but a feeble crew, and carried off 12 of the best ships, and most of their provisions and weapons. The consequence was that Wittenborg saw himself obliged to return with the remnant of his army to Lubeck. He found the city embittered against him in the highest degree for his defeat, though it saw that the main guilt of the disastrous end of the war lay with the faithless northern kings. The stern, free city deemed it right, not only towards itself but also to its sister towns, to punish heavily the unsuccessful leader. Wittenborg had hardly landed ere he was arrested, chained, and thrown into a dungeon. Here he dragged out a weary year of imprisonment. Lubeck was a stern mistress who knew no mercy and could brook no ill success. In her dictionary, as in that of youth, according to Richelieu in Bulwer's play, there might be no such word as fail. Wittenborg had, of course, been at once deprived of his burgomagisterial honors. A year after his defeat, his head publicly fell under the executioner's axe in the market-place of Lubeck. Burial in the councillor's church was denied him. He was laid to rest in the cloisters of the Dominicans, the spot where all criminals were interred in Lubeck during the Middle Ages, the spot where, down to our own era, all criminals passing that way to execution received from the pious monks a soothing drink as last farewell to life. Further, Wittenborg's name is absent from the record of the burgomasters, an omission in this place which doubtless has the same meaning as the absence of Marino Falieri's portrait among the long row of doges in the Venetian palace. The election of a burgomaster as leader of the troops is quite in character with the spirit of those times. Such trade warriors are not uncommon in the history of the Hanse. Within the roomy stone hall that served as entry and storeroom to those ancient dwelling houses, it was usual to see helmet, armor, and sword hanging up above stores of codfish, barrels of herrings, casks of beer, bales of cloth, or what not besides. To this day the stranger is shown in the market-place at Lubeck, the stone on which Wittenborg sat before his execution, and in the collection of antiquities is the chair of torture in which he was borne thither. So sternly did the Hanse punish. Valdemar compared the Hanse to a flock of cackling geese, and continued his attacks. But before long the geese could dictate their own terms, and Valdemar was obliged to agree to whatever terms they chose to name. End of section 52. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 53 of Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland, and the Search for the Poles. Read for LibriVox.org. Denmark, Part II. Folk Stories and Legends. Historical Note. The Scandinavian countries are rich in folk stories and legends. These range all the way from the primitive tales of the Mulboers, of a wit which is absurd and impossible, but exceedingly amusing, to the semi-historical legends circling about the exploits of their sovereigns. The rulers of the Northland have never kept themselves far removed from their people, and these legends manifest a charming simplicity on the part of the rulers, together with an equally charming respect and devotion on the part of the subjects. End of section 53. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 54 of Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland, and the Search for the Poles. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Thomas Peter. The World Story Volume 8. Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland, and the Search for the Poles. Edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 54, King Volmar and Elsie, by John G. Whittier, after the Danish of Christian Winter. Atadag, or Atterdag, another day, was the favorite saying of Waldemar III, Volmar, or Valdemar, King of Denmark from 1340 to 1375. The Editor. Where over heathen doom rings and grey stones of the Horg, in its little Christian city stands the church of Vordingborg. In merry mood King Volmar sat, forgetful of his power, as idle as the goose of gold that brooded on his tower. Out spake the king to Henrik, his young and faithful squire, Darest trust thy little Elsie, the maid of thy desire? Of all the men in Denmark she loveth only me, as true to me is Elsie as thy lily is to thee. Loud laughed the king, Tomorrow shall bring another day, when I myself will test her, she will not say me nay. Thereat the lords and gallants that round about him stood, wagged all their heads in concert, and smiled as courtiers should. The grey lark sings o'er Vordingborg, and on the ancient town, from the tall tower of Voldemar the golden goose looks down. The yellow grain is waving in the pleasant wind of morn. The wood resounds with cry of hounds and blare of hunter's horn. In the garden of her father little Elsie sits and spins, and singing with the early birds, her daily task begins. Gay tulips bloom, and sweet mint curls around her garden bower, but she is sweeter than the mint and fairer than the flower. About her form her kirtle blue clings lovingly, and white as snow her loose sleeves only leave her small round wrists in sight. Below, the modest petticoat can only half conceal the motion of the lightest foot that ever turned a wheel. The cat sits purring at her side, bees hum in sunshine warm, but look, she starts, she lifts her face, she shades it with her arm, and hark, a train of horsemen, with sound of dog and horn, come leaping o'er the ditches, come trampling down the corn. Merrily rang the bridle reins, and scarf and plume streamed gay, as fast beside her father's gate the riders held their way. And one was brave in scarlet cloak, with a golden spur on heel, and as he checked his foaming steed, the maiden checked her wheel. All hail among thy roses, the fairest rose to me, for weary months in secret my heart has longed for thee. What noble knight was this? What words from modest maiden's ear? She dropped a lowly courtesy of bashfulness and fear. She lifted up her spinning wheel, she fain would seek the door, trembling in every limb, her cheek with blushes crimsoned o'er. Nay, fear me not, the rider said, I offer heart and hand. Bear witness these good Danish knights who round about me stand. I grant you time to think of this, to answer as you may, for tomorrow little Elsie shall bring another day. He spake the old phrase slyly, as glancing round his train, he saw his merry followers seek to hide their smiles in vain. The snow of pearls I'll scatter in your curls of golden hair, I'll line with furs the velvet of the kirtle that you wear. All precious gems shall twine your neck, and in a chariot gay you shall ride, my little Elsie, behind 4 steeds of grey. and harps shall sound, and flutes shall play, and brazen lamps shall glow. On marble floors your feet shall weave the dances to and fro. At frosty eventide for us the blazing hearth shall shine, while at our ease we play at draughts, and drink the blood-red wine. Then Elsie raised her head, and met her wooer face to face. A roguish smile shone in her eye, and on her lip found place. Back from her low white forehead the curls of gold she threw, and lifted up her eyes to his, steady and clear and blue. I am a lowly peasant, and you a gallant knight. I will not trust a love that soon may cool and turn to slight. If you would wed me, henceforth be a peasant, not a lord. I bid you hang upon the wall your tried and trusty sword. To please you, Elsie, I will lay keen Dinadel away, and in its place will swing the scythe, and mow your father's hay. Nay, but your gallant scarlet cloak my eyes can never bear. A Vadmal cloak, so plain and grey, is all that you must wear. Well, Vadmal will I wear for you, the rider gaily spoke, and on the Lord's high altar I'll lay my scarlet cloak. But mark, she said, no stately horse my peasant love must ride. A yoke of steers before the plough is all that he must guide. The knight looked down upon his steed. Well, let him wander free. No other man must ride the horse that has been backed by me. Henceforth I'll tread the furrow, and to my oxen talk, if only little Elsie beside my plough will walk. You must take from out your cellar cask of wine and flask and can. The homely mead I brew you may serve a peasant man. Most willingly, fair Elsie, I'll drink that mead of thine, and leave my minstrel's thirsty throat to drain my generous wine. Now break your shield asunder, and shatter sign and boss. I'll meet for peasant wedded arms your knightly knee across. And pull me down your castle from top to basement wall, and let your plough trace furrows in the ruins of your hall. Then smiled he with a lofty pride. Right well at last he knew the maiden of the spinning wheel was to her troth plight true. Ah, roguish little Elsie, you act your part full well. You know that I must bear my shield and in my castle dwell. The lions ramping on that shield between the hearts of flame keep watch o'er Denmark's honour and guard her ancient name. For know that I am Volmer, I dwell in yonder towers, who ploughs up Denmark, this goodly home of ours. I tempt no more, fair Elsie, your heart I know is true. Would God that all our maidens were good and pure as you. Well have you pleased your monarch, and he shall well repay. God's peace, farewell, tomorrow will bring another day. He lifted up his bridle hand, he spurred his good steed then, and like a whirl-blast swept away with all his gallant men. The steel hoofs beat the rocky path, again on winds of morn, the wood resounds with cry of hounds and blare of hunter's horn. Thou true and ever faithful, the listening Henrik cried, and leaping o'er the green hedge she stood by Elsie's side. None saw the font embracing, save, shining from afar, the golden goose that watched them from the tower of Valdemar. O darling girls of Denmark, of all the flowers that throng her vales of spring the fairest, I sing for you my song. No praise as yours so bravely rewards the singer's skill. Thank God, of maids like Elsie, the land has plenty still. End of section 54. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 55 of Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland, and the Search for the Poles. Read for LibriVox.org by Nemo. The King of Denmark's Ride by Caroline Norton. Word was brought to the Danish king, hurry, that the love of his heart lay suffering, and pined for the comfort his voice would bring. Oh, ride as though you were flying. Better he loves each golden curl on the brow of that Scandinavian girl than his rich crown jewels of ruby and pearl, and his rose of the isles is dying. 30 nobles saddled with speed, each one mounting a gallant steed, which he kept for battle in days of need. Oh, ride as though you were flying. Spurs were struck in the foaming flank, worn-out chargers staggered and sank. Bridles were slackened, and girths were burst, but ride as they would, the king rode first, for his rose of the isles lay dying. His nobles are beaten one by one, hurry. They have fainted and faltered and homeward gone. His little fair page now follows alone, for strength and for courage trying. The king looked back at that faithful child. Wan was the face that answering smiled. They passed the drawbridge with clattering din. Then he dropped, and only the king rode in, where his rose of the isles lay dying. The king blew a blast on his bugle horn. Silence. No answer came, but faint and forlorn. An echo returned on the cold, grey morn, like the breath of a spirit sighing. The castle portal stood grimly wide. None welcomed the king from that weary ride, for dead, in the light of the dawning day, the pale sweet face of the welcomer lay, who had yearned for his voice while dying. The panting steed with drooping crest stood weary. The king returned from her chamber of rest, the thick sobs choking in his breast, and that dumb companion eyeing. The tears gushed forth which he strove to check. He bowed his head on his charger's neck. O steed, that every nerve didst strain, dear steed, our ride hath been in vain, to the halls where my love lay dying. End of section 55. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 56 of Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland, and the Search for the Poles. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World Story, Volume 8, Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland, and the Search for the Poles. Edited by Eva March Tappan, Section 56. Mole-boar Stories. The mole-boars are a quaint and primitive people who live in a remote corner of Jutland. Among the odd stories that are told of them are the following. The Editor. The legs. Once some mole-boars were in a great dilemma. Certain of them sat down in a circle on the ground, but when they wanted to get up again, could not make out which pair of legs belonged to each of them. So thinking they could never rise, they remained calmly sitting. At last they called a passer-by and asked how each of them should find his own legs. He first pointed out his legs to each and told them to draw them up and rise. But as this did not avail, he formed another expedient and took his stick and beat first one, then another, then the third, and then the fourth over the legs. That succeeded, for as soon as they felt the blows on their legs, they quickly recognized which belonged to each and drew them up. The Headless Man. One day some mole-boars went into the wood to cut down some trees. When they had cut into a tree so far that they thought it could be pulled to the ground, they discovered that they had forgotten to bring a rope with them. The wisest of them then proposed that one of them should be lifted up in the tree and put his neck in a cleft in such a manner that the others, by pulling him by the legs, should cause the tree to fall. This advice was followed. One of them courageously put his neck in the cleft, and the remainder pulled him by the legs with all their strength. But the enterprise completely failed. At the first pull the body fell to the ground, while the head remained lying in the cleft, where no one could see it. They were greatly astonished at seeing the Headless Man, and could not imagine how he had got into the wood and up the tree without a head on his body. However, there was now nothing to be done. They drove the body home to the wife and asked if he, like the others, had had his head on him when he went out. Yes, by my soul, he had his head on him, said the wife, for certainly he ate his cabbage soup with it this morning before he went out. The salt herrings. One year when herrings were rather dear, it was difficult for the mole-boars to procure this food which they liked so much to eat. They consulted together how to arrange in such a manner that in future they should not be obliged to buy them at so high a rate every year. One of them, who wished to be thought the most witty, wisely resolved that as fresh herrings could breed in water, salt herrings must also be able to do so. He therefore advised them that once for all they should buy a barrel of salted herrings in Aarhus and throw them in the village pond, that later on, when these had bred, they might every year be able to catch in their nets as many as they needed. This advice pleased them all so well that some of them directly set out, bought the herrings, and threw them into the pond, that they might breed there for years to come. When the following year they came with their nets to fish for salted herrings, they could not, for all their pains, get hold of a single one. After a long time they caught a large fat eel in their net. As soon as they saw it, they immediately concluded that this was the thief who had eaten their salted herrings, and so they agreed that it should suffer the hardest and most painful death, but they could not resolve on what sort of punishment to give it. Some of them would have it burnt, others hanged, some would flog it to death, others cut it to pieces. Finally an old mole-boar came forth who himself had once been about to be drowned, and as he had not found it to his taste to stay so long a time in salt water, he thought it must be the same with the eel. He therefore advised his countrymen to put out on the wild sea with it and drown it there. This advice they held to be good, therefore they took the eel, got into a boat, and rowed far out on the sea with it, that it might not be able again to swim to shore. When they had got as far out as seemed right to them, they put the eel into the water. The eel, which had so long been on dry land against its will, rejoiced at coming to its native home, and wriggled its tail as soon as it reached the water. When the old mole-boar saw this, he said to the others, "Do you see how pitifully he writhes? Yes, death is hard to put up with." The bell. Once a wag made the mole-boars believe that enemies were in the kingdom, and that they would soon come to conquer their country. They therefore resolved to save what they could from their hands. That which they were proudest of and wanted to save first was the church bell. They then worked so long at it that they got it down from the tower, but they took counsel for a long time as to how they should hide it so that the enemy could not find it. At last they dragged it with all their force to a large boat, rowed far away to sea with it, and threw it into the water. When it was thrown down, they began to consider, and said to one another, "Now it is certainly hidden from the enemy, but how are we to find it again when he is gone?" One of them, who thought himself wiser than the others, sprang up and said, "That is no matter, we can put a mark near it." He immediately took a knife out of his pocket, cut a large nick in the side of the boat from which they had thrown the bell, and said, "Here it was that we threw it out." When this was done, they rowed to shore quite calm and glad, persuaded that they would be able to seek their bell again according to this mark when the enemy had gone. End of Section 56. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 57 of Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland, and the Search for the Poles. Read for LibriVox.org. Denmark, Part 3. Scenes from Danish History. Historical Note. The Union of Hjalmar in 1397 made Margaret, daughter of Valdemar Atterdag, ruler of Norway, Sweden, and Denmark. In 1523, Sweden, under Gustavus Vasa, won her independence, but before many years had passed, Sweden and Denmark were again at war. Jule and Tordenskjold gained famous victories for Denmark, but when Charles XII of Sweden besieged Copenhagen, the Danes were ready to make a treaty. In 1660, the Danish people were devoted to their king, and felt that the nobles were gaining entirely too much power. The result was that Denmark suddenly became an absolute monarchy. In the early part of the 19th century, there was trouble with England because of her determination to exercise the right of search, and again a few years later because of the complications brought about by the Napoleonic Wars. During this second struggle, Copenhagen was bombarded by the English. In 1848, the provinces of Schleswig-Holstein in the south of Denmark rebelled and were aided by the King of Prussia. In 1864, a second rebellion took place, and the Germans overran the country. The result was that Schleswig-Holstein fell into the hands of Prussia. In 1906, the aged King Christian died. A few months before this event, a separation took place between Norway and Sweden, and Christian's second son, Charles, ascended the Norwegian throne as Hakon VII. The record of the alliances and positions of the children of Christian IX is a remarkable one. His son Frederick became King of Denmark. His daughter Alexandra became Queen of England. A second daughter, Dagmar, became Tsarina of Russia, and his son George became King of Greece. End of section 57. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 58 of Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland, and the Search for the Poles. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Colleen McMahon. The World's Story, Volume 8, Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland, and the Search for the Poles, edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 58. The Madman of the North Overcomes Copenhagen, 1700, by François-Marie Arouet Voltaire. Peter the Great was determined to have a seaport on the east side of the Baltic. The territory belonged to Sweden, but the ruler of the Swedes was a youth of 18, and Peter thought that there would be no great difficulty in overpowering him. The Elector of Saxony and the King of Denmark became Peter's allies. Much to the surprise of everyone, Charles XII, the young King of Sweden, suddenly showed himself to be a commander of rare abilities. His first campaign was aimed at Copenhagen. The Editor. He, Charles XII, started for his first campaign on the 8th of May, New Style, in the year 1700. He left Stockholm, never to return. An immense crowd of people went with him as far as Karlskrona, praying for him and weeping and praising him. Before he left Stockholm, he established a council of defense composed of senators. This commission was to have charge of all that concerned the fleet, the troops, and fortifications. The Senate was to provisionally regulate all other internal affairs. Having thus arranged all securely within his dominions, he concentrated entirely on the war. His fleet consisted of 43 vessels. That in which he embarked, called the King Charles, was the largest they had ever seen, and carried 120 guns. Count Piper, his prime minister, and General Renshield embarked with him. He joined the squadron of the Allies. The Danish fleet refused an engagement and gave the United Fleets the opportunity of coming so near Copenhagen that they could throw some bombs into the town. There is no doubt that it was the king himself who then proposed to General Renshield that they should disembark and besiege Copenhagen by land while it was invested by sea. Renshield was astonished at a proposal which displayed in a young and inexperienced prince as much skill as courage. Soon all was ready for the disembarkment. Orders were given for the embarkation of 3,000 men who were stationed on the coast of Sweden and who were added to the men they had on board. The king left his large ship and embarked on a lighter frigate. Then they sent 300 grenadiers in small vessels along the coast. Among these vessels were small flat-bottomed boats which carried the faggots, chevaux de frise, and the weapons of the pioneers. 500 picked men followed in other shallops. Then came the king's men of war with 2 English and 2 Dutch frigates, whose cannon were to cover the landing of the troops. Copenhagen, the capital of Denmark, is situated in the island of Zealand, in the midst of a beautiful plain, which has the Sound on the northwest and the Baltic on the east, where the King of Sweden then had his position. At the unexpected movement of the vessels which threatened invasion, the inhabitants, dismayed by the inactivity of their own fleet and by the motion of the Swedish ships, looked round in terror to see on what point the storm would burst. Charles's fleet stopped before Humblebæk, 7 miles from Copenhagen. The Danes immediately drew up their cavalry on this spot. The infantry were placed behind deep entrenchments, and all the artillery forthcoming was directed against the Swedes. The king then left his frigate to embark on the first boat at the head of his guards. The ambassador of France was constantly at his elbow. "Sir," said the king to him in Latin, for he never would speak French, "you have no quarrel with the Danes, and must now oblige me by retiring." "Sir," answered the Count de Guiscard in French, "the king my master has commanded me to attend your majesty, and I flatter myself that you will not banish me from your court, which has never been so brilliant as today." With these words he gave his hand to the king, who leapt into the boat, followed by Count Piper and the ambassador. They advanced, supported by the broadsides of the vessels which were covering the descent. The small boats were within 100 yards of the shore, when Charles, impatient of the delay in landing, threw himself from the boat into the sea, sword in hand, and with the water up to his waist, and in spite of a shower of musket shot, discharged by the Danes, his ministers, the ambassador of France, and officers and soldiers followed his example. The king, who had never before heard a discharge of loaded muskets, asked Major Stuart, who stood next to him, what that whistling was in his ears. "It is the sound of the muskets they are firing at you," said the major. "Ah," remarked the king, "that shall henceforth be my band." At that very moment the major who had explained the noise to him was shot in the shoulder, and a lieutenant fell dead at the other side of the king. Troops attacked in entrenchments are generally beaten because the attacking party has an impetus which defenders cannot have. Besides, waiting for the enemy in one's lines is often a confession of inferiority. After a faint resistance, the Danish horse and foot fled. As soon as the king had seized their entrenchments, he fell on his knees to thank God for the first success of his arms. He immediately had redoubts formed in the direction of the town, and himself marked out the line of the encampment. At the same time, he sent his fleet back to Scania, a part of Sweden not far from Copenhagen, to get reinforcements of 9,000 men. Everything conspired to second Charles's energetic efforts. The 9,000 men were on the shore ready to embark, and the very next day a favorable wind brought them to him. All this happened within sight of the Danish fleet, which had not dared to advance. Copenhagen, in consternation, sent deputies to the king to ask him not to bombard the town. He received them on horseback at the head of his regiment of guards, and the deputies fell on their knees before him. He demanded of the town $400,000, with all sorts of provisions for the camp, for which he gave his word of honor to pay. They brought him the provisions because they dared not refuse, but did not expect that the conquerors would condescend to pay for them, and those who brought them were astonished to find that they were paid generously by the humblest soldier in the army. The Swedish troops had long been accustomed to the strict discipline which contributed not a little to their victories, but the young king increased its severity. A soldier would not have dared to refuse payment for what he bought, much less maraud or even go out of the camp. He even easily brought his troops to keep his rule that after a victory the dead should not be stripped without his permission. Prayers were said in camp twice a day, at 7 in the morning and 5 in the afternoon, and he never failed to be present at them himself and give his soldiers an example of piety as well as of valor. His camp, which was far better governed than Copenhagen, had everything in abundance, and the country folk preferred to sell their goods to their enemies, the Swedes, than to their own countrymen, who did not pay so good a price for them. So it happened that the townsmen were often obliged to fetch goods, which were unattainable in their own markets, from the King of Sweden's camp. The King of Denmark was then in Holstein, whither he seems to have marched only to raise the siege of Tønning. He saw the Baltic covered with his enemy's ships, and a young conqueror already master of Zealand, and ready to take possession of the capital. He published a declaration that whoever took up arms against the Swedes should gain his liberty. This declaration had great influence in a country which had once enjoyed freedom, but where all the peasants and many even of the townsmen were then serfs. Charles sent word to the King of Denmark that he must make up his mind either to do justice to the Duke of Holstein or have his kingdom laid waste with fire and sword. The Danes were indeed fortunate in dealing with a conqueror who prided himself on his justice. A congress was summoned to meet in the town of Tevendal on the frontiers of Holstein. The Swedish king would not allow diplomacy on the part of the ministers to lengthen the proceedings. He wanted the treaty settled with the same rapidity with which he had invaded Zealand. As a matter of fact, it was concluded on the 5th of August, to the advantage of the Duke of Holstein, who was indemnified for all the expenses of the war and freed from oppression. The King of Sweden would make no claims on his own behalf, being satisfied with having helped his ally and humbled his enemy. Thus Charles XII, at 18 years old, began and ended this war in less than 6 weeks. End of section 58. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 59 of Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland, and the Search for the Poles. Read for LibriVox.org by Alan Mapstone. King Christian, 1677 to 1730, by Johannes Ewald. During the latter part of the 17th century and the early part of the 18th, Denmark struggled with Sweden over the ownership of the Scandinavian provinces. One famous admiral in this contest was Niels Juel. An even more famous vice-admiral was Wessel, to whom the name Tordenskjold, or the Thunder Shield, was given by the king. The editor. King Christian stood by the lofty mast, in mist and smoke. His sword was hammering so fast, through Gothic helm and brain it passed, then sank each hostile hulk and mast, in mist and smoke. Fly, shouted they, fly he who can, who braves of Denmark's Christian, the stroke. Niels Juel gave heed to tempest's roar, now is the hour. He hoisted his blood-red flag once more, and smote upon the foe full sore, and shouted loud through the tempest's roar, now is the hour. Fly, shouted they, for shelter fly, of Denmark's Juel who can defy the power. North Sea, a glimpse of vessel rent thy murky sky. Then champions to thine arms were sent, terror and death glared where he went. From the waves was heard a wail that rent thy murky sky. From Denmark thunders Tordenskjold, let each to heaven commend his soul, and fly. Path of the Dane to fame and might, dark rolling wave, receive thy friend who, scorning flight, goes to meet danger with despite, proudly as thou the tempest's might, dark rolling wave. And amid pleasures and alarms, and war and victory be thine arms, my grave. End of section 59. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 60 of Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland, and the Search for the Poles. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Patrick Seaman. The World's Story, Volume 8, Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland, and the Search for the Poles. Edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 60. Stories of Tordenskjold, the great Danish admiral. Early 18th century. Tordenskjold as a Fisherman, by M. Pearson Thompson. Peter Wessel Tordenskjold is the Nelson of Denmark. This man, besides being a great admiral, was a most genial character, and had a striking and original personality. Many true tales are told about this hero, which the young Danish lads never tire of hearing. There is a favourite one which tells of the ingenious way by which he discovered the weak points in his enemy's stronghold. Dressing himself as a fisherman, he accompanied 2 other fishers in a little rowing boat laden with fish to the enemy's shores. Taking a basket of fish, he mounted the hill to the fort. Saying he had just brought the fish for the commandant, he is allowed to pass into the fort with his fish, and pretending, stupidly, kept losing his way, gaining knowledge thereby till he reached the commandant's residence. Gaining permission from the latter to supply the garrison with fish, he inquired for how many men he should provide. Let me see, said the commandant, half to himself. 100 guns, 200 men. You may bring fresh for 100 men. Tordenskjold then left the fort, having obtained all the information he required, and returned to his boat. At this moment, the captain of one of the ships lying in the bay arrived on shore, and the pretended fisherman at once accosted him, asking permission to serve his men with fish. This being granted, he at once rowed to the ship, where he soon disposed of his fish, and conversing with the sailors, he gained for information that in 2 days' time there would be a great festivity held on shore, at which most of them would be present. With this valuable knowledge he returned to his own shore from the Swedish coast, and laid plans which gave Denmark a victory and proved fatal to the Swedes. The Fight with the Swedish Frigate by R.A. Davenport. While he was cruising in 1714 under Dutch colors, an incident occurred which manifested at once his intrepidity and his chivalric disposition. He fell in with a Swedish frigate of greatly superior force, which had hoisted the English flag. The Swedish commander hailed and ordered him to bring to, but instead of obeying, Wessel answered with a broadside. A furious contest took place, which was suspended by the night, and renewed on the return of day. At length he was informed that there was only powder enough left for 4 broadsides. He immediately sent off a boat under a flag of truce, with the following message to his opponent. I was ready to board you, and I might come to close quarters with such a gallant fellow as you are. But the sea is so rough that I cannot effect my purpose. I can fire but 4 broadsides. Let me some powder, and we will begin again. If you will not grant my request, give me your word that you will continue about here, and I will go to procure ammunition. To this the Swede replied, I have not more powder than I want for my own use, but I invite the gallant vessel to come on board, for we wish to drink his health. The invitation was accepted, and the 2 captains pledged each other in a bumper. On taking leave, Wessel exclaimed, Salute your bonny lasses at Gothenburg for me, to which the antagonist responded, Yes, and do you do the same on my part to yours at Copenhagen. The vessels then parted. These circumstances becoming known, Wessel was ordered to the Danish capital. His conduct was there investigated by a court of inquiry, and a favorable verdict was the result. The King's Snuff-Box by R.A. Davenport. On the surrender of Stralsund, the Danish sovereign made his entry into the place. Wessel was honored with an audience by his royal master, who presented to him a snuff-box set with diamonds. While he was offering the contents of the box to some officers of rank, when he had taken on board, the vessel gave a sudden lurch, and the box slipped from his hand and fell into the sea. It was mid-December, and the fields of ice were floating around the ship, but he unhesitatingly jumped into the water, and dived after the valued gift. The lookers-on were astounded by his disappearance, and no one expected to behold him again. He, however, speedily rose, unhurt, but the royal present for which he had rashly risked his life was irrecoverable. For this loss, Wessel was soon and amply indemnified, mad, as under such circumstances with the diving to recover the box, the king could not be but gratified that his present was held in such high estimation. In a second interview with Wessel, he said to him, I ennoble you, confer on you the name of Tordenskjold, Thunder Shield, and grant you a coat of arms suitable to the honorable name which you have so well earned. You are the thunder which crushes the Swedes, and the shield which covers the navy of my kingdom. Tordenskjold returned to Copenhagen with the monarch, who also appointed him as adjutant general and inspector of the Danish fleets. The Capture of Marstrand by R.A. Davenport. Orders were now sent to him by the Danish monarch to attack the fortress of Marstrand, which is situated a few miles north of the Gjørta, on a small island of the entrance of the Hockey Fjord. Adjoining the town and commanding it is the citadel of Karlston. He appeared before the town with his fleet on the 24th of July, and began by landing 600 men on the island of Ku, which lies opposite to Marstrand. By this step he precluded the garrison from receiving succor or retreating. A Swedish flotilla, consisting of 17 sail, was then in the harbor. On the day after his arrival, Tordenskjold bombarded and cannonaded the flotilla with such vigor that he forced his way into the port. The enemy then abandoned their vessels, having first burnt or sunk some of them. Their retreat was, however, so precipitate that they could not destroy the whole. Several fell into the power of the victors, among which were a 44-gun frigate, 2 16-gun sloops, and a pram. The panic of the Swedes was so great that they abandoned the town of Marstrand, and retired into the citadel of Karlston. Here they might have defended themselves for some time could their governor, Colonel Dankvart, have mustered up sufficient courage, but he soon found a reason or a pretext for capitulating. On the second day of the siege, a bomb having fallen into and blown up a powder magazine, he entered into a parley, which ended in his consenting to surrender. 5 hours were allowed him for evacuating the fort, either from carelessness or some lingering idea that he ought not readily to succumb. He allowed for the stipulated time to go by without performing his agreement. Tordenskjold was not to be trifled with, and he took a step which undoubtedly bordered upon rashness. By a narrow postern gate he contrived to make his way into the fortress, accompanied only by a handful of men, proceeded to the house of Dankvart, and demanded in a menacing voice why the Swede had not kept his word. Overawed by his resolute opponent, the governor submitted, and delivered up the citadel. The dastardly conduct naturally excited a suspicion in the Swedish government that he had been guilty of treachery, and accordingly, on his arrival in Sweden, he was loaded with irons and committed to jail to be tried for his life. Such was the rage of the populace against him, that as he passed through the streets, on his way to the prison, the crowd, and even the women, pelted him with stones, in such a manner that the guards could scarcely succeed in saving his life. The result of his trial I have not been able to discover. While the vanquished governor was thus exposed to the violence of popular odium, and the danger of having his existence ignominiously terminated, the victor was being loaded with honors by the gratitude of his sovereign. Tordenskjold was raised to the rank of vice-admiral, appointed chamberlain to the king, endowed with a large estate, and presented by the king himself with a massy gold medal, struck to commemorate the conquest, and the portrait of the monarch, set in diamonds. And there are only 3 other superior officers who are allowed to wear a similar portrait, as a memorial of their services. Nor was this all. He was soon after nominated a member of the Board of Mayoralty, and in his presence the name of the Marstrand was given by the Danish monarch to a ship of the line at the moment it was launched. End of section 60. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 61 of Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland, and the Search for the Poles. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Colleen McMahon. The World Story, Volume 8, Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland, and the Search for the Poles, edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 61. The Fall of Queen Caroline Matilda, 1772, by G. Hesekiel, from the Memoirs of Baron Simulin. Christian VII was so feeble in mind that it was an easy matter for his wife, Queen Caroline Matilda, daughter of George II of England, and his Minister of State, Count Struensee, to get full control into their own hands. Struensee brought about many needful reforms, but more rapidly than they were acceptable to the country. Moreover, his skeptical opinions aroused the clergy against him. With the aid of the Queen Dowager, Juliana Maria, he was arrested, accused of conspiracy against the king and other crimes, and executed. A few days later, Queen Caroline Matilda left Denmark forever. The Editor. It was almost midnight when the English minister left the palace with his ladies, furious at knowing that the Christiansborg was entirely in the hands of the Queen's declared enemies. He was more than ever certain that a plot existed, and that the denouement was close at hand. and he told Rhaenyra that he would see Count Falkenshold about it the next day. She entered fully into his feelings of uneasiness, but neither of them had the least idea that that very night the threatening clouds would burst into an overwhelming storm. By 2 o'clock in the morning the ball was at an end, and by 3 all was silent in the fine state apartments of the Christiansborg. For about an hour an intense stillness reigned over the cold winter night, and then a sharp ear would have perceived the measured sound of horse-hoofs and a slight clinking of weapons. It was a squadron of the Zealand Dragoons, Colonel von Eichstedt's regiment, under command of Lieutenant Schloman, which silently and quietly took possession of every entrance to the palace, having received the strictest orders to let no one in or out. At the same time, by the light of a single candle, the leaders of the conspiracy assembled on the upper story of the Christiansborg in the bedroom of the widowed queen Juliana Maria. The royal stepmother, wrapped in a fur mantle, with a mocking smile on her lips, was watching Count van Ratzow, who was in full uniform, and though wrapped in his military cloak, shivered, not from cold alone. His conscience spoke more loudly than ever, but it was too late to draw back. Prince Frederick, who looked both shy and stupid, sat staring straight before him. Colonel Kohler, his athletic form drawn up to his full height, tried to utter a few blustering words, but they stuck in his throat. Colonel von Eichstädt played the part of the dispassionate, businesslike soldier. He had, indeed, no personal feeling against either the Queen or Struensee, and there is reason to believe that he was fully persuaded he was only doing his duty. It was curious to watch Goldberg, who was the soul of the conspiracy. Both before and afterwards he appeared a man of little influence, but at this moment he had thrown off his hypocritical garb and took the place of leader, giving his commands with energy, triumph already sparkling in his eyes. There was something of the Puritan about the man. No one ever found out with him where hypocrisy ended and conviction began. He threw out some words about God's victory over Belial, and it was said that he murmured a prayer before they separated. And now the conspirators are descending the stairs, lighted by a former valet, Jessen, who carried a lamp, stepping carefully and avoiding the least sound, slipping one behind the other through the broad passages and dark corridors to the apartments of the king. They first entered the bedroom belonging to the king's body servant, Brigel, and waking him, ordered him to lead them to the king. The men tremblingly obeyed, but they found the antechamber, contrary to the usual custom, locked. The conspirators hesitated, but Goldberg ordered Brigel to lead them round to the small door, and the ghostly procession put itself again in motion. Brigel went in front, then came Goldberg, carrying a candle in each hand, followed by the Queen Mother, Prince Frederick, Count Ratzow, Eichstädt, and Kohler. Jessen, either from fear or prudence, had left them. "What do you want? Who are you?" screamed the king, waking suddenly as the conspirators entered his room. Count Rantzau had undertaken to speak to the king, who always looked on him as his best friend, but he stood unable to utter a word. Kohler seized him by the shoulders and pushed him violently forward, and at length he stammered out in a hoarse voice, "Sire, your Majesty's mother and brother are here, in presence of Eichstädt, Kohler, Goldberg, and myself, to save you and the country." The widowed queen repeated Rantzau's words, and so did Prince Frederick, while the king, almost fainting, looked around him with a wild, terrified expression. "Give me some water," he gasped at length, and when he had drunk some, he added, "Rantzau said that Eichstädt is here. Let him speak." Eichstädt then came forward and repeated Rantzau's words, but added, "The people are in insurrection, for the Queen and Struensee have conspired against your Majesty." As soon as Christian VII heard the name of his beloved queen, he declared Eichstädt was a liar, and that he did not believe him. But the Queen Mother and Goldberg talked to him till they had entirely confused his weak brain, and at length he was persuaded to put his signature to 2 orders, which they had already prepared. The first appointed Eichstädt to the post of General Commandant of Copenhagen, and the second empowered Eichstädt and Kohler to take any measures they thought needful to save the king and the country. Prince Frederick witnessed the king's signature, and Eichstädt and Kohler then left. The king was made to get up and was dressed by Brigel, and accompanied by the Queen Mother, the prince, Rantzau, and Goldberg, was taken to Prince Frederick's apartment. Here he was forced to write the following letter to his wife, Queen Caroline Matilda. "As you have not been willing to follow good advice, it is not my fault if I am obliged to have you escorted to Kronborg." Armed with this ill-written missive, the Grand Chamberlain, Count Rantzau, hurried to the Queen's apartment to carry out his jailer's office. The unfortunate king then signed mechanically and listlessly a number of warrants laid before him by Guldberg, and containing the names of Count Struensee, Count Brandt, Councillor Struensee, Lieutenant Struensee, Colonel von Falkenschold, Commandant of Copenhagen, Major General Good, General von Galler and his wife, Lieutenant Colonel von Hasselberg, Baron von Bülow, one of the equerries, Rear Admiral Hansen, Councillor Willehand, and other less distinguished people. Meantime, Eichstätt, at the head of a squadron of dragoons, had visited all the guardhouses, and showing the king's signature, had announced his own appointment as Commandant of Copenhagen. He strengthened the guard of the palace and closed all the gates. Whilst this was going on, Colonel von Koller, followed by Captain von Milleville and Lieutenants von Iben and Frank, and accompanied by 12 soldiers, went to the rooms occupied by Struensee in the entresol of the palace. Before entering, Koller said to the officers, "Give me your word of honor, gentlemen, that you will shoot the scoundrel on the spot if he resists and tries to escape." The officers promised on their word of honor, but they had no need to use their weapons against Struensee, for the ruined minister made no attempt to defend himself. After a few confused words, he obeyed Koller's order to get up and threw on a few clothes and a fur mantle. He tried to hide a small case in his pocket, but Koller tore it from him. It was found, on examination, to contain poisoned pills. After his imperfect toilet, Struensee seemed to recover a little courage and presence of mind. He drew himself up, appealed to his position as minister, and protested against this act of violence. But Koller, placing the point of his sword against his breast, threatened to run him through at once if he opposed the king's warrant. Struensee attempted no further resistance. He tried in vain to recover his composure, but terror overmastered him. Unconsciously, he allowed them to bind his hands and feet, and in this condition, the man who but yesterday was the all-powerful minister was conveyed to a closed carriage, escorted by a strong guard of cavalry, and taken to the citadel. "My God, what is my offense?" were the only words he uttered. At the same time, the other arrests were carried out without exciting any attention. Only Count Enevold Brandt opposed his captors with all the energy of despair, and continuing to do so after he was disarmed, they secured him with cords. Almost at that very moment that the unhappy Struensee, tied hand and foot, was carried down the grand staircase of the palace, Count Rantzau, followed by the 3 lieutenants, Beek, Oldenburg, and Bugg, entered the antechamber of Queen Caroline Matilda. Great beads of perspiration stood on his forehead from anguish, and the 3 young officers chosen by Koller to attend him watched him contemptuously as he knocked at the locked door of the queen's bedroom. Queen Matilda awoke and could be heard calling her attendants. Rantzau trembled as he heard her voice, and his fear was more creditable than the courage shown by the 3 lieutenants. "What is the matter?" they heard the queen exclaim, and the same question was repeated in a tone of anger. At last the attendants told her that Count Rantzau and 3 officers were in the antechamber and demanded entrance in the king's name. Caroline Matilda sprang up and threw a dressing-gown round her. "Run and fetch Count Struensee," she said to her women. "They have just carried him out of the palace with his hands and feet bound," answered one of them. "Betrayed! Lost!" shrieked the queen aloud. Rantzau knocked again. "Let the traitors in," commanded Queen Caroline Matilda, regaining her self-possession. The folding doors were thrown open, and Count Rantzau stood in the presence of his queen. She advanced towards him. "What is your desire?" Rantzau made a deep bow and asked pardon for the intrusion, but he came by His Majesty's command. He then read aloud the note, which we have already seen, and handed it to the queen. She glanced over it and threw it contemptuously on the ground, setting her foot upon it. "This only shows your treachery and the king's weakness," she exclaimed with flashing eyes. Rantzau, angry at the contemptuous way in which the queen treated him, said menacingly that she had to submit to the king's commands. "The king," answered Caroline Matilda proudly, "knows nothing of this command, which has been extorted from his weak mind by the most shameless treachery. I demand obedience, I, the queen." "My orders permit no delay," thundered Count Rantzau, giving free vent to his anger to conceal his uneasiness. "Till I have seen the king, I will obey no orders. Let me speak to the king. I insist on it," said the queen with determination. At the same time she made a step towards the door, Rantzau threw himself in her way. "I will use force," he said threateningly, laying his hand on his sword. "Wretch!" screamed the queen angrily. "Is that the language of a servant to his sovereign? Go! You are the most despicable of men. May shame and scorn rest on you forever. Stand aside. I am not afraid of you." Trembling with rage, the incensed nobleman stepped back and gave the officers a sign. Lieutenant Oldenburg laid hands on the queen, but she thrust him aside and rushed through a side door onto the corridor, screaming aloud for help. No one heard her. Her women shrieked. The unhappy queen sprang onto a balustrade and tried to throw herself through the window. Lieutenant Beek caught her round the waist and drew her back. She struggled with him, and with all the strength of despair she dragged him by the hair to the ground. Oldenburg came to the help of his comrade, but she defended herself from him. And thus this poor young creature, this unhappy queen, struggled half naked with these ruffians, until she sank at length senseless to the ground. Whilst her women lifted the miserable princess onto her bed, and used means to restore her to consciousness, Minister Count von der Osten entered the room. This wily diplomatist had not joined the conspiracy, though he was well aware of its existence, and now that it was successful, he hastened to obey Rantzell's summons, who had in despair sent for him. The quiet and graceful remonstrances of Count von der Osten soothed and subdued the queen, and she agreed to obey and start at once for Kronborg. She begged to take her children with her, but it was easy for the cunning diplomatist to prove to the queen that she might endanger her son's right of succession if she took him with her, and thus give her enemies a great advantage. The poor mother yielded with a sigh, and consented to start with the baby princess only, whom she was still nursing. Count von der Osten was perfectly aware that he was doing the conspirators the greatest service by persuading the queen to leave for Kronborg, for as long as Caroline Matilda remained at Copenhagen, their success must be doubtful, and he took care later to demand his reward from the new powers for coming to their aid at this critical moment. The queen was dressed, a lady-in-waiting, Mademoiselle von Mosting, was summoned, and 2 coaches were brought round to the inner courtyard of the palace. As she descended the staircase, Count Rantzau offered her his arm. "Away with you, traitor! I loathe you!" exclaimed the queen. Turning deadly pale, he stepped back, and is said never to have known a peaceful moment from that hour till his death. Everywhere he saw the flaming eyes of the sovereign whom he had betrayed. In the first coach, Major von Kastenschold of the Zealand Dragoons took the place opposite the queen, with his sword drawn, showing her by this manner the most marked respect. In the second coach was little Princess Louisa Augusta with her nurse, and thus, guarded by a strong squadron of dragoons, Caroline Matilda was hurried away from her capital to the gloomy fortress of Kronborg. It was about 8 o'clock in the morning when they started. As yet no one in Copenhagen knew what had happened but the rolling of carriages through the streets at that early hour. The prisoners were each taken to the citadel in a separate carriage, and the passing to and fro of the cavalry escorts had attracted attention, the more so as the conspirators for some little time had thrown out dark hints of a plot against the life of the king. It was 9 o'clock before Sir Robert learned the events of the previous night through a faithful servant of the queen's household who had managed to escape, when all the rest of her servants, as well as those of Baron Struensee, had been arrested. He sought refuge with the English minister. Sir Robert, who knew nothing of the queen's departure, hurried off at once with his secretary and a servant to the palace. He found the streets full of anxious groups, discussing with the greatest excitement the events of the night, the full details of which were gradually becoming known, and loudly cheering for Christian VII. Some few voices were raised for the widowed queen and Prince Frederick, and everywhere the hatred of Struensee and the foreigners was most apparent. The English minister could not gain admittance to the palace, but he learned there the departure of the queen. He hurried to Rantzau, to Osten. Everywhere he was refused admission. No one cared to face the representative of the English court. In constantly increasing crowds, the people of Copenhagen streamed towards the Christiansborg. About 10 o'clock, the king, led by his brother, appeared on a balcony. He waved his handkerchief to the people, which was the signal for a mighty shout. At this, the poor silly king was so delighted that he joined in, and at the top of his voice shouted hurrah for Christian VII. Her motherly feelings deeply touched, the terrible Princess of Wolfenbüttel, in morning dress, stood at a window, looking out on the crowds and rejoicing at the success of her wicked schemes. End of section 61. This recording is in public domain.
Section 62 of Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland, and the Search for the Poles. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Devorah Allen. The World's Story, Volume 8. Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland, and the Search for the Poles. Edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 62. Hans Christian Andersen as a Boy. By himself. In the year 1805, there lived at Odense, in a small, mean room, a young married couple who were extremely attached to each other. He was a shoemaker, scarcely 22 years old, a man of a richly gifted and truly poetical mind. His wife, a few years older than himself, was ignorant of life and of the world, but possessed a heart full of love. The young man had himself made his shoemaking bench, and the bedstead with which he began housekeeping. This bedstead he had made out of the wooden frame which had borne only a short time before the coffin of the deceased Count Trompe, as he lay in state, and the remnants of the black cloth on the woodwork kept the fact still in remembrance. Instead of a noble corpse, surrounded by crape and wax lights, here lay, on the 2nd of April, 1805, a living and weeping child. That was myself, Hans Christian Andersen. During the first day of my existence, my father is said to have sat by the bed and read aloud in Holberg, but I cried all the time. "Wilt thou go to sleep or listen quietly?" it is reported that my father asked in joke. But I still cried on, and even in the church, when I was taken to be baptized, I cried so loudly that the preacher, who was a passionate man, said, "The young one screams like a cat," which words my mother never forgot. A poor immigrant, Gomar, who stood as godfather, consoled her in the meantime by saying that the louder I cried as a child, all the more beautifully should I sing when I grew older. Our little room, which was almost filled with the shoemaker's bench, the bed, and my crib, was the abode of my childhood. The walls, however, were covered with pictures, and over the workbench was a cupboard containing books and songs. The little kitchen was full of shining plates and metal pans, and by means of a ladder it was possible to go out on the roof, where, in the gutters between it and the neighbor's house, there stood a great chest filled with soil, my mother's sole garden, and where she grew her vegetables. In my story of the Snow Queen, that garden still blooms. I was the only child, and was extremely spoiled, but I continually heard from my mother how very much happier I was than she had been, and that I was brought up like a nobleman's child. She, as a child, had been driven out by her parents to beg, and once, when she was not able to do it, she had sat for a whole day under a bridge and wept. I have drawn her character in 2 different aspects, in Old Dominica, in the Improvisatori, and in the Mother of Christian, in Only a Fiddler. My father gratified me in all my wishes. I possessed his whole heart. He lived for me. On Sundays he made me perspective glasses, theatres, and pictures which could be changed. He read to me from Holberg's plays and the Arabian Tales. It was only in such moments as these that I can remember to have seen him really cheerful, for he never felt himself happy in his life and as a handicraftsman. His parents had been country people in good circumstances, but upon whom misfortunes had fallen. The cattle had died, the farmhouse had been burned down, and lastly, the husband had lost his reason. On this the wife had removed with him to Odense, and there put her son, whose mind was full of intelligence, apprentice to a shoemaker. It could not be otherwise, although it was his ardent wish to attend the grammar school, where he might learn Latin. A few well-to-do citizens had at one time spoken of this, of clubbing together to raise a sufficient sum to pay for his board and education, and thus give him a start in life, but it never went beyond words. My poor father saw his dearest wish unfulfilled, and he never lost the remembrance of it. I recollect that once, as a child, I saw tears in his eyes, and it was when a youth from the grammar school came to our house to be measured for a new pair of boots, and showed us his books, and told us what he learned. "That was the path upon which I ought to have gone," said my father, kissed me passionately, and was silent the whole evening. He very seldom associated with his equals. He went out into the woods on Sundays, when he took me with him. He did not talk much when he was out, but would sit silently, sunk in deep thought, whilst I ran about and strung strawberries on a bent, or bound garlands. Only twice in the year, and that in the month of May, when the woods were arrayed in their earliest green, did my mother go with us, and then she wore a cotton gown, which she put on only on those occasions and when she partook of the Lord's Supper, and which, as long as I can remember, was her holiday gown. She always took home with her from the wood a great many fresh beech boughs, which were then planted behind the polished stone. Later in the year, sprigs of St. John's wort were stuck into the chinks of the beams, and we considered their growth as omens whether our lives would be long or short. Green branches and pictures ornamented our little room, which my mother always kept neat and clean. She took great pride in always having the bed linen and the curtains very white. Odense was in my childhood quite another town from what it is now, when it has shot ahead of Copenhagen, with its water carried through the town and I know not what else. Then it was 100 years behind the times. Many customs and manners prevailed which long since disappeared from the capital. When the guilds removed their signs, they went in procession with flying banners and with lemons dressed in ribbons on their swords. A harlequin with bells and a wooden sword ran at the head. One of them, an old fellow, Hans Strew, made a great hit by his merry chatter in his face, which was painted black, except the nose that kept its genuine red color. My mother was so pleased with him that she tried to find out if he was in any way related to us, but I remember very well that I, with all the pride of an aristocrat, protested against any relationship with the fool. The first Monday in Lent, the butchers used to lead through the streets a fat ox, adorned with wreaths of flowers, and ridden by a boy in a white shirt and wearing wings. The sailors also passed through the streets with music and flags and streamers flying. Two of the boldest ended by wrestling on a plank placed between two boats, and the one that did not tumble into the water was the hero. But what especially was fixed in my memory, and is very often revived by being spoken about, was the stay of the Spaniards in Funen in 1808. Denmark was in alliance with Napoleon, who had declared war against Sweden, and before anybody was aware of it, a French army and Spanish auxiliary troops under command of Marshal Bernadotte, Prince of Pontecorvo, entered Funen in order to pass over into Sweden. I was at that time not more than 3 years old, but I remember very well those dark brown men bustling in the streets, and the cannon that were fired in the marketplace and before the bishop's residence. I saw the foreign soldiers stretching themselves on the sidewalks and on bundles of straw in the half-burned St. John's Church. The castle of Kolding was burnt, and Pontecorvo came to Odense, where his wife and son Oscar were staying. The schoolhouses all about were changed into guard-rooms, and the Mass was celebrated under the large trees in the fields and on the road. The French soldiers were said to be haughty and arrogant, the Spanish good-natured and friendly. A fierce hatred existed between them. The poor Spaniards excited most interest. My father had not many friends. In his leisure hours he used to take me with him out into the woods. He had a great desire for country life, and it happened just at this time that a shoemaker was required at a manor house who would set up his bench in the neighboring village, and there have a house free of rent, a little garden, and pasture for a cow. By permanent work from the manor and these additional helps, one could manage nicely. My mother and father were very eager to have the place, and my father got a trial job to sew a pair of dancing shoes. A piece of silk was sent him, the leather he was to furnish himself. All our talk for a couple of days turned upon those shoes. I longed so much for the little garden where we could have flowers and shrubs, and I would sit in the sunshine and listen to the cuckoo. I prayed very fervently to God that he would grant us our wishes, and I thought that no greater happiness could be bestowed upon us. The shoes were at last finished. We looked on them with a solemn feeling, for they were to decide our future. My father wrapped them in his handkerchief and went off, and we waited for him with faces beaming with joy. He came home pale and angry. The gracious lady, he said, had not even tried the shoes on, only looked at them sourly, and said that the silk was spoiled, and that he could not get the place. "If you have spoiled your silk," said my father, "I can be reconciled to spoiling my leather too." So he took a knife and cut off the soles. There was no more hope of our getting into the country. We mingled our tears together, and I thought that God could easily have granted our wish. If he had done so, I had no doubt been a peasant all my life. My whole future would have been different from what it has been. I have often since thought and said to myself, "Do you think that our Lord for your sake and for your future has let your parents lose their days of happiness?" My father's rambles in the wood became more frequent. He had no rest. The events of the war in Germany, which he read with eager curiosity, occupied him completely. Napoleon was his hero. His rise from obscurity was the most beautiful example to him. At that time Denmark was in league with France. Nothing was talked of but war. My father entered the service as a soldier, in hope of returning home a lieutenant. My mother wept, the neighbors shrugged their shoulders, and said that it was folly to go out to be shot when there was no occasion for it. The morning on which the corps were to march, I heard my father singing and talking merrily, but his heart was deeply agitated. I observed that by the passionate manner in which he kissed me when he took his leave. I lay sick of the measles and alone in the room when the drums beat, and my mother accompanied my father weeping to the city gate. As soon as they were gone, my old grandmother came in. She looked at me with her mild eyes, and said it would be a good thing if I died, but that God's will was always the best. That was the first day of real sorrow that I remember. The regiment advanced no farther than Holstein. Peace was concluded, and the voluntary soldier returned to his work-stool. Everything fell into its old course. I played again with my dolls, acted comedies, always in German, because I had only seen them in this language. But my German was a sort of gibberish which I made up, and in which there occurred only one real German word, and that was Besen, a word which I had picked up out of the various dialects which my father brought home from Holstein. "Thou hast indeed some benefit from my travels," said he in joke. "God knows whether thou wilt get as far, but that must be thy care. Think about it, Hans Christian." End of section 62.
Section 63 of Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland, and the Search for the Poles. Read for LibriVox.org by Alan Mapstone. Iceland Part I, in Saga Times. Historical note. Iceland has been called the Island of Fire, and the name is most appropriate, for not only was the country formed by the action of fire, but it is today the home of volcanoes, geysers, hot springs, lava, ashes, scoriae and earthquakes, intermingled with glaciers, fields of snow and ice-covered mountains. Iceland was visited by the Celts in the 8th century, but the first permanent settlement was made in 874 by a Norwegian chief named Ingolf. Harald Fairhair was then on the throne of Norway, and his subjects were so indignant at his severity that colony after colony left the country and made homes for themselves on the Icelandic shores. After about half a century, a sort of union was formed by the various settlements, and until 1261 the island was a republic. This was the golden age of Iceland, and the little country flourished commercially and intellectually. During this period, Greenland was discovered and settled, and the continent of America was visited. See Volume 12, The Great Voyage of Leif Erikson. How much knowledge Columbus may have gained from the Icelandic records is still a question. About the year 1000, Christianity was introduced, chiefly at the point of the sword, by the energetic sovereign King Olaf of Norway. The National Assembly, the Althing, met in the open air at Thingvalla, and here it continued to meet up to the year 1800, when it removed to Reykjavik. End of section 63. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 64 of Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland, and the Search for the Poles. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Thomas Peter. The World Story, Volume 8, Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland, and the Search for the Poles, edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 64, How the Sagas Came to be Written by Sabine Baring-Gould. Iceland never was, and it is not now, a much-peopled island. The farmhouses are, for the most part, far apart, and the farms are of very considerable extent, because, owing to the severity of the climate, very little pasturage is obtained over a wide extent of a country for the sheep and cattle. The population lives round the coast, on the fjords or creeks of the sea, or on the rivers that flow into these fjords. The centre of the island is occupied by a vast waste of ice-covered mountain, and desert black as ink strewn with volcanic ash and sand, or else with a region of erupted lava that is impassable, because in cooling it has exploded, and forms a country of bristling spikes and gulfs and sharp edges, very much like the wreck of a huge ginger-beer bottle factory. What are now farmhouses were the halls and mansions of families of noble descent. Indeed, the original settlers in Iceland were the nobles of Norway, who left their native land to avoid the tyranny of Harald Fairhair, who tried to crush their power so as to make himself a despotic king in the land. These Norse nobles came in their boats to Iceland, bringing with them their wives, children, their thralls or slaves, and their cattle, and they settled all round the coast. The present Icelanders are descended from these first colonists. Now, the history of Iceland for a few hundred years consists of nothing but the history of the quarrels of these great families. Iceland was without any political organization, but it had an elected lawman or judge, and every year the heads of the families rode to Thingvalla, a plain in the southwest, where they brought their complaints, carried on their lawsuits, and had them settled by the judge. There was no army, no navy, no government in Iceland for a long time, also no foreign wars, and no internal revolutions. These noble families settled in the valleys, and upon the fjords thought a good deal of themselves, and they carefully preserved, at first orally, then in writing, the record of their pedigrees, and also the tradition of the famous deeds of their great men. In summer there is no night, in winter no day. In winter there is little or nothing to be done but sit over the fire, sing songs, and tell yarns. Now in winter the Icelanders told the tales of the brave men of old and their families, and so the tradition was handed on from father to son, the same stories told every winter, till all the particulars became well known. At the same time there can be no doubt that little embellishments were added, some exaggerations were indulged in, and here and there the grand deed of some other man was grafted into the story of the family hero. About 200 or 250 years after the death of Grettir, his history was committed to writing, and then it became fixed. Nothing further was added to it, and we have his story after having travelled down over 200 years as a tradition. That was plenty of time for additions and emendations, and the hobgoblin and ghost stories that came into his life are some of these embellishments. But the main facts of his life are true history. We are able to decide this by comparing his story with those of other families in the same part of the island, and to see whether they agree as to dates, and as to the circumstances narrated in them. End of section 64. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 65 of Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland, and the Search for the Poles. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World Story, Volume 8, Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland, and the Search for the Poles. Edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 65, How the Early Icelanders Dressed, by J. Fulford Vickery. The dress of the Northmen, from the paucity of material, was restricted within certain limits, but beyond this it varied as much as taste in dress does in the present day. The source from which information can be obtained is the sagas themselves, and as the reference to dress therein is necessarily of a casual character, only a patchwork description can be afforded, but like patches it can be joined into a whole to form a picture, although of a varied character. Next to the skin, a skirta or surker, that is, a shirt, was worn, and this was made of linen for the richer people and coarse woolen for the poorer class. It was drawn on over the head, and the opening at the neck must not be too large, otherwise it might be the cause of divorce. It was fastened at the neck with a clasp or stud. The shirt tails should not be seen, says the Rongaspiel, or the Saga on manners, and gives an injunction: cut your shirt by a good bit shorter than your kirtle, as no respectable man wears flax or hemp. Inside drawers or breeches of linen were used, and were generally slept in. When these were dispensed with, and only one pair of leg coverings used, they were tied over the foot, and Gothic prisoners of war are so depicted in the Colonna Traiana in Rome. The cut of trousers varied. They were often wide in the leg, but it was considered that, when narrow, they afforded a smarter appearance. Hose were thought a more stately dress. They were long stockings over which short breeches were drawn. The hose were sometimes of cloth, skins, or leather, and as they covered the foot, were like a long boot reaching to the thighs, and spurs were attached to the heels. Shoes were generally worn, and were made high up the ankle or low on the foot, according to the wearer's pleasure. They were sometimes ornamented with fringe or tassels. In King Olaf's time it is mentioned in Bjorn Hit de Kempe's saga that it was the custom to wear straps, which were drawn from the shoe about the leg up to the knee, and that only men of the more distinguished class wore them. The outer dress was a kirtle or frock, made like a shirt. It was drawn in at the waist with a gjord or belt, which was often of a costly character, embroidered with gold and precious stones. From it hung a knife and a purse. The frock was fastened with a clasp at the neck. Gloves were used, chiefly of deerskin, often embroidered with gold. Mittens were much worn. They were of woolen cloth lined with down. Over the kirtle a cape or short cloak was worn, and this article of dress varied greatly in cut and color. The cape most in vogue was called skikja, and appears to have been without sleeves or armholes. It was fastened across the breast with clasps or buckles, or was tied. This article of dress is frequently mentioned in the sagas as being selected for a present, and was then usually of scarlet cloth with gold fringe or costly fur. Hats were made of felt, and so wide in the brim that they covered the face, and these were white or gray. Hats, however, were in use called Russian or Danish hats, but it is not clear what peculiar shape they possessed. Worsted or silk caps of the nightcap cut were common. They were also made of bear or sheepskin. The treya or jacket was introduced later, and this fashion came first from Germany and found its way to the north. Kuffel was a sort of overcoat furnished with a hood and sleeves, and was worn by both men and women. Hekla resembled the kuffel, and was often of costly stuff. It is not clear that it differed in cut from the cowl of the monks. The felder was an overcloak much in use. It was made very large and lined for warmth, often both sides with sheepskins. Sometimes it was lined with cloth of different colors. Its value was according to its size. Its usual length was 6 feet and 3 feet broad. It was large enough to be drawn over the head when sitting, and to cover the body when lying down. The breadth is given as quoted, but as in the Gragas it is stated that it should be capable of being folded 13 times across. The price varied with the number of folds. There is a contradiction. The felder was a garment for severe weather. The color of clothes was the natural color of the wool, or dyed blue or scarlet. The women of saga time were adepts as dyers. White woolen cloth was generally worn by the thralls. The dress of the Vikings is described in the sagas of as bright colors as a salmon fly for Norwegian rivers. Egil Skallagrimson is described as riding to the Thing with a flock of men with bright shields. He wore a blue cloak, had a golden helmet, a shield inlaid with gold, and a spear the shaft of which was ornamented with gold beaten into it. He was girded with a costly sword. In the saga of Njal and his sons, Kara Solmundson is described as standing by the mast of his ship with a helmet of gold and a gold inlaid spear. He wore a kirtle of silk, and his hair was full and fair. Also in the same saga, when Njal's sons set out to slay Thrain for a blood feud, Skarpfedin and his brothers are mentioned as well as Kara Solmundson. Skarpfedin went first wearing a blue kirtle, bearing a shield, and with his axe on his shoulder. Then came Helga in a red kirtle, with a helmet on his head and a red shield on which a stag was painted. Kara Solmundson wore a silk jacket. His helmet and shield were gilt, and upon the latter was depicted a lion. Thrain was killed by a blow from Skarpfedin's axe, which cut down his skull to the teeth. Another picture of Skarpfedin is when he attended the Althing. He wore a blue kirtle, striped breeches, high-heeled black shoes, and a silver belt round his waist. He had the battle-axe in his hand with which he had slain Thrain, and a light shield. He wore a silk cap, and his hair hung down behind his ears. Another bright coloring is that of Olaf Pa, or the Peacock, when he visited his grandfather Murkjarten, King of Ireland. Olaf was forward in his ship, and was thus clad. He had breast armor, a gold inlaid helmet on his head. He was girt with a sword, the hilt of which was ornamented with gold nails. In his hand he had a long spear, the shaft of which was carved. He carried a red shield, on which was a gilded lion. When the Irish saw this armor, they fled to a village. Another sketch from the sagas is that of Bola Bolason on his return from Miklagard, or Constantinople, as related in the Laxdealer's saga. Bola was such a dandy that he would not use any other clothes except scarlet and fur. His arms were inlaid with gold. He rode with 12 men dressed in scarlet, on gilded saddles. He was himself clothed in the dress of costly furs, given him by the king of Miklagard. His sword, Fodbiter, or Footbiter, was by his side. Its scabbard and hilt were decorated with gold. His helmet was of the same metal. He bore a red shield, on which was a knightly device, and in his hand he carried a dagger, as was the fashion in foreign lands. Ornaments to fasten the dress were used by men as clasps, studs, and buckles of silver, gold, or a mixture of both metals. Rings of silver or gold were in common use. There were finger rings, neck rings, and armlets. The patterns were rough, but never in bad taste, and those of Byzantine model were ingenious in pattern, and at the present day there is nothing better in gold ornaments, either in taste or design. A gold armlet was the usual reward for a skald when he had sung a song in honor of a king or chief. Amulets were worn, and much faith in their virtues was entertained. A change of fashion came with the 12th century. Snorri Sturluson records that foreign customs and fashions were then introduced. Breeches with tucks in them were worn, and gold rings on the leg. Kirtles were used with clasps at the sides, and sleeves 10 feet long, and so tight that they had to be drawn up to the shoulder and fastened. Shoes were used so high that they had to be tied to the leg. They were embroidered with silk and gold. It is not improbable that preposterous fashions were then in vogue. There is less evidence of the dress of women in the sagas than of men. The innermost garment was of linen or silk, and was called surker. It was very little different from that of the men's surker, except that it was wider at the breast. Women wore socks and shoes. Their kirtles were long and wide, and were furnished with long sleeves, although unmarried women often had no sleeves to their dresses. Belts were worn round the waist, often of gold or silver, and to them were attached a purse to hold rings and other small matters of value. The house mother's bunch of keys hung from her belt. The kirtle was sometimes called nam kirtle, from nam, a sort of stuff which was laced or bound by the belt tight to the waist. An overdress was used, called blia, a sort of apron which was used as such as well as on state occasions. It was dyed or of a colored pattern, and decorated with fringe or edging. The kirtle was not so high as to hide the neck and breast, but for this another garment was used, called smocker, a kind of neckerchief or cravat. It was often the case that the neck was uncovered and ornamented with necklaces or chains. A sort of loose dress was used, called sloter, with a long skirt or train. The word is from sloth, or the mark made by dragging an article over snow or sand. Although used by women, it was also used by kings when they gave audience. From the sagas, it is clear that a bodice was worn above the kirtle. In the Laxdealer's saga, when Gudrun's third husband, Bola, was killed in a blood feud at a satyr hut, the pursuers met Gudrun after the deed outside the hut. She is described as dressed in a narrow kirtle, with a tight-fitting bodice of figured stuff. She wore a large ornament on her head and had about her a white cloth with blue stripes and fringe at the ends. Helga Hard-Benson went to her, and taking the cloth, wiped her husband's blood off his spear with it. This cloth appears to have been worn like a plaid. Halder told Helga Hard-Benson that such conduct was bad and cruel, but Gudrun only smiled. She had already determined on Helga Hard-Benson's death, and he knew it. Under the four corners of that cloak is my fate, said Helga. He was killed with the sword Fodbiter by Bola, Gudrun's son, in the continuance of the blood feud. In Njal's saga, Hallgerda, the Jezebel of this traditionary history, is often mentioned with regard to her dress. She was very tall and handsome, and like other people, a nickname was given her according to the fashion of the saga time. She was called Hallgerda Langbrock, long breeches. Her hair was abundant and fair, and so long that it covered her. She was fostered by a man called Thiostolf from the Hebrides. The evidence is conflicting whether he was a thrall or not. He had killed many men and led to Hallgerda's mind being merciless, as we shall see by her conduct. She was married by her father to her first husband against her will, her objection being solely that the match was a bad one. She consulted her foster father, Thiostolf. When the wedding was over and the guests were riding home, one of them asked his son what he thought of the wedding. She, Hallgerda, laughed at everything, was the answer. I do not like such laughter, said the father. The first quarrel that took place between the newly married pair precipitated what had already been determined on. Thorvald, her husband, was murdered with an axe by Thiostolf. When Gloom, her second husband, came to court her, she was dressed in a costly woven cape, underneath which she had a scarlet kirtle. She wore a silver belt, and her hair fell on each side of her head down her breast, and was fastened to the silver belt. Gloom's fate was similar to Thorvald's, with the consequence that Thiostolf was slain by Hrut, Hallgerda's uncle. When Gunnar, her third husband, paid his court to her, she was dressed in a red kirtle with a rich border. Her hair was abundant and fair, and fell to her lap. After her marriage, she was the cause of the death of many men, and involved Gunnar, the gentleman of the saga, in a feud that led to his death solely because she had quarreled with Njal's wife, Bergthora, at a feast on a small question of precedence. She refused to give place to anyone, and said she would not be shoved into a corner. To revenge this slight, she sent a thrall to steal food, so as to put her husband in a difficulty. Theft was impossible to so noble and true a man. When Gunnar was attacked in his house, and his bowstring was cut by a spear, Hallgerda refused to give him a lock of her hair to mend it, because he had once smacked her face. She told him it was indifferent to her how soon he was killed. After this deed of blood, Rangveig, Gunnar's mother, drove Hallgerda away. You have caused my son's death, she said, and shall not remain here. Of ornaments for women, many specimens exist in museums: finger rings, armlets, neck rings, diadems, clasps, buckles, brooches, bracelets, and ornaments that hung from the head or breast. There were also beads of amber or metal. It is clear from the foregoing that both men and women of saga time were fond of dress and show. A learned professor states that the Norman love of splendor was an inheritance from the old saga time. End of section 65. This recording is in the public domain. Section 66 of Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland, and the Search for the Poles. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World Story, Volume 8, Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland, and the Search for the Poles. Edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 66. Paying Visits in Saga Time by J. Fulford Vickery. The houses of the Northmen in saga time were of one type. They were built of wood where it could be obtained. Logs of wood were roughly hewn and placed one over the other, and the interstices filled with moss. Outside, wood tar was used, inside hangings of skin or coarse cloth. Occasionally the inside of the house was lined with rough boards. The roof consisted of boards covered with birch bark on which turf was placed. The same description of buildings existed in Sweden and in Kurland, as it is so stated in Egil Skallagrimsson's saga. There were no chimneys, and an upper room or loft was comparatively unusual. The interior of the house consisted of one room open to the roof, and the smoke of the fire found its way through a hole, which could be shut with a framework on which the caul of a calf was stretched. In the upper part of the walls of the houses holes were made, called glugger. Sometimes these were in the lower part of the roof, and were called wind-eyes, vindoi, hence the word window. These windows were closed with shutters or trap-doors. Under the ljoren, or opening where the smoke left the house, was the fire, which was lit on the floor or on a few stones placed for the purpose. In larger houses the fire was nearly as long as the hall. Trunks of trees were lit in such a manner that they burnt through their whole length. On the floor was the tub that held the mjord or mead, and from which that liquid was served in horns to the guests. On formal occasions the floor was strewn with straw or rushes. The hangings in large houses were often of costly material, embroidered or bordered with colored cloth. The shape of the house was rectangular, the longer sides facing north and south, the ends east and west. At the ends were the doors, one for the men and the other for the women. When such a house was entered, the first things seen were the mead tub and the long fire. On each side were benches the whole length of the hall. The bench facing the south was the chief seat. On each of the two benches was a high seat, which was an armchair with a high back and pillars at the sides. These pillars were held in much reverence and were generally carved with the image of a god, as of Thor. They were regarded as penates, and when the Northmen fled from Norway after the battle of Hafrsfjord, they took the pillars of their high seats with them and cast them into the sea, and colonized Iceland near the places where they drove ashore. The benches were furnished with cushions or pillows, and when necessary, a lower row of benches was placed in front of the chief benches. They could be taken away when not required. The chief man, whether he was a farmer, carle, or king, sat in the high seat facing the south, and opposite to him sat his principal guest, with his friends or servants. The host could thus speak to his guest across the long fire, or what appeared of more frequent occurrence, drink his health. Each man's weapons were hung behind his back, except his sword, which was rarely out of his hand in saga time. At meal times tables were placed the length of the hall. These consisted of boards placed on trestles. They were so placed that the people who served could pass between them and the benches. In old times such a hall was not only a dining hall, but a sleeping place. Each man slept on the bench on which he sat, or if he, as more than occasionally happened, got tipsy, he slept in the straw on the floor. The above description applies to the more simple class of dwellings in saga time. The larger houses consisted of a hall, skalli, which was often of considerable size. One is described in the appendix, or rather addition to the Landnambak of Iceland, as 210 feet in length and 28 feet broad. At the entrance was a fore-hall called forskalli, and was so wide that several persons could walk abreast in it. The entrance to the hall was supplied with a door, which was fastened by an iron bar or a strong piece of wood. Besides the benches running the length of the hall, there was a cross bench on which the women sat, and outside the hall was a covered way or passage that was connected with doors to the hall. If the hall was designed for use both summer and winter for all classes of the household, it was called an eldskalli, that is, a hall with a long fire, and in this case it was furnished with sleeping places situated immediately behind the seats occupied during the day. Behind the cross benches, paneled rooms were made for the women, who were separated also by a cloth hanging called tvurpalla. The bedding consisted of coverlids of down, bolsters, linen sheets, and occasionally a sleeping place was hung round with skins to keep out draughts. The skins used for this purpose were chiefly fox skins. If the hall was not supplemented with other buildings, cupboards, or the like, were contrived for keeping provisions. They were often constructed at the end of the 2 forehalls, at the entrances on each side of the hall. Houses in Saga time varied, as houses do now, after individual builders' taste, and 3 instances are given in the Icelandic Landnámabók, where houses were built over roads, so that every one who passed must go through the halls and partake of their owner's hospitality. Tables were placed, loaded with food, so that the travelers should not be kept waiting. This is a good example of old-fashioned Icelandic kindliness. The hall or skalli was prepared to receive guests by being hung with hangings of skins or cloth. The benches were covered with cushions and pillows. The articles in use for the tables were cleaned and polished. The table linen was in order, the floors strewn with rushes or straw, the fires lighted, and tubs full of mead, and all placed at the ends of the tables. The guests usually arranged their journey so as to arrive in the afternoon of the day the visit began. Men and women of the household were appointed to go out and meet the guests and attend to a certain number of them subsequently. Some of the men took charge of the guests' horses and arms, as in Saga time it was necessary to be well armed on a journey. The women were met in the hall by the women of their host's family, and their finery taken charge of and placed in a convenient place for use. This does not appear to be so very distant a custom. The reception of the guests and the boiling of meat and other good things on the long fire in the hall made the scene animated. This, however, calmed down as guest after guest arrived, and each was shown his or her appointed place, the men on the long benches, the women on the cross bench. This was a difficult matter, as there was a strong feeling as to precedence, and an injudicious arrangement was highly resented. The house father sat in the high seat in the middle of the long benches on the side facing the south. If king or jarl were present, he gave up his high seat to him. The house mother, if not engaged in serving her guests, occupied the seat in the middle of the cross bench. If more guests were present than the long benches could accommodate, a row of seats was placed in front of them. These were called forseti, and appear to have been boards on trestles or forms. Chairs were also used. When all were seated, the house father gave his blessing for peace. Water was carried round to the guests to wash their hands, and this duty was generally performed by the house mother herself, as complimentary to her guests. The tables were placed, and the cooked meats put on them, and after eating had progressed, the women of the household and men who could be trusted with that important duty filled the horns and beakers of the guests. They were called Skandjarar, and had an overlooker or chief who directed this heavy labor. Drinking, however, did not begin in serious earnest until the tables were removed. Then the solemnity of the occasion asserted itself. 3 healths were drunk to the gods, to Odin, Thor, and Bragi, and other healths followed until the guests settled down to drink with a steady determination befitting people with the hardest heads in Europe. A beaker or horn was half emptied by a man who, as a compliment, sent it to a friend who was honorably bound to empty it, and never failed in the duty. The repetition of this produced results. A pair of old friends sat near each other and engaged in a friendly contest. They drank their beakers out at a pull and exhibited the empty horns as an evidence of their prowess until one of the pair could drink no more. This was a pleasant test of capacity. Men and women also drank in this way, and it is recorded that the latter were not always the weaker vessels. The women of the household were specially instructed to induce the men to get drunk, as otherwise the evening would be dull. A man who did not get tipsy was tried and sentenced to drink a horn of ale specially adapted for the execution of the sentence. This horn was called Vitteshorn, or the horn to be drunk out as a penalty. As the evening passed, better ale and mead were introduced, and occasionally wine, and if this was done at the right moment, it was a theme for praise. The conduct of the guests, when very drunk, was not always of a refined character. As their arms had been taken from them, they were unable to use them, and were reduced to drunken fights with their fists and drinking horns, which, when bound with silver or other metal, were no despicable weapons. The bones of the animals that had furnished the feast were also used. The men who were sober endeavored to still the tumult, but the women were more useful. They threw clothes over the contending drunkards, and gave them more to drink, which, if it had not a sobering effect, had a quieting one. It was a matter of honor for the house father to see that his chief guests were put to bed in the quarters set apart for them, and that the others were comfortable on the rushes of the hall. The next day, when the guests were assembled in the hall, the first duty of the house father was to smooth over the squabbles that had occurred the night before. This was easy, as quarrels always happened at such gatherings, and experienced guests took it as a matter of course. Drinking then began again, on the excellent principle of taking a hair of the dog that bit you. But it was only towards night that the same scene was renewed, which was the case as long as the visit lasted. End of section 66. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 67 of Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland, and the Search for the Poles. Read for LibriVox.org by Sonia. How the laws were made in saga time. For the 2 weeks over which the Althing extended, Thingvalla presented a brilliant and varied scene. From all quarters ride the chiefs with their followers to the assembly, their bright weapons glancing in the sunshine. By the side of many a chief ride gaily dressed ladies, his wife and daughter, or kinswomen. In an instant the whole plain is alive with men and horses. Friends who have not met for years greet each other. Some unharness their horses and lead them away to graze. Some arrange and store their baggage. Some are building new booths, and some repairing old ones, or spreading the awnings over them. At once there rises a whole village of booths, with green turf walls covered by white awnings. Thursday is occupied in getting the booth into order and settling down generally. On Friday and Saturday the multitude crowds around the Lögberg, Hill of Laws, to hear the speaker recite the laws of the land, and on those days also the judges are appointed and the courts constituted. On Sunday the real work of the assembly begins, when the Legislative Council holds its first meeting. On Monday the courts begin to sit, and thenceforward the work goes on vigorously for the rest of the time of assembly, in a constant succession of councils, judgments, proclamations on the Hill of Laws, etc. The intervals of this serious business are filled up with various relaxations. Men visit each other in the booths, woo the fair daughters of the chieftains, wrestle on fangabrekka, or listen to the narratives of some good storyteller. For it was the custom that he who knew most tales and could tell them best recited his narratives aloud, while the people crowded around to listen. End of section 67. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 68 of Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland, and the Search for the Poles. Read for LibriVox.org by Alan Mapstone. Iceland Part II. Stories from the Icelandic Sagas. Historical note. This little island in the frozen north is famous for the brilliancy of its classic literature. This is partly due to the severity of the climate, which isolated the Icelanders in their villages for a great part of the year. Storytelling became their great resource during the gloomy, monotonous days of the winter, and in the 12th and 13th centuries there was a grand outburst of literature. Especially valuable among the early books are the Older Edda, the Younger or Prose Edda, and the Heimskringla. Had it not been for the Icelandic writers, little would have been known of the early history of Norway, Sweden, and Denmark. As interesting as these three are, the sagas or hero stories, some mythological or legendary, and others real biography, with perhaps no more exaggeration and glorification of their heroes than may be found in later biographies. Properly speaking, the saga is the prose tale of the life of some hero. It is much like the epic, except that the latter is in verse. The saga must have a simple plot, events must be told in the order of their occurrence, and in the strict saga form, certain conventional phrases must be used in picturing even events that would arouse depth of feeling. These hero stories were at first recited, but they gradually worked their way into a regular and more artistic form and into writing. The best sagas come from the western part of the country. Here they were deeply affected by the influence of the Irish settlers. End of section 68. This recording is in the public domain. Section 69 of Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland, and the Search for the Poles. Read for LibriVox.org by Alan Mapstone. The Irish in Thule, 8th century, from the saga of Olaf Tryggvason. Thus says the holy priest Bede in the chronicles which he wrote concerning the regions of the earth, that the island which is called Thule in the books lies so far in the north part of the world that there comes no day in the winter when the night is longest, and no night in summer when the day is longest. Therefore think learned men that it is Ireland which is called Thule, for there are many places in that land where the sun sets not at night when the day is longest, and in the same manner where the sun cannot be seen by day when the night is longest. But the holy priest Bede died 735 years after the birth of our Lord Jesus Christ, more than 120 years before Ireland was inhabited by the Northmen. But before Iceland was colonized from Norway, men had been there whom the Northmen called Papas. They were Christians, for after them were found Irish books, bells, and croziers, and many other things from whence it could be seen that they were Christian men, and had come from the west over the sea. English books also show that, in that time, there was intercourse between the two countries. End of section 69. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 70 of Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland, and the Search for the Poles. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World Story, Volume 8, Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland, and the Search for the Poles. Edited by Eva March Tappan, Section 70. Glum and his man Ingolf, about 950, from Vigga Glum's Saga. Glum was a real person who lived in the middle of the 10th century. The story of his exploits is told in the Saga of Vigga Glum, one of the earliest of the sagas. The following extract is full of allusions to the customs of early Iceland, the horse fights, the atoning for bloodshed by the payment of a fine, and the trick by which Ingolf gets the daughter of Thorkel for his wife. The Editor. 1. It happened one summer at the Althing that the northern men and those of the west firths met one another on the wrestling ground in a match according to their districts. The northerners had rather the worst of it, and their leader was Mar, the son of Glum. Now a certain man of the name of Ingolf, the son of Thorvald, came up, whose father lived at Rangavelur. Mar addressed him thus: "You are a strong-limbed fellow, and ought to be sturdy. Do me the favor of going into the match and taking hold." His answer was, "I will do so for your sake." And forthwith the man he grappled with went down, and thus it was with the second and the third, so that the northerners were well pleased. Then said Mar, "If you want a good word on my part, I shall be ready to help you. What may be your plans?" "I have no plans," he answered, "but I had an inclination to go southward and get work." "Well," rejoined Mar, "I should like you to go with me. I will get you a place." Ingolf had a good horse of his own, which he called by the name of Sneekall, and he went northward to Thevera after the thing was over, and stayed there some time. Mar asked him one day what he intended to do. "There is an overlooker wanted here, who ought to be somewhat handy. For instance, here is this sledge to be finished, and if you can do that, you can do something worth having." "I should be too glad of such a place," said Ingolf, "but it has sometimes happened that my horses have caused trouble in the pastures of the cattle." "No one will talk about that here," answered Mar. So Ingolf set to work on the sledge. Glum came up and looked at what he was doing. "That is a good piece of work," he observed. "What are your plans?" Ingolf answered, "I have no plans." Glum replied, "I want an overlooker. Are you used to that sort of business?" "Not much in such a place as this, but I should be glad to stay with you." "Why should it not be so?" said Glum, "for I see that you and Mar get on well together." When Mar came home, Ingolf told him what had passed. "I should like it much," he answered, "if it turns out well, and I will take care, if anything displeases my father, to tell you of it 3 times. But if you do not set it right, then I must stop." So Ingolf took to his business, and Glum was pleased with him. One day Glum and Ingolf, his overlooker, went to a horse fight. The latter rode a mare, but the horse ran along by their side. The sport was good. Kalf of Stockalad was there, and he had an old working horse who beat all the others. He called out, "Why don't they bring into the ring that fine jawed beast of the Thevera people?" "They are no fair match," said Glum, "your cart horse and that stallion." "Ah!" exclaimed Kalf, "the real reason why you will not fight him is because he has no spirit in him." "It may be the old proverb is proved true, 'The cattle are like their master.'" "You know nothing about that," answered Glum, "and I will not refuse on Ingolf's part, but the fight must not go on longer than he chooses." "He will probably know well enough," said Kalf, "that little will be done against your wishes." The 2 horses were led out and fought well, and all thought Ingolf's horse had the best of it. Glum then chose to separate them, and they rode home. Ingolf remained that year in his place, and Glum was well satisfied with him. Not long after this there was a meeting in Diupadal, whither Glum and Ingolf with his horse came. Kalf also was there. This last man was a friend of the people of Espihola, and he demanded that they should now let the horses fight it out. Glum said it depended on Ingolf, but that he himself was against it. However, he did not like to back out of it, and the horses were led out accordingly. Kalf spurred his horse on, but Ingolf's horse had the best of it in every contest. Then Kalf struck Ingolf's horse over the ears with his staff in such a way as to make him giddy, but immediately afterwards he went at his adversary again. Glum came up, and fair fighting was restored, till in the end Kalf's horse bolted from the ring. Then there was a great shout, and at last Kalf smote Ingolf with his stick. People interfered, and Glum said, "Let us take no note of such a matter as this. This is the end of every horse fight." Mar, on the other hand, said to Ingolf, "Depend upon it, my father does not intend that any disgrace shall attach to you for this blow." 2. There was a man named Thorkel who lived at Hamar. Ingolf went thither and met this man's daughter, who was a handsome woman. Her father was well enough off, but he was not a person of much consideration in the country. Ingolf, however, attended properly to his duties as overlooker, but he did not work as a craftsman so much as he had done, and Mar spoke to him once about it, saying, "I see that my father is not pleased at your being often away from home." Ingolf gave a fair answer, but it came to the same thing again, and Mar warned him again a second and third time, but it was no use. One evening it happened that he came home late, and when the men had had their supper, Glum said, "Now let us amuse ourselves, and let each of us say what or whom he most relies on, and I will have first choice. Well, I choose 3 things on which I most rely. The first is my purse, the second is my axe, and the third is my larder." Then one man after another made his choice, and Glum called out, "Whom do you choose, Ingolf?" His answer was Thorkel of Hamar. Glum jumped up, held up the hilt of his sword, and going up to him said, "A pretty sort of patron you have chosen." All men saw that Glum was wroth. He went out, and Ingolf went with him, and then Glum said to him, "Go now to your patron and tell him you have killed Kalf." "Why," replied he, "how can I tell him this lie?" "You shall do as I please," answered Glum. So they both went together, and Glum turned into the barn, where he saw a calf before him. "Cut its head off," he cried, "and then go southward across the river, and tell Thorkel that you look to him alone for protection, and show him your bloody sword as the token of the deed you have done." Ingolf did this, went to Thorkel, and told him as news how he had not forgotten the blow Kalf had given him, and how he had killed him. The answer was, "You are a fool, and you have killed a good man. Get you gone as quick as you can. I do not choose that you should be slain on my premises." Then Ingolf came back again to meet Glum, who asked him, "Well, how did your patron turn out?" "Not over well," said he. "You will have trouble on your hands," remarked Glum, "if Kalf of Stockalad should really be killed." Now Glum himself had killed Kalf at Stockalad whilst Ingolf was away, and had thus taken vengeance for him, and the following day Kalf's death was publicly known. Thorkel said at once that a fellow had come thither who had taken the death on himself, so that everybody thought it was really so. The winter passed on, and Glum sent Ingolf northward to the house of Einar, the son of Conall, and gave him 900 ells of cloth. "You have had no wages," he said, "from me, but with your saving habits you may turn this to good account, and as regards this matter which is laid to your charge, I will take care of that. It shall not hurt you. I paid you off for your perverseness in this way, and when you come home you may come and pay me a visit." Ingolf answered, "One thing I beg of you, do not let the woman be married to any one else." "This I promise you," said Glum. Ingolf's horses were left where they were. Einar, the son of Conall, got Ingolf conveyed abroad, but Thorvald began a suit at the Hegrain's thing for the slaughter of Calf, and it looked as if Ingolf would be found guilty. Glum was at the thing, and some of Ingolf's kinsmen came to him and asked him to look after the case, professing their readiness to contribute to pay the fine for him. Glum told them, "I will see to the suit without any fine being paid." When the court went out to sit and the defendant was called on for his defense, Glum stated that the suit was null and void, for you have proceeded against the wrong man. I did the deed. Then he named his witnesses who were to certify that the suit was void, for though Ingolf did kill the calf in the barn, I did not make any charge against him for that. Now I will offer an atonement more according to the worth of the man killed than according to the pride of you men of Espehoe. So he did, and the people left the thing. Ingolf was abroad that winter and could stand it no longer, but turned his cash into goods and purchased valuable articles and tapestry hangings of rare quality. Glum had given him a good cloak, and he exchanged that for a scarlet kirtle. The summer that he had sailed there came out to Iceland the man called Theodulf, whose father lived at Asustad. He visited Hamar and fell in with Helga. One day Glum was riding up to Hold, and as he went down the hill at Sarby, Theodulf met him. Glum said to him, "I do not like your visits to Hamar. I mean myself to provide for Helga's marriage, and if you do not give this up, I shall challenge you to the holmgang." He answered that he was not going to match himself with Glum, and so he left off going thither. 3. Then Ingolf came out to Iceland, and went to the Vera, and asked Glum to take him in, which was granted. One day he said, "Now, Glum, I should like you to look over my merchandise." So he did, and it seemed to him that Ingolf had laid out his money well. Then Ingolf said, "You gave me the capital for this voyage, and I consider all the goods as belonging to you." "No," answered Glum, "what you have got is not enough for me to take anything from you." "Here," answered Ingolf, "are some hangings which I purchased for you. These you shall accept, and here is a kirtle." "I will accept your gifts," replied Glum. Another time Glum asked him if he wished to remain at home with him, and Ingolf answered that his intention was not to part from him if he had the choice of staying. "My stud horses I will give you," he said, and Glum replied, "The horses I will accept. And now today we will go and find Thorkel at Hamar." Thorkel received Glum well, and the latter said, "You have wronged Ingolf, and now you must make it up to him by giving him your daughter in marriage. He is a proper man for this match. I will lay down some money for him, and I have proved him to be a worthy fellow. If you do not act thus, you will see that you have made a bad business of it." So Thorkel consented, and Ingolf got his wife, and settled down as a householder and a good useful man. End of section 70. This recording is in the public domain. Section 71 of Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland, and the Search for the Poles. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World Story, Volume 8, Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland, and the Search for the Poles. Edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 71, How Kjartan of Iceland became a Christian, about 1000, from the Laxdealer's Saga. There were 10 Icelanders together who went with Kjartan on his journey, and none would part with him for the sake of the love they bore him. So with this following, Kjartan went to the ship, and Kalf Asgeirsson greeted them warmly. Kjartan and Boli took a great many goods with them abroad. They now got ready to start, and when the wind blew, they sailed out along Bergfirth with a light and good breeze, and then out to sea. They had a good journey, and got to Norway to the northwards, and fell in with men there, and asked for tidings. They were told that change of lords over the land had befallen, in that Earl Hakon had fallen, and King Olaf Tryggvason had come in, and all Norway had fallen under his power. King Olaf was ordering a change of faith in Norway, and the people took to it most unequally. Kiartan and his companions took their craft up to Nidaros. At that time many Icelanders had come to Norway who were men of high degree. There lay beside the landing stage 3 ships, all owned by Icelanders. One of the ships belonged to Brand the Bounteous, son of Vermund Thorgrimsson, and another ship belonged to Hafred the Trouble Bard. The third ship belonged to 2 brothers, one named Bjarni and the other Thorhall. They were sons of Broad River Skeggi, out of Flea Lythe in the east. All these men had wanted to go west to Iceland that summer, but the king had forbidden all these ships to sail, because the Icelanders would not take the new faith that he was preaching. All the Icelanders greeted Kiartan warmly, but especially Brand, as they had known each other already before. The Icelanders now took counsel together, and came to an agreement among themselves that they would refuse this faith that the king preached, and all the men previously named bound themselves together to do this. Kiartan and his companions brought their ship up to the landing stage, and unloaded it, and disposed of their goods. King Olaf was then in the town. He heard of the coming of the ship, and that men of great account were on board. It happened one fair weather day in the autumn that the men went out of the town to swim in the river Nid. Kiartan and his friends saw this. Then Kiartan said to his companions that they should also go and disport themselves that day. They did so. There was one man who was by much the best at this sport. Kiartan asked Bolli if he felt willing to try swimming against the townsmen. Bolli answered, "I don't think I am a match for him." "I cannot think where your courage can now have got to," said Kiartan, "so I shall go and try." Bolli replied, "That you may do if you like." Kiartan then plunges into the river and up to this man, who is the best swimmer, and drags him forthwith under, and keeps him down for a while, and then lets him go up again. And when they had been up for a long while, this man suddenly clutches Kiartan and drags him under, and they keep down for such a time as Kiartan thought quite enough, when up they come a second time. Not a word had either to say to the other. The third time they went down together, and now they keep under for much the longest time, and Kiartan now misdoubted him how this play would end, and thought he had never before found himself in such a tight place. But at last they come up and strike out for the bank. Then said the townsman, "Who is this man?" Kiartan told him his name. The townsman said, "You are very deft at swimming. Are you as good at other deeds of prowess as at this?" Kiartan answered rather coldly, "It was said when I was in Iceland that the others kept pace with this one. But now this one is not worth much." The townsman replied, "It makes some odds with whom you have had to do. But why do you not ask me anything?" Kiartan replied, "I do not want to know your name." The townsman answered, "You are not only a stalwart man, but you bear yourself very proudly as well. But none the less you shall know my name, and with whom you have been having a swimming match. Here is Olaf the King, the son of Tryggvi." Kiartan answered nothing, but turned away forthwith without his cloak. He had a kirtle of red scarlet. The king was then well nigh dressed. He called to Kiartan and bade him not go away so soon. Kiartan turned back, but rather slowly. The king then took a very good cloak off his shoulders and gave it to Kiartan, saying he should not go back cloakless to his companions. Kiartan thanked the king for the gift, and went to his own men and showed them the cloak. His men were nowise pleased at this, for they thought Kiartan had got too much into the king's power, but matters went on quietly. The weather set in very hard that autumn, and there was a great deal of frost, the season being cold. The heathen men said it was not to be wondered at that the weather should be so bad. It is all because of the newfangled ways of the king, and this new faith that the gods are angry. The Icelanders kept all together in the town during the winter, and Kiartan took mostly the lead among them. On the weather taking a turn for the better, many people came to the town at the summons of King Olaf. Many people had become Christians in Thrandholm, yet there were a great many more who withstood the king. One day the king had a meeting out at Irar, and preached the new faith to men, a long harangue and telling. The people of Thrandholm had a whole host of men, and in turn offered battle to the king. The king said they must know that he had greater things to cope with than fighting there with churls out of Thrandholm. Then the good men lost heart and gave the whole case into the king's power, and many people were baptized then and there. After that the meeting came to an end. That same evening the king sent men to the lodgings of the Icelanders, and bade them get sure knowledge of what they were saying. They did so. They heard much noise within. Then Kiartan began to speak, and said to Bolli, "How far are you willing, kinsman, to take this new faith the king preaches?" "I certainly am not willing thereto," said Bolli, "for their faith seems to me to be most feeble." Kiartan said, "Did ye not think the king was holding out threats against those who should be unwilling to submit to his will?" Bolli answered, "It certainly seemed to me that he spoke out very clearly that they would have to take exceedingly hard treatment at his hands." "I will be forced under no one's thumb," said Kiartan, "while I have power to stand up and wield my weapons. I think it most unmanly, too, to be taken like a lamb in a fold, or a fox in a trap. I think that is a better thing to choose, if a man must die in any case, to do first some such deed as shall be held a law for a long time afterwards." Bolli said, "What will you do?" "I will not hide it from you," Kiartan replied. "I will burn the king in his hall." "There is nothing cowardly in that," said Bolli, "but this is not likely to come to pass, as far as I can see. The king, I take it, is one of great good luck, and his guardian spirit mighty, and besides he has a faithful guard watching both day and night." Kiartan said that what most men failed in was daring, however valiant they might otherwise be. Bolli said it was not so certain who would have to be taunted for want of courage in the end. But here many men joined in, saying that was but an idle talk. Now when the king's spies had overheard this, they went away and told the king all that had been said. The next morning the king wished to hold a meeting, and summoned all the Icelanders to it, and when the meeting was opened, the king stood up and thanked men for coming, all those who were his friends and had taken the new faith. Then he called to him for a parley the Icelanders. The king asked them if they would be baptized, but they gave little reply to that. The king said they were making for themselves the choice that would answer the worst. "But by the way, who of you thought it the best thing to do to burn me in my hall?" Then Kiartan answered, "You no doubt think that he who did say it would not have the pluck to confess it, but here you can see him." "I can indeed see you," said the king, "man of no small counsels, but it is not fated for you to stand over my head, done to death by you, and you have done quite enough that you should be prevented making a vow to burn more kings in their houses. Yet for the reason of being taught better things than you know, and because I do not know whether your heart was in your speech, and that you have bravely acknowledged it, I will not take your life. It may also be that you follow the faith the better the more outspoken you are against it. And I can also see this, that on the day you let yourself be baptized of your own free will, several ships' crews will on that day also take the faith. And I think it likely to happen that your relations and friends will give much heed to what you speak to them when you return to Iceland. And it is in my mind that you, Kiartan, will have a better faith when you return from Norway than you had when you came hither. Go now in peace and safety wheresoever you like from the meeting. For the time being you shall not be tormented into Christianity, for God says that he wills that no one shall come to him unwillingly." Good cheer was made at the king's speech, though mostly from the Christian men, but the heathen left it to Kiartan to answer as he liked. Kiartan said, "We thank you, king, that you grant safe peace unto us, and the way whereby you may most surely draw us to take the faith is, on the one hand, to forgive us great offences, and on the other to speak in this kindly manner on all matters, in spite of your this day having us and all our concerns in your power, even as it pleases you. Now as for myself, I shall receive the faith in Norway on that understanding alone, that I shall give some little worship to Thor the next winter when I get back to Iceland." Then the king said, and smiled, "It may be seen from the mien of Kiartan that he puts more trust in his own weapons and strength than in Thor and Odin." Then the meeting was broken up. After a while many men egged the king on to force Kiartan and his followers to receive the faith, and thought it unwise to have so many heathen men near about him. The king answered wrathfully and said he thought there were many Christians who were not nearly so well behaved as was Kiartan or his company either, and for such one would have long to wait. The king caused many profitable things to be done that winter. He had a church built in the market town, greatly enlarged. This church was finished at Christmas. Then Kiartan said they should go so near the church that they might see the ceremonies of this faith the Christians followed. And many fell in, saying that would be right good pastime. Kiartan with his following and Boli went to the church. In that train was also Halfred and many other Icelanders. The king preached the faith before the people and spoke both long and tellingly, and the Christians made good cheer at his speech. And when Kiartan and his company went back to their chambers, a great deal of talk arose as to how they had liked the looks of the king at this time, which Christians accounted of as the next greatest festival. For the king said, so that we might hear, that this night was born the Lord, in whom we are now to believe if we do as the king bids us. Kiartan says, "So greatly was I taken with the looks of the king when I saw him for the first time, that I knew at once that he was a man of the highest excellence, and that feeling has kept steadfast ever since, when I have seen him at folk meetings, and that but by much the best, however, I like the looks of him today, and I cannot help thinking that the turn of our concerns hangs altogether on our believing him to be the true God, in whom the king bids us to believe, and the king cannot by any means be more eager in wishing that I take this faith than I am to let myself be baptized. The only thing that puts off my going straightway to see the king now is that the day is far spent, and the king, I take it, is now at table. But that day will be delayed, on which we, companions, will let ourselves be baptized." Boli took to this kindly, and bade Kiartan alone look to their affairs. The king had heard of this talk between Kiartan and his people before the tables were cleared away, for he had his spies in every chamber of the heathen. The king was very glad at this, and said, "In Kiartan has come true the saw, high tides best for happy signs." And the first thing the next morning early, when the king went to church, Kiartan met him in the street with a great company of men. Kiartan greeted the king with great cheerfulness, and said he had a pressing errand with him. The king took his greeting well, and said he had had a thoroughly clear news as to what his errand must be, and that matter will be easily settled by you. Kiartan begged they should not delay fetching the water, and said that a great deal would be needed. The king answered and smiled. "Yes, Kiartan," said he, "on this matter I do not think your eager-mindedness would part us, not even if you put the price higher still." After that Kiartan and Boli were baptized, and all their crew, and a multitude of other men as well. This was on the second day of Yule, before Holy Service. After that the king invited Kiartan to his Yule feast with Boli, his kinsman. It is the tale of most men that Kiartan, on the day he laid aside his white baptismal robes, became a liegeman of the king's, he and Boli both. Halfred was not baptized that day, for he made it a point that the king himself should be his godfather, so the king put it off till the next day. Kiartan and Boli stayed with Olaf the king the rest of the winter. The king held Kiartan before all other men for the sake of his race and manly prowess, and it is by all people said that Kiartan was so winsome that he had not a single enemy within the court. Every one said that there had never before come from Iceland such a man as Kiartan. Boli was also one of the most stalwart of men, and was held in high esteem by all good men. The winter now passes away, and as spring came on, men got ready for their journeys, each as he had a mind to. End of section 71. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 72 of Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland, and the Search for the Poles. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nemo. The World Story Volume 8. Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland, and the Search for the Poles. Edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 72. Thangbrand the Priest, about 1000, by Henry Wadsworth Longfellow. The Heimskringla tells the following story of the attempt of King Olaf to introduce Christianity into Iceland. Now whenas Olaf Tryggvason had been king over Norway 2 winters, there was with him a Saxon priest named Thangbrand. Masterful was he and murderous, but a good clerk and a doughty man. Now whenas he was so headstrong a man, the king would not have him with him, but sent him on this message, to wit, to fare out to Iceland and christen the land there. So a merchant ship was gotten for him, and the tale telleth about his journey that he made the east firths of Iceland, Swanfirth, the southmost to wit, in the winter after abode with Hall of the side. So Thangbrand preached christening in Iceland, and after his words Hall let himself be christened, and all his household, and many other chieftains also, notwithstanding many more there were who gainsaid him. Thorvald the Guyful and Winterlid the Skald made a scurvy rhyme about Thangbrand, but he slew them both. Thangbrand abode 3 winters in Iceland, and was the bane, death, of 3 men, or ever he departed thence. The Editor. Short of stature, large of limb, burly face and russet beard, all the women stirred at him, when in Iceland he appeared. Look, they said, with nodding head, there goes Thangbrand, Olaf's priest. All the prayers he knew by rote, he could preach like Chrysostom. From the fathers he could quote, he had even been at Rome. A learned clerk, a man of mark, was this Thangbrand, Olaf's priest. He was quarrelsome and loud, and impatient of control, boisterous in the market crowd, boisterous at the wassail bowl, everywhere would drink and swear, swaggering Thangbrand, Olaf's priest. In his house this malcontent could the king no longer bear, so to Iceland he was sent, to convert the heathen there. And away one summer day sailed this Thangbrand, Olaf's priest. There in Iceland o'er their books pored the people day and night, but he did not like their looks, nor the songs they used to write. All this rhyme is waste of time, grumbled Thangbrand, Olaf's priest. To the alehouse where he sat came the skalds and sagamen. Is it to be wondered at that they quarrelled now and then, when o'er his beer began to leer drunken Thangbrand, Olaf's priest? All the folk in Altafjord boasted of their island grand, saying in a single word, Iceland is the finest land that the sun doth shine upon. Loud laughed Thangbrand, Olaf's priest, and he answered, what's the use of this bragging up and down, when 3 women and 1 goose make a market in your town? Every skald satire scrawled on poor Thangbrand, Olaf's priest. Something worse they did than that, and what vexed him most of all was a figure in shovel hat drawn in charcoal on the wall, with words that go sprawling below, this is Thangbrand, Olaf's priest. Hardly knowing what he did, then he smote them might and main. Thorvald Vile and Vetterlid lay there in the alehouse slain. Today we are gold, tomorrow mould, muttered Thangbrand, Olaf's priest. Much in fear of axe and rope, back to Norway sailed he then. O King Olaf, Little hope is there of these Iceland men, meekly said, with bending head, pious Thangbrand, Olaf's priest. End of section 72. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 73 of Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland, and the Search for the Poles. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by April 6090, California, United States of America. The World's Story, Volume 8, Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland, and the Search for the Poles. Edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 73. How Grettir the Outlaw Saved the Farmhouse, Early 11th Century. From the Saga of Grettir the Strong, rewritten by Sabine Baring-Gould. King Olaf had decided that Grettir must leave Norway and return to Iceland. If he was not a guilty man, he was a most unfortunate one. Now, the Norse race, whether in Denmark, Norway, Sweden, or Iceland, believed in luck. They said that certain men were born to ill luck, and such men they avoided, because they feared lest the ill luck that clung to them might attach itself to and involve those who came in contact with them. It was not possible for Grettir to return that year to Iceland, for all the ships bound for his native land had sailed before winter set in. So King Olaf agreed to allow him to remain in the kingdom through the winter, but bound him to depart on the first opportunity next year. Somewhat sad at heart with disappointment, and with the impression that perhaps Olaf the king was right, and that ill luck really did weigh on him, Grettir left the court, and went at Yule to the house of a bonder or yeoman called Einar, and remained with him a while. The farm was in a lonely place, in a ford opening back to the snowy mountains. Einar was a kindly man, but hospitable, and he did his best to make Grettir's stay with him pleasant. He had a daughter, a fair, beautiful girl, with blue eyes and hair like amber silk, and her name was Gyrid. Perhaps the beautiful Gyrid was one attraction to Grettir, but if so, he never spoke what was on his heart, because he knew it would be useless. He was an unlucky man. He had made himself a name, indeed, as one of great daring, but he had won for himself neither home nor riches nor favor. Now it fell out that at this time there were some savage ruffians in the country, who were called Bearsarks. They were outlaws in most cases, and they lived in secret dens in the dense forests, whence they issued and swooped down on the farms, and there challenged the bonders to fight with them, or to give up to them whatever they needed. These ruffians wore bearskins drawn over their bodies, and they thrust their heads through the jaws of the beasts, so that they presented a hideous and frightening appearance. Then they worked themselves into paroxysms of rage, when they were like mad men. They rolled their eyes, they roared and howled like wild beasts, and foam formed on their mouths and dropped on the ground. They were wont also, when these fits came on them, to bite the edges of their shields, and with their fangs they were known to have dinted the metal quite deep. Some folks even said they had bitten pieces out of solid shields. It was usually supposed that these Bearsarks were possessed by evil spirits, and it is probable in many cases they were really mad through having given way to their violent passions, till they knew no law, and thought to carry everything before them by their violence. It was even at one time thought by the superstitious that they could change their shapes, and run about at will in the forms of bears or wolves. But this idea grew out of the fact of their clothing themselves in bear or wolf skins, and drawing the skull of the beast over their heads as a rude helmet, and looking out through the open jaws that thus formed a visor. One day, just after Yule, to the terror and dismay of Einar, one of the most redoubtable of these Bearsarks, a fellow named Snowcol, came thundering up to his door on a huge black horse, followed by 3 or 4 others on foot, all clothed in skins. But Snowcol, instead of wearing the bear's skin over his head, had on a helmet with great tusks of a boar protruding from it, and a boar's head drawn over the metal. It is worth remark that the crests worn later by knights, and which we have still on our plate and on harness, are derived from similar adornments to helmets. Some warriors put wings of eagles on their headpieces, others put the paws of bears or representations of lions. These were badges of their prowess, or marks whereby they might be known. Snowcole struck the door of the farmhouse with his spear, and roared to the owner to come forth. At once Einar and Grettir issued from the hall, and Einar, in great trepidation, asked the Bearsark what he wanted. "What do I want?" shouted Snowcole. "I want one of two things. Either that you give me up your beautiful daughter to be my wife, and with her 50 bags of silver, or else that you fight me here. If you kill me, then luck is yours. If I kill you, then I shall carry off your daughter and all that you possess." Einar turned to Grettir and asked him in a whisper what he was to do. He himself was an old man, whose fighting days were over, and he had no chance against this savage. Grettir answered that he had better consult his honor and the happiness of Geirrid, and not give way to a bully. The Bearsark sat on his horse, rolling his eyes from one to the other. He had a great iron-rimmed shield before him. Then he bellowed forth, "Come! I'm not going to wait here whilst you consider matters. Make your selection of the two alternatives at once. What is that great lout at your side whispering? Does he want to play a little game of who is master along with me?" "For my part," said Grettir, "the farmer and I are about in equal predicament. He is too old to fight, and I am unskilled in arms." I see," roared Snowcole. "You are both trembling in your shoes. Wait till my fit is on me, and then you will shake indeed." "Let us see how you look in your Bearsark fit," said Grettir. Then Snowcole waxed wroth and worked himself up into one of the fits of madness. There can be no doubt that in some cases this was all bluster and sham, but in many cases these fellows really roused themselves into perfect frenzies of madness in which they did not know what they did. Now Snowcole began to bellow like a bull, and to roll his eyes, and he put the edge of the great shield in his mouth, and bit at it, and blew foam from his lips that rolled down the face of the shield. Grettir fixed his eyes steadily on him, and put his hands in his pockets. Snowcole rocked himself on his horse, and his companions began also to bellow, and stir themselves up into madness. Grettir, with his eye fixed steadily on the ruffian, drew little by little near to him, but as he had no weapon, and held his hands confined, Snowcole, if he did observe him, disregarded him. When Grettir stood close beside him and looked up at the red glaring eyes, the foaming lips of Snowcole, and heard his howls and the crunching of his great teeth against the strong oak and iron of the shield, he suddenly laughed, lifted his foot, caught the bottom of the shield, a sudden kick upwards, and the shield, with the violence of the upward shock, broke Snowcole's jaw. Instantly the Bearsark stopped his bellowing, let fall the shield, and before he could draw his sword, Grettir caught his helmet by the great boar tusks, gave them a twist, and rolled Snowcole down off his horse on the ground, knelt on him, and with the ruffian's own sword dealt him his death blow. When the others saw the fall of their chief, they ceased their antics, turned and ran away to hide in the woods. The bonder Einar thanked Grettir for his assistance, and the lovely Geirrid gave him also her grateful acknowledgments and a sweet smile. But Grettir knew that a portionless, unlucky man like himself could not aspire to her hand, and feeling that he was daily becoming more attached to her, he deemed it right at once to leave, and he went away to a place called Tunsberg. End of section 73. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 74 of Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland, and the Search for the Poles. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Catherine. The World's Story, Volume 8. Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland, and the Search for the Poles. Edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 74. The Burning of Njal, 1014, from the Saga of Burnt Njal. The great Icelandic saga of Burnt Njal tells the story of one of those bitter feuds with which the early history of Iceland is filled. Njal, the hero, is an honest lawyer who has incurred the hatred of certain powerful families. How they took vengeance upon him is told in the following extract. The Editor. One day it happened that Rodney, Huskuld's daughter, the mother of Huskuld, Njal's son, came to the springs. Her brother greeted her well, but she would not take his greeting, but yet bade him go out with her. Ingjald did so, and went out with her, and so they walked away from the farmyard both together. Then she clutched hold of him, and they both sat down, and Rodney said, "Is it true that thou hast sworn an oath to fall on Njal and slay him and his sons?" "True it is," said he. "A very great dastard art thou," she said, "thou, whom Njal hath thrice saved from outlawry." "Still it hath come to this," says Ingjald, "that my life lies on it, if I do not this." "Not so," says she, "thou shalt live all the same, and be called a better man, if thou betrayest not him to whom thou oughtest to behave best." Then she took a linen hood out of her bag. It was clotted with blood all over, and torn and tattered, and said, "This hood Houskuld, Njal's son, and thy sister's son, had on his head when they slew him. Methinks, then, it is ill doing to stand by those from whom this mischief sprang." "Well," answers Ingjald, "so it shall be that I will not be against Njal, whatever follows after, but still I know that they will turn and throw trouble on me." "Now mightest thou," said Rodney, "yield Njal and his sons great help, if thou tellest him all these plans." "That I will not do," says Ingjald, "for then I am every man's dastard, if I tell what was trusted to me in good faith. But it is a manly deed to sunder myself from this quarrel, when I know that there is a sure looking for vengeance. But tell Njal and his sons to beware of themselves all summer, for that will be good counsel, and to keep many men about them." Then she fared to Bergthorn's knoll, and told Njal all this talk, and Njal thanked her, and said she had done well, for there would be more wickedness in his falling on me than of all men else. She fared home, but she told this to his sons. There was a carline at Bergthor's knoll, whose name was Savuna. She was wise in many things and foresighted, but she was then very old, and Njal's sons called her an old dotard when she talked so much, but still some things which she said came to pass. It fell one day that she took a cudgel in her hand, and went up above the house to a stack of vetches. She beat the stack of vetches with her cudgel, and wished it might never thrive. Wretch that it was! Skarphedin laughed at her, and asked why she was so angry with the vetch stack. "This stack of vetches," said the carline, "will be taken and lighted with fire when Njal my master is burnt, house and all, and Bergthora my foster child. Take it away to the water, or burn it up as quick as you can." "We will not do that," said Skarphedin, "for something else will be got to light the fire with, if that were foredoomed, though the stack were not here." The carline babbled the whole summer about the vetch stack, that it should be got indoors, but something always hindered it. When Njal realized that the hour of fate had come and his enemies were upon him, he counselled that his men shut themselves up in the house. The attacks of the leader Flosi fail, and he then plans to set fire to the building. At last Flosi said, "We have already gotten great manscathe in our men. Many are wounded, and he's slain whom we would choose last of all. It is now clear that we shall never master them with weapons. Many now there be who were not so forward in fight as they boasted, and yet they were those who goaded us on most. I say this most to Grani, Gunnar's son, and Gunnar, Lembi's son, who were the least willing to spare their foes. But still we shall have to take to some other plan for ourselves, and now there are but 2 choices left, and neither of them good. One is to turn away, and that is our death. The other, to set fire to the house and burn them inside it, and this is a deed which we shall have to answer for heavily before God, since we are Christian men ourselves, but still we must take to that counsel." Now they took fire and made a great pile before the doors. Then Skarphedin said, "What, lads, are ye lighting a fire, or are ye taking to cooking?" "So it shall be," answered Grani, Gunnar's son, "and thou shalt not need to be better done." "Thou repayest me," said Skarphedin, "as one may look for from the man that thou art. I avenged thy father, and thou settest most store by that duty which is farthest from thee." Then the women threw whey on the fire, and quenched it as fast as they lit it. Some, too, brought water. Then Kol, Thorstein's son, said to Flosi, "A plan comes into my mind. I have seen a loft over the hall among the cross trees, and we will put the fire in there and light it with a vetch stack that stands just above the house." Then they took the vetch stack and set fire to it, and they who were inside were not aware of it till the whole hall was ablaze over their heads. Then Flosi and his men made a great pile before each of the doors, and then the womenfolk who were inside began to weep and to wail. Njal spoke to them and said, "Keep up your hearts, nor utter shrieks, for this is but a passing storm, and it will be long before ye have another such, and put your faith in God, and believe that he is so merciful that he will not let us burn both in this world and the next." Such words of comfort had he for them all, and others still more strong. Now the whole house began to blaze. Then Jarl went to the door and said, "Is Flosi so near that he can hear my voice?" Flosi said that he could hear it. "Wilt thou," said Jarl, "take an atonement from my sons, or allow any men to go out?" "I will not," answers Flosi, "take any atonement from thy sons, and now our dealings shall come to an end once for all, and I will not stir from this spot till they are all dead, but I will allow the women and children and housecarls to go out." Then Jarl went into the house and said to the folk, "Now all those must go out to whom leave is given, and so go thou out, Thorhalla, Asgrim's daughter, and all the people also with thee who may." Then Thorhalla said, "This is another parting between me and Helgi than I thought of a while ago, but still I will egg on my father and brothers to avenge this manscathe which is wrought here." "Go, and good go with thee," said Njal, "for thou art a brave woman." After that she went out, and much folk with her. Then Astrid of Deepback said to Helgi, Njal's son, "Come thou out with me, and I will throw a woman's cloak over thee, and tie thy head with a kerchief." He spoke against it at first, but at last he did so at the prayer of others. So Astrid wrapped the kerchief around Helgi's head, but Thorhilda, Skarphedin's wife, threw the cloak over him, and he went out between them, and then Thorgerda, Njal's daughter, and Helga her sister, and many other folk went out too. But when Helgi went out, Flosi said, "That is a tall woman, and broad across the shoulders that went yonder. Take her and hold her." But when Helgi heard that, he cast away the cloak. He had got his sword under his arm, and hewed at the man, and the blow fell on his shield, and cut off the point of it, and the man's leg as well. Then Flosi came up and hewed at Helgi's neck, and took off his head at a stroke. Then Flosi went to the door, and called out to Njal, and said he would speak with him and Bergthora. Now Njal does so, and Flosi said, I will offer thee, Master Njal, leave to go out, for it is unworthy that thou shouldst burn indoors. I will not go out, said Njal, for I am an old man, and little fitted to avenge my sons, but I will not live to shame. Then Flosi said to Bergthora, Come thou out, housewife, for I will for no sake burn thee indoors. I was given to Njal young, said Bergthora, and I have promised him this, that we would both share the same fate. After that they both went back into the house. What counsel shall we now take? Said Bergthora. We will go to our bed, said Njal, and lay us down. I have long been eager for rest. Then she said to the boy Thord, Kari's son, Thee will I take out, and thou shalt not burn in here. Thou hast promised me this, grandmother, says the boy, that we should never part so long as I wish to be with thee, but methinks it is much better to die with thee and Njal than to live after you. Then she bore the boy to her bed, and Njal spoke to his steward and said, Now shalt thou see where we lay us down, and how I lay us out, for I mean not to stir an inch hence, whether reek or burning smart me, and so thou wilt be able to guess where to look for our bones. He said he would do so. There had been an ox slaughtered, and the hide lay there. Njal told the steward to spread the hide over them, and he did so. So there they laid them down, both of them, in their bed, and put the boy between them. Then they signed themselves and the boy with the cross, and gave over their souls into God's hand, and that was the last word that men heard them utter. End of section 74. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 75 of Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland, and the Search for the Poles. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World Story, Volume 8, Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland, and the Search for the Poles. Edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 75. How the Boy Sigurd Won the Horse Greyfell, by William Morris. The story of the Nibelungs takes different forms in different countries. In Germany it is called the Nibelungenlied, and its hero is Siegfried, who dwells near the Rhine. In the north the hero is Sigurd, the greatest of the Volsungs, but the outline of the story is much the same. The Editor. So is Sigurd now with Hakon, and he learns him many things, yea, all save the craft of battle, that men learn the sons of kings, the smithying sword and war coat, the carving runes aright, the tongues of many countries and soft speech for men's delight, the dealing with the harp strings and the winding ways of song. So wise of heart waxed Sigurd, and of body wondrous strong, and he chased the deer of the forest, and many a wood wolf slew, and many a bull of the mountains, and the desert dales he knew. And the heaths that the wind sweeps over, and seaward would he fare, far out from the outer skerries, and alone the sea-whites dare. On a day he sat with Regin amidst the unfashioned gold, and the silver grey from the furnace, and Regin spake and told sweet tales of the days that had been, and the kings of the bold and wise, till the lad's heart swelled with longing, and lit his sun-bright eyes. Then Regin looked upon him. Thou too shalt one day ride, as the Volsung kings went faring through the noble world and wide, For this land is naught and narrow, and kings of the carles are these, and their earls are acre-biters, and their hearts are dull with peace. But Sigurd knit his brows, and in wrathful wise he said, Ill words of those thou speakest that my youth have cherished, and the friends that have made me merry, and the land that is fair and good. Then Regin laughed and answered, Nay, well I see by thy mood that wide wilt thou ride in the world like thy kin of the earlier days, and wilt thou be wroth with thy master that he longs for thy winning the praise. And now if the sooth thou sayest that these kingfolk cherish thee well, then let them give thee a gift whereof the world shall tell. Yea, hearken to this my counsel, and crave for a battle steed. Yet wroth was the lad, and answered, I have many a horse to my need, and all that the heart desireth, and what wouldest thou wish me more? Then Regin answered and said, Thy kin of the kings of yore were the noblest men of menfolk, and their hearts would never rest, whatso of good they had gotten, if their hands held not the best. Now do thou my counsel, and crave of thy fosterers here, that thou choose of the horse of Gripir, which so thine heart holds dear. He spake, and his harp was with him, and he smote the strings full sweet, and sang of the host of the Valkyries, how they ride the battle to meet, and the dew from the deer manes drippeth as they ride in the first of the sun, and the tree boughs open to meet it when the wind of the dawning is done, and the deep dales drink its sweetness, and spring into blossoming grass, and the earth groweth fruitful of men, and bringeth their glory to pass. Then the wrath ran off from Sigurd, and he left the smithying stead, while the song yet rang in the doorway. And that eve to the kings he said, Will ye do so much for mine asking as to give me a horse to my will? For belike the day shall come that shall all my heart fulfill, and teach me the deeds of a king. Then answered King Elf and spake, The stalls of the kings are before thee to set aside or to take, and naught we begrudge thee the best. Yet answered Sigurd again, for his heart of the mountains aloft and the windy drift was fain, Fair seats for the needs of kings, but now do I ask for a gift such as all the world shall be praising, the best of the strong and the swift. Ye shall give me a token for Gripir, and bid him to let me choose from out of the noble stud beasts that run in his meadow loose. But if overmuch I have asked you, forget this prayer of mine, and deem the word unspoken, and get ye to the wine. Then smiled King Elf and answered, A long way wilt thou ride, to where unpeace and troubles and the griefs of the soul abide, yea, unto the death at the last. Yet surely shalt thou win the praise of many a people. So have thy way herein. Forsooth, no more may we hold thee than the hazel copse may hold the sun of the early dawning that turneth all unto gold. Then sweetly Sigurd thanked them, and through the night he lay mid dreams of many a matter till the dawn was on the way. Then he shook the sleep from off him, and that dwelling of kings he left, and wended his way unto Gripir. On a crag from the mountain reft was the house of the old king builded, and a mighty house it was, though few were the sons of man that over its threshold would pass. But the wild urns cried about it, and the vultures toward it flew, and the winds from the heart of the mountain searched every chamber through. And about were meads wide spreading, and many a beast thereon, yea, some that are men folk's terror, their sport and pasture won. So into the hall went Sigurd, and amidst was Gripir set in a chair of the sea beast's tooth, and his sweeping beard nigh met the floor that was green as the ocean, and his gown was of mountain gold. And the kingly staff in his hand was knobbed with the crystal cold. Now the first of the twain spake Gripir, Hail, king, with the eyen bright, naught needest thou show the token, for I know of thy life and thy light, and no need to tell of thy message. It was wafted here on the wind, that thou wouldst be coming to-day a horse in my meadow to find. And strong must he be for the bearing of those deeds of thine that shall be. Now choose thou of all the waywarers that are running loose in my lee, and be glad as thine heart will have thee, and the fate that leadeth thee on. And I bid thee again come hither when the sword of worth is won, and thy loins are girt for thy going on the road that before thee lies. For a glimmering over its darkness is come before mine eyes. Then again gat Sigurd outward, and adown the steep he ran, and unto the horse-fed meadow. But lo, a grey-clad man, one-eyed and seemingly ancient, there met him by the way. And he spake, Thou hastest, Sigurd, yet tarry till I say a word that shall well bestead thee. For I know of these mountains well, and all the lee of Gripir, and the beasts that thereon dwell. Wouldst thou have red gold for thy tidings? Art thou Gripir's horse-herd then? Nay, sure, for thy face is shining like the battle-eager men my master Regin tells of, and I love thou cloud-greyed gown, and thy visage gleams above it like a thing my dreams have known. Nay, whiles have I heeded the horse kine, then spake that elder of days, and sooth do the sages say when the beasts of my breeding they praise. There is one thereof in the meadow, and wouldst thou cull him out, thou shalt follow an elder's counsel, who hath brought strange things about, who hath known thy father aforetime, and other kings of thy kin. So Sigurd said, I am ready, what is the deed to win? He said, We shall drive the horses adown to the waterside that cometh forth from the mountains, and note what next shall betide. Then the twain sped on together, and they drave the horses on till they came to a rushing river, a water wide and wan, and the white mews hovered over it, but none might hear their cry, for the rush and the rattle of waters as the down-long flood swept by. So the whole herd took the river, and strove the stream to stem. And many a brave steed was there, but the flood o'ermastered them, and some it swept them downward, and some won back to bank. Some caught by the net of the eddies in the swirling hubbub sank. But one of all swam over, and they saw his mane of grey toss over the flowery meadows, a bright thing far away. Wide then he wheeled about them, then took the stream again, and with the waves white horses mingled his cloudy mane. Then spake the elder of days, Hearken now, Sigurd, and hear. Time was when I gave thy father a gift thou shalt yet deem dear. And this horse is a gift of my giving. Heed not where thou mayst ride, for I have seen thy fathers in a shining house abide, and on earth they thought of its threshold and the gifts I had to give, nor prayed for a little longer and a little longer to live. Then forth he strode to the mountains, and fain was Sigurd now to ask him many a matter, but dim did his bright shape grow, as a man from the litten doorway fades into the dusk of night. And the sun in the high noon shone, and the world was exceedingly bright. So Sigurd turned to the river, and stood by the wave-wet strand, and the grey horse swims to his feet, and lightly leaps a land. And the youngling looks upon him, and deems none beside him good. And indeed, as tells the story, he was come of Sleipnir's blood. The tireless horse of Odin, cloud-grey he was of hue, and it seemed as Sigurd backed him that Sigmund's son he knew, so glad he went beneath him. Then the youngling's song arose, as he brushed through the noontide blossoms of Gripir's mighty close. Then he singeth the song of Greyfell, the horse that Odin gave, who swam through the sweeping river and back through the toppling wave. End of section 75. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 76 of Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland, and the Search for the Poles. Read for LibriVox.org by Sandra Schmidt. Iceland, Part III. Iceland and its people. Historical note. During the 13th century there was civil war, which broke down the power of the chiefs, and the island then fell under Norwegian rule. When Norway came into the hands of Denmark in 1380, Iceland also became subject to Denmark, and so it has remained. In the early part of the 15th century, severe volcanic eruptions destroyed many lives, and before the Icelanders had recovered from this disaster, 2/3 of them were swept away by a visit of the Black Death, a terrible plague that devastated all Europe. What little prosperity remained was broken by severe navigation laws imposed by Denmark, by which a monopoly of the trade with the island was farmed out to the highest bidder. Toward the end of the 18th century, the laws were somewhat improved, but even then nothing but coal and timber could be brought to the island by others than Danes. During the Napoleonic Wars, Iceland was captured by the English, but in 1815 was given back to Denmark. Since 1854, trade has been free, but is chiefly in the hands of Denmark and England. For many years the Icelanders had striven to obtain home rule. In 1874, on the occasion of the 1000th anniversary of the founding of Iceland, partial freedom in the conduct of their affairs was given to them, and in 1903 a new constitution was granted, according to which the Althing, or parliament, is responsible to the Danish king, but through a minister, a native Icelander, who divides the year between Reykjavik and Denmark. Throughout the centuries, the Icelanders have retained their old love for literature, and nowhere else in the world are there in proportion to the number of people so many poets, or so many books printed and sold, as in this barren island. A scattered population of 76,000 supports 12 printing presses, producing about 100 books annually, besides 14 newspapers and 8 periodicals. End of section 76. This recording is in the public domain.
Chapter 77 of Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland, and the Search for the Poles. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Avai in August 2019. The World's Story, Volume 8, Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland, and the Search for the Poles, edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 77. The Fire Mountains of Iceland, 1783, by Lord Dufferin. In appearance, Hekla differs very little from the innumerable other volcanic hills with which the island is studded. Its cone consists of a pyramid of stone and scoriae rising to the height of about 5,000 feet and welded together by bands of molten matter which have issued from its sides. From AD 1004 to 1766 there have been 23 eruptions, occurring at intervals which have varied in duration from 6 to 76 years. The one of 1766 was remarkably violent. It commenced on the 5th of April by the appearance of a huge pillar of black sand mounting slowly into the heavens, accompanied by subterranean thunders and all the other symptoms which precede volcanic disturbances. Then a coronet of flame encircled the crater. Masses of red rock, pumice, and magnetic stones were flung out with tremendous violence to an incredible distance, and in such continuous multitudes as to resemble a swarm of bees clustering over the mountain. One boulder of pumice, 6 feet in circumference, was pitched 20 miles away. Another, of magnetic iron, fell at a distance of 15. The surface of the earth was covered for a circuit of 150 miles with a layer of sand 4 inches deep. The air was so darkened by it that at a place of 140 miles off, white paper, held up a little distance, could not be distinguished from black. The fishermen could not put out to sea on account of the darkness, and the inhabitants of the Orkney Islands were frightened out of their senses by showers of what they thought must be black snow. On the 9th of April the lava began to overflow and ran for 5 miles in a southwesterly direction, whilst, some days later, in order that no element might be wanting to mingle in this devil's charivari, a vast column of water, like Robin Hood's second arrow, split up through the cinder pillar to the height of several hundred feet, the horror of the spectacle being further enhanced by an accompaniment of subterranean cannonading and dire reports heard at a distance of 50 miles. Striking as all this must have been, it sinks into comparative tameness and insignificance beside the infinitely more terrible phenomena which attended the eruption of another volcano called Skaptajökull. Of all countries in Europe, Iceland is the one which has been the most minutely mapped, not even excepting the Ordnance Survey of Ireland. The Danish government seems to have had a hobby about it, and the result has been a chart so beautifully executed that every little crevice, each mountain torrent, each flood of lava is laid down with an accuracy perfectly astonishing. One huge blank, however, in the southwest corner of this map of Iceland mars the integrity of its almost microscopic delineations. To every other part of the island the engineer has succeeded in penetrating. One vast space alone of about 400 square miles has defied his investigation. Over the area occupied by the Skaptajökull, amidst its mountain-cradled fields of snow and icy ridges, no human foot has ever wandered. Yet it is from the bosom of this desert district that has descended the most frightful visitation ever known to have desolated the island. This event occurred in the year 1783. The preceding winter and spring had been unusually mild. Toward the end of May, a light bluish fog began to float along the confines of the untrodden tracts of Skapta, accompanied in the beginning of June by a great trembling of the earth. On the 8th of that month, immense pillars of smoke collected over the hill country towards the north, and coming down against the wind in a southerly direction, enveloped the whole district of Sida in darkness. A whirlwind of ashes then swept over the face of the country, and on the 10th innumerable fire-spouts were seen leaping and flaring amid the icy hollows of the mountain, while the river Skapta, one of the largest in the island, having first rolled down to the plain a vast volume of fetid waters mixed with sand, suddenly disappeared. 2 days afterwards a stream of lava issuing from sources to which no one has ever been able to penetrate came sliding down the bed of the dried-up river, and in a little time, though the channel was 600 feet deep and 200 broad, the glowing deluge overflowed its banks, crossed the low country of meadowland, ripping the turf up before it like a tablecloth, and poured into a great lake, whose affrighted waters flew hissing and screaming into the air at the approach of the fiery intruder. Within a few more days the basin of the lake itself was completely filled, and having separated into 2 streams, the unexhausted torrent again recommenced its march, in one direction overflowing some ancient lava fields, in the other re-entering the channel of the Skapta, and leaping down the lofty cataract of Stapafoss. But this was not all. While one lava flood had chosen the Skapta for its bed, another, descending in a different direction, was working like ruin within and on either side the banks of the Hverfisfljót, rushing into the plain, by all accounts with even greater fury and velocity. Whether the two issued from the same crater it is impossible to say, as the sources of both were far away within the heart of the unapproachable desert, and even the extent of the lava flow can only be measured from the spot where it entered the inhabited districts. The stream which flowed down Skapta is calculated to be about 50 miles in length by 12 or 15 at its greatest breadth, that which rolled down the Hverfisfljót at 40 miles in length by 7 in breadth. Where it was imprisoned, between the high banks of Skapta, the lava is 500 or 600 feet thick, but as soon as it spread out into the plain, its depth never exceeded 100 feet. The eruption of sand, ashes, pumice, and lava continued till the end of August, when the plutonic drama concluded with a violent earthquake. For a whole year a canopy of cinder-laden cloud hung over the island. Sand and ashes irretrievably overwhelmed thousands of acres of fertile pasturage. The Faroe Island, the Shetlands, and the Orkneys were deluged with volcanic dust, which perceptibly contaminated even the pure skies of England and Holland. Mephitic vapors tainted the atmosphere of the entire islands. Even the grass, which no cinder rain had stifled, completely withered up. The fish perished in the poisoned sea. A murrain broke out among the cattle, and a disease resembling scurvy attacked the inhabitants themselves. Stevenson has calculated that 9,000 men, 28,000 horses, 11,000 cattle, 190,000 sheep died from the effects of this one eruption. The most moderate calculation puts the number of human deaths at upwards of 1,300, and of cattle, etc., at about 156,000. End of section 77.
Section 78 of Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland, and the Search for the Poles. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by April 6090, California, United States of America. The World's Story, Volume 8, Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland, and the Search for the Poles. Edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 78, Climbing Mount Helka, 1854, by Pliny Miles. Hi-ho for Hekla. Thursday, July 29th, was a lofty one in my calendar. The sun had many hours the start of us, getting up she does here at 2 o'clock in the morning. An early hour, though, found us in our saddles. The morning was magnificently bright, the mountain being visible clear to the curling wreath on the summit. Little patches of snow, here and there, near the top, made a break in the broad, black streams of lava that covered every part of the mountain. We provided ourselves with every requisite for a long day's journey. My knapsack was well stored with good things, solids and fluids, and then I had my old Scotch companion, the tartan plaid, to keep the cold away, and each of us had a fine staff, what the Swiss travelers call an alpenstock. But ours were Hekla-stocks, Iceland staffs, some 6 feet long and armed with a strong, sharp iron pike. My traveling guide, the farmer of Nofralt, and the reader's most humble servant made up the party. Not quite a princely retinue, but enough. Yes, and there was our dog, Nero. The top of the mountain was distant about 7 miles, of which we could ride nearly 4. Away we galloped through some fine green meadows, till we came to a mountain gorge on our right, down which in numerous cascades poured a small river. Several ducks and water-hens flew away as we approached their mountain home. Passing through this gorge, we came into a circular meadow entirely shut in by mountains, like an immense amphitheater. And this was the last bit of productive land on our way towards the summit of Hekla. A hut was erected there as a temporary residence for the farmer while gathering his hay. High, precipitous hills of red lava overhung our path on the right, but the ascent for some distance was gradual. For near a mile we galloped our horses over a gently ascending plain of fine volcanic sand. High up the mountain side were several sheep, but scarce a blade of grass could be seen where they stood. Perhaps they went up to enjoy the prospect of the green meadows far in the distance. We soon found our mountain climbing was not going to be play. Our ponies found it so too. Our route was intercepted by a broad and high stream of lava that extended 6 or 7 miles from the summit of the mountain. We turned to the right in a southerly direction, and for 400 or 500 yards found it about as steep as our ponies could climb. We took a zigzag course to relieve the animals, and after half an hour's climbing found ourselves on a level tableland, nearly half a mile across. We were now about 1,000 feet above the lower region, where we left the farmhouse, and here we were obliged to leave our horses. The Icelanders have an ingenious way of fastening their animals so they will not stray. They fasten all their horses in a circle, tying the head of one to the tail of another, and bringing the head of the first round to the tail of the last. If they choose to travel, they can. But like John on his rocking horse, they may gallop all day in one indeterminable circle and not get far. Near where we left the horses, extending away to our right, was a large stream of lava, one that came from the eruption of 1845. And though 7 years had elapsed, it was not yet cool, and the smoke was rising from it in many places. The streams of lava that run from the craters of volcanoes, and which here in Iceland are seen on the plains as well as on the mountains, are usually from 20 to 40 feet deep, from 100 yards to half a mile in breadth, and from 1 to 10 miles long. They are vast ridges of rough, black rocks, of a most forbidding aspect, the largest masses weighing from 1 to 3 to 4 tons. When it flows from the mountain, it is a stream of molten mineral, and its progress generally rather slow, but dependent on the steepness of the mountain and the size and force of the stream. Melted lava often does not move more than from 50 to 100 yards in a day, but in some cases it may run several miles. It soon begins to explode and break up by the expansion and escape of the air within it, and by the force of the steam created by moisture on the surface of the ground beneath. While the lava is breaking up, for several days it keeps up a terrible roaring. Then this rough mass, as black as charcoal, lies unchanged in appearance for centuries. After a long time it begins to turn a little brown, and on its surface appears in minute particles one of the lowest order of mosses. At the height of about 4,000 feet, we first struck the snow. This was the first snow I had trod since arriving in Iceland. And as if the whole order of nature must be reversed here, this snow was black. This was not exactly the natural color, but a complexion it had assumed from being so near the mouth of the volcano. Sand, ashes, dust, and smoke had coated and begrimed it so thoroughly that the whole surface was like fine charcoal. A long valley was filled with it. As near I could judge, it was from 5 to 50 feet deep. We passed over several snowbanks that were many hundred yards in breadth, some of which had not lost their white color. From the level country in the distance, these snowbanks looked like mere patches, but here we found some of them nearly a quarter of a mile across. We ascended the mountain from the west, but now we were north of the summit, and where most of the snow lay. Clouds now gathered round us, and we had to grope our way in the fog for some time. The ascent grew more precipitous, and the climbing was exceedingly toilsome. The earth and lava now appeared of a red color. We seemed to be approaching the region of the fire. Sulphurous fumes saluted our nostrils, and weather cleared a little, and suddenly before us yawned a deep crater. What a horrible chasm! Indeed, it seemed like hell itself. Fire and brimstone literally. Dark, curling smoke, yellow sulphur, and red cinders appearing on every side of it. The crater was funnel-shaped, about 150 feet deep, and about the same distance across at the top. This was one of 4 craters where the fire burst out in 1845. After the eruption they had caved in, and remained as we now saw them. In a row above this one, extending towards the top of the mountain, were 3 other craters, all similar in appearance. Our progress now was one of great danger. At our left was the north side of the mountain, and for a long distance it was a perpendicular wall. Dropping off more than 1,000 feet below us, a large stone overthrown never sent back an echo. The craters were on our right, and between these and the precipice on our left we threaded a narrow ridge of sand, not wider than a common footpath. A more awful scene or a more dangerous place I hope never to be in. Had it not been for my long staff, I could never have proceeded. The dangers and terrors of the scene were greatly increased by the clouds and cold wind that came upon our left, and the smoke and sulphurous stench that rose from the craters on our right. One moment in danger of falling over the perpendicular side of the mountain on the one hand, and the next of being swallowed up in a burning crater on the other. Our path was exceedingly steep, and for nearly a quarter of a mile we pursued it with slow and cautious steps. Old Nero saw the danger, and set up a dismal howl. A few minutes after he slipped, and came near falling into the fiery pit. In 5 minutes an animal or a man would have been baked to a cinder. Pursuing our way by the 4 craters, our path widened, and half an hour more brought us to the top of the mountain. Our purpose was accomplished. We stood on the summit of Mount Hecla, and a toilsome journey it had been for us. I threw myself on the ground and took a look at the scene before me. The top of the mountain was not a peak, but broad and nearly flat, with here and there a little irregularity of surface. It was about a quarter of a mile across in one direction, from west to east, and some 50 rods the other way. In several places were deep snowbanks, but as yet we saw no crater on the summit. It was now 2 o'clock, it having taken us about 8 hours to make the ascent. Though we saw no crater, we had very direct evidence that we were in close proximity to volcanic fires. Little eminences of lava stood up around us, from which smoke issued, and the ground under our feet felt warm. On removing the earth to the depth of 2 or 3 inches, it felt hot, and on digging down anywhere to the depth of 6 inches, smoke would burst out. 6 inches deeper, and no doubt a man might light a cigar. I went close to a bank of snow, to have something to cool my punch, spread out my tartan plaid on a warm piece of lava, opened my knapsack, sat down, and dined. That was the loftiest dinner I had ever partaken. Nero lay at my feet, the guides were conversing at a little distance, the lava around me was warm, and after a little time the weather cleared up and left a blue sky and clear atmosphere, with a full opportunity to survey the wondrous panorama of nature that lay spread out below and around us. End of section 78. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 79 of Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland, and the Search for the Poles. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Avai in August 2019. The World's Story, Volume 8, Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland, and the Search for the Poles. Edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 79. Waiting for the Great Geyser to Spout, 1874, by Bayard Taylor. The presence of so many celebrities was due to the fact that the author's visit was made at the time of the great celebration of Iceland's millennium. The Editor. I slept soundly the night after our arrival at the geysers, but some members of our party were excited and restless. Toward morning there were several mysterious underground thumps, which sent them posting to the great geyser's brim, but only denser steam and a heavier overflow of water followed. The scene in the morning was curious. We took our toilet articles and went, half-dressed, to the hollow between the geyser and the spring, where the surplus overthrow is shallow and lukewarm. It was already occupied. A royal chamberlain was scooping up water in his hands, an admiral was dipping his toothbrush into the stream, a Copenhagen professor was laboriously shaving himself by the aid of a looking-glass stuck in a crack of the crater, and the king, neat and fresh as if at home, stood on the bank and amused himself with the sight. The quality of the water is exquisite. It is like down and velvet to the skin. Soap becomes a finer substance in it, and the refreshment given to the hands and face seems to permeate the whole body. If one could only have a complete bath. A day's labor would make a pool sufficient, therefore, yet the idea has never occurred to a single soul, native or foreign. I did not dare to venture a quarter of a mile away from the geyser during the whole day. We all fell into a condition of nervous expectancy, which could not be escaped, comical as were some of its features. There was a pile of turf, perhaps a cartload, beside the Stråkr, which lay just below our tent, and we were told that the cauldron would be compelled to spout for the king as soon as he had finished his breakfast, so we sat down contented to the second plover stew which Mr. Gladstone and Dr. Hayes had provided for us. The farmer from whom we had procured fuel sent us several bottles of delicious cream and a large salmon for dinner. The Stråkr is a pit about 5 feet in diameter and 8 feet deep to the ordinary level of the water, which is always in a furious boiling state. Professor Steenstrup assured me that it is not connected with the Great Geyser, as the analysis of the water shows a difference, but the people are equally convinced that it is, and that to provoke its activity diminishes the chances of the former spouting. However this may be, the royal command was given. The pile of turf was pitched into the hole, and all gathered around, at a safe distance, waiting to see what would follow. For 10 minutes we noticed nothing except a diminution of steam. Then the water gushed up to the level of the soil in a state of violent agitation, subsided, rose again, spouted the full breadth of the hole to a height of 15 or 20 feet, sank back, and finally, after another moment of quiet, shot 100 feet into the air. The boiled turf, reduced to the consistency of gravel, filled the jet and darkened its central shaft, but I did not find that it diminished the beauty of the phenomenon. Jet after jet followed, sending long plume-like tufts from the summit and sides of the main column, around which the snowy drifts of steam whirled and eddied with a grace so swift that the eye could scarcely seize it. At such moments the base was hidden, and the form of the fountain was like a bunch of the pampas grass in blossom, a cluster of feathery panicles of spray. The performance lasted nearly 10 minutes, and was resumed again 2 or 3 times after it seemed to have ceased. 2 or 3 of the last spoutings were the highest, and some estimated them at fully 120 feet. Finally, the indignant cauldron threw out the last of its unclean emetic, and sank to its normal level. The king, who had turned aside to salute our company, was in the act of expressing to me his admiration of the scene, when the little geyser gave sudden signs of action. There was a rush of the whole party. His Majesty turned and ran like a boy, jumping over the gullies and stones with an agility which must have bewildered the heavy officials, who were compelled to follow as they best could. It was a false alarm. The little geyser let off a few sharp discharges of steam, as if merely to test the pressure, and then, as if satisfied, resumed its indolent, smoky habit. The cone of the great geyser is not more than 20 feet high, and appears to have been gradually formed by the deposit of the siliceous particles which the water holds in solution. The top is like a shallow wash-bowl 30 feet in diameter, full to the brim, and slowly overflowing on the eastern side. In the center of this bowl there is a well, indicated by the intense blue-green of the water, and apparently 8 or 10 feet in diameter. It has been sounded, and bottom, or at least a change of direction, reached at a depth of 85 feet. At the edge, where the water is shallow, one can dip his fingers in quickly without being scalded. Small particles placed in the overflow are completely encrusted with transparent silex in a day or 2. Professor Steenstrup informed me that the water has important healing properties. The steam has an odor of sulphuretted hydrogen, but the taste thereof is so soon lost that where the stream becomes cold, we used it for drinking and making coffee. I shall never forget that calm, sublime day at the geysers. After reading many descriptions, I was never less prepared for the reality of the scene. Instead of a dreary, narrow, volcanic valley, here was a landscape bounded on the west by mountains, but to the north, east, and south only to be spanned by a radius of 50 miles. Near us, a quiet, grass-roofed farmstead. Toward the sea, meadows and gleams of rivers. In front, the broad green plain, its enclosing hills and Hekla rising lonely above them. Northward a church and neighboring byres, a smooth grassy ridge beyond, the snow-streaked pyramid of the Blafjall, Blue Mountain, and far in the distance the luminous, icy peaks of the Arnajökull. From our tent the noise of the boiling waters could not be heard. The steam ascended quickly, soon dissipated in the light wind, and the expression of the scene before me, as I watched it for hours, lying on the soft turf of the hillside, was one of perfect peace and repose. At 1:30 o'clock there came a dull thud, felt rather than heard, then another, and we all rushed towards the great geyser. Before anyone reached it, however, the noises ceased. The water rose a foot or so, giving out dense volumes of steam, but in 5 minutes it became quiet as before. The king and his attendant officials strayed up the hill, and there the former devoted some time to carving the subjoined rune upon one of the rocks. C. 9, 1874. There were various small parties of the native population at the geysers during the day, but fewer than might have been expected, even taking into account the sparse settlement in this part of Iceland. They were coarse, solidly built figures, the bodies much larger than the legs, the hair thick and blond, and the faces broad, weather-beaten, and apparently expressionless. I saw 6, 4 men and 2 women, stand vacantly grinning at the king as he passed them, and even when he politely saluted them, the men hesitated, in awkward shyness, before they even touched their hats. Another, to whom he was speaking in a kindly manner, with his hand upon the man's shoulder, suddenly remembered that some mark of respect was necessary, and snatched off his hat with as much haste as if there had been a hornet inside of it. Among the people were several sick persons, who had made long journeys in the hope of finding a physician in the king's suite. Disappointed in this, they turned to Dr. Hayes and to our jovial Reykjavik friend, Dr. Hjaltalin. The first case was a man suffering from Bright's disease, for which, unfortunately, we had no medicines. But the medicine chest, when it was opened, attracted our visitors with a singular power. Men and women crowded around, gazing with eager interest, and, as it seemed to me, longing upon the bottles of pills and potions. I offered a quinine pill to a woman, and she instantly took and chewed it, without ever asking a question. To confirm a faith so profound, I felt obliged to take 2 of the pills myself. Soon afterwards there came a married couple, the mother carrying a baby, which, as it needed but a glance to see, was almost dying of croup. They had carried the poor child on horseback for 5 hours, in the hope of finding relief. There was no time to be lost. Hot baths and poultices were ordered at the byre near at hand, and in the meantime an opiate was administered. The gasping and writhing of the child was too much for those strong Icelandic men. The mother stood calm and firm, holding it, but Zoega ran away in one direction, and Eyvindur in another, crying like children, and the farmers turned aside their heads to hide their tears. At the byre nothing could exceed the kindness of the farmer's family, in fact, of all who could help. The king's purveyor furnished white bread for a poultice, a hot bath was made ready, and the father stuffed the child's clothes into his bosom to keep them warm for it. All night the people watched with it, and the next morning everybody looked happy on hearing that its condition had somewhat improved. The next case was a boy with hip disease, for whom little could be done, though the doctor constructed a temporary support for his foot. The people invariably asked how much they should pay, and gratefully shook hands when payment was declined. I made an effort to talk with a group of farmers, finding them ready enough, only a little embarrassed at the start. But when I asked, "Do you know Sämunds Edda?" there was an instant flash and flame in their eyes, and all shyness vanished. The Njal and Völsunga sagas, Snorri Sturleson, with a score of obscure sagas of which I have never heard, were eagerly mentioned and discussed. It was remarkable to see their full knowledge of Icelandic literature and their vital interest in it. "Do you know who first discovered America?" I asked. "Yes, yes," they all cried in a body. "It was Leif, the son of Eric the Red." "When was it?" "About the year 1000. And there was Thorfinn Karlsefne, who went afterward, and Thorvald. They called the country Finland." "We know it," said I. "I am a Finlander." They silently stretched out their hands and shook mine. An instinct of the true nature of the people arose in me. Within an hour I had seen what tenderness, goodness, knowledge, and desire for knowledge are concealed under their rude, apathetic exteriors. To meet them was like being suddenly pushed back to the 13th century, for all the rich, complex, later developed life of the race has not touched them. More than ever I regretted my ignorance of the language, without knowing which no stranger can possibly understand their character. At 4:30 there came a repetition of geyser thumps, louder and more rapid than the first time, and at 8 o'clock a third manifestation. We fondly hoped that these were signs of increased activity, which would soon bring about an outburst. Our excitement increased to such an extent that, although watches had been set for the king's sake, Messrs. Halstead, Hayes, and Gladstone volunteered to keep independent watch for us. The two former passed half the night sitting on the edge of the geyser basin. They were once scared away by a thump which threatened to split the rocky shell under their feet, but nothing followed except a violent overflow of water. I heard the noises twice during the night, and waited vainly for a call. The twilight was so bright that the spectacle would have been visible at any hour, had it come. End of section 79.
Section 80 of Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland, and the Search for the Poles. Read for LibriVox.org by Sonja. How Icelandic Children Get Their Surnames by Mrs. Disney Leith. You will have noticed that an Icelander's surname always ends in son. That is very like our English names, but in the case of the Icelander, the name is what is called a patronymic, the name of his father, and may change with every generation. Thus, suppose a man is christened Jon, John, and he calls his son Paul, Paul, the son would be called Paul Jonsson. But if Paul grew up and had a son, he might very likely wish to name him after his father. Thus the child would be Jon Paulsson. Sometimes the son bears his father's Christian name, and then he would be Jonsson. I know a man called Magnus Magnusson, and he told me his ancestors had been Magnus Magnussons for many, many generations. You would think it would be very puzzling to trace their pedigrees, but they do not find it so. Many families can trace their line back quite to the saga times. But what about the girls? They are called Paulsdottir, Paul's daughter, Jonsdottir, as the case may be. Whenever you ask the name of a man or woman, you are given the Christian name only. If you want to know more, you must say, where's son, whose son, or where's Dottir. Sometimes, when girls go abroad to live, they add the son to their father's name, and use it for a surname, as daughter would seem strange. A married woman in Iceland is usually given her patronymic as well as her husband's name. For instance, Fru, Mrs. Margaret Thordarsdottir Sigurdsson is the daughter of Thord and wife of Sigurdsson. There are one or two old family surnames in Iceland, but they are quite the exception. They have pretty little abbreviations to their names. A girl whose name is Sigrid will be called Sika. Gunnar is used for Gudrun. With men, Toggi stands for Thorgrim, Siggi for Sigurd, Brinki for Brynjulf, and Monkey, which sounds very like monkey, for Magnus. They use all the old historic and heroic names still, and it is funny to see on the shop doors names which you have hitherto associated only with the chieftains and great men of the sagas, now borne by your bootmaker and watchmaker. End of section 80. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 81 of Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland, and the Search for the Poles. Read for LibriVox.org by Thomas Peter. Greenland Part I. Stories from the History of Greenland. Historical Note. The history of Greenland begins in 985, when Eric the Red made a voyage along its coast, and with all the wisdom of an experienced colonizer, gave to the country the attractive name of Greenland. Settlements were made, Christianity was introduced, and Greenland had even a bishop of her own. Those were the palmy days of the island, and then it was in the year 1000 that Leif Erikson made his famous voyage to the south, where he is supposed to have landed on what are now the shores of the United States. In 1260, Greenland became a territory of Norway, and thus came into the union of the Scandinavian countries at the end of the 14th century. Not long after this union, Greenland seems to have vanished from the memory of mankind, and for more than 200 years nothing was known of the colonists. In the heart of one man, however, a Norwegian clergyman named Hans Egede, there was a deep longing to learn what had become of the lost people. He could not bring himself to believe that they had all perished, and ever before him was the picture of the descendants of these pioneers icebound in some corner of the coast, and shut away from all Christian teachings. After most earnest pleading, he aroused some interest in the forsaken people, and in 1721 he set sail for Greenland to search for them, and become their pastor. The colonists had disappeared, but to the native Greenlanders he became so true a friend and so worthy a teacher that he well deserved his title, the Apostle to Greenland. In 1733 the Moravians also sent out missionaries. The inhabited portion of the land, from Egede Fjord on the east to Siusak on the west, is under the control of the Danish government. What is known of northern Greenland has come to us entirely from the visits of Arctic explorers, two of whom, Nansen and Peary, have crossed the ice cap which covers the interior of the country. End of section 81. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 82 of Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland, and the Search for the Poles. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jane Bennett. The World's Story, Volume 8, Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland, and the Search for the Poles. Edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 82, How Eric the Red Came to Greenland, 983, by Dr. Isaac I. Hayes. Eric was a high-handed son of a Jarl, Earl, of Jadar in Norway, who, opposing the encroachments of the king upon his feudal rights, in common with his class, was forced to flee the country. Escaping with his son, he established himself in Iceland, which was then being peopled by such refugees from tyranny and wrong, and a society was being formed, which, for love of liberty and the actual possession of republican freedom, has never been excelled. These Icelanders were then, and they continued to be for centuries afterwards, the most intellectual and refined people of the north of Europe. And this is not surprising, when it is remembered that the best blood of Norway and Denmark went to swell its population. In fact, Iceland gave literature and laws to the whole of Scandinavia. The child was wiser than the parent. Her writers first put in shape the Norse mythology, and many of the most distinguished families of Norway and Denmark are now proud to trace their origin back to the old freedom-loving jarls and sea kings who founded a nation upon a rock which had been forced up by terrestrial fires into an atmosphere so cold and forbidding that the snows gathered upon its lofty summits, while volcanic heat wrestled in the bowels of its mountains. Eric received his surname of Red, or Rotha, from the colour of his hair, and his corresponding disposition doubled the significance of the name when it was made to signify he of the red hand, as well as of the red head. The truth is, he was, according to all accounts, much addicted to the then popular pastime of cutting people's throats, and for his last offence of this description he was banished from Iceland for a space of 3 years. The immediate offence was for killing a churlish knave, who would not return a borrowed doorpost, which was always a sacred object, and was preserved with pious care by the Scandinavians. Perhaps if the borrowed article had been a book instead of a doorpost, as in the case of fighting St. Columba, the decree might have been different. Being banished, where should Eric go? He could not return to Norway, and there was no place where he could set the sole of his foot with any safety. So he bethought him of the legendary land of Gunnabjorn, for, according to the Iceland Landnama, or Doomsday Book of Are the Wise, that was the name of the man who had visited the land to the west of Iceland. This land Eric would go in search of, and risk his life and everything upon the hazard. He set sail from Breiðafjord in Iceland sometime during the summer of the year 983 in a small half-decked ship, and in 3 days he sighted land. Not altogether liking the looks of it, he coasted southward until he came to a turning place, or Havath, now called Cape Farewell. Thence he made his way northward to the present site of Julianasharp, where he passed the 3 years of his forced exile. He liked the country well, as much as he had disliked it before, when he saw it from the other side. Upon the meadowlands, besides the fjord, immense herds of reindeer were browsing on the luxuriant grass. Sparrows chirruped among the branches of the little trees. He thought the place would do to settle in, and named it Greenland. But to be precise, as it is always well to be, I quote from an old Norse saga of the before-mentioned Are the Wise, a saga written in Iceland about the year 1100, the original of which was in existence up to 1651, and a copy of which is still preserved in Copenhagen. Thus runs the tale. The land which is called Greenland was discovered and settled from Iceland. Eric the Red was the man from Breiðafjord who passed thither from hence, Iceland, and took possession of that portion of the country now called Eriksfjord. But the name he gave the whole country was Greenland, for, quoth he, if the land have a good name, it will cause many to come hither. He first colonized the land 14 or 15 winters before Christianity was introduced into Iceland, as was told by Thorkil Gelluson in Greenland, by one who had himself accompanied Eric thither. This Thorkil Gelluson was uncle to Are the Wise, and the historian was pretty likely, therefore, to be accurate in his information. Upon returning to Iceland, Eric was graciously received, and what with the fine name he had given to his new country, and the fine promises he held out, he had no trouble in obtaining all he asked for. That is, 25 ships loaded with adventurous people, and all the appliances for building up a colony. Thus provided, he set sail in the year 985, but only 14 of these ships ever reached their destination. Some of the remaining 11 were lost at sea, others were wrecked upon the eastern coast of Greenland, others put back to Iceland in distress. Eric was resolved to found a nation for himself, and these 14 cargoes of people gave him a sufficient nucleus. He went far up his fjord and began a settlement. A house was also built nearer to the sea, probably a lookout house, for Eric expected other ships, and he, like a prudent man that he was, would set a watch for them. The ruins of this house may still be seen, and are not 5 minutes' walk from the pastor's house at Juliana's Sharp. According to his expectations, other ships arrived, bringing cattle, sheep, and horses. Likewise his wife and sons and daughters. The settlement grew and prospered. Norwegians, Danes, Icelanders, people from the Hebrides, from the British Isles, from Ireland, and even from the south of Europe, came there in ships to trade. Emigrants poured in, new towns were built, new farms were cleared, and ambitious and adventurous men surged up and down the coast for other fields whereon to display their enterprise. How far north the most adventurous went we cannot certainly know, but Ranf places one of their expeditions in latitude 75 degrees, a point to which the stoutest ships of modern times cannot now go without encountering serious risk. And all this was ventured 800 years ago in half-decked ships and open boats. It is positively known that one of their expeditions reached as far as Upernavik, latitude 7250, a stone having been discovered near there in 1824 by Sir Edward Parry, bearing the following inscription in runic characters. Erling Sivitsen and Bjorn Thordarson and Eindrid Oddsen on Saturday before Ascension Week raised these marks and cleared ground. 1135. Think of clearing ground in Greenland up in latitude 72 degrees 50. What kind of ground would now be found to clear? Naked wastes alone, and the desert sands are not more unproductive. But as intimated already, the climate has certainly changed during the 700 years since this event happened, in evidence of which it is not unimportant to observe that in the old chronicles of the voyages of those ancient Northmen, there is very little mention made of ice as a disturbing element in navigation. And this brings us back to where we started, to the growth of glaciers in the Greenland fjords. From these glaciers come the icebergs, and a fjord which receives a glacier is not habitable. There was no glacier in Eriksfjord when Erik went there, and there are none now, but it is surrounded by them. The mountains are of such peculiar formation that they keep back the frozen flood from Eriksfjord itself, and thus it was that this spot of earth was and still is fit for human life, an oasis in a desert, a patch of green in a wilderness of ice. End of section 82. Section 83. Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland and the Search for the Poles. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jane Bennett. The World's Story, Volume 8. Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, Greenland and the Search for the Poles. Edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 83. How the Greenlanders Got a Bishop. 1126 by Dr. Isaac I. Hayes. The introduction of Christianity into Greenland was accomplished by Leif, son of Red Erik, and it was the same man who discovered America. Two grand achievements which rank Leif Erikson as one of the heroes of history. With respect to the former event, an old Icelandic saga thus briefly records the fact. When 14 winters were passed from the time that Erik the Red set forth to Greenland, his son Leif sailed from thence to Norway, and came thither in the autumn that King Olaf Tryggvason arrived in the north from Helfaland. Leif brought up his ship at Nidaros, Trondheim, and went straightway to the king. Olaf declared unto him the true faith, as was his custom, unto all heathens who came before him, and it was not hard for the king to persuade Leif thereto, and he was baptized, and with him all his crew. Nor was it hard for King Olaf to persuade his subjects generally thereto. His Christianity was very new and rather muscular, and under the persuasive influence of the sword, this royal missionary made more proselytes than ever were made before in the same space of time by all the monks and missionaries put together. When Leif came back to Greenland with a new religion and a priest to boot, his father Eric was much incensed, and declared the act pregnant with mischief. But after a while he was prevailed upon to acknowledge the new religion, and at the same time to give his wife Thjodhilda, who had proved a more ready subject for conversion, leave to build a church. Thus runs the saga. Leif straightway began to declare the universal faith throughout the land, and he laid before the people the message of King Olaf, and detailed unto them how much grandeur and great nobleness there was attached to the new belief. Eric was slow to determine to leave his ancient faith, but Thjodhilda, his wife, was quickly persuaded thereto, and she built a kirk, which was called Thjodhilda's Kirk. And from the time she received the faith, she separated from her husband, which did sorely grieve him. And this appears to have been the last, and as the sequel shows, was the most potent argument for his conversion. To get his wife back, he turned Christian and ordered the pagan rites to be discontinued, and the pagan images of Thor and Odin and the rest of them to be broken up and burned. Whether this first Greenland church of Thjodhilda's was built at Brattahlid, or Garda, or Kraktotok, cannot now be positively said, but we might perhaps find some reason to conclude it was the latter, from the fact that an old man named Grima, as the saga states, who lived then at Brattahlid, made complaint, "I get but seldom to the church to hear the words of learned clerks, for it is a very long journey thereto." This much, however, we do know, that the church, wherever it was situated, was begun in the year 1002, and was known far and wide by the name of its pious lady founder. Several churches and 3 monasteries were built afterwards. One of these latter was near a boiling spring, the waters from which, being carried through the building in pipes, gave a pleasant warmth to the good monks who occupied it, and they needed no other heat the year round. The Christian population of Greenland became, in course of time, so numerous that it was necessary for the Bishop of Iceland to come over there frequently to administer the duties of that part of his see, for the diocese of Garda, as it was called, was from the first attached to the Sea of Iceland. 100 years thus passed away, and both in spiritual and temporal matters the Northmen in Greenland were getting along finely. Their intercourse with Europe was regular, and their export trade, especially in beef, was considerable. Indeed, Greenland beef was for a long time highly prized in Norway, and there was no greater luxury to set before the king. The people were almost wholly independent of the Icelandic government. Under a system of their own devising, which appears to have perfectly satisfied their necessities, they lived quite unmolested by the outside world, and, undisturbed by wars and rumours of wars, the descendants of Eric the Red were as happy as any people need wish to be. They lacked only one thing to complete their scheme of perfect independence. They needed a bishop of their own, which would cut them loose from Iceland altogether. And in truth the Icelanders were such a liberty-loving people that they were in no wise inclined to dispute their claims. But a bishop they could not have without the sanction of the powers that ruled in Norway, for the Pope would not appoint so high an officer for any of the regions directly or indirectly subject to the control of Norway, except upon the nomination of the king, after consultation with his spiritual advisers. Numerous petitions were accordingly sent over to the king in order to secure his good offices. For a time these efforts were attended with but partial success, since a temporary bishop only was vouchsafed them in the person of Eric, not the Red, who went to Greenland in the year 1120, and without remaining long went home, having, however, visited Vinland in the interval. This Vinland being the America which Columbus thought to be a part of Asia some 4 centuries later. Finding they did not get a bishop of their own according to their deserts, as they estimated them, they grew indignant, and one of their chief men, named Sokka, declared that they must and would have one. Their personal honour and the national pride demanded it. And indeed the Christian faith itself was not in safety otherwise. Accordingly, under the advice of Sokka, a large present of walrus ivory and valuable furs was voted to the King of Norway, and Einar, son of Sokka, was commissioned to carry the petition and the present. The result proved that the inhabitants of Greenland were wise in their day and generation, for whether through the earnestness of their appeals, or the value of their gifts, or through the persuasiveness of the ambassador, or through all combined, they obtained in the year 1126 Bishop Arnold, who forthwith founded his episcopal see at Garda, and there erected a cathedral which was built in the form of a cross. Arnold seems to have been a most excellent and pious leader of these struggling Christians, zealous as the famous monk of Iona. Without the impulsiveness of that great apostle of Scotland, he bound his charge together in the bonds of Christian love, and gave unity and happiness to a prosperous people. He died in the year 1152, and thenceforth, until 1409, the See of Garda, which he had founded, was regularly maintained. According to Baron Hallberg, in his History of Denmark, 17 successive bishops administered the ordinances of the church in Greenland, the list terminating with Andreas, who was consecrated in 1406. The See and Andreas expired together, and the last account we have of either was made in 1409, when it is recorded that he officiated at a marriage, from the issue of which men now living are proud to trace their ancestry. This was his last official act, so far as we have record. End of section 83.